EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
We are kicking off the day with an elimination series, and once again, we are going to have the mix of a team that has fallen down from the Immortal League to face a Divine team. We're going to be starting it off with 2 Divine series, and then we're going to round out the day with 2 more bracket play matches in the Immortal side of things. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Slacks and Lacoste. We got a full day of Dota ahead of us, boys. It feels good to be in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't believe one of these guys are going home. These are classic. These are staples of the Omega League. Na'Vi and those 5 men. It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, you know, I'm down for some Dota. I've been down for some Dota tonight. We played a bit too much. Maybe that's why I'm so sleepy at the moment. I think all of us didn't get enough sleep. Rich, just tell me hours. How many?
3.
Nice.
Yeah, 3. Which is, it's not too bad, right? 3, also, the amount of games that we might see here, as we do take a look at the bracket to see everything and how it has shaped up. We're, of course, going to be starting off with the matchup that everybody did allude to, 5 men versus Na'Vi, but also you got to be thinking about a few of these other teams that are going to be here on this Divine bracket. And then after that, we're going to be turning our attention over to the Immortal side of things. As I did mention a little bit earlier on, we're going to jump into NIP versus Khan after this first matchup, and then it's Virtus Pro, Liquid, Viking, and Alliance on the Immortal side of things. So very, very excited to see all of that. And also, I'm excited to see, like, today's biggest story really is, you know, we have Na'Vi, we have NIP. They've dropped down now. How are they going to do against these teams that have been chugging through Divine the whole time, Slacks?
Ooh, you know, they should do good, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, a lot of surprises down here in the Divine division. When you're an aristocrat and you're thrown into, you know, the pleb part of the city, despite your arrogance and your high-born, they can destroy you, you know? You might know how to be a better swordsman taught at the castle, but a guy with a little shiv, that's the Divine players. They'll go for it. They know the streets.
They can just catch you completely off guard, right?
Yes.
Have you ever been confronted by an aristocrat? Has an aristocrat ever gotten...
In a way, Matthew McConaughey stole a quarter from me once. I would consider that an aristocrat attack.
I heard you saying that you hate Matthew McConaughey.
I do.
Why is that?
It's a long story. But I will try to shorten it. Back in the day, worked at a movie theater in high school. Fucking McConaughey was promoting his stupid movie Sahara. Don't know if you watched that.
No, oh, I did.
Yeah.
I remember.
Terrible film. He was going on his little bang bus with him and his homies driving around the U.S.
Bang bus, you say?
Yeah, I don't like him. But he was driving around the U.S. with this bus touring for it.
Bang
Came to our movie theater. We had to wake up at 7 a.m. to go and set up this fucking movie for McConaughey. It was me and a bunch of female employees. Now, at the time, he's a sex symbol. All the girls wanted him to talk to him and stuff. They're standing at their register so ready for McConaughey to come over. And me, I'm rolling a hot dog underneath the smoothie machine, as I do, because we would give a hot dog to the biggest asshole customer, the smoothie machine hot dog. Anyway, so he comes over to the empty register. He says, "Anybody here?" In his stupid McConaughey voice, and I'm like, fuck. So I stand up, I go up, and I'm like, "What can I get you?" Him and his wife, medium popcorn, medium soda, $8.75. Sorry, not Americans, it's a lot. Anyway, I give him back his quarter, I accidentally give him 50 cents. And I go, "Oh, sorry, Mr. McConaughey gave you an extra quarter. Now, you're me." He walks away, turns back and goes, "Tch," and then he keeps walking. And that's like a high school job. If you're off on your register, you get written up. It was my second write-up. I was about to get in big trouble, and he just fucking walks into Sahara.
Well, no wonder that movie was so shitty if you had anything to do with it. I mean, you kind of pissed off Matthew McConaughey, and he could not act
Well, that's
properly.
half the story. So
Okay.
It gets worse?
So we have, they invite us to go watch his shitty movie after everyone's in the theater. So I walk in there, and everyone's too nervous. Everyone's too nervous to sit next to him. So the only space is next to fucking McConaughey. So I go up there, I'm watching a shitty movie, I don't like it. So 20 minutes in, I just get up and walk out. And his face, he's like super offended. I get in trouble with my boss again. And then as they're walking out, we have to line up and shake everyone's hands that's walking out of the theater. And I'm thinking, I'm going to fucking get this guy. When he comes up to shake it, I'm going to pull it away. But he's got, the action heart star shit. So he saw me, he saw my eyes. And when I started to pull away, he grabbed my hand like this, and he went like that, and he walked out. And I want my fucking quarterback, McConaughey. Clip it, show it to him, tweet it at him, you son of a bitch. It's been 15 years, McConaughey. My wife loves him. She said that he would be the one person that you agreed upon in the marriage if you got to cheat. That's the freebie. So we watched True Detective, which you did a fantastic job in, Matthew McConaughey. I thought you were very good in that, but fuck you anyway. Also, my wife wants to contact you.
Not really a freebie if he already took money from you. You pay pig. I think at the end of the day, Matthew McConaughey is one of the accent's fake, right?
I hope so.
I've always thought that it was fake. Christian Bale, British. Did you know that?
No.
I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. I feel like Matthew McConaughey is fake, whatever that accent is.
Yep.
Great actor, though.
Don't trust actors.
Pepe the Piglet, or whatever the name is.
Piglet?
Piglet, whatever the name is. The one pig from the cartoon.
Yeah?
Also fake accent. Not
Peppa
the real
Pig?
accent.
Peppa Pig?
My children will not watch that show. Should I have
Disgusting
them? Disgusting fake.
Paid actor pig. I think it's really interesting. The idea of walking out on somebody's movie, like being in their movie and walking out. I had a friend who they were both actors, like they were brothers, and they were watching one movie with somebody who they acted with when they were far
depends
younger.
what kind of movie we're talking about.
They walked out of the movie, right? Or one of them walked out of the movie, and it completely heartbroke their friend whose movie it was. And I'm like, that's a situation that most people are never in, like walking out on somebody's movie. I've often thought, like, what a normal equivalent is to that, of just walking out on somebody in the middle of something that they did.
Maybe walking out of their marriage, walking out of, I don't know, their baby shower. No, this is just, I can't. What would be an equivalent?
If a pilot leaves the planes, it's like,
Yes.
screw you guys, I'm going home.
That's a good point.
That happened to me already on one of the panels.
Wow.
Jenkins.
That's right.
He was like, screw you, I'm going home. And he went over to the Omega show.
Speaking of the greatest actors, he is truly the best actor of the talent.
I don't trust Jenkins at all.
No.
It's just a facade.
It's a character.
Yeah.
I have no idea who that one truly is. Man with 1,000 faces. But speaking of many men,
Yeah!
five men.
Hell yeah.
The series is coming very soon. Let's actually talk about 5 men and how we think they're going to do. Because they've looked really impressive so far when they're matched up with a lot of the Divine teams. But yesterday, when they actually did play against Liquid, for example, to figure out where they were going to go, all of a sudden, they end up in this situation. It was a relatively hard matchup. But I feel like this team, in a lot of ways, is a team that should be able to take matches off the likes of Na'Vi.
Yeah. I believe, if my research was correct, that they actually did face off before, and
They
5-man actually did beat Na'Vi. However, there's been a lot of time since then. Back then, Magnus was a big hero. Remember those days? That's like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was like a month ago.
Yeah.
I've been in Ukraine for a whole month now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Time flies.
It does when you're watching Dota, for sure. Or losing at Dota, for sure, as well. Anyway, 5-man, as you said, do have their sparks of greatness. But I would say that they're probably the favorites in this series. Would you agree, Lacoste?
After watching them losing to Team Liquid yesterday, something was just off.
You think so?
Felt there was no synergy between the players, what they were doing. I never felt like they were pressuring Team Liquid. And watching Na'Vi play, like Na'Vi seems much better team overall, I would say. Like the execution when they were playing against the Hellraisers yesterday, I think Ilias played Venge, and that swap mid there when they try to pull off the Skewer into Tiny Toss combo when Medusa was extremely farmed. Like that's just insanely good. I think Navi's teamfight execution, spell casting, when they're having a good day, I think they have this series. We still need to see the draft, see how it is.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, you guys pretty much hit on it on the head. I mean, with 5-men in general, you kind of start to doubt them after some of the things that we've seen recently. But throughout the tournament, they've been a really impressive team to watch. Very enjoyable team to watch. Quite the fantastic logo. And then you also go over on the side of Na'Vi. I've never related to a team more in my life. But then you go over to the side of Na'Vi, and on the day, with what we've seen recently, they looked very crisp. Let's see which lineup they actually have. You were talking about some of the incredible things that they were able to do with spell casting, some of the things that they were able to do with teamfight, Lacoste, and they're going to open up with that Oracle and Ember.
Yeah, Oracle, this is their go-to hero. Ilias plays a position 5 hero that has a built-in save, so pretty much every single time I watch them play, it's this Oracle, it's either Warlock or it's Venge, and he really knows how to play these heroes. Like, he's insanely good, his positioning in team fights, he understands what he needs to do, what his job is, and I've been really impressed the way he's been playing throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, Oracle in general, like I would say there's 2 top-tier supports the whole tournament, Rubik and Oracle. I mean, and they both are quite opposite in what they do. Rubik is, we want to fight, we want to take all these big ults from them, but Oracle is just the main healing man, and I guess that's just because of Purge stuff, right? I mean, Darkseer is big, gotta purge that. Grimstroke stuff, purge that. So, speaking of Grimstroke, what do you think? Follow up on 5-men? They've been playing it.
Possibly, even though having Grimstroke and Enchantress as your position, like 4 and 5, doesn't seem too good. You want to have a good chase potential when you have Doom in your team, and these heroes don't really provide it.
Sure. I guess we need some nice stuns for Ember as well.
Yeah, you need some kind of a lockdown, some kind of silence. Grimstroke has all of that. Like, Grimstroke's one of my favorite position 5 heroes right now because he has a leash, he has a silence, a stun, wave clear, you name it. He has pretty much everything. Pretty easy hero to play overall. Would you agree?
Easy is a word. I mean, it's not that hard, but the hardest part about Grimstroke is not just stealing farm. I mean, the stroke of fate is so strong. You just jack as much as you possibly can.
Oops. I took that. As we keep on moving forward, we're going to see if we do actually get to see the Grimstroke here. You talk about kind of enabling chase potential on the side of 5-men to enable the Doom more. Is there anything in particular that you want to see, Lacoste?
Was that a pun? Doom more? They already have Doom? It was not.
I don't
You're
think
just
that's
too
the
sleepy.
definition of a pun either.
Well, I mean,
that would be called a brain aneurysm. all my words just melting together.
More?
Doom more.
Back to the draft. They definitely need some kind of a lockdown. Na'Vi banning out Dead Prophet, which would fit in 5-men.
Yeah. But
very nicely. They have, something that kills the towers. They have a silence. They have a hero that deals well with the Dead Prophet. They ban Alchemist. Interesting. So they were afraid that the Na'Vi run this hero before, and they did extremely well, if I remember correctly. Like, having Alchemist in the team just messes up with the enemy timings. He comes online way too fast. Also, I remember they lost one of those games with Alchemist, and it looked awful.
Yeah, he was actually not good. I think
Yeah, he got cliffed. Yeah, I remember that one.
That the like 20-minute Radiance game. That was rough stuff.
Yeah.
Rough stuff for him. But yeah, Rich, you were talking about like getting momentum and getting on top of them. That's what we've seen from most of our teams that are successful against Oracle. They always have somebody that can have some way of easily piercing that backline and taking out Oracle first. I mean, this hero has just been single-handedly saving so many of these chaotic team fights in this patch so far. So right now they are a very slow team. We could use somebody that's a blink and slam kind of guy in there.
I see Arcord and Ben. First thing that comes to my mind, Terrorblade, Drow Ranger. These are the heroes that don't really like to play into it. And the 5-man, I mean, Ace, he's extremely good at the hero. Yesterday, in one of those games, like he just fought back, the game ended, and it was kind of, what's going on?
So I didn't realize that you could actually pick a ranged creep.
Yeah, it's true. Look, there's one right now, but I can't. Yeah. Take over. Look.
Yeah, well, I will say, so there are a lot of interesting things happening here. Bloodseeker, something that we talked about a whole bunch, that coming back into the meta. But I feel like Death Prophet has been something that we've needed to pay more and more attention to, especially like late in the draft. You see it get locked in. But why not give 5-men the ability to DP here?
I mean, you always need to be careful about DP, especially when you're playing against 5-men, where, you know, there's... They can run it in different positions. They can run it in position 1, position 2, possibly. All right.
What hero is that? Hello? Who are you?
Gorgon.
Gorgon. That has been a very long time since I've seen that one. Have you been seeing Deuces?
Navi ran Medusa against Hellraisers yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well, Deuce is an interesting pick here. They still are kind of locking down that hard stun. Tiny is great, but as we've seen so many times from Tiny before, he's got to get a good start. Like, he's got to be able to get that blink and really do those rotations to be able to make stuff happen. Who in these fights is killing Oracle, is my question. I mean, you got to get on top of the guy. You don't want to use a Doom on him, for God's sakes. Tiny has to get ahead, but I don't know. If it goes long enough now, they've got a real big problem. Scotty coming out would be pretty good here.
These heroes are very flexible on 5-man, where they have Tiny, who can be ran at mid, off lane, position 4. Same goes for Medusa, mid, or the safe lane. We even see Doom most of the time lately, just being played at the mid lane. So everything's still opened up for them. On the other side, Bloodseeker and Vindranger. This is something that Team Secret ran, and it's extremely good combo. Like, these two heroes, you have a guaranteed lockdown, shackle shot into his W.
A guaranteed lockdown, you
I mean, if you're
guaranteed.
good. Guaranteed if you're
He
good.
says.
Sorry about that one. I mean, it's a stun, you know.
Is it? Is it a stun, or is it a bait? Is it a stun, Lacoste?
What happened with you and Wind Ranger?
What happened with Wind Ranger's win rate over the course of the entirety of Dota 2's existence? Not much. Still below 50%, as it always has been.
Petition to rename her to Lose Ranger.
You ever go... What's your favorite casino game to play, Rich?
It's between Blackjack. Jeez, I am actually having a brain aneurysm.
Right.
Blackjack and craps.
Yes, yes. Why is that, though?
Because I like to lose when I play blackjack, and I like to win when I play craps.
That's right. You have to measure the.
You have to balance it out, right? Winning is not fun if you only win. Losing is not fun if you only lose. You need a little bit of both. That's why Wind Ranger's so essential.
No.
It balances out the Dota universe. I believe in the lore. Aghanim once said, there cannot be...
Up right now. No, Rich, you like craps because it gives you the most control. It gives you the house has least of a chance. Wind Ranger's roulette. You think it's 50-50. It's black or red. But no, there's always the green.
Yeah. Yep.
There's
Actually
always
is a green.
Yes. There's always the chance to miss that shackle. There's no black and red. It tricks you, Rich. You're a craps man. You know, you're revenge.
When I say I'm a craps man, I have a story about that movie that I can't tell on the panel.
So we do have that Drow Ranger ban, as Lacoste was talking about. Terrorblade, however, still seems to be in the pool. Interesting. Last pick, Ruby Tuesday. Hello. Okay. This is an issue. Still, I mean, who is getting on top of these heroes, Lacoste? Are they just going for full late game, or what's the deal here? I'm too dumb.
You just want to see someone kill the Oracle. That's it. Like, just take him out first, no matter what.
It's very important. If you don't kill Oracle in this fight,
it is,
you
but
got
they
a
have a
problem.
lot of sustain on this lineup.
Sure.
There's no burst damage, so they can't really kill Medusa. Medusa's not threatened by these 4 heroes, so they need some kind of a possibly mana burn hero that deals well with Medusa.
Why they banned Animage.
Phantom Lancer in the pool, even though I don't think Phantom Lancer is a top tier carry at the moment. Their AoE damage is kind of limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, PL's had a tough tournament for sure.
It depends. The only thing, again, that I see PL's winning against is Timbersaw. People pick that Timbersaw thinking that they'll be able to tear him down, and then they usually rush first item Diffusal, and then it's a walk and creep. So I think almost every PL game that we've seen so far, there's been an enemy Timbersaw in it. So anyway, they're going to go for the Terrorblade as expected. We thought it'd be either Terrorblade or Drow. And the question is, though, you got these 2 big Scotty boys. Who's going to win that fight?
Who's going to get it first? That's the question.
The race to Scotty.
Eye of Scotty just completely ruins range heroes.
These odds are about as even as we've seen them, which makes this all the more interesting. On EGB.com, it looks like they're just about even, just a few small points off, making it slightly in favor of Na'Vi. But I want to talk about the Bloodseeker just a little bit more before I get your overall opinion on how these teams are going to win, guys.
Yeah.
I feel like the Bloodseeker, the second that we saw the changes, the second that we saw the patch notes, it was really fogged. He was like, I think Blood
Garbage.
is insane. Now we start to see it a lot. Some teams it has looked like a fistful of hot garbage. Other teams it's looked absolutely incredible. What's your take on this hero right now, especially once you are able to pair it up with things like the Wind Ranger?
When I first saw the hero and the changes, I was like, yeah, this hero is not usable. He needs a complete rework, and then someone shows you that this hero is actually viable. I don't think it's a good Bloodseeker game. He does not have that one hero that he wants to kill, especially against Medusa. She's just gonna stand her ground. That's what she does. Like, you use Rupture on her, she uses Stone Gaze. That's pretty much it. Doesn't care too much about it. But for the laning stage, it's extremely strong lane. Me and Fog played it the other day a couple of times, Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger. Like, you just completely zone them out. The amount of magical damage you do in this lane, and Pure, of course, is just too much for sustain.
And I think Slack's already said it. One of the big things we're going to be looking for is whether or not they're going to be able to get on top of the Oracle on the side of 5 men. Will 5 men be able to get on top of them? We're going to find out right now.
Natus Vincere. Five men. Fight!
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first cast of the day. That's when we have that slow start. You know, we're just waking up, but an exciting match to start things off. Na'Vi versus 5 men. I think this is going to be pretty good, Lizard.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the better matches here in the Divine League, right?
Are you implying that there are worse matches?
No, I respect every team that's in the Divine League the same, unlike some other casters that I have seen work over here.
Yourself. Yeah, how dare you talk about Slacks like that? It is honestly. All right, guys, let's get into it, shall we? As we have a Medusa lineup. The second time that Na'Vi has, that we've seen a Medusa in these last 2 days. Na'Vi was actually the ones to take the Medusa just yesterday, and they did it in a very similar situation, Lizard. They picked it up against the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty decent Medusa game overall. One hero that I really want to talk about even more, however, is the last pick from 5 men. I think this is a really good Rubik game. Bloodseeker, like they mentioned, is really strong. Anything you steal from him, especially this Blood Rite, is so good on Rubik.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
Oh, okay. So we're actually going to be having side lane Medusa, mid Tiny. Oh, of course, because we have the Tiny. Forgot that we are actually. I lost track of our cores. So Chessie's going to be playing that mid lane matchup against the Ember Spirit, which I presume, like, I think this. I don't know how you feel about Bloodseeker right now, Lizard, but I've been thoroughly unimpressed. It only looks good, in my opinion, when it's a really good Bloodseeker game. And that was kind of like the first time we saw it, it ended up being matched up against Oracle Huskar 2 times in a row.
Yep.
It looked really good, and everybody's like, oh, sick, this Bloodseeker hero, fantastic. But ever since then, I haven't seen another, like, good Bloodseeker game, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I feel like it's just not being picked up in the right areas.
I agree with you completely, but I still think that this Blood Rage in most of those games wasn't really utilized as well as it could have been. And overall, I think the hero has really high potential. Just the amount of buffs that he brings to the table with Blood Rage plus Veil build is really sick.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the hero itself won't do a lot, but it will empower one core to be that incredible damage dealer.
Sure. And then maybe the sum of what we're talking about is just the inherent problem of having Bloodseeker as the offlaner, right?
Yep.
You're just naturally not going to get that very late into the draft, so therefore you don't necessarily know what your laning matchups are a lot of times. Here we're going to see the Medusa put in the side lane against it, which I assume is going to be fine. Medusa always does pretty well against melee heroes, and also probably isn't going to be taking a whole lot of damage and getting those thirst levels over to the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that lane should be overall good for 5 men. I'm not sure how he will do in the CS department once you get a raid band or 2 on Bloodseeker or whatever he opts to go for first.
Okay, maybe we spoke too soon, as Posh is just laying into Ace right now, and he may not die, but he's going to be really low on mana now.
Yeah, that can only happen if you're too aggressive on Radiant. Like that Medusa Ace was there to try and pressure Immersion. That's why he got so low.
Is he actually going to die here? They're going to be able to just run him down to first blood. Okay, take back everything we said. I don't know how that happened.
Who are these garbage casters? Throw them out, please. Get
Seriously, what happened? Like, we left the lane. We see Medusa, full mana, full health. Come back, and all of a sudden Bloodseeker's just fearlessly chasing her down. She's got no mana left.
Okay, so there are some lanes that you expect a team to win. But if that team is too aggressive, they can obviously get punished if they don't land the kill. They try to land a kill on Immersion there on the Wind Ranger, and I can't blame them because they do have heroes that do that well, but then they just got punished afterwards. They were out of position.
Yeah, that reminds me of, we saw like a Drow Ranger versus Void Spirit matchup that didn't go so well, and I was like, man, I thought that was going to go well. Then we see it another time, and it ends up going fine. Chessie, Fairy Fire will save his life. Young G has a healing salve coming in from the courier, so they're both going to be okay here.
Chessie has a couple of mangoes to pop as well. Pylite Eye, you can see he goes with the enchant on this lane. It's actually pretty solid. You can you take off Blood Rage? I suppose you can, but most importantly in this lane, it's the Wind Run from Wind Ranger. You can dispel it, and Immersion can't really trade hits as easily as he usually would like to on this hero.
Right, right. Maybe this just comes down to the strength of this lane as a duo, just period, right? Wind Ranger, Bloodseeker, we saw before. This was like the second combo I think we saw with the Bloodseeker. The first one was Bloodseeker Tiny. It looks quite nice, where you've just got this like really high amount of damage that comes in from the Wind Ranger, constant harassment, a shackle shot sets up a Blood Right perfectly. A lot of good things that happen here.
Yeah, this lane we didn't really touch upon at all. I actually like the Oracle versus Rubik quite a bit for Oracle. Just because of the Fade Bolt, if nothing else. You can always dispel it from your core and he won't suffer from that minus damage to when it comes to farming, that is.
Yeah, and you're one of the few fight positions, once you get to like level 3, that can actually go toe-to-toe with the Rubik and when it just comes to burst damage, right? Rubik usually trades really well with people because he's like, Fade Bolt, right-click, right-click, right-click. Ooh, they're getting aggressive on Crystallize. He pops the meta, tossing him back into Zibe here. It's going to be a close call, but it's looking like Zibe's going to go down first because of the Oracle.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. That's the level 3 Oracle. And when you said Oracle is the best when it comes to that. Oh, Enchantress.
Not going to be heal him up enough, Pasha.
Look,
think they too. Nice deny. Okay, well done.
Whenever you look at Navi's lineup, you have to understand that Pasha is who they built this whole team around as players. And when it comes to drafts, I think it's really important for them to enable him, and so far they did that.
There
Nice
it is.
stun.
Shackle shot into the blood right. The Centaur gets in the way of things, but still a hefty amount of damage done there. Maybe part of it, maybe the Bloodseeker's just able to deal with the Mystic Snake a lot better than anticipated. You know, if he just doesn't take enough damage that he's able... That's always the problem with Bloodseeker, right? You have to threaten him enough that he has to back away from the creep wave. Otherwise, he's not, you know, like, he's constantly going to be healing up, especially with Blood Rage now just giving you free health.
And you can't do it on this lane, right? It's
Yeah.
fine. This is it. The Raid Band, Ring of Protection. Naturally, this hero has a lot of armor. And when he buys even more, it's not like Ace is going to be able to harass him constantly. You can try, but he'll just heal, like you said.
Jesse waits for the Fate's Edict to calm down there, but didn't have enough damage to be able to bring down Ilias. Pylai Die coming in with a haste rune. Not much he could do.
Should be careful here.
Yeah, his haste is going to run out here in a second. And Young G is going to have to, like, it's going to be too long of a chase, right?
You can't even use Flame there, right?
Yeah.
He has that enchant. He'll slow you, he'll dispel it. Yeah, just go back to the lane.
Yeah, this Enchantress has a lot of good things, right? There's so many good dispels here, and then on top of that, you get the Terrorblade illusion as well.
She has a lot of good things. At the same time, there's a lot of burst coming from Navi. And at one point, this Wind Ranger can just solo you with her ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Because she doesn't care about untouchable, so... Pylai Die early on will have a very easy game. Later on, it can get a little bit rough.
We're seeing a lot of teams do this right now. The Siege Wagon push into the mid lane, trying to make a heavy rotation, sometimes just one support or two, and other times we see like safe lane cores rotating over even just to ensure a good hefty amount of damage. Chessie, though, got to be careful not overextending himself because Na'Vi certainly are going to defend this tower as they're no novices to this. They've done it themselves a few times, and you could see 5 heroes.
5 heroes, yeah. That's a lot of heroes committed, however. That's everything you have when it comes to Na'Vi. That means Doom is free farming and pressuring your top tier 1. Luckily enough for them, Medusa, yeah, he's farming, but he wasn't able to really threaten the tower or clip it a little bit at least. Top, however, it's gone.
Yep. So I thought for a second maybe they were going to use the meta to try and threaten mid tower to like force rotations over, but instead, our Terrorblade just focusing on his own farm right now. Probably wanted out of that top lane anyway, as the Doom was going to be picking up his level 6 quite soon.
I wouldn't mind if that happened, but at the same time, when you're thinking about the grand scheme, you're still investing 5 heroes on the same lane for a prolonged period of time, and you might not even get that tower. So it's better for TB to just go back and farm.
Sure. And, we've got some Veils being picked up here. Bloodseeker and like both of our offlaners, Doom and Bloodseeker.
Wait, did Doom buy Veil?
I thought so. And I was like a little bit taken aback. Maybe I missaw it though. Can we see Doom? Oh yeah. I don't,
Something's flying
Something's
to
flying
him.
out on the
It's drums or Veil.
Yeah,
One
like
or
everybody
the
goes
other.
drums,
Yeah.
so I was like, oh, that's a little weird. Maybe I just need
So
glasses.
after the drums have been nerfed, no one really knows which item to buy at that slot, right?
Yeah, you're missing 2 extra stats. It's like still good item. It's just individually it feels a little worse, right? Team fight wise, it's great. Pull back here with the telekinesis. Pasha is probably going to be dying here as Ilias doesn't have his level 6. In fact, Ilias, who had already used his Fate's Edict to try and help the Bloodseeker, just gets run down by the Doom pretty easily. And they're going to get the mid tower here. 5 men. They're getting a lot of early objectives.
And it's confirmed. It's Veil, by the way, on the Doom. And I like this quite a lot. When you think about Doom, like, he benefits quite a bit from that item. It's pretty solid.
Nice rotation. I like that. Just moving into the triangle, and then as a result, they get the Ember Spirit kill, but I feel like that was more just to like kind of take over that ancient area, see if the TB's around here, push him out, make sure he's not getting farmed.
That ward as well is so important for them. When you think about it, you have this Tiny. He will have a very early dagger. He's been mid, right? He should have it at least. And once he gets that, he can solo the TB even if TB is like on 60% HP. One jump with the full maxed out nuke, you get that TB. He has high armor, but not a lot of HP.
Free Bloodright Steel. Misery, though, is going to be ruptured up here, standing inside of his own Bloodright. The Ember Spirit's going to commit for the kill, though, and don't think there's anything they could do to stop this on the other side of things, though. Tiny, I think he tried to get aggressive a little bit, but couldn't do enough damage. Zibe's going to be cutting over here. Doesn't get hit by the Bloodright, though, so he's good. 4 heroes here from Na'Vi, but a 3,000 net worth lead, and on top of that, I think one of my favorite things about Medusa Lizard, it is one of those very, very strong, BSJ may hate me for this, but dead lane heroes in the idea that it is a hero that you plant in a lane and you don't feel good about rotating into it, right? Lifestealers, Juggernauts, Medusas. You don't feel the greatest about trying to get that gank in order to open up that tower. And rotation from Chessie here is going to be able to find Pasha. And it's a freebie.
Yeah, that's why this tier 1 on the bottom lane is still standing. Not only because of that, because if you think about Na'Vi and how this draft is supposed to work at the moment, it's mostly about getting pickoffs and kills. You don't really have any tower-taking capabilities. Terrorblade, he needs to join if you want to take an objective, which is a little bit problematic for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah.
I like this Veil overall on Doom. The only problem is also the movement speed, right? Drums are pretty good when it comes to that.
Yeah. 5 men trying to protect old Chessie here is just going to get gone on, and nobody's around, that's fine, I think.
Trying to protect by running back deeper.
Yeah, I just watched the people on the jungle and everybody's like, never mind, Chessie.
Yeah, Chessie is the only one that has been on the receiving end of these Na'Vi pickoffs, right? Like on the mid lane, but he's also the one that's playing the deepest on the map, in those zones, the red zones I call them, the ones that are the most difficult to play in. However, I would like to see 5-man give him some safer space, just so he can finish off that dagger.
Yeah.
Once he finishes that dagger, it's much easier for him to play wherever he wants to.
So they finally do get their first tower on the side of Na'Vi. They take that safe lane, which, you kind of expect to see eventually. Teams are just going to eventually give that up, even if they protect it initially. And this coincides with the Medusa completing that Midas. So she was just kind of like, guys, I almost have my Midas. I don't want to fight right now. This item timing's really important.
Yeah, even if we defend, there's that 20% chance I die defending. That delays the Midas for a minute and a half. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and all important, right? Up against a Terrorblade, who very likely is going to pick up speed and stay ahead of you because it's an illusion hero. It's very hard to keep up with an illusion hero when it comes to net worth. But if you're on an even net worth, Medusa's going to feel really good in a one-on-one matchup.
It's a funny matchup overall, historically. DB versus Medusa. It has changed a lot throughout the years, so that would have shackled me. If I was eBay, it would shackle some tree around, or it would shackle the bloody outpost, I swear.
Sounds like some regular Dota excuses. To make up for the lack of drums mobility, our Doom's just going to be trying to get the Blink Dagger as quick as possible after the Veil, which allow him to get those good initiations onto Ember Spirit or the TB. One problem he has to worry about, though, and I always hate this about Doom versus Oracle matchup, is that you feel like you're so countered by that hero that sometimes you have to doom the Oracle at the start of a fight instead. And that's just, dooming a 5 position.
And now when you get 2 Blink Daggers on the side of 5 men, you'll also work with Tiny, so you will communicate in these team fights. One of you jumps the Oracle, the other jumps the target that's necessary.
Right.
That's a core that's necessary to take down, and I think you can work around it, but Oracle, yeah, definitely, I agree, is a little bit hard to play against as Doom.
And did we talk about Enchantress versus Oracle, too? Those dispels are really strong, right? We got Fate's Edict as well as Purifying Flames. You can take down the healing aspect. Even when he pops his ultimate on somebody, you could take away that healing, which results in a significant amount of loss.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like that's why something like a Shadow Demon, even though it's countered in the lane, is considered one of the better heroes versus Oracle later on as the game progresses. But so far, so good, I would say, for both of these teams. They're playing like the way they would like to. I don't think Na'Vi could have expected, okay, maybe a little bit of a better laning stage, but you really don't have tower-taking capabilities, so getting that one tier 1 for now is good enough. I'm just not sure how this TB versus Medusa will pan out soon. Let's see.
Jesse, because he was silenced, didn't feel comfortable even with his allies behind him.
Yeah, but Pasha is the one going for mech, for Greaves even.
Yeah, we've I'm always kind of curious here because it just seems like everyone with this Bloodseeker, they go the Veil, and I've been trying to think, like, is there other offensive options for a Bloodseeker past that? Because then everyone just goes Greaves afterwards. Everyone just goes normal, like, off-lane sort of sustain items.
Yeah, when you think about what you're supposed to be doing as the offlaner overall in the game, right? And what your role in this game is, it's pretty much full utility. So why not go full utility when it comes to the item build as well? Something like a Yule's, I suspect wouldn't be that bad if your team is lacking lockdown. But Navi, you have a couple of routes, if nothing else, and the shackle shot should be good enough.
I'd be curious to see if anybody will try rushing the Aghanim Scepter faster after you get Veil. It seems like everyone gets it as a third item. Ace is going to get off the Stone Gaze here, but he is in big time trouble. He does have enough mana to be able to TP home, and they are out of disables. So that is a pretty big smoke gank that goes awry here for Na'Vi, but Young G's not going to give up just yet. Misses out on the catch there onto Misery, which would have led into the Blood Right. Instead, he misses the kill, and Chessie strikes, able to get Ilias crystallized, cutting through behind the tower here. Misery looks to be able to jump away, but didn't jump fast enough. He had stolen the remnants. The toss back, though, onto Crystallize into the Doom. Now, with the meta, he can still fight back here, but he's going to be taking so much damage. Without the Oracle to be able to bail him out, he will eventually die. Pasha, who tried to go for the deny, is now going to be up next on the chopping block. Fortunately, he's fast enough that he just goes the other direction. And 5 men who are looking for the kills onto Na'Vi weren't able to get it. 6,000 net worth lead, but very even odds here on the EGB.
Yeah, so I was talking, just before that smoke happened, I was talking about the disables that Na'Vi have got. Yeah, you do have some, but they're all telegraphed, and because of that, Medusa finds it simple to just use her ulti and get out. That's a problem that I really do see again with Na'Vi's drafts. You don't have those instant disables. You don't have Rubik Lift, right? You don't have a fissure, nothing like that. Tiny jumping in and comboing you down. That can be very problematic when you're doing these kind of plays. I think they need to... It's hard to say. It looks like they need to just fight around objectives and take objectives, but at the same time they don't have objective-taking heroes besides Terrorblade, so it's a difficult draft to execute overall.
And Terrorblade, like you're talking about, like Terrorblade is such a commitment, right? To going for a tower, and then you could just as easily be rebuked by this Medusa kind of standing in front of the tower going, okay, try and go through me, see what happens. So it definitely feels like Na'Vi, which is why they tried to make this big smoke gank, right? They kill the Medusa, they pop the meta, they can easily take that tower. But because it was drawn out, they didn't kill the Medusa, then things get bad.
I have to say as well, I like that Zibe in the end didn't go for the blink, but went for the BKB. When you have a hero that's going to initiate for you, such as Tiny, sometimes the blink is just redundant. You don't really need it. You're so fast as Doom because of Scorched Earth and Phase Boots. Yeah, he doesn't have drums here, but you're almost maxed out anyway.
Can we check out the talent? That's not the movement speed talent, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
he didn't take it.
What is the other one?
+3 Doom seconds, I think.
Okay.
+3 seconds of Doom.
Yeah. It's funny. I thought, like, what I really love about Doom right now is, compared to the previous patch, you can get both the Scorched Earth talents. And I think that feels so strong.
But the thing is, that's how... 2 seconds, actually, not 3. Interesting. Damn, I was sure it was 3. Whatever.
It might have been, yeah. I think it actually was maybe a level 15 talent when it was 3 seconds or something.
It could be that. In any case, like you said, the 2 Scorched Earth talents are really good. At the same time, the talents on the opposite sides of those talents are also really nice. Doom is one of those heroes that's kind of spoiled when it comes to talents, because your level 15 talent on the other side of the Scorched Earth talent is gold, GPM, 120 on your Devour.
It's pretty big.
It's pretty big. If you're having a bad game, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You just go for that.
Yeah, it all just kind of depends on, like, yeah, you're right. There is a wealth of options available for Doom, because he can decide if he wants to be more of a mid-game threat with the double Scorched Earth talents, or if he wants to be more of, like, build into sort of a late-game Doom, which the Devour bonus gold really helps out in that. Or if you're having a bad game and you need to recover, plenty of options here. And it feels like Na'Vi don't really have a whole lot of options right now. Down 7,000 net worth to 5 men, and mostly just playing for farm on the Terrorblade. That's about it. They haven't really been able to crack 5 men just yet and really take some important objectives like that mid tower.
I hate to agree with Slacks, but the immersion on this Wind Ranger right now feels like a range creep with a vessel. Give this range creep a vessel and he's gonna do as much as immersion at the moment. Like okay, I'm being a little bit too harsh on him, definitely, but he needs this blink. It's not that he needs it, his team needs him to have this blink, because it's only the Ember that's able to get him front and just chain someone, but that's not gonna stop a Medusa from using her ulti.
Yep.
That's not gonna stop a Doom from BKBing, Tiny from comboing you down. They need that link as soon as possible.
And it definitely feels like a primary reason why 5 men were able to gain so much ground is that they did have that mid laner who was able to pick up a Blink Dagger and have like very clear kill opportunities on most of Na'Vi. He opens up a few kills, they start taking some objectives, they get more map control. That just kind of leads to a net worth advantage here. But Na'Vi still doing, I think one of the important things here is the camp stacked. When you're in this position where you can't break objectives, we saw Liquid do very well in that regard, where they just kind of like hold up on their side and stacked and stacked.
They just always stacked.
Yeah.
Like, that's a team that, if there's a thing that needs to be studied in the game, they will study it. They will get it done, you know? Like how a team stacks, where a team wards, all these nerd things, they're gonna nail them. Like Chessie nailing the,
Yeah,
that initiation.
That range creep got. Blink Dagger now for Zippe. So not only does he have the follow through, that's what I love about BKB. It gives you the follow through, right? You doom somebody and you pop your BKB, you doom somebody, and you can actually feel confident you can run them down. Yeah. Whereas without that, maybe sometimes you get disabled, there's too much magic damage or something.
Exactly, that's what BKB really allows you to do. You don't. There are items that are good, other items that are good for Doom, but after BKB, like that BKB as the second item is almost always the best choice. Blink, BKB, or BKB Blink.
Now, one thing about this is a very much all-in single-core lineup for Na'Vi, I think. With the Blood Rage amp on a TB with an Oracle behind it, they are making this TB, sure, he's 3,000 net worth behind the Medusa, but with the abilities behind him, he may actually be much scarier than the Medusa at this point, as he just picked up the Heaven's Halberd, and now they're going to take a 4 versus 5 after a pick-off on Pi.
That's actually all great, but when you're playing a single core versus, let's call it a single core versus Zibbe's Doom, it can be problematic.
Yeah, certainly. Zibbe, he's going to be ruptured up, so Pasha does a good job canceling hit, but Chessie tossed back once again onto the Terrorblade, trying to get him out of position. Instantly, Ilias is there with a save, but he's taking so much. He's not going to be getting out of here alive. And yeah, I mean, you said the Doom, well, he got countered by the Rupture, but Chessie too. He had his eyes on the one person who matters most in this team fight.
Yeah. When you look at it, he has a blink, right, on Doom as well now. That's really good. Like when you consider that Na'Vi is all about buffing up this TB, having that blink to get on top of him now, to use that. He didn't use it in that last fight, don't get me wrong, but still, it gives you a good option.
Yeah.
Maybe a Linken's on someone on the side of Na'Vi is good. Maybe Young G is buying it. I see an ultimate orb over there already.
Dude, that is so scary. That fight went really bad for Na'Vi, right? They hit a certain timing, and they're like, okay, it's go time. Ace didn't have his MKB before.
Yep.
So now he's got MKB against some of the evasion of the Terrorblade. He's going to be pumping out way more damage than he did last team fight.
Yeah, but we're just saying... I know analysts overall don't like to harp a lot about drafts, but we're just seeing some faults in this Navi's lineup in which they weren't able to even threaten this tier 1 for 24 minutes. 24 minutes in, the tier 1 tower is still standing from Radiant. How are you gonna smoke? Where are you going even with it? You're always gonna run into one of the supports, and both of them are bad targets for you.
Yeah, I feel like they're... Watching some of these where the Immortal and Divine teams are clashing up against each other, you can see a difference in priorities that really shows what is more successful right now. I think Fly to Moon last night, Fly to Moon versus Ninjas the Pajamas was actually a good example of that, where Fly to Moon, like from my understanding of the meta right now, they had like a better idea of like what objectives were important to take, and as a result, I felt like they had more clear win conditions for both, actually almost for all 3 of their games. But
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think I was casting that with Owen, and the game that they lost, they were just too confident. They were just diving way too hard throughout the game. No disrespect to NIP, who played that team really well as well.
Yeah, they're a very good team.
Yes.
They're still in the playoffs. And did you see that Saberlight tweet? God, I thought that was godly.
Yeah, I saw
Where
it.
he calls out Toby Dotes and from Viking. He's like, all those players who thought NIP stood for not in playoffs. You know, what a fool you are, because they are technically still in playoffs. They're in the Divine Division playoffs. I thought that was godly.
Saberlight, I like his Twitter. It's
Players that are able to put out a personality like that.
Cool.
If you're playing the heel, that's one thing. If you're able to play more like what in Zania, or in that case, like with that tweet, Saberlight, more, like clowning on yourself, like, any kind of personality you put out there, people are going to be interested more in your players and more in your team.
Why do people watch Tier 1 Dota? It's not only about the godly plays. It's about the personalities as well. You see Miracle, you know about him, you've followed him, you followed all these players.
Yeah,
right?
if you're following them and you like, maybe they don't put themselves out there the best, but you do eventually get to know who they are.
Exactly. And if you're in Tier 2 team and you're not winning, people have to get to know you somehow.
Yeah.
So why not at least put your personality out there? It will make your games more interesting for everyone. And you will have more viewers, and people will take you more seriously, if nothing because of that. It's... I just think more players should do that.
Sure.
Structures are fortified.
That's why I think it was really cool when Viking GG, like, they do their like little smack talk, we're take down OG, and stuff. Like, it takes a certain, like, in a way, like, some people are gonna say that's just full of ego, but I feel like more likely you're willing to let your ego take a hit in that situation, because you're putting yourself out there to be clowned on. Preemptively, you're going to say, we're going to dumpster OG, and then you get dumpstered. Like, you know that's a possibility. People are going to be clowning on you, but it was interesting.
Okay, you might be a clown, but you'll be the most known clown in the town. It's a win-win situation for them. Come on.
Well, you know who's coming to town right now? It is the 5 men, and Ace in the front right now. They've already taken down that Tier 3. And even though they don't have the Scotty, they're like, we got this Aegis. Let's see if we can make some use to it. They kind of force Na'Vi back inside their base and say, okay, good enough.
It's not the easiest team to push high ground into, but once you have that Aegis, obviously you're not worried as much. Have to be a little bit careful, because TB will always stand behind his Raxes. You won't be able to get on top of him, toss him out. And this is an important item for Na'Vi. Young G did get that Lincolns, but I think he's just gonna pop it on Crystallize overall.
Yeah. Do you think Young G is gonna try and use that Lincoln's more on the TB? Or is he gonna be greedy and protect himself?
That's actually very interesting, because if TB has meta already up and all his illusions up, you don't really want to use it on him, right?
Yeah,
you'd rather keep it. But we saw what happened in the last fight.
Yeah. It is kind of weird. It's like, normally TB is not a hero that you think of very threatened by Doom, but in a losing team fight, him not having Sunder is devastating. Yeah. In a winning team fight, well, it doesn't make a difference. He's still just a right-clicking hero at that point. So it does come down to question of, like, does some decision-making and what you think is going to be the priority here. Na'Vi, they are going to smoke up.
Yeah, Aegis is out.
Aegis is out. This is the best opportunity they are going to have. But it comes in as some critical items are making their way to 5 men. They have the Aghanim Scepter on the Tiny, and I think the Scotty was done from the Medusa, or at least it's very close.
I think it's done, yeah. It is. It's completed.
Oh, and he got level 20. That is a big power spike for Medusa as well.
Yeah, Ace is running after Misery, trying to give him that telescope. Misery is running away, but he got it. It's also a massive item for the Rubik. Or Enchantress. Either one of these two can carry it.
Yeah.
When it comes to neutral items, it's one of the best ones for these two heroes. Plus, it's an aura, so you don't even care which one of these two carries it. It's still good.
I like this. This is very cool. from Na'Vi, setting up this trap on the high ground here in the triangle, because you don't really expect people to just kind of be sitting there. The problem is going to be is if it's the Medusa who runs up in that area, then you're probably not happy with that.
And it's not going to work because just simple elimination. If you look at the wards from Radiant, they're all on the right side.
Yep.
If no one is on the right side and no one is defending their Raxes, which are being attacked right now by the creeps, you can kind of guess where they are. You don't have to be a mathematician.
Yeah, you just kind of hole it out around your tier 1 tower. And eventually they're going to go for smoke themselves here. Pushing in that mid lane now. Na'Vi should know about this because of the Fate Bolt. They're instantly going to break the smoke and try and blink themselves away. They still managed to get the Doom onto the TB. He got the meta out, though. At the same time, the Rubik, who kind of jumped in, quickly dies. Ace, though, with his Scotty pursuing against these heroes. This TB is getting slowed down so much. They need to be able to bail him out here so the Doom can go away. And now he's going to be able to get off the Sunder, bringing the Medusa low. He still has a little bit more mana to work with. He's trying to get away with that extra movement speed. But Young G is going to be on the hunt here, looking to catch up. The Aghanim Scepter toss out from Chessie, trying to protect his Medusa. But a Blink's coming in soon, and Pasha, a low health hero, means that nice catch onto Chessie as well. They managed to stop him, and just like that, Na'Vi might still be able to turn the game around with one really big win.
Damn, good job, Na'Vi. And Zibe, you can't Doom Crystallize anymore. When you think about it, he has the Titan Sliver and the Halberd. Like, he has so much status resistance. That Doom doesn't really last long enough for it to do anything in these team fights. Overall, that was really, really greedy from 5-man, the way they engaged.
They took the tier 3 and backed, right? Did Creeps take that full lane of barracks at bottom during that fight? Like, I know it was pushing in, but like...
they did. It wasn't only Creeps. Well, it was only Creeps, but one of those Creeps was enchanted.
Oh, okay.
There was that as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you take a team fight, but you just lost your side. Oh, doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
I think you're happy that you still took that fight. I think it's good for your morale coming into the late game as well and coming into these rush fights that are about to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it proves that you can actually win a team fight. Big part of that was being able to stall out the Doom, right? TB was able to, like, he spent a good amount of Doom time already, and then those last few seconds, he was given the Oracle ultimate. The Doom faded away. He was able to get off Sunder. That second life meant that he was able to stand toe-to-toe with the Medusa and actually beat her out.
Yeah, the question now comes, do you still Doom the TB? Or do you switch your priorities? Because Doom, if you don't Doom the TB, he'll still dish out so much damage that you'll have to retreat.
Yeah.
I think the way you fight this is you try to toss him closer to you, and then you just swarm on top of him.
That has been the winning situation for 5-men in all of these fights, is that Chessie has been able to get that nice toss back on the TB after the Doom. Another thing is they could probably do a better job trying to hunt down Ilias. I think that's maybe what Misery was looking for there. They do have the dust to be able to reveal, as poor Enchantress just dies on the low ground. And now...
That Medusa spirit as well hitting so hard because of the TB. You know, this is what you said as well, that you mentioned. Yeah, you want Chessie to jump in and toss a target back. Let's just see this.
Zibe. If he didn't move very slightly there, he would have gotten shackled. Crystallize actually goes up the hill here, but a buyback coming out from the Enchantress, and Na'Vi start retreating. You could see Ace doesn't really take that much damage, stands pretty tall here, and still has the Stone Gaze to work with. So Na'Vi, this is really bad because now their meta is going to be on cooldown as Roche comes up.
Yeah, it's up in 20 seconds. This was really bad for them when you think about it. You committed the meta without getting the single kill. Well, Enchantress died before and you forced the buyback, but now Roshan is free game for 5-man.
Yeah.
You need to fight around it somehow.
TB, I mean, especially Scotty versus Scotty, right? It's going to look, your TB in melee form is going to look so bad against a Medusa in a team fight compared to that range form.
So I was about to flame the Tiny build a little bit because he went for that Aghanims.
Yeah.
Zibe. So Aghanims is really good here, don't get me wrong, but it makes you play a little bit differently.
Sure.
You don't have a BKB, so you're not really jumping in and tossing a target back. You're staying back and trying to utilize the full potential of that axe, right? And because of that, they're playing differently as a team. However, it's working out, so who cares?
No, I think that's a really good point. Like, you do change your playstyle, and that previous playstyle was working really nicely for you. AoE damage is going to come in, though. Crystallize, take it a bit. They do manage to get the Doom off on him. Ilias is behind this TB, though, so they should be perfectly fine. They can kind of reset 60 seconds until meta. Roshan is up, and it makes me kind of wonder here, what is going to be the results of this? They don't have meta,
but they don't have Doom as well.
They don't have
right?
Doom. Are you willing to take a melee versus melee TB fight against the Medusa over this Roshan?
I think it's easy for 5-men to just put the Medusa inside with Enchantress, right? And they can hit Rosh and just answer the aggression from Na'Vi, but it looks like they're just gonna run.
They're gonna chill for now, Na'Vi. You want to see inside this pit to make sure that, like you said, that the Enchantress and Medusa aren't taking it down by themselves.
Dire's courier
Beginning to get some damage onto Chessie, so this Aghanims build will look a little bit better. When it comes to the DPS output, Butterfly complete for the Medusa. Always a really big power spike in this matchup because TB.
Yeah, you don't want that MKB, do you?
No, you don't want to build MKB, so you're going to feel kind of bad about that. I almost wonder if he's at some point going to have to consider just a straight up Divine Rapier.
He actually queued up MKB. Did he? I think he queued up MKB on TB after he saw that Butterfly completed. Yeah, there it is. I won't mind him just completing the Daedalus as well, but yeah, you need that MKB, definitely.
He's doing a good job right now, constantly throwing illusions to the bottom lane to keep keep those super creeps from threatening the tier 4s.
It's annoying though. It's so annoying to have to deal with that lane. And considering you didn't even fight to defend it, well, you did, but the creeps got it in the end.
TB, the meta's up, and they just waltz right in, and 5 men?
Are they going to react to this?
I mean, they may react, but it may be too slow. Chessie, he's going to chuck the tree in there. They see it now, but Roshan, it's almost dead. They got to get inside the pit fast if you want to stop this. The Aghanim Scepter is going to rain some damage in, but they actually do manage to get the kill onto Roshan there, but obviously the important thing, the Aegis picked up, and Zibe's already taken so much damage from the Rupture. He doesn't have Doom for another 12 seconds. The Shiva goes out, and the Everspear is dead. Even if they have the Aegis, all the other cores on the side are dead, and Zibe, he just walks away. He has the Stone Gaze up, crystallized, couldn't finish him off. He's going to get off the Sunder, and yeah, he's got plenty of lives to work with, but you can see 5 men. Instead, they just took down the other cores and left the TB by himself.
Hey, they bought back the Ember as well.
Yeah.
Ember bought back for that. For what?
Why? I think he thought that 5 men was going to like keep going. He was like, oh God, I mean, we need to take this fight.
Yeah, I can respect that because they still have had Doom, right? So they could possibly pursue, even with Doom being so low, you still could go for a hunt. But it's so hard when you're playing Drow, Medusa, TB kind of drafts. Who's got the high ground really benefits so much, because it's so difficult for TB to stay on the low ground and hit anyone there because you don't have vision, if nothing else. Let's not talk about the mischance.
Yeah.
And the Doom, Zibe just surviving for such a long time. He's such a beast. You can't take him down. 2.6k HP, Shiva's, Halberd, BKB. If you go on him, you have to commit everything.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's that part of the game.
Yep, Ace from the low ground is just going to be able to take that tier 3. And while they do have a DD on Crystallize, Enchant can easily take that away from you, and you still have the problem of your melee hero against the Medusa. And hell, I mean, not just the Medusa, but even Chessie here in this back line checking in the trees. Like, that's going to be another slow you're going to have to worry about, as you can see.
The moment he bought that Aghanims, I don't think he initiated a single fight afterwards.
Yeah.
His playstyle just is completely different now. He's sitting in the back and just tossing those trees at you. I think this game, it really comes down to where you take your fights. Like, that's so important for both of these teams.
Tier 4 items are out. Both teams going to retreat to their side of the map and try and quickly farm them up. I mean, you almost have level 25 on the Medusa. There is a monster power spike. What is it, 1,000 mana, right?
Yep.
The other one is the modifier. So, which is really good with Scotty.
800 mana.
800 mana, right.
Got hit by the percent nerfs.
Yeah.
Who took the spell Prism on the side of Navi, I wonder? When it comes to these neutral items, some of them are really big. Okay, Young G is carrying the spell Prism. The leveler, obviously, on the Medusa on the other side.
They have their MKB. They want to go for Ace here. Look at that instant Manta going out. Misery jumping in. Stole the Blood Rage here, but it looks like he's going to be caught by Crystallize. The Glimmer Cape's not going to be in time to save him. Ace already taken a decent amount of damage. The Doom goes off onto the Ember Spirit here, and jump in from Chessie. Makes the initiation on a Crystallize. Didn't have enough burst damage to really threaten him here. Zibe's just going to walk through this, take the Rupture damage, and you can see Chessie kind of covering his tracks there. But that was the first showing of this MKB from the TB, and you could see Medusa was taking some serious damage there.
They're still facing this problem on the side of 5-man that they use the Doom, but there's no follow-up afterwards. I think the biggest issue in that fight was that Rubik died, and the playstyle that Tiny is playing at the moment doesn't really complement this Doom jumping in and dooming anyone.
Yeah.
You don't have any catch, you don't have anyone to follow you up and contain the target in a spot.
Then again, at the same time, Na'Vi, I don't think they got nearly enough done with that. They had Aegis, they had Meta, and they thought to themselves, we got to do something. And OGC, they're like, I don't know if I'm really going to take this team fight. Keep my Stone Gaze in my back pocket here. We're now going to run at your base. And what are you going to do about it?
And they will have a Satanic as well. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's also pretty big. It's a game such as this one, at this point, is all about these first initiations and where you take your fights, where you choose to fight. It's so easy for 5-men to park their truck in front of your base, put this Ace even on the low ground, and he can take your Raxes and towers.
Okay.
Satanic, yeah, completed.
Did Bai have that Satanic? I almost wonder if that means they're not going to go high ground because he doesn't have buyback anymore. But honestly, like, I'm not sure exactly what Na'Vi would do if Ace just went high ground in that top lane and started hitting the melee barracks, and they don't have meta for the TB. But at this point, it seems like 5-men, they're kind of like, what they've been showing us for the last 15 minutes is they're okay with the state of the game. They feel very confident. They don't really need to make moves, it seems like. They are saying, we're good. We're just going to keep getting bigger over time here. We're comfortable in going late game against you guys, and we will naturally wait for a better advantage.
That's big as well. Crystallizes Daedalus, I think, just got assassinated in that courier.
Oh no.
So the courier was flying with the recipe of the side shop, so he won't have that recipe even if he buys Demon Edge. Yeah,
BKB for Chessie, so he might feel a little bit more comfortable getting in there with the initiation, then getting back out. He also has the Minotaur horn there as well.
Like you said, I don't think 5-men are that worried.
Yeah.
They have still room to grow. Yeah, you're playing versus a TB, but you have this Tiny as well that can finish off a couple of more items, and then suddenly that 3 toss that he's using in every fight is going to wipe your team.
Yeah, and this is why, you know, earlier I kind of referred to it as a single core lineup. Most of this is going to be off the back of the TB. The Ember Spirit and Bloodseeker just aren't going to scale quite as well. And, like, hell, even Doom, right? You can get himself an Aghanim Scepter, which is a really big late game item, especially with your level 25 talent. And Rubik, once again, Misery's going to be first one in and first one out of a team fight. They do manage to get the Rupture onto Zibe, which, again, they're just trying to retreat to this high ground, it looks like. Ace, holding onto the Stone Gaze, keeps thinking about it, finally going to pop it. And Na'Vi quickly disengaged. So, okay, we cannot fight into Stone Gaze. We got that out of him. We still have some meta to work with here. I wonder if, like, what are they going to do with this timing? Are they just going to keep farming?
They can't really do anything, can they? They can perhaps take over a little piece of the map that has been taken from them. The Dire Jungle, they can ward it up. They can prepare for the next Roshan, perhaps take that outpost. But that's it. You can't really pressure the last 2 remaining tier 2s or the high ground.
It's funny how, like, both teams very I think Na'Vi 100% loses every team fight. They try and go high ground against 5 men, even if some abilities are used or whatever because of buybacks, right? 100% they lose that fight. 5 men, I think that's another thing that's making them skittish about going high ground themselves is we can take them 5-on-5. Can we take them 5-on-5 on a low ground against buybacks so it could be 5v10 for all we know, you know?
Yeah, that's always a problem, pushing high ground and how you take it. You need a couple of pickoffs probably, or at least take that Aegis and Cheese that's coming up in 1.5 minutes. I think that's the play now. If you're Medusa, even though you have MKB, you wait for that rush, you buy the Rapier at the same time, or you buy the items and then you lock them.
Hit that critical mass period time. Chessie, again, getting hit by the Rupture, tossing away the illusion to save himself some grief. But other than that, oh, Misery jumping forward, steals win run, but they weren't able to get enough to disable to really catch Immersion. He slides away back to the base successfully. Roshan up in 50 seconds, so 5 men, you know they're not going high ground. If they weren't going to do it before, they should absolutely not do it right now.
Yeah, this is the worst. Yeah, this is the worst timing to go for high ground. Like, even if you get the pick off, it's such a bait. It's possible that it works out well, don't get me wrong, but the chance of them buying back, wiping you, and then taking Rosh are extremely high at this point in the game. Satanic also queued up by the Terrorblade. Aghanims by Ember Spirit, but he's very far away from it.
Catch him on the high ground. He was trying to deward, I think. And Immersion leads a little bit more damage. Oracle saves him just in the nick of time. Is Immersion going to receive enough heals? Looks like it probably is, but Ace is just going to continue pushing forward here. Taking down these TB illusions. The Blood Rites going out on both sides with the Rubik stealing one of them. And Ace, Heaven's Halberd, gets rid of it pretty quickly there thanks to the Satanic. Raining down some damage, trying to go for the initiation on the Doom there. Crystallize, given a brief reprieve. Chessie kind of stuck out here. The Avalanche goes out. Telekinesis pull back. This TB, he's a little bit low. The Link is trying to protect him. He gets off the Sunder just before the Doom can go out. TB, though, on a second life, instantly gets blown up by Ace. It wasn't close at all. There was just way too much damage. Zibe finds the extra kill into Ilias, and now Na'Vi. They'd use the meta, and they're still going to be forced into a buyback. I don't think 5 men, the Roshan threat, like the threat of losing a fight and losing Roshan, I don't think that's very real anymore.
Yeah, that's a buyback without the meta. So how much will he be able to do? I'm not really sure here. He had to buy back, don't get me wrong. You need to try and defend your last 2 Raxes.
Telekinesis catch. Pull back in with that Scotty. Zibe with the follow-up stun there from the Centaur stun. Suntear going out Manta and retreat. Can they actually pursue here? It's going to be up to the Ember Spirit to try and keep them from running away too far, but
is this
ultimately,
rush? Yeah. They scouted it just now with the courier, they go back. I actually thought that when they moved into that high ground fight, and when meta was popped, I thought they might even disengage. Okay guys, we popped meta, Rush is about to spawn, let's just go take it and then slowly finish off the game. But that takes a lot of discipline, and it's difficult to disengage from Na'Vi at that point.
Sure.
So they stood and fought, and they fought well. Yeah. Oracle not having that ulti really hurt Na'Vi's chances, because if you are playing the single core like we're harping on about, you need to save that false promise for him, not for the Wind Ranger, no matter how deep and how far he's been caught out.
You just want to deny the range creep. Don't try and save it. Don't heal it.
Exactly.
It's not worth it. Slex is getting so much fun out of this game. He's watching a support Wind Ranger who tanked away an Oracle ultimate that is all important for a TB. I understand exactly why Ilias did it. You know, you're just in like the split-second decision-making mode where you're just like, you see a low health hero, you throw it out there, but ultimately, like, what was Immersion able to do with that extra life?
Nothing. He had to run back.
Yeah.
If he lands some 6 shackle, then we're not talking this way. We're not talking. We're not talking about.
Speaking of 6 shackles, That is a free kill on a pylon die with very low commitment, but the telekinesis is going to put this TB up on the high ground here. That's a bit troublesome. Isn't it? Look at him, he's getting wiped apart. Sunder and the Oracle Ultimate both going off, and he rips into the Tiny, but can he deal with this damn Medusa? The permanent threat that is constantly there. Immersion does manage to get that nice shackle shot onto the Doom. They're trying to deal with some of the side lanes, but Ace gets the Stone Gaze hit onto the Ember Spirit. He got stuck in place. And as soon as that happens to any of these cores, they're gone.
Yeah, wrap it up, boys. TB does not have a buyback. Your Medusa is ready to go uphill. He doesn't even have boots. He's 7 slotted at the moment. They won't even go for rush, it looks like. There is a buyback on Ember, which you will have to use, obviously. But what can an Ember do in this situation? Not a lot, I'm afraid.
So here it is, Ace. Big tank that he is, the big turtle.
Can we say that ranged creep baited them into going on Enchantress?
Yeah, I mean, because then they got the telekinesis that pulled the TB up onto the high ground, right? It would have been a nice clean kill, but really good play by Misery to be able to pull him back, and that is just going to be them running down the tier 4s, and without a TB, again, they were kind of very much all in on this Terrorblade shackle shot. There it is! He hits the shackle!
And Enchantress is dead!
Oh my god!
Yeah.
But they'll remember that. Immersion will remember that 6 shackle he hit.
I think it's sad. I think he'd be happier if he didn't even hit that one. And it's like, okay, I just had a worst game. It can't get any worse than this.
Yeah. Throne will die no matter how much Na'Vi try and stop it here. The Stone Gaze, they can't even get that close to the Medusa. And in the end, took 51 minutes, but Slow and Steady does win the race for 5 men. Not bad at all.
Not bad, 51 minutes. I haven't seen a longer game in the Divine League or Immortal for quite some time. We didn't have way too many longer games.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if we've had a game. I'm sure we have in the Omega League that's gone past 60 minutes and we've gotten tier 5 items. I just don't remember it. But yeah, 5 men. Ultimately, what do you think? Like it just felt like they were winning for the last 30, maybe even more, 35 minutes.
There were 1 or 2 fights in which TB gets doomed and he loses that doom and just starts destroying everyone, but they would be really quick at disengaging and just not fighting the TB meta. And that all comes down to the way this Navi's draft is formed. Like you have all the components to make this TB into a beast, but you don't have anything that's going to enable him to stand up front and hit targets that are disabled because you don't have disables.
Yeah, and so in that case, like, do you feel like some of this, is there anything in the draft specifically that you would have liked to change?
Like 2 things. Your objective taking capabilities early on in the game so that you can actually pressure the map, and your reliable disables, like you had none.
Okay, well, we're going to see if our panel agrees with that analysis from Lizard, so we head back to Rich Slacks and Lacoste.
Slacks is tanking.
Slacks,
Yes.
is there something which you care to say?
What a goddamn joy to be right, so very right. What a fantastic example of how shit Wind Ranger is in a game. Now, I'm not saying Na'Vi is bad. I'm saying that it wasn't their fault they got baited into it. In that game,
Whose fault was it? Team Secret because they picked it first. Now, the tier 2 teams are starting to copy the
tricked like pub players. They see Weehaw, they see Yapsor, and they're like, "Woohoo! I can do it." It's hard and it's scary. The biggest things that we talked about before that draft, or at least I talked about, the nonsensical shit, was nobody go on Oracle. And he was doing a fantastic job keeping people alive. But what did he do in that big moment that cost them the entire game? He ulted the Wind Ranger because she was supposed to do something. Then she missed a shackle, missed a power shot, ult not available for Terrorblade, kill him, lose the game. Everyone's so concerned about the Ginger She-Devil, they'll do anything to keep her alive. Then you lose, dude. Beautiful game, beautiful series.
She's like the Venus flytrap of Dota. And people who pick her are mere flies flying into her open jaws to ultimately be devoured in the feast of defeat.
Wow. Very metaphorical in a way. Very good.
It's just a bunch of crap. Like if
Go
someone's
ahead,
actually
Lacan.
listening to it, it's just a bunch of crap.
Fine,
He's
hit
saying
me.
it slowly. But yeah, I mean, let's go back to the game. Doom had an amazing game on the top lane. Every single time at the early mid stages, he was just dooming that TB. Like, that's his target. Even though there is Oracle to save him, he cannot use the Sunder. And we can see that in this fight and pretty much every single after one. Just doom him. Sometimes simple Dota, simple executions are the easiest ones.
Bro, just out there dooming, you know?
Bro, listen, dude. Bro, you need to doom him. Okay, bro?
But we saw like that matchup. You know, both the guys got Scotty. It was that very much Terrorblade versus Medusa. But the question is, who's the supporting cast, right? You've got Tiny to be able to take some flack off Medusa. You've got Rubik to be able to slow things down. Really, they just had damage on the other team. 5 men. You've got the Terrorblade. You've got the damage. But who's out there making sure that he's not getting focused? Really, nobody.
And Dusa throughout the whole game was just staying one item ahead of TB. And the item-wise, like she had an earlier MKB, which means that TB does not want to get Butterfly. Also, evasion from Heaven's Halberd is not going to be that effective. And overall game plan from 5 men, getting the Roche. Even though they lost the second Roche, they still managed to get on top. I mean, when you think about Dota, is what do you do? How do you siege high ground? What's our goal after you picked your heroes? Like, for 5 men, it's pretty simple. You know, we're gonna doom TB. Our Medusa's gonna get farmed. We're gonna make some stacks, and sometimes Dota is an easy game. Rich, I need to teach you.
Yeah, sometimes easy, sometimes not too
Yeah,
easy, but I feel like we're
50-50.
hearing the 50-50. We're hearing from pretty much every single person who's covered this game. The main idea, it's like, yeah, it's great, you have a TB, but where are the people in the wings who are going to make sure that the entire show doesn't fall apart for him? And I think that that's something that we're going to be looking towards when we actually jump into the second game, into the second draft. Is there anything else that is jumping off the page to you completely? Because I know we've hit a lot of the big ideas. You've already talked about that Oracle, whether or not they were going to be able to get on top of it.
Well, I'm actually, even though they won, and they won well, I'm still a little dodgy on draft here. Like, the Rubik, I don't think really was a solution to that much. Not really a lot of spells to steal, not a lot going on there. You got Bloodright is probably your top tier spell to steal in that one, so I don't know. I mean, I would like to see something a little bit more directed to solve some of those issues. And on the other side of the coin, homies lost their racks to creeps. That's probably not good. Like an entire wave lane of racks.
Yeah, that's not a good sign,
That's
you
probably
know,
not
when you
good,
lose a
bro.
tier 3 tower and there's Enchantress creep with the rest of the creeps just killing your Raxes.
Yeah.
Your map awareness is, you know, kind of shitty if that happens.
But I mean, obviously they were on a team fight, but the thing that's bad about that is that they weren't all dead. It was like a team fight was happening while creeps were taking their entire racks. And one dude surely can go back and stop that from happening. So a little map awareness problems, but both teams, I think, have a little bit of room to improve on that one. Just a weird Rubik pick at the
By
end.
looking at the draft, I'd still say Navi's draft is extremely strong. It's just a matchup against some of the certain heroes where you have TB into Doom. Like, you know that's going to be his primary target. Medusa also farms more, had a better start, so that means that she's going to have one extra item, and her talents are much, much better, in my opinion, than TB's when they're matched against each other, where you have Medusa hitting level 25, she gets the Scotty, new Scotty is pretty much busted, and then you have AoE Scotty on 5 heroes. Like,
I mean, that
everyone's
was-
just slow down. How are you going to fight into this?
That last fight was hilarious. Dusa literally just parked her car right in the middle of the entire team fight, was like, bye! Everyone trying to run for their lives.
Yeah, it was definitely fun to watch, but I think it is great when you actually do look back on that game and you're like, hey, look, even though 5 men won, there are definitely some things to tighten up on their end as well. We can look at the draft, both of these teams. We want to see it play out very different. I think you guys have gone back to the nuts and bolts that you'd like to see change.
See that 64% from Twitch chat? Those goddamn Wind Ranger players every time. Arcana coming! This is the one, boys! Yes.
It's sorry to correct you here. I hate to ever correct my panelists. It's Ayaya.
Ayaya?
Ayaya.
Is that from something?
Ayaya.
What is that from, Rich?
Ayaya.
Okay.
Do you actually want to know?
Yeah.
E2. Yeah.
Yeah, what is that? What are you saying?
Okay, I'll show you a video. after
Demonic
this.
summoning
I will
ritual?
show you where it's from. I'll show you
Right.
where it's from.
Thank you.
It is something that must be seen and not spoken
Oh
of.
my God.
Sounds like anime.
Yes.
I hate that we always end up falling into this. It came up in my stream last night. It was like, man, slacks with the Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Dude was twisted. Somebody literally said that. I VIP'd them in my chat.
Dude was twisted?
He said, dude was twisted. You twisted. You twisted. Yu-Gi-Oh is
Are you
fantastic.
okay?
Yu-Gi-Oh is a fantastic show. The anime slander that happens on the panel over and over again, especially when I'm not here, is absolutely ridiculous.
It is. But, we just feel so safe. I mean, we go outside. We know that anime fans can't attack us out there. We go to our lives. We know that anime fans can't attack us out there. I mean, really, the only place that we're vulnerable to anime fans getting us is, nowhere, because we don't go on the forums or, we actually...
We're pretty safe.
Yeah, we do things. I mean, if anime fans were functioning members of society, God, good blazes, I wouldn't make fun of them, but we're very lucky.
Were you a Yu-Gi-Oh fan or a Pokemon fan? Wrong. You can be fan of both of those. You don't have to
Good.
choose side.
Look,
Good.
now here's the thing.
Wrong. And that is the greatest debate style I've ever seen. You didn't even wait for an answer. Yu-Gi-Oh
You should become
or
a public official. That was
Wrong!
fantastic.
what if I agreed with you?
You definitely would not agree with me.
Look
Like,
at it
are you a
this way.
Harry Potter or a Lord fan? Like,
Do you remember?
I
You remember
watched
Eve?
both.
Remember Eve?
Eve Online?
Yeah. Nobody really talked about whether or not they played Eve.
Sure.
Eve Pokemon?
No.
Dude, that would be sick.
that. Now here's the thing. Nobody really talked about it.
Sure.
The people who talk about being anime fans are simply trying to become part
see.
of the anime leadership that actually runs the entirety of the world.
I mean, Rich, I gotta hand it to you. You are, without a doubt, one of my most impressed. I look up to you a lot because I've seen so many lives destroyed by World of Warcraft, by anime, by, just general debauchery and overuse of, so many things. You seem to somehow, like on The Simpsons, like so many vices are trying to get through a door to ruin your life. They're all stopping each other in some incredible way. WoW hasn't killed you. Syphilis hasn't killed you. Anime hasn't killed you. It's incredible.
The syphilis has made it very hard to focus on this panel. No, it's because I'm actually a robot.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even a man.
A Terminator.
Yes. No. In all seriousness, I just haven't paid attention to a single thing in my life. And I'm like a shark of
You
speed.
forgot to wear your underwear in the morning.
It's true.
You're really not paying attention to anything.
Showed up, I had pants on. That's about as far as I needed to go. That is not what we need to see in a game of Dota, though. They need
True.
to take it to the next level. They need to make sure they're checking all their boxes. They need to make sure that they brought their underwear to the party.
That is absolutely true. And I suppose that's our transition back. Is that it? Fantastic. So in the next game, I think that we probably will see a game 3. I think that these guys have the capability to come back. Honestly, they had a decent draft. As you said, they made a mistake. You know what it was. And once that mistake is rectified, we should see a more even game. Legitimately.
And this comes back to Twitch chat always being right again, which is something that we've actually have not seen on any of the polls that I've hosted. I think most streamers sit in the other camp.
Really?
But yeah. I think most of them think that their chat's wrong. But the truth of the matter is I have not seen one of the polls be wrong yet on a series that I've hosted with the predictions. I think that when we actually look at the odds on EGB.com for this one, it was close. It was like 1.84, 1.9 to 1.9 when you actually looked at the spread, which is fair when we actually do see this game play out. Very easily could have changed if we saw draft in the other switched around, if we saw a different draft. And I think the other thing that you guys have mentioned, it's like map awareness, things like that, where we see these mistakes coming out from both teams, and we want to see it better. I do think that they're very evenly matched, and I think when we actually look at what Twitch chat did say, I would side with them yet again. Think about it. Sometimes they went a little bit ridiculous. It was like 90% to 10% on a
Yeah.
Yeah,
evenly
who
matched
played
matchup.
that series when they voted 90%?
90.
It was the first series yesterday, which was Liquid 5-men, actually.
Yeah.
Wow, they just do not believe in 5-men.
Yeah, 5-men have betrayed their trust. It's very sad, but I believe in 5-men, as we saw from the last one. But I don't know. I am scared for Na'Vi. They did lose the last series, and it looks like they're on the road again.
I don't feel like this was a Navi's draft. I feel like they tried to copy something from a Team Secret. It's a great draft, don't get me wrong. It's just the execution of it, where you have long-range initiation, setting things up with the Ember Spirit chains, into Power Shot, into Blood Rights. It's a ton of damage, but I feel like not having TB, instead having a carry that, goes in the front line and makes stuff happen could have been much better. But then again, they picked Medusa, so you need to, adjust, and they banned out a lot of the heroes that Na'Vi could have been using.
I feel like every time we see the Bloodseeker, you instantly start getting into the mindset of who are they copying here? Because we've seen a lot of teams actually play the Bloodseeker and look great, right? Early on, we started to see teams do it. And then every other time it's like, okay, you copied somebody, and yes, the ultimate draft, the draft did look good, but the logic that brought you to this point in the draft may have been wrong, and the game plan that we see around it a lot of the time doesn't actually bear fruit.
I mean,
whether
it
it's
doesn't
execution.
necessarily need to be like Team Secret. They only showed it publicly
Yeah.
as the first team, but we also heard that Seb was playing offlane Bloodseeker. Someone else, might have played it, and they just were not playing. They did not have a chance to show it. And this is what happens, pro players, the tier 1 players, they're playing in pubs. They see someone doing some crazy stuff. Yeah, well, let's try that in Scrim. Let's see what happens when we play against a real team, try stuff out. And then you have this idea, you mold it, and you turn it into something good.
Yeah. And then you add the human element in, right? I mean,
then
something can be right.
Error
but-
occurs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These people aren't robots. Right? If you had a robot
like
playing
you,
Bloodseeker, dude, I can't stop thinking about that. I said it as a joke, but now I'm like sitting here actually thinking about it.
You could be a
You
robot.
could be a robot. Like
Have
any
you
of us
ever
could
had
be a
an
robot.
injury that showed your human blood or bone?
Oh, don't hit me with the unbreakable.
I'm just
Have
asking.
you ever had a cold?
Have you
That
ever?
train wreck was awful suspicious. No, but there's that moment where yes, I do have like a lot of physical pain. But I've never had.
Well, I guess it's better than emotional pain, right?
I've never had like one very dramatic injury, but you start thinking about these little things where it's like, when are robots going to replace us in simple tasks? They can already replace our faces. They can already replace our voices. They can already replace our thoughts. There's just one safe haven, one place that the robots have not invaded yet. Alexa, please stop listening. She already stopped. There's one place that is safe from the robots, and that is the Dota draft pantheon.
Oh my
Not
god.
yet invaded by the robot metallic fingers reaching, grasping for more and more territory to claim as their own, to turn us into batteries. And we
5G
rejoice as we see the
signal
first pick.
cannot penetrate this fortress.
This is a pantheon made out of shungite.
The Shungite Pantheon. That's the stone that you see, and you will be safe here. We do not believe in vaccinating our builders. It lays on a flat earth.
No,
You are safe.
We got a Phoenix up in Mila Casa. How do we feel about the Phoenix?
Phoenix has traditionally been doing very well in the tournament so far. We've seen it paired up with some old classics like the OG classic back when Fly was on that team of the Treant Protector sometimes pokes out too. But also I see it paired up with Void a lot, and it's doing quite well, both with and against. I mean, it's just a great hero for putting up damage. However, I'm starting to think that the Phoenix is becoming understood a little bit more, You first pick a Phoenix, you say, okay, this is a damage lineup, here we go. And doing something like an Oracle, who has got so much saves, to me it gives you a lot more options. How do you feel about it?
Just by looking at these 2 drafts so far, 100%, I would lean on 5-man. Having Tiny, which is one of the strongest heroes right now,
Sure.
who you always have good base defense. If they're sieging tier 3 towers, you have a guaranteed lockdown. You have a hero that can move around the map, do stuff. You have a burst damage. You have a way of protect the egg. And Phoenix overall just feels like a great hero, which brings you more sustain, team fight. He builds different kind of items, either a spirit vessel or a meteor hammer, so that's tower damage, something that a lot of the draft some kind of a lack. And I think ET as a hero is very underused.
Yeah. Underused because he's bad, or underused?
No,
because he's
underused
good?
because people still don't understand how strong he is.
Yeah.
Maybe this is Fog talking. I'm, out of
It's
me.
so
I've-
funny. Obviously, when you have Fogged on your panel, you expect some ET love. But if he's been playing games with somebody and they're on the panel, the next day they're like, I think ET is a little bit undervalued right now in the current meta. Like, you can always tell who's played with Fogged recently on
Yeah.
the panel. But I do want to hear a little bit more about that as we see a Storm alongside it now. Well, why do you think that the ET is undervalued?
Because I won and lost all the games when I played against him. Like, every single time I had ET on my team, I just won. No, overall, I think this hero can be played as an offlaner. I've seen some high-level pubs as well where pro players are trying to, innovate with stuff, and it looked extremely good. And he just smells the late game carries. He's insanely good. He's a hero that's good at every stage of the game, late game machine, where all your armor is gone, and he gets a Dragon Scepter or a BKB at one point, and he can get on top of you. This is the issue that he had, and with the new Aghanim Scepter, it's a pretty legit build.
Let's go meta for a second. You want to know why ET is actually really, really good? It's because of how you can equate damage when he's there and when he's not. Dota is a game of mistakes, and it's about overextending and stuff. Imagine you're a carry on the enemy team. You just kill 4 guys. ET wasn't there, and you took a lot of damage, right? In the next fight, if ET is there, it's very subtle when you're under his effects, and then suddenly, in this fight, you melt, and it's crazy. And those kind of things can be really impactful for late game scenarios where a carry feels strong. Guys, let's go in. I'm good. I just won the last 2 fights, but ET does stuff correctly in the late game, and all of a sudden, holy shit, we're all dead. And those kind of surprises are really the meta way of why I think that hero's super strong.
Makes you feel super safe, baits you into making mistakes.
Imagine being a knight without armor. That's what it feels like.
I feel like that all the time.
Wind Ranger at your
I only have a sword.
Oh, what have you done? What have you done?
McQueen! There she is again, Wind Ranger.
All right, back it up, boys.
No, this is a very different game already. I mean, they have a lot more lockdown.
I think 5-man might be preparing for, okay, our coordinate is banned out, so there's still Medusa in the pool. This is also a great save coming out from Venge. You want to have a ranged hero that benefits from your aura, some kind of edgy ranged hero possibility to get a Ranger, but yeah, they just get Medusa.
Why stop it? It worked so well last time. And this time, who's really going to stand up to Dusa? I mean, that was one of our biggest problems last time. Who's got the burst damage to take down Dusa right now?
Now that I have ET.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's the one who's going to remove her armor. They have a mobile hero, Storm Spirit. I mean, they had the Ember in the previous one. Kind of a same hero, to be honest. But this 5-man, when they group up and go 5-man strong, this lineup looks extremely scary. You have great waves of protecting the egg. Medusa.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know. I just feel like Medusa is such a strong hero right now.
Sure.
So they should ban out AM, which they did, and they ban out TB. So they still feel like TB was kind of an issue in the last game.
How do you kill that egg in this game, right? You run towards it, Deuce a split shot, and you have Venge is ready to swap you, Tiny's ready to stun you. It's going to be tough. But then again, another way to deal with Phoenix, you just don't kill the egg. Everyone just walks away and then reinitiate. So they really don't have that much lockdown. They got a few nice stuns, but no biggies.
So I gotta say, this goes all the way back to the Phoenix, right when it gets locked in at the beginning of this game. So you bring up a very good point, which I feel like is one of the things that we have talked about quite a bit, and that is the idea of whether or not the Phoenix is starting to become solved by play. And we've had plenty of time with Phoenix. Obviously, some small changes come out when we do have the patch, but how often does this happen where you feel like there's here where it's like, yeah, you've had plenty of time to solve it, but it still seems super, super busted in pretty much every game. Even if it's not like right out all the way broken, but it just feels like the right pick in pretty much every scenario.
That's what Ice Frog's for, baby. You know, keep getting first picked, and then Daddy brings down the hammer. Sometimes a hero is just too good in the meta, like how Spectre used to be, and how Darkseer used to be, and they're just first pick, and then you're like, okay, shit, it's one of these. Hey, a puck comes out. That's interesting.
Oh, that's the hero that kind of ruins Windranger and the Storm Spirit. You want a hero that gets on top of Oracle.
There you go. Again. Always. And it is different. Puck, great synergy too with the Phoenix. We were talking about we could use a kind of big AoE team lockdown. Coil can be very good against that as well. I mean, I really think this is a super solid draft for 5 men personally. They got to come up with some real damage source here on Na'Vi.
You have AoE ability from Puck that, you know, just keeps them in place while Medusa deals the damage. And that's exactly what they needed. I also seen 5 men running Puck in multiple roles, but still feel like they could just go with the standard stuff, put Tiny on a mid, get him levels. They can also swap things around. Like, everything's pretty flexible. They're just going to wait to see what the last pick is. And this needs to be like some hyper carry that matches up against Medusa. A lot of those carries already gone. No Drow Ranger, no AM, no TB, Arc Warden gone. Like, they have very, like, this could be a Slark or, once again, like a Phantom Lancer game, and I don't put too much trust into these two carries. I just don't see a hero for Na'Vi right now that's gonna be like, yeah, this is it, this is the pick.
Yeah, they need a, I mean, Sven is still available. He's been picked up as like your big boy. I mean, Troll is available, but these are heroes.
Troll, I think Troll might be the answer here.
I mean, he, you know, naturally hits stuff pretty quick. He can build a defusal against Spectre. I mean, excuse me, against whatever Doozy. And you know what? Honestly, if Storm starts snowballing, they've got some pretty squishers out there that Storm can jump on and do pretty good. But they're gonna go for Sven over the Troll. So there you go. Okay, that's okay. I'd rather have a defusal builder against Medusa, but if he gets the right initiation and with especially with ET at his back, he could, you know, two-shot a lot of these guys. So. Could work.
The odds have swung in favor of Na'Vi on EGB.com.
Na'Vi!
Keep that in mind. Definitely an interesting thing to see. You mentioned the fact that Storm might be able to tear apart some of the squishier heroes like Soft Bread, but what's Sven going to be able to do in this lineup?
They needed some kind of tower damage because they had none, and Sven allows them to play fast and have a carry, you know, that comes online a bit faster than Medusa. He just naturally farms faster. But I still don't think it's enough. Like, late game, if they don't end this game by like 35-40 minute mark, 5 men is just going to take over.
Yeah, and Oracle's great for, you know, in that last game, Oracle was really good because you put all this pressure into killing TB. He's almost dead, and then, he's saved, and he gets to use Thunder. This time, the longer like time is spent, the more chances you got Phoenix Egg to go off and shit like that. So, it's tough.
It definitely seems like 5 men was able to string together a pretty solid draft this
Well,
time around.
the other team picked Wind Ranger, for Christ's sakes. I mean, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
Pick any hero. You'll do it. You'll win.
5 men versus 4 heroes.
Yes. Disgusting. But you bias aside. I mean, I don't have to apologize because I'm right, so it's all good. They will win the game.
All right, you heard it from Slacks. Let's jump into the action. Game number 2. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series. 5 men can close it out here. And with what we saw in the draft, 5 men are looking good.
That's right. You don't have to apologize if you're right. That's what Slacks does, and that's why you'll never hear the two of us ever apologize for anything. Right, Lizard?
Never.
Never. That's right. We're going to be heading into game 2, where once again we're going to have Na'Vi versus Medusa. And did they do a better job countering the Medusa, Lizard? Because it seems our analysts think they did a worse job countering the Medusa than last time.
Well, they have some different combos running here, right? Pasha will be playing the Wind Ranger actually, so not only will that range creep be played again by Na'Vi, it will be on the position 3 offlane position, so they even promoted it. They were like, immersion. The problem is, you just didn't have enough farm. Let's give him some more.
in some ways, I actually agree with that. In the fact that a 4-position Wind Ranger becomes a shackle bot, right? A core Wind Ranger can actually put out some damage, and focus fire becomes a real threat. So I can agree with that. Slacks would prefer a 5-position Wind Ranger, of course. Less farm on this hero, the better.
Look at him. He's going for double null as well early on. Will help you with the damage in the laning stage. And like you said, remember when MKB got initially buffed? Like every game had Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Every single game in pubs had Wind Ranger rushing that MKB and just dominating the game. And yeah, I agree completely. If you find your items early enough, like this Wind Ranger can become your solo pick-off potential hero. Just find anyone and kill him in that shackle shot. The problem is still, though, Na'Vi, they're on a timer. Like, you are playing versus this sick combo of Medusa plus Phoenix. That's scary to play into.
Yeah. Medusa plus Phoenix, Vengeful Spirit plus Medusa. That's another really good combo.
Puck and Phoenix as well. Puck and Medusa. The synergies never stop on the side of 5-man.
Yeah, 5-man did a really good job building around their Medusa for this lineup. I think their lineup looks so scary. And we actually saw Na'Vi manage to beat an Anti-Mage with their Medusa. And that didn't work. We just saw it beat a TB. Now we're going to see it up against Sven, which I don't think is better than a TB in the individual matchup. And I also am not convinced that Sven's going to be super good in this game either because of one very important thing. I think that Evil Geniuses showed how to deal with core Sven when you get an Aghanim Scepter, and that's Blink Daggers.
Blink Daggers, and if you don't have Blink Daggers, when you look at 5-man, they have some heroes as well that can work versus it. You have this Venge with the swap, you have Puck with phase shift. That's definitely what I said. And you have Medusa.
Just be glad you made that slip up
bro.
when you're casting Na'Vi versus 5-man and not some other team. That could land you in a bad clip territory.
Yeah, I've been able to dodge that for now, but eventually I'm afraid everyone gets it.
Yeah.
You can't stay away from that one. Overall, what Sven has got going for him in this game, you have that Oracle that will be helping you out versus Phoenix in the lane. It's pretty good to purge off the Fire Spirits, if nothing else, and all of his dot damage. Obviously, you have the ET with the minus armor. That's going to be very strong for you. When you get on top of these targets, ET will help you out, and you come online a little bit faster than the TB. So that's kind of cute, but besides that, I still value this Medusa quite a lot for 5-man.
So what are the good parts about Na'Vi's lineup?
Has been killed.
I was just trying to name them.
sorry. Going up into like what is? I meant more. What is their mid-game plan, sort of deal?
Okay, so this Storm could potentially have a decent game. You are playing versus a Puck, right? But you should be able to get on top of, let's say, this Phoenix and Medusa early on. So you will have those rotations. And your reliable disables are a little bit easier to execute this time around than in that last game. So you will be able to jump on top of Ace and keep him contained. Even if he uses his ulti, then you can follow up with Immersion, with the Earth Split, obviously, which can come in handy, and the Echo Stomp as well. So
it definitely feels like a lineup where they're going to be able to play a lot more mobile, and that is one way to deal with the Medusa, right? Ignore her and go for everybody else, essentially.
The thing is, though, this lineup of 5-man is, in my eyes, is just so well-rounded. It's so strong. Even if you do go on one target, you have the save, you have the swap from Vengeful, and then you have the counter-initiation either by the Puck or the Phoenix or the Tiny or the Medusa ulti. I'm biased towards their draft, definitely.
Yeah. Zibe diving away. Oh, caught the Storm Spirit. That's going to be your first blood. Misery, he's been roaming back and forth from top to mid quite a lot, but he finally found his opening to be able to not only get a kill, but also secure the power rune here for Puck. So that's going to be pretty important. Doesn't have his bottle yet, but still is important to be able to grab that. Yeah, maybe Misery's not going to stick around at all. He's like, whatever.
Surprised that Puck didn't. Okay, he went back mid. Now he's going to go and take that rune, most certainly. Actually missed. One lasted. He got the other one, so it's fine. You just don't want to give it to Storm, right? That's the biggest thing. You don't have a bottle, you won't benefit a whole lot out of it, but you don't want to give Storm a DD or something similar that lets him get back into the lane. The Phoenix with the 4 branches Tranquils.
Let's say both times they've done pretty well in lane against the Medusa. You could see reflected in the CS board, this Wind Ranger's getting really good free farm, and the Medusa not quite up there next to the Sven when it comes to CS.
Yeah, Medusa Vengeful isn't really the strongest lane in the game.
Yeah.
And if Elder Titan finds a couple of stacks, if he makes a couple of stacks and then he comes in with that Astral Spirit, he can really go deep into them. He can deal that damage. Right now he has plus 73, but is unable to actually use it.
Fighting over the hard camp. Pasha does a good job of sniping most of that CS, and he's got very little with his Mystic Snake.
I'm just looking forward at this game, and I'm hoping that Pasha, like, I'm a little bit biased towards 5-man's draft, but I'm a little bit biased towards Wind Ranger just because I want to see Slacks cry. That's all. I just want to see this hero finally take a win.
Oh, Young G, he's still not level 6 and will be found by Misery, but it looks like the puck was a little bit too far away to capitalize off of that. He's finally here, but he's like, okay, this is a fight not worth playing for anymore.
Yeah.
So.
What level is Tiny when he initiated there? What is he, 4? I think so. 3. Yeah, that's a little bit greedy.
Yeah, especially since Young G, I think, has raindrops.
Yep.
Ilias can help him here, and meanwhile, Ace actually dies at the bottom lane. Immersion manages to get that kill. 6-minute power runes. Chessie trying to take him away. Ilias does snipe away that arcane rune, but dies as a result.
This duo is really strong. Your Tiny plus Puck can blow up any single target on the map right now, as long as they're together. The problem with Tiny going for Storm in the previous occasion is that Puck wasn't near enough. And he had to use that Illusory Orb just to get close to deal any follow-up damage. Look at Immersion.
Just hammer him down. You always love like an Elder Titan plus a ranged offlaner that can get aggressive. You know, that lane is always so scary, even if it's up against another ranged hero.
I just love Elder Titan. I could watch 5 Elder Titans play this game and I would be satisfied on one team. Just give them enough stacks.
There is an event coming up.
Looking forward to the first round. I know.
2-2. 7 minutes in, Pylai dying, going to be focus fire. There we see the core Wind Ranger going to town. Pick off on a 5 position. Nothing major, but still, pressure is pressure.
Pressure is pressure, especially when it's on Wind Ranger, as he's going to get more farm there, and the pressure will be even bigger pressure, right?
It's like that Lacoste quote, you know, when it's time to call it, it's time to call it. But we are
Is this a Wind Ranger game?
Is this a Wind Ranger game? I don't know. But it could be a Pasha game. I mean, he's set up for success, right? He's got a good laning phase. He's having a good start. He's top net worth right now. They're going to lose their mid tower again.
So early on.
Yeah.
7 minutes, 45 seconds without a fight. Na'Vi, that has an Elder Titan on their side, loses a tower.
As a result, Chessie, he can just shove in this wave if he wants to, freely rotate to side lanes or play into neutral stacks if he wants to. There's a lot more opportunities. The jungle's going to be a lot less guarded.
It's also what this Tiny can do now, right? Like this Tiny's game is completely free. Chessie can just follow him up on any single one of these aggressive moves that he's about to be doing.
Can we see the camp stacked here for Na'Vi as we take a quick look at the odds? But every single time I see neutral camp around here, it's been stacked up, and that is something that 5men also noticed and also going to take advantage of. They take away this triple hard camp stack, which is really big. Got a neutral item out of it as well. But if they lose their puck, it may not be worth it. He jumps away to the silence here, tries to dodge a little bit more. He's got an orb, but he can't jump down to low ground fast enough.
Yeah. He used a lot of those spells, right, to clear the camp. Because of that, he doesn't have the Illusory Orb on time, and they get him. Still, if you're 5 men, I don't think you're too sad. You did lose the puck, but you took, what, a triple stack?
Yeah.
Hard camp, and I believe medium camp was also stacked maybe once.
I have no doubt a triple stack is worth more golden experience total than just a puck kill.
And it's also slowing down the Sven, right? That's your big idea. That's your big move here. if you're Navi, your Storm has already been shut down in the lane. He's the lowest net worth core at the moment. Sven is on top of the net worth cores, on top of anyone that is, and slowing him down from that Midas is really important. If he is going for that Midas, I would assume so, yeah.
I feel like he's got to kind of... He needs that farming item to be able to keep up or actually stay ahead, rather, of the Medusa, right?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Experience also really important in this game.
Misery.
Oh, trying to sneak on by, but he's caught.
Oh, this should be a tier 1 as well for Navi, and that's where this Sven does come into play. Even though he doesn't have his Midas, he realizes, okay, I actually need to start making moves on the map. And I don't think that this is in particular to the hero. This is, I believe, more in particular to the state of the game, in which your Storm has been shut down. You need to make some space for him. That's why you're using God's Strength to pressure towers and not to farm Ancients. You have to react like that to most of your games and play accordingly.
Nice invasion there from Chessie. Gets 3 bounty runes for 5 men. And meanwhile, top lane, they were trying to pressure that tower a bit, but Pasha positions himself to defend it. So they're going to try and keep that safe lane tower advantage that they currently hold.
Yeah. The problem is you do have all your ultis on the side of 5 men. Well, the important ones, Phoenix and Puck. So defending this tower might be difficult. I actually love what Zibe is doing on his Phoenix. I believe that's a Yule's build. First, yeah, it is. This is, like, when you're playing versus Storm, and you don't go for Yule's first as a Phoenix, you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
You just go for that Yule's, and you'll most certainly be able to use that tag before you die. But if you don't, if you go for a Veil or whatever else...
You go for the Meteor Hammer build and then the Yule Scepter, well, you may get caught and killed a number of times by the Storm Spirit, so...
This, on the other hand, won't give you the damage that's necessary later on, right? Like, not later on, right now, but it will allow you to 100% use your spells. And I have to shout out Zibe for going double into dive. I think most players that are playing Phoenix right now are wrong for leaving level 1 dive. I just can't understand it. It's
10 damage to 30 damage, right?
It's triples.
Yeah, it's really good. No, I'm 100% with you on that one. They have the level 6 on Pylite Die, and they soon have a Blink Dagger on Chessie. So we're going to see that cute combo. It's only cute if it's on your side, of course. If it's on the enemy side, it sucks. But coil into swap, breaking the coil.
Yeah. Coil, or egg into coil, or coil into egg into swap. I just love seeing this, the synergy on 5 man. It's easy to read, and maybe that makes it easy to play around as well. But when it works, it's just enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. Ace doesn't have the Stone Gaze, so he's going to be found here farming up the hard camp, and he doesn't have a defensive option here. Pylite Die might be able to swap him out here, but he doesn't try. Instead, he goes for the stun, but misses that. The Phoenix going to be able to dive over these heroes. There goes the coil, and Phoenix going to pop the Supernova. Now, the Storm Spirit still has the mana to work with. As the coil fades away, gets a nice long jump out. Supernova explodes thanks to Pylite Die swapping Immersion back into that AoE, and they do manage to get the 2 supports, but they missed out on that core kill, sadly.
Yep. If they did get that Storm, I believe that's a fair trade.
Yeah.
Like this, I would still say that it's a little bit better for Navi and Young G because they forced the Neg out, they didn't lose their Storm, and they got the Medusa. And all they lost were 2 supports, so I think you're fine with that.
Yeah, I totally agree. 2 supports for the primary carry of 5 men. Put a bunch of abilities on cooldown. Crystallize is just farming up this entire time while the Medusa is spending time in the graveyard.
That's only one bad thing off of all of that, right? Jesse did get a lot of net worth, and now he has that Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
He's activated. 13 minutes in, he can do his moves on the map.
He's just going to run around with Misery. They're just going to be a kill combo, and this is going to be sent part of Wind Ranger as a core. You are really squishy. You're a glass cannon, and the magic damage...
Is that the creep that died there? I think. It was so fast, I couldn't see.
And now, like, he started off, he was top net worth at some point in time during the laning phase, right? Now he is almost last in cores, only being beaten out by Young G. Yep. Who is the very last in the net worth line of cores. So once again, Na'Vi funneling all their net worth onto one hero alone. That is Crystallizes Sven. Long jump in. Does have the Yule Scepter to work with here, but can't get it off in time. Misery does manage to get his Blink initiation on a Young G. The coil makes sure that Storm Spirit's not going anywhere, and the silence stopped Ilias from being able to get off his ultimate for a while. He finally uses it onto Immersion, but Immersion has taken... I thought he'd taken too much damage, but there's certainly too much chase coming out from 5 men.
That was almost so bad if you survived, because if you noticed, they used the swap on him, but it was from one end of the Dream Coil to the other, so they didn't break it actually. But overall, 5 men, now they don't even use that egg, and they kill Storm and they kill Elder Titan. This time around, it's a much better trade for them. The coil has been utilized, but... if you're Na'Vi, you're not happy because your Storm that's supposed to be having a little bit better of a game is having anything but.
My question is, how did Misery get this Blink Dagger so quick?
Yeah. That
right?
we didn't mention, because the first initiation with the Puck Blink was also the first initiation with the Tinies.
Yeah.
It's killing Storm, I guess.
Yeah, like he had that one successful rotation. And then he was part of some other kills. They got that tower. Yeah, maybe it was just a combination of like being around for hero kills, and then these early tower kills do a lot for supports.
Yeah. Look, he's going to have that veil already. So, well, not already, but in like what, 300 gold.
Yeah,
that opens up different possibilities for this Puck to go for as well. He doesn't have to get it. He can get Yules or any defensive item before Storm gets that Orchid. Yeah, Yules is the build-up. So. It's really good for them. Overall, I love the Veil because it benefits their team quite a bit. The Puck, the Phoenix, they synergize not only with heroes but with the item builds that they're going for.
Now, we only lightly touched on it during the cast, but we were talking about it backstage. Misery really likes being able to play these aggressive style initiators that just kind of go in from a support position. He tried to utilize that as a Rubik and several times died, but here looks a lot better on the Tiny, though they did miss out on that kill on Pasha.
I love how he stopped there as if to scratch his head, you know, like, hey, what happened?
Where could he have gone? There's the Orchid complete for Young G.
You remember we were talking about that offlane hero that will be the extra burst damage for Na'Vi? Well, he's going for Greaves.
Okay.
Wind Ranger with Greaves.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this trend of like these more damage-heavy offlaners that still go the utility items. Like, I guess I've just always viewed Dota in a way that like, when a hero provides a certain amount of strength and weaknesses, I prefer to go more in on the strengths.
Yeah, just
rather than cover my weaknesses. You know. Coil going out. Catching the Elder Titan, just trying to go for this fast execution, but he's not dying very quickly. Eventually, oh, look at that. Misery going to the back line, catching Ilias. Does manage to get off his ultimate. Young G trying to go for the initiation onto the Phoenix here, but his self-fuel scepter frees him up a little bit. Zibe wants to be able to get these fire spirits onto everybody before he pops Supernova, but maybe it's a little bit too early, but the swap comes in. That bails him out. Zibe, he still has an opportunity here to pop it. And needs to go for it soon because Crystallize is the monster here. He doesn't want to position himself too close. Nice Yule Scepter there. Is that going to be enough? Another hit comes in for Crystallize with the Echo Saber. He finished it off, but now Ace is here, and if to get the kill on a Crystallize, it'll be massive. And they do get it. A dominating streak going over to Ace.
Yeah, that hit with the Echo Saber pretty much made sure that they get the egg, but Ace gets a big kill in the end on Crystallize. And I can't blame Zibe for not using that egg earlier in the fight because he had opportunities, but the problem is if you use it that early they just disengage. You didn't have coil and then you're wasting that egg. They'll run away and re-engage afterwards, so I can't blame him for waiting the last second, and it ended all right for them. They did get that Sven in the end.
Yeah, it definitely was one of those weird fights where he's like, there are no disables around to help me, so my positioning has to be perfect. Not too far away that they just easily disengage, but also not too close that they're able to just focus me down with no punishment. And as you said, it was not a bad one. It ended up forcing the Sven to commit. Got the kill on him as a result.
It was a nice attempt. Overall, the egg has been buffed up. Oh, coil, we hear it, mid lane.
Yeah, they managed to catch the Wind Ranger here. A core kill. This is probably even better than that one. The Elder Titan tried to go for the swap back of the coil, but the coil was already gone by that point. Still got the kill, and that's what's important.
Can they get anything after this? They're diving mid a little bit further, perhaps pressuring this tier 2. Yeah, this game does not look that great for Na'Vi at the moment. You have the Storm with your Orchid, and your Sven is on top of the network charge, that is, but it just feels that 5 men are doing what they want to be doing and they feel in control. Maybe it will change with the BKB from Sven.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. With all this magic damage from 5 men, he could just shrug it off pretty easily.
Look at the odds, they're still in Navi's favor. Interesting. Elder Titan with the drums and just a casual cloak. Maybe he'll turn it into a Glimmer, but just a casual cloak is so much value right now. I think, on position 5, Glimmer Cape is a no-brainer. You get any game and you won't be wrong.
Sure.
But just a casual cloak on anyone else is also pretty solid.
Yeah, these 4 position strength heroes, it feels really value. 450 gold for the cloak just is such a cheap cost. It's kind of like, why not? Gonna go for an early MKB here on Ace after the Manta that I picked up. So no Scotty focus this time around, which that'll help him deal with Wind Ranger and the possibility of Heaven's Halberds coming up in the future, which I believe is something I'd like to see out the Titan build. I always feel good when I have a Heaven's Halberd coming from one of my supports.
And it's overall a decent item on him, right? On Elder Titan, it's something that you can buy and not feel bad about.
Honestly, Sanj is just such a value item right now.
Yep. Puck going for that Aghanims. Can't really blame him for that. It's an amazing item overall, but in this game even more so. You can deal with the Sven, with the Storm easily. BKB also picked up, well, not picked up, but queued up by Storm Spirit, and it's so early. Orchid straight into that BKB. They're just realizing, okay, the only way we take these fights is if we actually get magic immune.
That's where 5 men, their whole combination is pretty much predicated on the fact that, like, a bunch of magic damage, the BKB is going to ruin a lot of that until they have the Aghanim Scepter and, like, higher level swap. Then that's still a combo that can successfully work.
Sven, after that BKB as well, going for straight Ags. It's a very common build at the moment. I have seen some Svens not go for the Ags, but most of the time we see this build. It just makes you into the Superman that's... I've been on the receiving end of this Sven with Ags so many times in my recent games. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm salty. There's just salt through my veins.
Well, maybe we can focus on how to defeat it. We said the Evil Geniuses, they did mass Blink Daggers, which I think is... That was like part of the reason I liked 5 men's lineup, is I feel like that's Navi's win condition right here. The BKB, Aghanim Scepter on Sven. Of course, you can scale a little bit later, but against this Medusa, I feel like that is the time that I'm strongest comparatively to this team, with all this team fight in a Medusa lineup. So I want to try and run them over. The sad part is you can't get Puck. Tiny already has a Blink Dagger. Zibe has Supernova and options to be able to work with, and you've got the swap from Pylai Die as well as Stone Gaze to be able to like disengage off of those things.
If you really want to overkill it, eventually you can even get a Lotus Orb, which stuns him in fact, if he doesn't have that BKB. So you have options, and you also have an Aegis now on Ace.
Wow, they just snuck it in so quickly. Thanks to that minus armor, that's the power of the Medusa right there. When you have an amplifier, and that's what the Vengeful Spirit offers you. Amps up the damage. Swapping back Crystallize here, thinking the rest of his team is going to be here fast enough. Crystallize turning around trying to kill Pylai Die, and he's got Pasha next to him, but eventually the rest of 5 men will rally and force Na'Vi to retreat.
Yeah, Puck wasn't there. Does he have... Well, he does have a tier 1 on top lane that he can TP to, but he also has travels, so... He could have joined at any given point. You did force the whole majority of Na'Vi towards the top lane now. Top lane where you want to fight. And you also have Aegis. So you're in a really good spot. Na'Vi now have to decide, do we fight here or do we just run away from this tower? Waste our time running towards mid and bottom.
And while you're making that decision, the Puck's pushing in that bottom lane, getting a lot of extra farm while you're on Na'Vi's side is just kind of stalled out. And he will still be able to, as you said, join the team fight, especially if they have Glyph. They don't, but...
Yeah, it looks like 5 men also decided to back off a little bit.
You can chill for now, smoke up from Na'Vi. It's their turn to see if they can get aggressive, see if they can find 5 men out of position anywhere. They're going to go up into the triangle, run into the Medusa. Now Ace Tries to get off, and he does. Stone Gaze goes down as the Storm Hammer hits him. And Chessie is going to try and make his initiation. Coil only onto one. Meanwhile, Young G goes straight for the backline of the Vengeful Spirit, takes him out. Misery makes his entrance known as he tries to go for the kill on Ilias, but fails to do so. Missed out kill on the 5 position means Ilias may still be able to bail out Crystallize here. Needs it last second. He gets it. The Supernova goes down. They're going to quickly focus it, but it looks like Crystallize is taking so much damage. He's definitely going to pop here, so it's up to the Storm Spirit to get out. And a Yule Scepter stops him. He's got no mana to work with. He'll turn around and maybe try and kill Chessie here, but otherwise he's just going to get kited around and eventually killed.
That Vengeful Spirit, man, like it's so many times I see it get kills, like you just ignore it a little bit. You don't, like you see it, and you don't really, your brain doesn't compute. You don't expect that damage coming from the illusion that Vengeful leaves upon death. But a really good fight overall for 5 men. That egg came in clutch, forcing Sven to continue hitting it. Meanwhile, Ace just does what Ace loves to do. It's stand and hit. Use one spell, literally, throughout the whole fight, and just stand in place.
Yep. Now he's got the level 20 Stone Gaze duration, which I find is it doesn't sound like a ton, but it is actually so much more. You could potentially double Stone Gaze people if they, from the very start, stare into it and then stare into it again. It just means more free time that you're running away. And with Medusa, one of the biggest buffs of Medusa a few patches back was that all that extra movement speed you got, right?
Yeah. When you think about these talents that add seconds on spell, stop thinking about the whole game and start thinking about a team fight, right? How long does a team fight usually last? And then suddenly, when you put it in perspective, it looks much better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you do some like, okay, what is Deuce's DPS at that point in time? What is 2 seconds of her, extra time swinging on people? What does that equate to?
It's usually a kill, right? It's usually that one extra point of damage that you need to take someone down. Aghanim's also completed on Puck, but on Crystallize too. The Sven's got it.
Here we go. I think this is the peak. This is where Na'Vi needs to be able to break 5 men down, defeat this 8,000 net worth lead, start taking down some of these towers. They've got the level 20 talent, the minus Stormhammer cooldown. They've got this Aghanim Scepter. This is everything they have. They need to be able to win this fight. But Zibe's already made his entrance with the Supernova, and they can't actually turn and stop it because of the Stone Gaze. They're stuck in the coil. They can't run away. They're stuck in the Stone Gaze. They can't kill the egg. It's a triple threat, Lizard. And the triple threat, they'll quickly lose the team fight too. And it looks like they're going to be losing everybody here. They're all going to get caught. He tries to go for the kill on Tiny. Does manage to get him with the Storm Hammer. But Crystallize, he's going to be chased down to the ends of the earth. All he can really do is look for opportunities, I think, to try and get a kill. Silenced up. Hoping for a Storm Hammer stun. Quickly dodged. Is the rest of his team coming in? They're here soon. Zibe's finally here, and that should do it. All they need is a little bit of Supernova action. Nice little cheeky play there, trying to catch Chessie by stunning onto the Venge Spirit illusion. Ace, meanwhile, is just running down mid.
It was a nice attempt, but Ace, he has his eyes on the prize. He's just going for objectives, and what a perfect execution from 5 men. You saw Ace, he's stepping in, and it looks kind of bad because he's stepping in right next to Sven and he's under vision.
They're trying to catch Ace. They know it's like a good timing to go on him. He just lost his Aegis. He's a bit separated right now, but can they do it without their heroes? Oh no, the Quill came back up, and now the Storm Spirit snaps and he just dies. And Na'Vi, I think they're done for, Lizard. That looks like the move of desperation leading into frustration.
They call it.
That is exactly what it is. GG is called.
Game
Na'Vi's
over.
Done with this.
The triple threat of 5 men. When you said it, it sounded like WWE or something for me. The triple threat. Smackdown.
They were indeed smacked down pretty hard. And 5 men. Unfortunately, not good enough to be able to bring down Na'Vi. And I believe they're going to be knocked down to be playing.
Wait, the other way around. 5 men do take
sorry. I was looking at the brackets trying to see where they're going to end up. They're going to end up matching into... Oh, they don't show up for a while, I think.
And they can chill a little bit, relax.
So the production will have to show us.
Yeah,
the drafts
get
once we
some
the
new
panels and
drafts. So
stuff.
far, they're looking really solid with Dark Wardens and Medusas, right?
Yeah.
It's when they look like a completely different team and when everything gels together. Because this draft that I've been watching from 5-man, I think you match up versus OG, you still do just as much. You still do just as well. All their item timings as well were on point. They got that in that mid lane fight. Phoenix had a halberd too, so they could disable the Sven if they wanted to. And I just love watching it. Dream Coil, Phoenix, into the Stone Gaze. Yeah, Sven is fine. Yeah, you have that BKB, but it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you versus Stone Gaze. It's not going to help you versus Puck Axe.
Yeah, when you're able to kind of hear that beautiful symphony put together, all those spells working out, you theory crafted like, okay, if they do all this, it seems like an unlosable team fight. And then they finally pull it off, and you're just like, oh, God, it's so beautiful. And
I believe this game could have went way better for them if they secured the Storm Spirit lane. But the problem is, Misery, in that first game on Rubik, yeah, that wasn't great, but this Tiny was on point.
He was very on point. Getting the early kill on the Storm Spirit was massive, getting the Puck to level 6 before the Storm was 6, and as a result, the Puck was always one step ahead, right? By the time the Orchid came up, all the answers were already there.
He had Yules already, Phoenix had Yules as well, and that Orchid just feels lackluster. What do you think? What is Slacks going to talk about here on this panel?
I don't know. Let's go ahead into the panel and find out what Slacks has in mind. I have a guess or two, but we'll see.
Why has fate put me in this situation where Slacks is able to talk about the one thing which he... Go ahead, Slacks.
I'm not going to actually say that much. I think Windranger did her best job that she could. It was a stable draft. Just kidding! Did you see that last fight? A shackle onto the carry, but there's no tree. And while she's shackling, Storm Spirit jumps in from across the map, expecting the shackle to hit. Mwah! Love that. Love it,
Bill.
love it, love it. Yeah?
Is there a follow-up?
Yeah, Hero sucks. As I said, it sucks. Sucky, suck. Why? But anyway.
Hello. But yeah, let's talk about the rest of the game as well. This one obviously going to be a 2-0 going the way of 5-men. Let's talk about how they did get there. I think all in all, before we even look at some of the key moments that did happen inside of that second game, the draft that they put together looked very strong right off the rip.
Ugh.
Oh, for sure. Like, you have Medusa and Venge, great synergy together. You know that Venge will be making some stacks. You have a good mid game, you have a great late game, and this carry-to-carry matchup where Medusa is playing against Sven, like, Medusa is winning that matchup. Like, no doubt about it. The way you itemize on Medusa, and we did not even see the late game. Like, this game just ended 30 minutes in. Puck, I think that was a great pick, just to counter the Storm Spirit. And keep him in place. He also got level 6 before the Storm Spirit on Puck, which means that he can start playing aggressive. Misery had a great Blink Dagger timing in this game. Started to make some really nice rotations. They have a great way of protecting the egg once again. Oh, here's the shackle.
No,
but,
no, not
there's
yet.
the swap.
This is the one fight I believe
Phoenix
that
alive.
they did okay. Apologies. But in this one, you can see that they're fighting, and they actually do get the egg kill here. And it looks like a moment where they could come into it, but Medusa's not here. Medusa shows up, and that's kind of the issue that they had. Who is the person going out and hunting Medusa, stopping her from getting that farm? Because, as Lacoste said, once she has like 2 items in this game, Sven can't do anything. You can't run up to a Medusa. Even if you got nags and you jumped on her, she's tanky by that point. It's a very hard game for him, especially as a guy who doesn't build the Fusel. So.
And there's also not a great synergy between Oracle and the carry that they have. Like,
Right.
you're gonna ulti your Sven. After that, he's straight up gonna die. It's not like, TB, Oracle, Troll Oracle. These combination of heroes together, Huskar Oracle, bless ya.
Sorry, sneeze.
These two work really well together, unlike Sven and Oracle. I just don't find the synergy that great. Also, 5-man earlier on decided to play more aggressive. They invaded the jungle, took the stacks from them, which is a kind of a big deal, forcing a fight, getting a kill. Just overall a better game plan from 5-man.
Oh, there it was. You see that missed shackle with Storm already en route, and then he gets baited into the entire team. God bless America. Look at that turnaround. Oh! Screenshot that one. Replay it for all your Windranger spamming friends.
And they understand, like, there were still tier 2 towers standing. They realized we're out of this game. You know, Medusa is getting way too much. Our carry is not going to be able to contest this. We kind of lost the lanes, and everything down from that went to shit.
Shout out really though to the puck. I think I would hand this one to the puck. They really needed Storm Spirit to do a lot this game to get on top of the heroes that they could early game, which would give them the momentum they needed to stop the Medusa. But puck just dominated, and if Storm wasn't a factor in that game, there was literally no game. So well done there.
Yeah, and I know when the puck actually got locked in, you guys felt like it was a relatively strong pick, but I want to go back to what we saw even in the first game. You guys were kind of critiquing map awareness and some just general things about how the teams were playing the game. Did you feel like a lot of that was tightened up on either side when we actually jumped into the second game?
I mean, I think that 5 men played this game flawlessly. Both of them. They had great drafts. They could have been a little bit better, but honestly, they worked out as they expected. Their rotations were great. They knew exactly what they needed to do in the games, and they pulled it off. So this is one of the games that 5 men were really, really on, and you could tell that this is like the makings of potentially a tier 1 stack. Na'Vi, on the other hand, it was rough. It was rough stuff. So hopefully they get to repair that and see what they can do.
When you look at 5 men, Lacoste, do you feel like they have the potential to also kind of ascend to be a tier 1 stack?
For sure. I think all of these players are very experienced, they just need to find their playstyle. They've been shaky. Yesterday's game against Liquid, I just want to ask them, what happened yesterday, because it looked like a completely different team to what we've seen today.
Sure.
If you have to compare Na'Vi to Liquid also had some shaky performances at the first stages of the tournament, and now they're looking really solid. The team's looking pretty good. It seems like they fixed the mistakes, learned a lot. I can't say the same thing for Na'Vi, but 5 men overall looking good. They've been up and down so far, and today they've been really up.
Yeah, definitely something to look at. 5 men looking solid indeed. I do want to say, though, with 5 men in general, it's kind of always hard when you do look at 2 different teams and try to make the comparison. It's like, yes, they played against Na'Vi and they played against Liquid. Let's base them off of that. I think a much better way to evaluate how they feel like they are performing is going to be hearing from them. Luckily, we do have Misery on the line. Misery, I think we just start off by straight up talking about what actually did happen yesterday. Did you feel like that was an abnormal performance with you guys? Did you guys struggle in that matchup with Liquid in particular?
I mean, we actually beat Liquid quite a few times, both in scrims, and I think we feel pretty good at playing against them. Just there's like a barrier for us. It feels like when we have to really show if we can be a tier 1 team, we kind of start getting a bit on our nerves and make some mistakes, I think, and maybe make some bad calls. That's kind of what it feels like. Today we had no pressure. We also talked a long time yesterday about these things, so we came in with a fresh mindset. I think that's kind of what we need to be working on for next series or future.
Misery, I feel like this team puts a lot of pressure on you. I mean, you have to pretty much single-handedly carry the games. You have to draft, you have to captain, and now you have to interview as well. Why don't you yell at your teammates and tell them to step up? Is that how you feel on the 5-man stack?
Yeah, kind of. No, I mean, I don't know. It's just easy because we don't have a manager. Like, if I had to get somebody else to do the interview, I had to like go on Discord, link them some Discord channel, do all this stuff, like all this manager stuff. I don't really care for, so I just do the interview, nice and easy, and then get it over with. Also, the other guys don't really want to.
Very well.
So,
follow-up question: can I be your manager?
We can talk later. Think a little bit about that.
All right, great.
We can talk later.
Before you talk to him, let me be your agent to make sure that Slacks doesn't do anything dubious when trying to actually become your manager.
Well, joke's on you. Rich is my agent.
Funny enough, we're double different.
Lacoste could potentially be our coach, then you
Sure.
guys could all be a part of 5 men. I mean,
Also,
it's a popular brand these days.
No, 5 men, very, very relatable brand, a beautiful logo, which I still believe is based off of me.
Yes, thank you, Rich.
Every time that I don't wear my glasses, all of a sudden there's a 5 men series. You've never seen me and the logo in the same room. Suspicious? I think so. You know what else is interesting? The fact that we've seen you guys start to lean more towards Dusa more and more. How do you actually feel about this hero in the current meta?
good when it's good. If that makes sense. I think it's not always good. Sometimes it's too slow. I felt like against Navi in these 2 games, it just made sense in game 1, and then game 2 it was like, oh, we can actually take Venge here, and then maybe they will think we're gonna pick Medusa. Say they might pick Medusa themselves, and if they pick Medusa, we can just anti-mage. So we kind of put a little bit of a trap on them there, and I felt, I don't know, they weren't prepared for us playing Medusa perhaps, or I'm not sure, but it's a Medusa. It's a hard carry.
Yeah.
It's strong.
Hello, Rasmus. It's been a while since I last talked to you. I know you always had a winner's mentality. You've been up and down lately. How do you manage to bounce back? What drives you forward in Dota scene once again? Besides, I know you still want to show the world that you have it inside yourself that you're still the best.
I think I had like a long time where I felt like it was not so good for my career or whatever, and I looked inwards a lot and tried to fix some of the mistakes I have made, both as captain as player, and tried to fix that with this team. And then going in, that kind of motivated me. And then going in with this team, I felt like nobody is really expecting us to do this good, I think. So by doing this, it's already like kind of a success in its own. So we can only move forward. It's not like, we're only putting pressure on ourselves, and that's why some of the series, for example, against Liquid, become hard, because I feel like we should have won both games. If we were the 5 men of today, we would have won yesterday. That makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the interview. I totally kind of get where you're coming from as well. When you have multiple responsibilities, you have to have your head in multiple places, know how hard that can be, and wishing you guys all the best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's great getting to kind of hear. It's not very often that you get to hear kind of the full mental landscape that somebody's going through when they're in the tournament. I think very easily you can hear that they put a lot of pressure on themselves, and when they're kind of in a situation where they're going to feel that pressure, sometimes they maybe do struggle. Whether or not we're going to see that throughout the tournament from them, that is to be seen. But also, we are going to have 2 teams with a lot of pressure on them when we jump back right after this quick break.
As mortals, we should behave as mortals. No man deserves immortality.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Khan versus NIP, and the three of us could not stop talking about it before we went live, and I am very excited to see who's going to be able to come out on top. Only one of these teams is going to be able to fit inside of the remainder of the bracket. Sometimes it is very difficult, Cap, to actually fill that slot.
Yeah, what happens is as we go further and further, as you progress farther, it just closes in. It gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and unfortunately, some things get left out. I don't know what's funny about this, Jenkins.
Yeah, you know, this is a great series we got coming up. Both of these teams, NIP, they were looking a little rough, you know, and losing 6 games to the same team. Not good, not great. But they did win one, and the final match of the last series was very tight, for sure. Khan as well, I think this is a team that is constantly proving themselves to be able to kind of fit into any meta. They have been picking a lot of different things that these other teams have been picking, and doing exceptionally well with it while exploring their own kind of style as well.
Fun fact about fitting. This is an animal fact. I know that we were having dolphin facts throughout the entirety of the tournament. Raccoons can actually shrink their body down and fit into a hole as small as 4 inches. It's a fantastic fact. They're actually a truly fascinating animal. They're also evidently decent pets. I don't think that you should necessarily have one, but I've watched a lot of YouTube videos about them being great pets. They live quite well side by side with humans. Cap, I found that to be very interesting.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of videos with them interacting with humans and such, so they do look very, very cute.
4 inches.
4 inches, I mean, that can be very big or very small, depending on what you're talking about. But
Einstein.
Cockroaches also have the same sort of properties.
Different mechanism, though, because they have an exoskeleton. Raccoons have bones because they're a mammal.
It's a very soft exoskeleton that cockroaches have. When you eat them, there is a crunch, but it's more of the...
It's only after...
Everything makes me think of you. No, I'm just... But, yeah.
Okay, there's something I want to disagree with Jenkins, though. That you said that Khan, like, you feel like they can fit into various different metas and such, but I think the one thing about Khan is that I actually think that it's not quite true. I think that they have certain things that they look really, really good on, and that's what they've been able to progress through this tournament. Most specifically, Terrorblade and Void.
Very important to think about, but sometimes we can't just fit it all on one panel, and that's when we get stuck with this draft panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ourselves stuck into Game 1's draft of the good old Khan versus the good old NIP. I'm Only Pixel, and I'll be joined by the great minds of Lizard and T-Gov for this one. Lads, looking forward to this series, right?
Thank you very much. You're such a fine gent yourself you are, Owen. I'm so happy to be a part of this very British lineup in the drafting panel.
The double Brit and
we're teaming up here.
Double
Perfect.
You're sucking my life out just by sitting next to me somehow.
Beautiful.
I don't know, but beautiful. I'm loving it here. Phoenix and Doom on one side, the Grimstroke, the Snapfire on
There
the
we go.
other.
Oh, yeah, the good old Phoenix counter, right? That's always going to be feeling good. Void as well. This is nice. You got that Snapfire combo, and you're taking away that Phoenix Void from the side of NIP that we do know that they do like to run. We saw some Charlie Void yesterday.
Tell me.
It weren't great, though, so it's probably for the best that they didn't get their hands on it,
Yeah,
NIP.
Charlie, to be honest, hasn't been looking great that much throughout this tournament. I think when he picked up a Sven, maybe, he looked pretty good, but then they also got knocked down a bit with that hero as well. But mainly, I think, this series, it's all about Khan. They're the ones that have been making this run through the lower bracket of Divine, making the little upsets now and again.
What do you mean it's all about Khan? NIP aren't important in your eyes?
I mean that let's give more light towards these teams that don't often get the light. You know, there's this Divine League, it's about showing the tier 2 and tier 3 teams that don't really get, you know, this exposure. So for Khan, them even getting to this stage is actually way more commendable than Nip just losing and coming down to Divine.
And Khan's given us some just great performances here in Divine. I believe it was them themselves, right, the other day that did do this Void Snapfire, like a naive, the naive faceless Void. Like this guy, he had some incredible carry games.
They won yesterday the series, and they look very strong, and Gilgear looks better and better as a part of our panel because
he's on every interview, isn't he?
He's on every single interview.
He's trying to win these series just so he gets on the panel.
Yeah, exactly, and he bashes Bulldog a lot. But enough with the fluff. This is the draft panel. We have the Phoenix and the Doom, and Snapfire can be considered a little bit of a counter to Phoenix, but not really. Like that never.
Why is it not that good? It's like
really
busted. You just take the egg out.
Early on.
Not even early on. It's like you take the egg out if the Phoenix is bad. If the Phoenix positions his egg remotely well, you don't take it. You don't kill it because the Snapfire is never going to be close enough to that egg to take it. So as a Phoenix...
Like a good Phoenix player is just constantly going to be having the Snapfire. You're never going to be in an egg in a position...
You'll never be.
You're just not pressing egg if you know Snapfire's going to hit.
There is a... So there is the situation or two in which if your dive gets cancelled or something like that, and you find yourself in a bad spot in which you have to decide, okay, do I just die or do I use my egg and risk Snapfire running up to me and killing it? In those kind of situations, it can happen, but most of the time it won't, especially when you're playing versus Void and Snapfire, a combo in which Snapfire is usually behind the Chronosphere, trying to use her ulti to take down as much targets and dish out as much damage as possible in that sphere.
I think a nice way of wording it is skirmishes, maybe. Big team fights, probably not. But for Nip, banning out the Clockwork, and I think they might want to look towards more of these Gilga heroes. He's played Grimstroke, Tiny, Rubik, Clockwork.
I think the Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit as well, yeah.
You want to watch out for the Gilga Earth Spirit. That's been the one that I've seen just rolling away with games.
Just making a lot of space, and it's because the way that Khan drafts, they really like second pick. They like locking in this naive hero early, and they like to have a big space creator. And it is this position 4 for Khan that is able to, open up the map a lot more than other teams.
And I feel like this is something as well we do see the top tier 1 teams do as well, where they just throw the carry out as the second pick. Like what is sort of the strength of that? Do you think that teams are sort of going for in these drafts where they do just throw out like an anti-major or Void just bam straight up? Is it because you're worried about not getting it later, or is there something more to it?
There's a bunch of things. First and foremost, it depends on the strength of the hero. Then it depends on how many bans you can afford yourself to ban out the carry-on-carry matchups. Also, did you see the offlaner picked up already? And in this kind of a situation in which you're picking Void, you're already comboing it with the Snapfire. You have a solid basis of your draft, after which you can go in many different directions to combo it some more with something like an Invoker that NIP have banned out, or to go with something like this, a Magnus that's going to give you Empower that will make Void that extra threat later on in the game.
That's pretty nice though, right?
Yep.
You're getting the Magnus melee matchup and one of the top ones. Void, pretty hot carry right now.
It's pretty sick, but as I'm sure T Governor is going to tell us, cooldowns.
A little bit. I was going to quickly touch on the fact that the predictability of Khan's draft right now, just because you look at Nip's first bans, Ench and TB, and because Khan are second pick, they only have like 2 strategies right now that we've seen with great success, which is the Void on second pick or the TB on second pick. And this exact opening Khan's done before is Snap Void Mag. So it's not as if they're, surprising Nip with anything.
All right, so Nip, if they've done their research, they're opening the Snap Void Mag page of the research on Khan, and they've got some sort of steps to follow.
Yes, exactly that. So this is where I expect Nip not to be fooled by anything, and the saving grace, I think, is Khan rounded out their draft with a Grimstroke and an Invoker. Both of these heroes are banned, and it really enabled Khan to just take really strong fights throughout the entire game. Just finding the replacement.
We were on the panel yesterday when Khan was playing, and even as Gilgir has said, they're just a stack. They didn't expect to go so far. They just formed recently, and when you're just a stack, you don't have a lot of strategies under your belt. You haven't practiced too much, and because of that, your drafts are mostly predictable, which doesn't have to be the same for NIP, who picks up a Slardar, and if you watched yesterday's games, you could notice that this Slardar was even played as a position 4.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of flexibility, right, with NIP's heroes. Like this Doom as well. Is it going mid? Is it going offlane? As you said, the Slardar, we saw Era play it the other day. So NIP have a lot of ways they can use these heroes.
And look at this. They take something out of that last game in which 5 men have played the Medusa. They combo it with the Phoenix. Now, a Puck is also an option for them. Obviously, if Mag is mid, that can be a little bit problematic. But overall, it could work. And then suddenly you have this combo which is sick. You don't have any ways of really breaking the coil if you do go for that, so that can be problematic. But most importantly, you could just put Doom mid. It's just solid, it's just strong.
My concern for Nip right now is the way that you enable the Medusa is by being able to at least set the tempo of the game and allow Medusa to get her items, but they don't have like any tower defense. They're all about these early fights, but they don't really have early damage. So I'm seeing
what NIP?
On NIP, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, well, who's clearing waves?
No, exactly.
Is Phoenix not early damage though?
One hit, like the one hero, like I don't see Nip
you're not
taking a real fight.
Damage.
Yeah, I'm not seeing like a big fight. Like if you slap down a Chrono at objective with Snap Ult, Rubik stealing spells, compared to Nip where all they have is like Doom, Egg, and Slardar running in. Like I see a big discrepancy right now in enabling this Medusa. They're gonna need a really active mid hero potentially to then try and open up the draft for them. But again, it depends on where they put this Medusa, because I'm guessing Charlie most likely will play it because Supreme's more of a playmaker rather than the hard carry for this team.
Yeah, I mean, what did we see from Supreme the other day? We saw him come out with an SF on the mid. Could you sort of fit an SF into this lineup? That was the game as well where they did have the Slardar where he went for this like S and Y Shadow Fiend build.
You would have the minus armor strat with Slardar and SF, but I think it's a little bit too greedy.
Okay. What about the Requiem to push him away from the egg?
Maybe they could do that, but overall, I heard you guys like on the previous panels as well talk a lot about Supreme and how he is the playmaker, but this guy can carry hard. Like when NIP were still playing under Soneko, and when they're qualifying for the last league even, most of the time the real true win condition was played by Supreme, and then Charlie was playing something like a Luna with tags that just follows up and cleans up house. So we should put some respect on his name, just a little bit. The last ban coming out from Khan, do they ban out the Puck? Are they worried that this Slardar is a core? Is it position 4 like yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's also a bit of an Ember Spirit player, right? One of the spirits could be nice. I guess it was banned.
Yeah, I think I like Khan's bans right now.
Actually, all the spirits, yeah. Any sort of mobility to get to the Snapfire.
Exactly. The active nature of who can at least start the fight and just be a bit obnoxious, because when you don't really have wave clear and like the innate defense mechanisms, you need a hero that can at least start the fight and play a certain area of the map, so Khan are never able to really use spells near, Nip side. That's why these spirits are being banned out. But
yeah,
what else is it? Corpse banned out. Storm's not really that good. What would they pick actually? Any active mid?
Puck.
All right.
I mean, Puck definitely would make the fit. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh. So what are we seeing here? What does this mean? Is this the all exciting core ET, or is this just like a mid Doom offlane Slardar or something like?
So we just saw an ET played on position 4 in that last game. It's another way of protecting the egg. It's a really strong hero when it comes to that Chrono as a counter initiation. It was always strong with the Medusa together on the same team. But I'm not sure how they will lane this. They could. What do you think? Will they put the Doom mid still?
Yeah, I expect it to be Slardar Phoenix offlane with the ET Medusa safe, and then obviously Doom mid. The ET is a natural hero that really enables Medusa, because against early aggression, ET can always defend your jungle with the sleep and the stomp. But I think the main point here is they don't have a lot of like reliable lockdown, and this Storm will have a pretty free game. Of course, he gets doomed, different story. But I think I'm favouring Khan.
Okay. Well, we see on the odds here as well, EGB currently favouring NIP 1.37 for them against the 2.69 of Khan. And interesting that you do favour Khan because, as you say, you're talking about the Storm still. This is still a hero that hasn't really been doing that great. A lot of teams have struggled to make it work.
Yeah, they don't have
let's see, is Khan going to have the magic to do so?
They
Maybe the team to do it.
They don't have any reliable disable when it comes to the Storm, and we have just seen the Storm lose to a Medusa this time around. I think it could be a little bit better for him. They also have a ton of damage in that chrono. I also like what Khan have got for themselves, but NIP are a little bit stronger of a team overall. That's why the odds are swinging in their favor.
Yeah. Well, let's find out how this one goes down. Very exciting. A lot of team fight and fun from both squads as we got ourselves into game one, ladies and gentlemen, of Khan and NIP.
Khan. Ninjas in pajamas. To the battlefield.
To the battlefield, indeed. I am Sir Action Slacks here with the one, the only, the main man himself, Lacoste, to cast this matchup of champions. You know him, you love him. It's your boys Khan coming out, still alive, up against NIP.
Yeah, I thought they might go for something different as the last pick. Instead of Storm Spirit, maybe Kunkka. No puns intended. Maybe Lycan. Depends. Now, I feel like they've ran the same draft yesterday. They were very successful at it, but Medusa right now just feels like a very, very strong hero. I sent a couple of messages to my boy Fog, like what's happening. He's been testing stuff. He's also doing work from home at the moment when he's not working, so we should definitely give him a raise because, he's just testing out the mechanics. He says this hero is extremely strong. The intelligence gain, the agi gains once again high.
Yeah.
So, pretty. If he says so, he's a TI caster, TI Grand Finals caster. I don't disagree with that one. Well, here we go. The game is paused.
Fantastic.
Dolphin noises. Just kidding.
Random noises. Waiting for our teams to get into the lobby. Got a little issue there as we take another beautiful flight throughout the map. Lacoste, did you know that those mountains were so big back there? Looks like Mount Everest back there, buddy.
It really does.
That's huge.
But there's no snow.
Yeah.
It's just rocks.
It's a craggy rock. Oh my God. LD, please relax. Imagine if you just heard that in your real life, LD screaming. Anyway, welcome to the game. We have got Khan versus NIP Supreme. Ya boy on that Doom. Gonna be heading mid. So strong, so brave. Now, one thing I did want to talk to you about is that Storm Spirit pick and the fact that they really don't, as the analyst said, have any lockdown. T Governor, soon to be TI Analyst of the Year. He is actually fantastic. Calls this game, even though Khan is, in his opinion, less of a a strong team from performances that we've seen from NIP. Do you agree with that?
TI Gov was supposed to go to TI this year, and one of the reasons why it got canceled. We do not want to work with him, or we better just cancel the whole thing. Just kidding. Our boys pretty good at Dota. There's not enough lockdown for Storm Spirit unless they doom him, unless they, fort hit bash him or just stun him with the ET, which is not an easy job. And they have no real save inside of Chronosphere besides the Sunray, so that could be an issue. We saw the same lineup ran yesterday where, there was also no save, so Faceless Void goes in, gets on top of someone with the Chronosphere, that's -1. And if I'm decent at math, 5 is still more than 4, and then you start chasing them.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. I get you. Rune's going to go away to Gilger, your man on the Rubik. We have seen Gilger do incredible things with this Rubik before. Last time that we saw Khan 4-man stuns with Sven all day. Keep an eye out, however, on the Magnus, big part of this game as well. Look at that double ward there, Lacoste.
Look at this double circlet as well. Oh, you meant the ward. Nice.
Yes, no, I meant the 2 enemy wards right next to each other. Yeah, you can make a happy face over there. Very interesting. As we enter the game.
They want to see the rotation coming out from the bottom lane and see the rune. Like Storm's going to be relying on getting the bottle refilled. The Doom's not going to get bottled, not the item that he wants to go, just a bracer or double bracer and then get a phase boost drums. Pretty standard stuff, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Now, what, Twitch chat, Reddit, and poor analysts will talk about with this interaction of Snapfire and Phoenix, all they keep saying is, the little shredder and the egg. We've actually seen Snapfire's not putting any points in the little shredder, even against Phoenix's.
And that's why it's not good.
Yeah.
You need to have 1 point. This is also a spell that now reduces armor, which is pretty insane, Going in, using it on the tower, it's the same amount on all 4 levels, so pretty big if you just want to push. A little bit of Kale.
My goodness gracious. Some lag heading out here. Crit in, Kilgore learning from Crit.
Huh?
A little bit of an issue
Should we call this Kanle?
Kanle?
Yeah.
Don't understand the reference. I'm sorry. What?
Kale, lag.
Oh, God. You're too advanced for me. You're too smart in both memes and real life. Let's take a look at the player cams here. That guy, what is in his...
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
I don't care about the player. What is going on back there?
I want to see if there's a gigantic lightsaber.
Oh, there we go.
In there. I mean, was that saber light?
Yeah, no, I don't know. In the back here, this is a true pro player's room right here. You have a bed. You literally roll half a foot out into the chair. You play, then you roll back into the bed. So utmost dedication here as we re-enter the game. Gotta respect it. Meanwhile, pause might have come out a little too quick there. Almost dying there on your Magnus. And looking pretty solid so far from everybody. Most last hits, of course, going to be those 2 mid laners. Storm Spirit doing pretty good though. 3 denies.
Now he's playing against a melee hero, and Storm Spirit doing a very good job. I think this ward actually blocks the camp, so Doom needs to find another one. This is a good creep for him, especially early on for some extra damage.
Bottom lane Slardar, massive damage on top of that poor little lizard. Mortimer having the time of not his life. Snapfire, the old grandma, enslaving that poor dragon to do her bidding. Meanwhile, pull on the camp. Nice stack there, and both teams will be able to see that stack now. It will become a mission of who can steal it. Or who will pull. I don't understand how pull mechanics work, so we won't be talking about that for too long. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Supreme in some trouble with Mr. Storm. Nobody's level 6 yet, so of course he's not going to die, but he's slowly losing this lane. He does.
Oh, man, Storm is dumpstering this lane. 17-7 against 8-1. That's quite a big difference.
Yep.
Doom needs to bring some extra regen. He might get a kill here. One more bottle will do it.
Okay, he's got a lot of innate regen. He could. Oh! Not enough innate regen, my friend, as he is taken out for first blood. This is not good for NIP. Storm Spirit is the guy to watch for Team Con. If he can make space in this early game, it's looking pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, if Storm is off to a good start when there's not enough lockdown for him, there's not a single silence. I mean, he needs to be careful about getting doomed, but the cast animation on Doom is pretty high. He can dodge that easily if he has enough mana, of course.
Support fight up here. Support players in the chat raise those goblets as we see, that disgusting monkey courier yet again in every single game that I cast. And just trading some hits.
I'm getting flashbacks from the Baboon Courier. That's going to connect, but they're not going to chase.
Yeah, doing a great job, though, these both supports having this little battle in the jungle as they let both their carries get some farm. However, Dosa farm, to me, a lot more important than Magnus farm.
25-10. Jesus.
This is not good. But Doom can come back, right? Devour.
Yeah, I mean, if someone can make a comeback in this game, that's Doom for sure. Has extra gold. That mechanic, I think that and Jinata from Bounty Hunter are the most broken ones in terms of just gold, Well, let's steal your gold.
Sure. Why don't we see Jinata or Bounty Hunter in more games then if it's so broken?
I mean, he's not that broken as a hero.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about, the most annoying ones to play against.
It is truly annoying.
What if you could, let's say, steal their ping?
Steal their ping? What happens? A Monkey King ult from 2 years ago goes off on one side,
Sure.
and they just get completely drained. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
So
Good balance.
So we played against the EG Fly yesterday, one pub,
Yeah.
and he was playing offlane CK, where he decided to get Aghanim Scepter and just cast the illusions on his whole team. That actually makes the game lag pretty hard.
Well, you know, it is a game in beta, so hopefully that will get fixed one day. I believe if you add up all of the money that the Dota 2 community has given Valve, watch out in the mid lane though! Before we do anything to get us both fired, we are going to see a kill. Shout out to Storm Spirit and boy Cons saving our careers. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're going to see Sapphire go down as well, and a little bit of pressure onto that Void. It's a kind of a tough Void lane against a Phoenix, you know? The burn constantly bringing you down so you can't backtrack it.
It's not just the Phoenix, it's also melee matchup for Slardar. He just wins those matchups. Like, you can't man up and straight up fight him.
Absolutely. Top lane, Mr. Briefcase over here, Elder Titan, not really getting too much. I do. Oh, he's got a cosmetic though. I don't like that.
I was so disappointed when ET was added in Dota 2 with this model. I just don't get it. Where's that from? This is the worst looking model. I was so disappointed. In Dota 1, man, he was the most badass hero.
What does he look like?
He looked like, I think it was one of the orcs.
Oh, he was an orc?
He was an orc, yeah.
Oh my god, like everything in Warcraft lore, that guy was an orc. Oh, great, what a cool character idea. He's an orc. Sorry.
Well, okay, seems like seems like you're an orc hater, huh?
I'm not an orc hater, I hate them all, you know?
But what is this? Like, what is that
He's
model?
a Titan, dude.
From where?
From Dota lore. He is a Titan.
What is his planet? He's definitely not from the Dota planet.
He doesn't have a planet. He makes planets. That's the lore.
That's the lore?
Yes, he creates planets.
Now it makes complete sense why it's so shitty.
You have to be from a planet to be beautiful? Not in my opinion. Cosmic entities are beautiful as well, Lacoste. Such judgment. If I could be serenaded by any hero in this game right now and have a good old time at an amusement park, it would probably be Titan. Who would you go hang out with?
Queen of Pain?
I said in this game.
Tauren Chieftain, alright, okay. So Rich came in.
He's a Tauren.
Apologies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why he looks so badass. But he was one of the orc heroes in the original Warcraft 3. I mixed it up.
Do you mean the
orc race?
No, he's a Tauren, dude.
Yeah, but he was one of the orcs, dude. When you played orcs in Warcraft 3, you could make Tauren Chieftain.
God damn.
DC, now I remember.
Uh-huh.
So back to the game, 2-1, 8 minutes in, not too much stuff happening.
Oh, watch
seems
out.
like he's gonna die. Has a cookie. Well, that cookie just gets eaten.
Oh, no. Storm Spirit, though, trying to make a rotation. He is going to go onto the Phoenix. Easy kill for him. Question will be, now, too dangerous. CCET coming in. Mr. Void, still not level 6, so couldn't make anything happen out of there. Meanwhile, one thing I do like about Con that they seem to do is when people are missing, like Storm rotating, Rubik is just on that shit, right? Just getting XP. This is stuff that you see from your Tier 1 teams. No creep goes unnoticed, and Con's been doing a great job in that in the last couple days. Meanwhile, what's this boy doing? We've got ET still, he walks from top, now he's walking bot, looking for something to do. Pretty dangerous stuff. Snapfire, though, has got to stop going down here. This is just suicide at this point. Cookie out, trying
He's baiting.
Bait, Snapfire, bait, Storm Spirit getting ready, going on top of the Slardar. He's a tanky boy. Tankiest one in the bottom. If they could get him, though, it'd be a big deal. And, oh, Ruby Tuesday, Gilger, out of nowhere, taking that out. Meanwhile, on the top lane, a Doom, and that was a deny, baby. Double kill and a deny Con.
That's actually a triple kill.
That is a triple.
Is this a bad manner pause? You know, it happens
to
all of us. You need to do it. Storm Spirit just got a double kill. They got a deny.
Mio, just saying, ooh, sorry, Doom. Great ultimate there.
What do you think he's called Mio?
Mio?
I feel like he wanted to type mid, but either misclicked or the mid was taken when he was making the Steam account.
I think he do it for Dios Mio. This kid's incredible, you know?
Well, so far so good.
Yeah.
Involved in all of the 5 kills.
Beautiful.
Dumpstered Doom in the lane. He's 1,000 gold ahead of him, and Doom has level 4 Devour at the moment, so that's pretty big deal.
Pretty goddamn rough. Typical carry strategy, find the poor man's, the little shovel, and then immediately send it back. You know, disrespecting the item, using it once and throwing it away, like my high school girlfriend, as we see Slardar looking for a kill yet again on that Snapfire. They are just gearing up for it again. Where is Void, by the way? Where has he gone? He has gone to the top lane to farm with that Magnus, unimpeded. Beautiful cleave coming out there, Mr. Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Khan's early game throughout the tournament has been very consistent.
Uh-oh, mid lane, we got an aggressive attack. I'm so sorry, Lacoste. The Storm Spirit is going so quick. He's all over the place. Takes out the Doom, and here we go. Elder Titan trying to do what he can. A little bit of revenge here coming out from Mortimer, blowing him some kisses.
He finds another rune, and we missed the kill. Oh, he actually got him with the kisses.
He did. He kissed him goodnight. Oh, he's threatening the RP. He's taunting him. That is actually the flashbang. He is using it to blind the player thanks to that Immortal. Phoenix not able to be affected by that since it is literally the sun. So, the flashbang did not work there.
Now they're pressuring the mid lane with the catapult. I mean, they don't have that much tower damage at the moment, so they need to play around the catapult timings on side of Khan. Doom finished the drums. I mean, he's catching up, but slowly.
Back there. Dusa, however, seems to not really be impeded too much. Of course, they swapped lanes a little bit, but now she is living her best life, you know, chilling out in the triangle, getting the world's largest ancient stack that I have literally ever seen. So very nice for her, and she is right behind Storm.
Storm Spirit constantly getting the runes and keeping the pressure on all the other lanes.
Dota 2, you know, has the inverse of the Bermuda Triangle. Things disappear there. In Dota 2 in our triangle, things just appear like fully slotted Medusas. Very terrifying place.
Now you see this pen? I could make that disappear in a second.
Oh!
That's a magic trick.
He's putting it on the table right now. I'm trying to look at it. Anyway. Top lane! Show us the power! We got the boys on NIP. Storm Spirit yet again going in. He doesn't have a lot of mana here. Could get caught. Double damage.
Nice
He's gonna
dodge.
dodge. Beautiful job. Dios mio, ladies and gentlemen. Just tearing it up. Snapfire.
Oh, what a cookie.
Woo!
Stops Doom from casting ulti.
And, oh,
where's
nice.
the cookies?
Fantastic course. The kiss is coming in as well. Chronosphere looking beautiful as Void goes in. I have just got to say, Khan has everything going for him so far in this game. They're grouping up. They're taking stuff. Storm Spirit's getting picks. NIP, where you at, boys? What's going on? Waiting for that Dusa, huh?
They have 7 more kills on side of Khan, but, you know, NIP's keeping up in terms of net worth. Only 1k gold lead, considering how aggressive Khan has been playing. They're still all tier 1 towers standing. They have ET, they have Phoenix and Medusa. These heroes are extremely good at defending the tier 1 towers.
Very frightening indeed, not seeing these Dusas in a fight. But do they have enough to deal with Dusa? I mean, Void's not that bad, right? A nice
Void's really good against Medusa.
Yeah. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to let that Dusy get some free farm. Little snake lady getting bigger and badder. Do you know the sad story of Dusa's lore?
No.
Well, it's very sad. She's a Gorgon, and her sisters were actually kidnapped. And she is on the search for them, and she wanted to save them. She was the most beautiful and kindest, much like T-Governor in the talent. And he and she traded their looks for the power to save her sisters. And kind of drove her a little crazy. So, yeah, very sad. It's a sad tale.
That's Cinderella's story.
Well, not really. I think it doesn't have
With
any...
a twist, okay.
No, there's no twist, actually. It's not even close to the
How do you even know all that stuff?
What do you mean?
All the lore. How do you just know it?
I don't know. I got some kind of Rain Man-esque ability to only remember inconsequential, made-up stories. So, yeah, what a shame. If only I could remember Dota spell names or, you know, team people, I would be a good caster. Here we go,
that's
initiation.
A full orchid.
Blow her a kiss, Snapfire, as we see that is one deep-fried snake. Moving on to Doom. Even Doom is afraid of those little kisses as he pops that regen for those creeps. And another pickoff by these boys up at the top. They kill Phoenix as well. This is looking like it's going to be nearly impossible for NIP to get back into this.
I just feel like NIP are not playing the game. They're just hitting creeps. That's all they have been doing. And Doom is afraid to use ulti at the moment because last time he used it, it got denied.
It was shameful. He is afraid to use it.
It's a level 5 Elder Titan 15 minutes in.
Woo! That's a bad feel.
I know Fogged is extremely mad if he's watching the game, and he should have been watching this game because that's his job, you know. But
legitimately, yes. I'm sure Fogg is home right now, punching his monitor with his full force. The monitor does not move in any way. However, it was an assault. Not a single crack on that monitor. As we see these teams gearing up for another battle yet again. 11-2 with no signs of stopping. All of these guys are snowball heroes, and this ball will be a-rolling. Have you ever seen snow, Lacoste?
Seen snow?
Yeah.
Why would I not see snow?
I don't know. What is,
We have like 3 or 4 months of snow in Croatia.
Oh, really?
Usually, yeah, not the last year.
Okay. Uh-oh. Sapphire taken out. Not really a big deal. And Snap's ultimate is still down, and she has been the sacrificial murder victim so many times in this game so far. But NIP, they'll take anything they can get now. Couple kills makes opportunity. And we wait to see.
Oh, that's a big one. Gilbert
Devour.
definitely wanted to get that one from Doom. You know, some extra gold in his pockets. He's almost as farmed as Mag. Actually, same net worth at the moment.
What a large ding-a-ling deal that was. The Storm Spirit grabs him to get his regen room, not afraid at all at the Dusa. Completely confident that they won't be able to just jump him. I guess he knows that Slardar doesn't have a blink yet, so that's really their only lockdown for him.
Can you spell confident for me?
C-O... Oh no, here we go! A team fight right in the middle of my beautiful spelling bee as they initiate Night
Big RP
on the 2, followed up by the Chrono. This is what you dream of when you pick these big team fight heroes, one after another. Kiss is being sent, and they are out of there. Great work as they push on this tower. NIP has got to do something, Lacoste. All that creep hitting, it's got to pay off.
Storm
Here we
is
go.
dead.
Storm Spirit initiation got that very underleveled Elder Titan as they move in. Watch out, Mr. Phoenix. I mean, I am looking to say something positive about NIP, but they are getting wrecked in this game.
They certainly are. Look at the wards. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 observer wards from Khan, and I love the build that Storm Spirit going straight Orchid, so you know he has a much more kill potential. He's getting all the runes. Supreme tries to use a Doom, but the cast animation is just way too high. Takes too much time. Now he's getting a Lincoln Sphere, you know, against the Doom. That's the only spell that he needs to take care of.
I mean, it's very hard already to lock down that Storm. When he gets a Lincoln Sphere, what do you do? I'm not quite sure. It's real tough. Meanwhile, Void's farm, of course, getting increased with that Magnus, that Empower, making things better for him. You see him still on that top of the net worth, out farming the Dusa. Dusa desperately trying to get some kind of item to get her into this game. The Midas is just not enough right now. Gonna be going over to that Manta style. And we're a long way from Scotty, baby. Long way.
He found Iron Talon. I mean, his net worth is pretty high at the moment, considering how the game is going. He's 0, 1, and 0. They made some stacks for him. Smoke coming out from NIP.
Gotta make some moves.
I don't think they can start a team fight unless your Slardar has a Blink Dagger. That's the issue.
Yeah, it is tough. Rubik already has his blink. They do scan out. They see that smoke. So, yeah, there you go. Looking for that pick with that blink, as Lacoste mentions, but a very nice scan by Khan, and they will be backing up. Now, it ain't all over yet, though, of course. One good team fight. If Dusa does get the items that she needs, you know, she could be very good. There's your big boy, Philly. That gonna help with some of that money. Would you carry a Philosopher's Stone in real life? You just get free money in your pocket. but it is highly irradiated. What would you carry?
I'd rather not to. You know, what kind of money are we talking about?
We're talking. Well, what does Philosopher's Stone do? It almost like doubles your
Doubles my income.
doubles your passive income. And that's pretty good. Invest everything into like the bank, and you automatically get double interest on everything. That's pretty nice. You can make a few. That's exponential gains. However,
True. However, I have
massive radiation.
I have 2 years of life left. So what am I gonna do with the money?
Fine.
It's not a good deal.
Well,
it really is not. Magnus getting closer to his Blink Dagger. I see that he has Guardian Greaves queued up, you know, just to be able to dispel things.
I guess he's the everything this game, you know? A little bit of support, a little bit of Blink, a little bit of team fight. Meanwhile, double damage coming out of your Medusa. This could be their chance that they try to do something. Rubik Tuesday gonna take that Snake A. Little biter. Midas. We see cooldown on the Voids, Midas. Where's the Deuce of Midas? We still don't see that cooldown. Very scary. She finally uses it. Here we go. Initiation on the Storm Spirit, grabbing that Doom. Here come the kisses.
No BKB yet.
He takes down the Doom. The Doom is so low, but here comes the Void to finish it off. Absolutely tearing it up. Phoenix so good against Void, though. Big ultimates coming out. They're going to try to get out of there. Storm Spirit does die. That's huge for NIP. Fantastic pick there as they look to see if they can get some more. The double damage barely expiring at the end of that fight. Blink Dagger now on Slardar, able to initiate on top of that Snapfire. Snapfire sacrificing life yet again. Cookie for the little fish man. Actually lets the rest of the team escape, but a big pickup. Killing a Storm over killing that Doom for the umpteenth time. Pretty huge.
Storm Spirit used all of his mana, could not get out of that one. And there was no Rubik, there was no Snapfire close by to use any of the spells. They were just very, very separated. And if you think about the like carry-to-carry matchup, where you have Slardar amplifying the damage that Medusa does, it's just insanely strong. And now he's going for Scotty, just tanking up. Like this game, on paper, if you just look at the score, it feels like, yeah, NIP is losing, but all they need is one more good fight, and they can easily turn that into Roche. Also, they're not relying that much on cooldown. Even if they don't have Doom, if they don't have Supernova, and Medusa is extremely farmed, they can still take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Scotty on that Medusa would be a huge deal. If she is able to do that before the next big fight, would be scary. Now caught on the back foot, going for that Roshan to make sure that they will not lose the next fight. Obviously going to be putting it on Storm, the greatest Roshan carrier in the game, coupled with a haste even. So we will see how this next one turns out. Also, in this fight, do have a blink up on your Magnus, so the initiation should be better. If Magnus was able to get on top of that Doom last time, we wouldn't have any problems. All right.
Storm has that Aegis. Fele on Phoenix, so he's gonna get some items as well.
Big boy Fele, but can he deal with the massive amounts of radiation? I guess he is the sun, which does have a lot of radiation on it.
Oh, seems like he can.
Yes, it fuels him, in fact. What's your favorite neutral item, Lacoste? Obviously, excluding 60-minute big boys.
Yeah, Clumsy Net probably.
Yeah.
Good stats, good mana regen on your position 4s and 5s, and you can ruin some of the mobile heroes, especially if you don't have enough lockdown.
I would say it would be Shovel if Shovel gave clarities. All I want from the Shovel is clarities, please. So useful, so much more than healing salves in my opinion. Carries never have problems with health, but they always have no mana. Shove that down their throats. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit gets his Lincolns. Even harder to take down Mr. Blue Boy. It's gonna be difficult.
If somehow NIP manages to get back into this game, it could be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen so far in the tournament. That's why I asked you, how do you spell? What did you say? Conspiracy?
You know, honestly, you were trying to make a joke, and I am so bad at spelling, you had to give up just to move on. That's a bad feel. Yikes. Looking good
Excessive
again.
foul. Come on, Rubik. Dig it.
Oh.
You need to dig it.
Dig. Can Rubik dig it? The Midas is available. 2 seconds. Every Midas lovers, get ready. We missed it. That's a big T-Tor's gotta complain about that. Haven't missed many kills, but I need to see every Midas usage. I'm very upset right now. What's this strategy? Is this good?
This strategy, what Slardar's doing right
Yes.
now? I mean, he does not have a hero to play with.
Okay.
And he cannot get a solo kill on anyone.
So he's just down here.
He's just here chilling, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
You've been down there.
Yeah, I've been down there once or twice. It's a nice place. You know, back in the days when everyone can, cut trees. Oh, watch out! Here we go. Initiation coming in. Looking for what they get. Phoenix is going to pop in. There's the Scotty. Easy, but not great. They need that lockdown to be able to catch people in that Phoenix hold. They'll simply wait, go straight onto the Dusa. This is exactly what they wanted RP to get him away.
Used all of his mana.
RPs him out of that. Beautiful RP on the backline. Storm Spirit tearing up all of those supports. Deuce is still alive, now out of mana, but it's her time to shine. We'll be taking out that Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, Slardar taking out the Magnus. Magnus has all of his skills gone, however, so the rest of the team is able to just feast on that Deusa. That was beautiful. See that Phoenix egg, everybody backs out, and even more kills coming out. The Phoenix himself, herself, itself.
Storm's
will
cleaning up
suffer.
now. Oh, there's the bull.
Gilger ready to follow this up if he tries anything as well, and that is a complete domination. Beautiful shot from Khan.
They used this Aegis very early on. It was still 2 minutes left on Aegis, and Storm Spirit, he has mana issues. We've seen a big zip. He only managed to get 1 kill on a support before the fight starts, and he used all of his mana. Then he dies, which is a good thing here, dying with Aegis, replenishing your mana, and as you said, that's why he's the best, I believe you said Roshan carriers in the game.
That's what it's all about. Remember when Storm was just hyper broken from Bloodstone and you just picked Storm, you gotta kill him, then he has Aegis, then you gotta kill him, then he Bloodstone, then you gotta kill him. Try to push uphill, he buybacks and holds the entire team for the entirety of the buyback of the respawn duration. I hate this hero, honestly. If it wasn't for Blitz Dota, such a kind boy, being able to spam him to relevance, I would despise the hero, but he's done good things.
Storm Spirit in this tournament, I believe he is 15 losses out of 21 games.
Well, my EG does play him often. Top tower now, under assault! As we see Storm Spirit pretty deep in here. He's going to jump on top of the cliff, really just dodging everything. Doom on the Linky. Oh my, oh dear, oh my. That is not good for you boys.
All right, they should definitely punish this. Storm Spirit has no mana, but if he just comes back from the base with the full mana, they should be able to take a fight.
Yeah, that was...
NIP, looking by the minimap, it seems like they want to smoke.
Why would you smoke without a Doom?
That's a good question, but right now they're just holding hands together.
Well, you know, they're scared somebody is going to get got on. They do have abilities to stop them if they're together, but they are very vulnerable by themselves at this point. Almost level 20, though, on that Medusa, and she will uncover.
She needs a neutral item. She's about to hit level 20. Once you hit that, Hero is extremely strong,
Let's go
but
time.
they need a neutral item for her. Right now, she's just keeping on to that Iron Talon, which is not the greatest item 28 minutes in.
No, she did find a telescope, not useful for her. Will
And it's also
provide?
not a great item if you're not using it.
True. Gotta scan. Scans are now big. Scan away. Look at that fog of war abuse there. That was beautiful. One tiny little thing covering up that gigantic fishman. Actually terrifying how well giant things could be hidden in the Dota universe.
This is the item.
All right.
Titan Sliver, some extra damage, magic resist, status resist.
Titan Sliver on the Void as well, though. Void in a great position here. Slardar, whoa, jumps out. And
I
Magnus.
hear the thunder.
Oh, yeah. He's getting the flashbangs ready. Here we go. The Snapfire going to be picked out. Dust on the Snapfire. Not going to be able to make anything of it so far. On the back end, though, Mr. Storm Spirit going in, dodging very well. Doom should be back up pretty soon, so they have got to make a move now if they're going to take advantage of it, and they attempted to right there. They do see that Medusa. They thought that they backed the old classic fake back. They do have wards up there. Oh, but it has been discovered, and now they all know the situation, so they will awkwardly walk away from each other. Thank you, wards. Thank you.
NIP just holding on together. They do not want to take a fight since they misused the Doom. Next Roche may respawn in a minute.
Very, very tense here, Lacoste. What is the most tense moment of your life?
That's a tough one.
Now, you're a guy where a lot of things kind of slide off your back. Not a lot of things really worry Lacoste.
I was wearing a cape. I still am, actually, and I had to go to the bathroom. Like, that was pretty intense.
That's a tense moment. You know, we always, as talent, forget that we have a bunch of, like, microphones in us on all the time. I have shit-talked many a team with my microphone on. In fact, one time I shit-talked the sound guy for an event with my microphone on, and I listened to him reviewing the shit-talk. So, you gotta be careful in these situations. That guy was insane. Regenerate barely snagged up by your Storm Spirit, making for a beautiful initiation onto that Slardar. Slardar, get out of there and try to heal him with that
Void.
Oh, that's great. The Doom comes out on the Void. If you can't hit the Storm, then he hits something else. And then IP turns it around excellently. I guess that Storm Spirit just went a little bit too deep, too much. We've been seeing that a couple times from Storm this game.
Yeah, they're getting all the runes every single time. Khan is just controlling the runes. They're getting pretty much every single one of them. But this Medusa, she's full HP, full mana. They use Slaughter ulti on someone, they straight up die. Yep. I mean, net worth lead is getting lower.
Sure.
Like, this Medusa is no joke. When I say getting lower, you see that tiny spike once they want that last team fight. This is it. This is what I'm talking about.
Ooh. No, but you're absolutely right. As you said, Medusa can be such a great late-game carry that we've been seeing in this tournament that even getting this far is a danger. And I like Doom's idea. You know, he messes up one Doom, and then he says, okay, you know what? Forget Storm. My target is Void. And if Void got that Chrono off, completely different fight there. So shout out to the Doom for not giving up. Great play.
I love the mindset. You know, he used the Doom, once failed, and then I do not want to use it for the next 30 minutes. The enemy team will forget that I actually have this spell.
That's how you do it, buddy. You gotta lull them into a false sense of security. As a man who has seen just unlimited amounts of Dota fails, I can tell you, it is the hubris that is the greatest enemy in the game of Dota. There's that goddamn courier. Meanwhile, in the Roche pit, they will know that they are doing Roche. They feel it. They know. They scan. They see. And they know that it's time to go in. Elder Titan, he's going to scout it out. He will see Roche very close. They have to make their decision now. He's going to Betty by. And the question is, does Khan think that they can bring the fight to them? Maybe. Here we go. Can we do it?
Zoning Chrono!
Yes, we can! Roshan is taking it. He actually blinks into it, but they don't
He
pick
did
it up.
not get the
Get
Aegis.
the Aegis! He grabs the Aegis. Beautiful job. Able to snag it right before he dies. Chronos, and they will actually be immediately murdered. Snapfire actually getting him out. Very impressive stuff there, but right on his tail.
They see him.
Nice
Corrosive
job.
base.
It's too much damage. Void! No, he won't be able to make it. They're going to push him back. The puddle has been revealed, and they stand in it drowning. Oh, that was a rough job by Khan. Yeah, pause and talk about that one. Gee whiz.
This was a tough one. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some Keck W's in the chat after that Void play. That definitely did not need to happen. Like, Storm can go in, try to bait them, buy some time. It would be even a bigger fail if he did not manage to pick up that Aegis. And it was very close.
Using Chrono to finish the Roche, then almost not getting the Aegis. I mean, a Slardar literally blinked into the Chronosphere and almost got it before he did. That's rough, but, you know, it's not complete disaster. Your Storm Spirit is still alive, but Storm, he's a hero that can go 14-1 and then lose because he doesn't actually do anything in the late game. This is Void's time to shine. And Void just solo Chrono'd Roshan. So, concerning stuff here.
It was actually a two-man Chrono, Roshan and Void.
That is true.
So.
And then someone did accidentally blink into it. Nice pick off, though, by that Storm Spirit, getting what he can. The unpause doing its work here.
One,
TP out
two,
to... Woo! Nighty-night. Nice shot by the Elder Titan, getting that sleep in time. Your boy, Gilger, he's scared now. TP and blinking. Nice. juke in the trees. But what does a lone Rubik do against the power of the Nip? Not much. Frightening coming down in that mid lane.
I like the itemization on Gilgir this game. He has a Blink Dagger and the Ether Lens for some extra cast range, of course, and Heaven's Halberd. Like, this item destroys Medusa. Problem is, you know, Rubik's really not getting close to Medusa in team fights, especially if she just uses the ulti. You do not want to look in that direction.
Trying to save that middle and making some space for their boys to be able to jump this Dusa for being out of position. The range creep eats a cookie before it dies, doing absolutely nothing, stealing the cookie from Grandma's jar. Very sad.
What's your favorite type of a cookie?
I was just about to ask you. I am a freak. I love raisin oatmeal.
Raisin?
Raisin
If someone
oatmeal.
gives me a chocolate as a gift with raisins, that's actually a hate crime.
That's not a hate crime, bro.
It is. Like, why would you want it in your chocolate? It makes no sense.
I like it. I like craisins, chocolate-covered raisins. I like oatmeal raisin cookies. I like them all, but I mean, that wouldn't be hard to imagine looking at me. I'm a big fan of all cookies.
I'm a big, you know, grape guy. I just adore grapes, but raisins?
Oh, raisins
Huge
are
yikes.
dead grapes.
Yeah.
I mean, the soul of the grape is ripped out. I think that's why I like raisins so much, is because they're so metal.
I think I just called them graisins.
Graisins. Papa Graisin. But, grape is the most metal of foods. You take something that's so pure and full of life, and then you suck everything that makes it that, and then it's just an empty husk. Much like Dota players, I would be a raisin to the grape that, you know, started Dota so long ago.
Great analogy there.
Thank you.
So we see carries getting closer to level 25s. Once Medusa gets it, you know, there's a Scotty. Split Shot uses modifiers. That's why she's getting a Daedalus as the next item. A lot of AoE crits. NIP is in full control of this game, in my opinion, at the moment.
Yep. Waited too long here on Khan. Now, despite having a massive lead, a 14-15-2 Storm Spirit, it is just time for these carries. Uh-oh, watch out. And there you go. The mistakes are coming out.
Gilgir watching the Bulldog stream on a secondary monitor. Not a good idea.
Very bad. Watching Gilgir.
While playing.
Watching Bulldog watch him playing. And suddenly, he thinks that he's 2 minutes later than he is. Saberlight making space, going in, getting that Snapfire yet again. Oh, good save, though, from your boy Magnus, dragging him behind the tower, but he's a tanky boy now. He's able to fight you. He does have the puddle, and Magnus must suffer for that Snap. Will Snap even die, making his sacrifice completely worthless? He will! And the time now comes on Void to do something, where he was so strong and confident. It's now Void that needs to get items that make him relevant in this game.
Aghanim Scepter on him. Does not have MKB yet. Needs just a Demon Edge to finish it off, but he's not going to have a buyback.
Scary stuff. 4K away from that Monkey King bar. And another pause comes out from Khan.
Let's see that career.
Don't show us the goddamn monkey. Please. We don't like it here.
What did we call him last time? Bob the Baboon?
I don't think anyone said that. Oh, there he is. That hideous creature. It's been a long time since I've seen a normal donkey, but there it is. Just a casual, actual donkey. Storm Spirit never used a courier in his entire life. And he will go with the traditional Donko. Interesting.
I love Khan's logo. It just feels, you know, very intimidating, very scary.
Yes, yes. 2 eyes in the darkness. Meanwhile, NIP, ninjas in pajamas. The least threatening thing I think I've ever heard in my life. No offense. Ninja's scary, but if they're in pajamas...
And they're ready to go to bed.
Yeah, it's nighttime. Who names these esports organizations, honestly? Evil Geniuses is the stupidest goddamn thing I've ever heard. OG? Who? What?
Doesn't even stand for anything. It's just 2 letters.
You go up to like a rap battle, and you go to this like sick rapper and be like, "Yo, I'm gonna name my team the OGs." He'd be like, "Get the hell away from me."
I mean, OG sounds like super scary. Like, he's the OG.
Like, that's not scary. Yeah, it's super scary. Then you go and see like No Tail. hello. Like,
Now, if you say like he's the OG, you think of something positive,
Sure,
right? Like he's the dude, he's the guy.
Yeah. DC. That was a, Suns fans' original idea for DC was a dinosaur catastrophe or something like that.
Well, that's a cool one.
Sick. And here we go. On the back foot here, a 4-man smoke coming out from the cons. Clowns! Clowns, says Mio. He's mad. This is when the Storm Spirit tilts. When he has 15 kills, hardly any deaths, and then he loses. This is how you tilt the Storm. Trust me, I do all
Clowns
the
in the
time.
old chat. All right.
Clowns! He says, and then a G. Goodness gracious, Mio.
Go clowns. Misha with the talk back. Okay.
Oh, Dio.
Well, this
Mio.
game's now more interesting.
This game is a game, boys. These guys are talking some shit. That's what I want to see. Level 25 so important on Storm, almost getting there. And, we got that smoke in the mid lane. The smoke has found them. We have got somebody, but they're looking for the right initiation. They're not getting it. Here comes Elder Titan. Big Gold. Storm Spirit goes in, but he jumps in from halfway across the map. The
Big
Chrono. He misses. He whiffs it. They're running for their lives. Oh, the Snapfire. Wait, one more hit. Void. Misses the Chrono, doesn't hit the egg. He straight up wants that fight. No bueno coming out from our Void Spirit. Yikerinos. Oh, no.
You know what? I think we might see one more usage of the word clown after this game ends.
Yeah. Whoa, that guy's grabbing
that's a
an
big
arcane
zip.
rune. Very big zip. He does have that Lincoln still available. They're going to go and dive. Now they saw Storm Spirit not be anywhere near him. They might be extending too far here, but no. The puddle, the jump by Gilger, trying to pick off something. Maybe not the Deuce, the best target with the 2 hits and I die. However, not 25 on the Storm yet. If he had only those beautiful remnants, he could be stopping this, but he's just barely not there. And they're looking to potentially go back in again. Oh, he does able to pop that Aeon Disc.
If there's ET standing on top of someone, removing their base armor, and there's Slaughter ulti plus Solar Crest, they're sitting at like minus 30 armor.
Yes.
While Medusa hits you. Prince's Knife. That's a cool item. What is she holding? Just a leveler for now? And a full Satanic. Sold the Midas.
Bye! How does one kill this Dusa? You must kill the entire enemy team, then you must chrono her, and then you must pray to God that you have enough damage to take her out. Not looking like it is possible at this point. Too many mistakes coming out from Khan, too many overextensions, but shout out to NIP for staying in the game for so long and not making those mistakes that could have cost it.
I think this game is just gonna end. I mean, Storm Spirit is about to be level 25, then it's gonna be, harder for them to push. He's gonna be dealing with the creep waves, but Medusa might just run in and take it by force.
Oh, here we go. Nice grab on the Dusa, but you honestly do not have enough time to kill her. Her entire team is in the back line. There's nothing you can do. You can drag her out of position as much as you want. She's too strong. You have got to kill everyone else on the team, and they just don't have it. There we go. The Remnants coming up from the Storm finally hits that 25. That's so essential. If he had that, a minute ago, maybe they could have done something. They're not going to let this Dusa go without a fight. She's dragged
low
into the
on
tier 2s. She's going to use her ultimate, but they have nothing to follow up. Void does not have Chrono. That is such a bad sign if you could drag her alone.
God needs to chase now.
They've got to go. No mana on the Medusa. She is just hitting, though. No! Void Chronos, 2 people that ain't Dusa. They're trying to take him out, but with that, they just don't have the damage. The Snapfire Cookie's coming out. BKB on the top of the Doom, and that is going to do it. That is just a way to lose. Shout out to NIP. Ladies and germs, can we do it? Can it happen? Negative. That's an NIP victory right here.
Yeah, there's no way they're coming back into this game. Faceless Void uses a Chrono, they fail a fight, and I believe this game just ends, They might be able to disarm Medusa. It's a long-ass disarm coming out from Rubik.
Yeah. They've got a long time, though. 1 minute until Void is back, 1 minute until Magnus. Storm can try to hold this game for as long as he can. Still, I mean, this Deuce has no fear. She's completely up here alone.
Satanic is ready, so they can't really burst her down. They don't have a tool that deals with the evasion. Leveler plus Solar Crest. Look at that attack speed.
My goodness. The clowns themselves are taking it. Oh, no. No, no, no. Storm on the back, trying to cut waves. He's going to grab that regeneration rune. I mean, I will say one thing about Storm. Very good at grabbing regen runes. He did very good this game. But it just didn't matter. Without that Void kicking ass in that late game, not a lot of hope.
That's a second set of Raxes. All right, so Khan will have one more fight. One more Chrono. Big zip from the Storm, picking up bounty runes.
Oh my
it's so
God.
funny to just watch at the minimap when Storm zips in while he's level 25.
Is he making the Illuminati symbol?
Radiant are
Don't.
scanning.
This is what Gaben doesn't want you to know, guys. Don't clip this match or he'll find all of you. Okay. What do you think of the Illuminati?
What are my thoughts on Illuminati?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not a member. That's what I know.
Oh! But do they exist?
I mean, if we know that they exist, it's not that, you know, secret society after all.
I suppose. I think Cat might be in the Illuminati.
Possibly, yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say for now, because I value my life. BSJ is probably the founding member of the Illuminati. Some kind of ancient vampire man. But as we go and wait for this game to inevitably be over, I'm not lying to you. If Khan can turn this game around, it will be the most famous game of Dota 2 to ever take place. This is a literal impossibility unless they completely and perfectly line up every ult in the correct way. Will they be able to solve the Da Vinci Code of Dota? Or will they die hilariously, chronoing nothing? Time to
There he
find
goes.
out.
That's
Chrono
the
on
Chrono.
top. Can they steal that Aegis? They're looking for it, and
They
they
got
do
it.
get the Aegis going straight on top of the Dosa. And we're trying to turn it around, but oh no, in the back lines, they will be able to take out that Void. No Chrono, not a big deal though, as they try to turn it around. But here we go, Slardar with that immense damage. The Cookie.
That's a big
Oh,
RP.
that is a huge ultimate. Do they actually have the power to turn it around? Holy shit, they made it out! I can't believe it! This is the greatest match of Dota to ever happen! Doom is taken out! NIP is screwed! Khan, you can't put it up against the baby if the soul of Genghis has taken these boys! Run away! Hide your children! Hide your wives! Genghis Khan in the flesh is here!
This is the fight they needed. Inside the Roche pit, he chronoed the Roche once again.
Holy shit! They went in too deep! Saberlight, get out of there! Whew, I'm dreaming. I'm hot right now. I feel a demon inside of me. Let's take another look. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your pants on. If your parents are in the room, tell them to leave, because I've never wanted to pleasure myself so much watching this replay. Holy Jesus! An immaculate birth is about to happen from me. Incredible turnaround by Khan. Incredible!
This is insane RP coming out from Mag this game, and Faceless Void with the, you know, Empower and Aghanim Scepter. I'll just shut up. Go,
Look at
Flax.
this fucking Mount Everest! The win probability, I'm so sorry! Taking out that tower, everyone has buyback. It's actually not a big deal. The hype is completely fake, but we will see it through as the puddle is made. Is that puddle soon to be yellow? Slardar on the back, and they will back up. But ladies and gentlemen, this game ain't over. In the greatest words of the greatest casters we've ever had, it is all shit compared to Khan versus NIP.
Yeah, this is such an entertaining series, you know, back and forth. First, Khan was almost 15k gold ahead, then NIP 10 gold ahead. Now it's pretty even. They lost Aegis. Faceless Void is level 25, has 6,000 gold in his bank. Backtrack, 20% talent. Remember, that talent can now be disabled by a break, but sadly they don't have any break mechanics on the NIP.
Tier 2 Dota is the greatest thing to ever happen to this game. Do you think Secret would ever have a chance of getting back into this? Do you think OG would ever not GG? That is the power, baby. It could go any way. Not to say that these teams are tier 2 in any way, but it is exciting to watch.
And Gilger, he has a stolen Doom, so he can be the one initiating either on Medusa or on Doom to keep just Faceless Void safe in this fight.
Truly, someone has been praying to Satan to make this comeback possible.
And there it is, he uses it on Doom.
An insult and a double chrono on the back line. They're trying to make their way. They're focusing a lot on that Slardar instead of the Doom targets. The cookies, the kisses will be able to hurt that Doom. He will have to buy back immediately. Slardar double buy back here, but the entire team underneath Deuce's terrifying gaze. The Scotty destruction. Void able to make his way out, but a complete decimation of Team Con as Void is literally running into their fountain to try to find a way out. Oh.
They have very limited catch, Medusa. No backtracks.
Your parents will tell you to believe in dreams. Popular media will tell you stories. Big Hollywood will tell you that sometimes comebacks are possible, but this is Dota 2. Our dreams are dead, our comebacks are not real, and the best team wins no matter what.
Anything is possible. I like the initiation from Khan. They use Doom on Doom. And he still has buyback, you know, but good chrono. I thought they're going to focus Medusa, burn all of her mana so she can't use ulti.
Yeah, a lot of focus on Slardar.
Not happened, yeah, and there was no RP in that fight.
That's not
It's pretty chaotic, you know. You're running into Medusa, who's holding on to Illusion Escape, so it's very hard for Mag to actually get a good RP.
And now we see NIP with their perfect execution in that last team fight, the great double buybacks to make sure that they have the aggression. As we've talked about, buyback, such a huge part of the current meta. They use that chrono buyback. They have nothing left. They use the stolen Doom buyback. No fortification on this last tower. Storm Spirit nowhere to be seen. They are going to go through backdoor protection. Oh, there it is.
All right, this is the combo. Granny has Aghanim's Scepter, so she can devour Magnus possibly and just spit him out.
Yes, trying to save those racks while they can. Mega's on the line. Void coming back in 13 seconds. Rubik coming back in 8. Do they have the power? They're going to slow down that. Oh my god, drag her right back. They need that Void to come back right
out of
now.
Mana.
Not able yet to. Chrono still on cooldown. Do they have to back instead of getting the Megas? Is the game still afoot? Here comes a big ol' ult. It kind of whiffs completely, and they're going in. Oh, everybody's halfway through. Show me the RP.
Another skewer.
The drag back. Could we see this? Deuce, she's got no mana. We got Chrono not online yet, though. The BKB is popped.
They cannot kill the egg.
Egg unable to be popped. The omelet, it will not be made. Gilger with a suicidal jump within. Can you believe what you're seeing, ladies and gentlemen? This dude just jumped on top. Holy moly, they get the Deusa. And Deusa's dead.
She has buyback though. And they're chasing now. Faceless Void doing so much. They're gonna have Chrono in what, 140? This is it!
Here we go! Faceless Void jumped on top. Storm Spirit going in. Saberlight, he's gotta get out of there. He's so quick. Throw the puddle. The puddle is out. Can't get my little booties wet. Back to the jungle.
Medusa will need to buy back here. Like, they have such a great chase potential with the Time Walk, with the, I don't know the name of the spell, Spit Out from the Granny, and the Storm Spirit Zip.
Do you have friends that play League of Legends?
Out. Gobble up and spit out. What did you say?
Do you have friends that play League of Legends?
No,
Do
I
they
don't.
play Smite? Do they play any other shitty copy of this game? Call them up. Tell them, stop what you're doing. Wake the fuck up and watch Con versus NIP, because you are about to see potentially the greatest comeback any MOBA has ever seen in your lives. Sorry. It's time.
This game is very entertaining, and now Storm Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter, you know, he can zip in, pull them towards a big Chrono or big RP. Plus, he has another Arcane Rune.
Absolutely.
50 minutes in, do we wait 10 more minutes just to get some neutral items?
Let's go. I am a completely unbiased caster, and I must say, I don't care who wins at this point. Let the carnage continue. Who gives a shit anymore? We are ready to see a team die, and whoever takes it is a champion of champions. I gotta calm down, Lucas. Can you please talk
you do,
for a while?
yeah.
I'm sweating.
I was showing you with the hand, you know, just tone it down a bit. Even though the game is super hype. All right, Snapfire, she wants to get the levels. Bought the tone for herself. Are we going to see any level 30s coming up soon? Medusa should be close, I believe. Maybe 28, 29.
Holy shit. Level 30 on Storm Spirit, pretty big deal as well.
Why is that?
I mean,
Because he has all the talents, that's it?
it is a big deal. Storm has to make some big decisions, you know? On the talent tree. Storm is one of the 2 heroes I've never played, but I assume they're very good. Let's take a look. Overlord pierces immunity. That's pretty huge.
It's just
Nana.
the Vortex. I think you want to have Vortex, especially when you have Aghanim Scepter upgrade, and he bought it. He has still power treads.
Yo, in a situation like this, though, Remnant damage would actually do a lot to stop creep waves, right?
For sure.
So, see? Not so stupid after all. Roshan, the key to victory. Much like the God Azul from Ghostbusters, who will be the key carrier to end the apocalypse? We will soon find out. Roshan holds the key. He's in! Who's ready to bust this game wide the hell open, ladies and
So
gentlemen?
that's Fort Roche, Ags, Cheese, Refresher, Aegis. I forgot the most important one.
Victory. That is the most important one. Whoever to claim the Roshan claims the game. And we will see both these teams posturing so strongly. Look at these puddles. Look at this storm. Oh, the puddle. The storm remnant ran right in the center of that puddle. Very cool. NIP indeed. Anyway, as we continue the
He's
game.
just trying to bait something. See what they're doing, where they're hiding at the moment.
Extremely tense. These puddles have such a low cooldown now. I mean, we're seeing the second river getting made here in the jungle. Do love it. Who's got the balls to get into that Roche pit first, Lacoste? What are they waiting for?
They need to have good creep pushing coming out.
Yes.
You know, they're playing against the 2 super creeps. They lost the top and the mid. They don't even have a tier 3 tower at the bottom.
Must be very
My
careful.
question is, do you get region coming out from Ocean Heart if you're staying in the puddle? That's river.
Yes.
That's a big
However,
brain play, even though it's a tier 1 item.
If you have Ocean Heart at 53 minutes,
They're probably bad at
perhaps
Dota.
kick that guy from the team. He is making horrible mistakes. We see the smoke. This might be the moment. This could be it. Ready your Twitch clips. Ready your lives. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the fight. Here we go. Initiation on top of that Medusa trying to drag back. He won't be able to drag him back. Void in the back lane trying to get everyone separated, but he will have to pop that BKB, making sure that he's not dragged in by the Medusa. Here comes the Doom.
But the
Blocked
Lincoln
up by
Sphere.
the Lincoln Sphere, and they're going to have to fall back. Oh, a fantastic RP, but with no backup. The Snapfire kisses a little late. They're trying to get that Mr. Doom, but Doom pops that BKB as he has so many times, able to walk away, and they're gonna
those
pick him up.
bashes.
Here we go. They have got to take out everyone else before they can get their hands on top of that beautiful Medusa.
He's done.
Too late.
3-shotted.
No, and they're turning it around. Here we go, babies. Dragged in, shooting out his allies. Snapfire able to shoot him. And the Doom buyback. Yet again, we see them commit everything, and then the Doom just instantly buybacks, get back in the fight.
Straight
Buyback
into
now
Roche
from the
pit.
Chrono. Triple buyback. Here we go. Trying to fight somebody. Do they get the Ruby? Gilgy, run. No.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 7 buybacks at the moment
Woo!
that were used. Storm Spirit, they need to get something out of this if they want to make a comeback into this game.
Oh my god, they're in the Roche pit right now trying to take it. The 7 buybacks are in. Mr. Storm Spirit getting knocked out. Storm is dead. Another buyback. We're up to 8 buybacks, ladies and gentlemen.
Easy going for the biggest zip of his life. He's preparing. There it comes.
Yeah!
Doesn't
They knock
do
out
anything.
The entire team. Here we go. Void now on top of everybody. Pops that BKB. So much damage though coming out from the Dusa, and so it is. Dusa too powerful. Her Scotty, her shots, her splits. The turnaround, however, on top of the Magnus, they will stun the whole team. How can they possibly
Another good
kill
stomp.
this Dusa? Give them the power. Give them your hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams are dead. Snapfire is dead. No buybacko on that. And so here comes Doom. Looking for that faceless void. Vice versa, that shit. And here we go. Storm Spirit with a nice grab on 2 dudes. They're going on
That's
Doom.
dieback. 2 of the
Please.
heroes.
Here we go. Medusa's the only one left. Phoenix abandoning.
She's out of mana.
No.
She's getting bashed. But the
snake cannon.
satanic.
She needs help.
High five!
No, not the high five comes out! Yo, my goodness gracious!
She still has buyback.
Me,
She
oh
did
my.
not use it in the previous fight. Bottom is being pushed in. These are not mega creeps yet, so this is Cheese, Aegis, Refresher, and the Aghanim Scepter for Khan. Who do they give it to? I mean, Faceless Void already has one, Storm has one, even Granny. I guess you give it to Rubik, or... I mean, you can give it to Mag. Mag's pretty sick with it, actually.
Making some decisions here. They've got a lot of items to get through. Aghanim Scepter is available on the ground for somebody. He is staring at
There's
it.
too many free items.
My
What
God.
do we do?
The beauty of the he must leave it. He's blinded by his magnificence, and Magnus will be going in for it. Absolutely unbelievable game that we are seeing here as this game continues. If it wasn't for the Rax deficit, we would have seen a push there, but they had to go back, defend those very important towers in that last Rax.
He's very limited on mana on Faceless Void. So he does not actually have enough mana to cast like 3 Chronospheres, Manta style, Mjolnir.
Yeah. Very frightening. They're gonna maybe
They're going
go for
in.
the finish.
Medusa needs to buy back. 30 seconds without her. Can they hold?
They just don't have any backup for her for 30 seconds. She buys back, and then you got Slardar. It's only 3 versus...
This is one of those moments where you decide, do I buy back or not? You know, I think it's every single time like that, but this was
Absolutely.
a tough one.
You don't want to be like Anna at TI9, the Chrono on top of Medusa, but it's going to be a lot to get through that. Here we go. All
Mana
the
is
ultimates
gone.
and the RP following it up. They're moving in. Phoenix ult. They're dragging them back. Could it be an overthrow? Ladies and gentlemen, this is looking bad, and an IP takes it back. Can they hold this void? No, BKB. They try to drag him out.
Refresher has
Refresh.
Chrono and BKB.
This son of a biscuit refreshes for BKB, and he's walking out. Are they going to be able to make something out of these biscuits, or will they remain unbuttered? Delicious defense from an IPs.
Only one hero with the buyback at the moment, and that's Phoenix. And they pretty much used all the buybacks at the same time. Slardar will have one in 80 gold, so he's good to go. Refresher on Doom, double Doom, but he needs to be careful about the Lincolns. Also, they don't have the best abilities to just pop the Lincolns with. They have, what, Slardar ulti? That's it.
Absolutely. This game,
Snake
has Divine Rapier, damage, death, and destruction. It all comes down to the next time that this Dusa dies. With no buyback and no hope, it is up to the gods and the divine themselves.
Medusa just sold the Manta style, still has Illusion Escape, and bought Boots of Travel as the last item.
Faceless Void has bought a Mask of Madness at 58 minutes.
Really?
I thought that's what I saw, but hopefully... No, there it is. The Mask of Madness. Here and now. The extra power that he needs to defeat the enemy. Could it be? Lacoste analyzed.
I guess he just wanted some extra attack speed. I don't know, extra lifesteal.
It all
But
comes down.
I think you actually get something like a Crystallis here, or you try to go for possibly a Scotty.
Absolutely.
But I mean, you don't have buyback. Maybe you're afraid to
Watch
use a
out.
courier. Medusa is in.
Final Rax, level 29 Medusa, hitting them so quick, so deadly. This will be a Megas. We do have everyone at a high enough level to defend against those Megas, but they will put in extra added pressure. Lacoste, 15 seconds to the big dick items, baby. Woo! 60-minute items here at the Tournament Omega League. What is nearly every single one of my Techies games has become meta in this pro game. Holy woly, here they come.
What is the best tier 5 item for you?
Apex.
Apex?
Apex on Dusa wins this game.
Apex or the one that knocks you back? Ballista.
Ahoy!
Yeah, that could be the game-winning item for Medusa at the moment.
What if it ain't
Farm the camp.
pirate hat?
Farm the camp.
I'm so sorry. I gotta calm down here. Pirate hat get picked up, and the other team looking for those neutral items as well. Caught out, both teams.
Good RP,
Big
but no
RP.
follow-up.
And now starting to go on that Deuce of the Chrono, but he's completely doing nothing. He's doomed. He's in trouble. He's bastard. He's dead. Oh no, no buyback. And so it shall be. The greed of the neutral items will spell the end of Khan. Going for those jungle camps. Triple kill.
GG is called.
NN.
Also known as GG. No one's gonna type the word containing clowns.
Yep.
But, you know, this was One hell of a game, Slacks. Definitely the most entertaining game I've seen in Omega League, for sure.
Absolutely. You know, Con might have lost, but they always bring us great entertainment. And shout out for NIP for showing us how a professional team can be. Behind for so long, able to hold it, able to play their strengths. But Con never gave up.
Such a back and forth game.
It really
entertaining,
was.
a lot of ultis. The most entertaining part was when Faceless Void used the chrono on Roshan and hit nothing. Almost lost the Aegis. It was a hell of a fun game.
Such the moment when everything went to hell. But either way, I think that the world itself is better that such a game could have existed. Jesus, Lacoste, what an honor to cast it with you. Of all people, the entire cast saying,
If I could have chosen anyone else, I would probably chosen anyone over you. But it was, you know, great fun casting with you, Slacks.
thank you so much. And analysis from
Take it away.
panel.
They said clowns in the game, and I said clowns when I watched them cast it live. A very interesting game, number one. Ultimately, though, I think we are in a situation here where you would expect NIP to be able to handle Khan a little bit more cleanly. This game was definitely all over the place, Jenkins.
Absolutely. I think when you get to that kind of hyper late game, 60 minutes scenario, it's kind of random who wins, to be honest. You know, it's one single decision, one single buyback can win you the game or lose you the game. It is easier with the Medusa. I think that's possibly the easiest hero to have on your team in the late game because you just sit there as a turret and do damage to every single hero. These other carries, they have to pick a target. Medusa just hits everybody. So it's a real problem up against the Medusa in the late game. But the Storm is the same thing. You just clear every wave. So it's this stalemate, and we just kind of have whoever wins the last fight wins the game. That's it.
And the funny part is we almost never got to that point in time, right? Remember when early on it was Khan leading by a significant amount.
Yeah.
And it looked like, there was going to be this problem that eventually the late game of NiP's lineup was going to come forth, right? They were going to have this Slardar Medusa
Slardar, ET
combination
Medusa.
that is so hard to be able to beat. And Khan had to play a really clean game and stay ahead, and it only takes a couple of slip-ups. Next thing you know, you've got a Blink Dagger Slardar in your face with his Aghanim Scepter, so he's untouchable in many ways in the mid-game. It's so hard to deal with.
And the undispellable talent, too. It's just almost impossible to deal with. That game, watching it was frustrating. To be on either team would be frustrating. One team, they have the Storm that's constantly zipping the waves. You feel like you're winning, but you can't end. The other team, they have this Medusa. It's so easy for them to win team fights. Slardar plus the Elder Titan. It's I should be doing way more damage than them because I'm so farmed and we won the early game, but they have these things that reduce armor to 0 and then reduce it to below 0. It's negative 25 armor on the Faceless Void. He was just melting. But it shouldn't have gone there. That's the thing. It shouldn't have gone to the late game like that.
I think on both sides, right? There's the slip-ups from Khan, but also NiP, I think in some ways overplayed the position that they were in the game. They actually outplayed the position that they were in and was able to win team fights that maybe they shouldn't have. And then same goes at a certain point in time when we went to that late game and Medusa just looks like this unkillable beast that is going to be able to take Megas. They had to over-execute, right? On the side of Khan, they had to be able to get these really nice skewer backs. They had to be able to play in and out.
They did.
With the Storm Spirit. The Storm never got caught in any one of his dips, right? For an example.
Right. They did. Khan did a great job in the late game. It's just that you're up. It's too much. You're up against a Goliath. This Medusa, killing the Medusa requires you to press so many spells in a sequence that the best AI that Google could make will not be able to do after 10 billion iterations. It's very difficult. Right? You have to do this skewer, I remember when we were watching them siege the base, we were oh, he skewered the Medusa back. Does he have a refresher so he can RP and skewer her into Fountain? Because that was what was needed if he wanted to kill the Medusa. He needed to refresh, skewer her into the Fountain.
Robots can do remarkable things, though. Never count out robots. Alexa, play Despacito. But what is the track that is going to play in the next song? Is it going to be another dance that goes all the way to the late game? I think when we do look on the side of NIP, they are a team that maybe you expect to handily deal with some of these teams when they are going up against them. Khan been in the lower side of the bracket on a trek for a very long time here on the Divine side of things. Do you think that Khan's going to be able to extend this all the way to a Game 3?
It is true. It's a good point, right? Khan has built up a lot of momentum through this lower bracket run that they've had right now, and is like a loss like this can really hurt a lot. You know, like you think about if you get stuck in this mentality of like what went wrong in game 1, we should have won that game. We knew we were super far ahead. You start like blaming each other, or you start losing like the morale that took you this far in the first place. Like they may just fall apart for the rest of the series, or maybe they're going to be able to rally. And this is a chance to be able to really see who Khan is as a team and individually as players, who's going to be stepping up in this game too, because Mio right there on the screen showed up big time on that Storm Spirit and was a big reason why I think it took so long for Ninjas the Pajamas to be able to win
as well
in the first place.
He did.
What do you think happened there?
You know, I would say that was not...
I didn't see before. All I saw, I saw a pause. I looked away for a second. Next thing I know, Mio is all jetted clowns.
That doesn't seem like 2 BM. Like there's a lot
like Misha
more...
responds, go clowns. I don't know,
like this,
some friendly.
like this is Dota. Like it gets that is 1 out of 10 toxicity when it comes to Dota. Like I saw that and it's almost nothing.
Yeah. It was funny though, right?
It was funny.
Absolutely.
It's like one of those things which like what led to that? Like it almost seemed like they had chatted before.
Yeah,
they actually started the series or something like that. We're making fun of each other, you know.
Some pub drama or something.
Yeah. It was definitely something to look at, but I do want to take another look at Storm as well. We started to talk about Storm. Not the highest win rate in this tournament by any stretch of the imagination, but Cap, you've been talking about some of the great plays that we're actually seeing with the Storm this time.
Yeah, Mio, I think from a player matchup standpoint, Mio looks like the better mid laner.
100%.
Especially in like the first 10 minutes. I think Supreme, like when I was watching the games last night, he'd been suffering a bit in the laning phase. I think that Mio, like he took advantage of the laning phase and really built off of that quite well. So he was able to take a hero that has been looking rather mediocre and make it look insanely good. On the other side of things, there's the Medusa, who has been like trending right now and seems to be a really good counter to this combination of team fight and objective taking that is so prevalent in the meta right now.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you can't actually run into these towers with a Medusa standing in front. Like you have to put together an actual good kill combo to make sure she goes down. Otherwise, it's all going to go to shit. And then on top of that, the Medusa is just one of those team fighting heroes that is very tough to be able to play against.
Yeah, I think it's similar to the Drow in the sense that Medusa, especially with the Slardar, wins most of the carry matchups that are popular right now when you get to the timing that typically you'll be ending the game at in Dota right now, given the fact that tier 2s, they protect the outposts. We have way more control of our own side of the map, given that now we have this outpost that we can always TP to. So yeah, I think Medusa, there are definitely counters out there, but it's up to like whichever team. There's going to be a lot of teams hopping on this Medusa train right now. So whichever team figures out, like obviously Anti-Mage is one, but whichever team starts picking the Medusa counter and just starts baiting it, maybe some support counter, Lion, I don't know, whatever. Like there's something out there. There's a lot of things out there that make Medusa look like shit.
Also seeing the pick coming in the first place, right? Because we're the teams right now that are picking this Medusa, when it looks really successful, they're picking up these damage amplifiers. Here we had ET Slardar, right? The game before, the series before, we had Vengeful Spirit. That was really important. Plus, again, like the Phoenix combination that you had, they had the Puck last time in last series as well. So you have to be able to take away some of the key components that also allows this Medusa to get into the late game position. She wants to be some of the combos that are most prevalent, right?
That was what Misery like instantly said when we actually talked to him in that post-match interview. He's like, yeah, Medusa's good when it's good. And it's one of those things where I think now the meta's going to be pushed a little bit to see how big that when it's good actually is. I know, like you said, it seems like it's very much trending up. When Fogged walked in this morning to get ready for his series, he's just like, Deuce is broken, Deuce every game. And I do feel like there is kind of maybe going to be that mentality throughout the day.
Yeah, and remember
like
the heroes that are most prevalent for Con 2, TB, Faceless Void, Magnus. Those are like the heroes that they've built their entire run.
Medusa just buzz kills those heroes, basically. Like, you can't kill a Medusa in a Chrono. We saw Viking, actually, they did Alchemist as an answer to the Faceless Void Chrono combo. Because you just tank up, you get a heart, and then you survive the Chrono. Medusa's the same thing. They literally picked it the next game when Alchemist was banned as a counter. So kind of taking a page out of that book. But once again, I don't think that it's... as broken as it looks. I just think that the meta has shifted towards things that Medusa is really great against.
Yeah.
And I think when the meta shifts again, which will probably happen fairly soon, especially when we see these, top echelon teams start playing, if people do start picking Medusa, I think we're going to see the counters come out. And I think the teams that are picking the counters are going to, I think if Con can pick a counter to this in the next game, and then NIP still picks Medusa, they're going to crush. There's going to be no chance.
Yeah, it's not something like a Phoenix where even when you know how to play against it, it's still difficult.
No,
to come
I don't
out
think so.
top, right?
Yeah.
It's not like this isn't a hero that hasn't been solved. And I think it's a really good point, right? Meta shifts. Some of the answers start to look really good, which will make other off-meta heroes look a little bit better, and then people put them back in their place.
Yep.
Yeah, because we're focused so much on team fight, the super mobile heroes, like my pick-off oriented, that usually play really well against Medusa because you just get around her and you just go focus on everybody else but the Medusa.
Backline jumpers.
You just kind of poke at her over and over, but never fully commit. You just force out that stone gaze, disengage, re-engage. Like, we don't see that right now. Everything right now is just like, this is the big combo, and we're going to go for that big combo. And Medusa plays around that very well.
I do want to go back to the game, though, just because I feel like the Medusa wasn't the only reason that NIP won. I actually think Con was playing pretty well around it. They were doing a lot of really cool tricks with the skewer, skewering the Medusa out, and then going for backlines and things like that. The point where I think they lost the game was the chrono that the casters were joking about a lot, where we actually saw a very similar chrono happen in the next Roche engagement, except he got the Roche with it, and he took the Aegis, and he took all of the things that were on the ground, and it went extremely well. That was actually a turnaround in the other direction, and that just goes to show like how important Roche is in Dota right now.
Yeah.
Ever since they changed, I mean, Roche has always been important, but ever since they added in the refresher shard, the cheese on that. Well, cheese has always been second Roche, but ever since they added in these like late game Roches, and it's been the items that drop. Like Roche is so damn important to control, and people have gotten really good at fighting around it and dealing with Roche. So
and it's weird; it affects each other, right? Because the more team fight is more important. Like the more dangerous Roshan fights are, for example, or the more dangerous approaching high ground is. But similarly, Aegis becomes more important against all that team fight because, well, you have 2 lives to be able to work with when they have such big cooldowns.
Right, exactly.
Have this big combo to blow through 1 life, then the Aegis becomes more powerful. Same goes for pushing high ground as well. Aegis is a very important tool in that regard. So we've just kind of like built up like these 2 things becoming more and more important until just all climaxes in, okay, every team fight is about Roshan.
It's true. It's true. I think like a common criticism of the game right now is that it's very, cut and dry. It's very like at every point in the game, you know what the next objective is. You've got the bounty runes. You've got the 5-minute catapults. You've got the power rune at 4 minutes. You have Roshan every single time it spawns. That's where you play around. You have the, you need
There's
to
a
take
roadmap,
the tier 2.
right?
There's a roadmap, yeah.
There's these things that you must, as you go down your journey.
It's an
you must
amusement
hit
park.
these.
Yeah, basically, because it's like it's there, but it's kind of confusing. But it also, it's like it leads you, because amusement parks, like they try to lead you towards things. Like there's a right way to go, but
try to lead you towards the gift shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't have to, but most people will.
Yeah.
That's how I see the flowchart of Dota right now. And it's never been more. Before, flowcharts would be useless in this game. For the most part, way more useless, because it's like, what tier 2 do you take? Well, like, what do you get for taking tier 2s if there's no outposts that you can take after the tier 2s? Like, there weren't these levels to the objectives. The third Roche wasn't more valuable than the second Roche necessarily. It would depend on your timings, right? Because there wasn't literally another item that you gain for the third Roche. That, to be honest, Aghanim Scepter, the Aghanims upgrade and the Refresher Shard are way more broken than Aegis and Cheese. Like, I think maybe you could argue the Aegis is a little depending on the draft.
But Cheese, sure.
But I think that it's such a huge spike. I mean, you're getting up like 7,000 gold item if you get the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Because it's the Ags plus the upgrade. Like, that's insane. That's crazy. And then in Aegis, you have a respawn on one guy. We talked about the team fighting, the high grounding with that Aegis.
And the Aghanim Scepter in this game, 1X, is really important. It was actually one of the biggest reasons they were able to do so well in the late game was the Faceless Void Aghanim Scepter that he chose to build up, and then later, he didn't even grab it. He gave it
to the
his
Magnus,
mag.
yeah. Which I think if he could have gotten that Ags earlier, we saw that what he was doing with the skewer.
Yeah. If they were playing for like defending, their high ground, like more in that situation rather than when they took that Aghanim Scepter, they approached high ground, right? If it was the opposite situation where they had that Axe to be able to play around with Faceless Void still up, then who knows? Like, you could very easily get Skewers back in the fountain, right?
Speaking of which, I don't the fountain skewers. I think that was like past the point of no return, almost. But I do think that if you're Khan and you're looking back at this game, there's a high chance that you're thinking, okay, we need to work on our objective taking. Like, what structure can we create with our heroes? Where, okay, we're gonna have Faceless Void stay in the front, or this hero doing that, and then we'll have the mag skewering out. Like, what strategy can we come up with to actually siege in this game? Because they had a huge lead. All they needed to do was progress the game forward. That's it. So maybe the answer is we need to pick more tower push. They had no tower pushers. Like, their cores were Storm Void.
Yeah.
Who hits towers between these two farmed cores? Like, nobody does, right? So
the game becomes messier when you don't have that clear
Against
objective
Medusa.
take here, right? Because there's like, what to be able to play around in that regard. Whereas if you just have if you don't have any high ground hitters and that sort of thing, like, you have to play more for controlling the map and be very, very patient and wait for those pickoffs that do allow you to go high ground. You never get deceived into thinking, oh, we have nothing advantage, we could just do it even without these heroes, right?
And it makes it more important that when you do get the pickoffs, that you're actually doing something immediately and with great effect. Because otherwise, you're not going to get towers, and you only have a few opportunities to do that.
Which is why I think TV looks
that
so
we
good
need
for
to
them.
do immediately, and hopefully with great effect, is it is time to jump into game number 2. So we're going to throw it off to our analyst panel to actually figure out what we are going to see in this next draft.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft panel as we prepare ourselves for Game 2 of NIP versus Khan. I'm ODPixel, joined once again by the fabulous brains of T-Gov and Lizard. Excellent Game 1, lots of back and forth, lots of exciting picks to talk about. We're coming into the Game 2 draft. Anything from looking back at the Game 1 that you think we're going to see again, or you think we're going to see one of these teams make sure the opponent doesn't get?
We have seen 3 Medusas picked so far today already, out of 3 games, 100% pick rate. Maybe it's time to ban that out, and they haven't banned it out, and Vengeful has been picked up, so Venge, Medusa, they could just go for it.
They could, right? They could
go
still
for it
open
right
up with
now,
it here.
even.
Would you like that T, or
I think
too early?
I think you might get a little bit baited from it just because we've seen the laning pressure that a Bloodseeker can provide. You pair that with like the Earth Spirit that buys the Bloodseeker buys Veilstory, lots of magic damage, and again we saw how if I put like the coach hat on for a second and I was in Nit's perspective, I'm happy that I eventually won that game, but realistically, our laning phase wasn't as great as we wanted it to go. And we had the comeback due to Khan's over-aggression, and then sure, Nit were the better, more disciplined team. But the fact that there was that window given to Khan, you can't have that happen to you. So I think Nit, they need to really be happy with their first win, but just take the draft slow and then.
And what does this change? They took a TB instead of a Medusa.
Woo. In terms of laning phase, I think it's the same issue where this pressure from Bloodseeker, TB naturally isn't a hero that likes to play into damage, right?
And it seems like you've picked the TB when you've seen the Bloodseeker. And Bloodseekers, they've been going for this fail build. So this Bloodseeker already sort of warns you, we're going to get someone else that's doing some pretty heavy magical burst.
You're going to have a lot of armor versus him in the laning stage. The Bloodright is a problem, and if they do get on top of him, obviously, it can be problematic. But I think the Vengeful plus Terrorblade is strong. You still can go for Medusa on Khan, even, if you don't ban it out on NIP. But the problem is, you are not playing only versus TB, you're playing versus TB and Venge. That extra range that he gets can actually be detrimental to a Medusa in this matchup. So overall, I like the way NIP is going with this. They give this Terrorblade not just utility from the Vengeful, but the save later on with that swap. But yeah, they revealed their core once again, very early on. It's on Khan to counter it and find the right way of dealing with it. You can see that NIP have banned out that Zeus already, something the teams have been picking up versus the TB.
I think for Nip, you're looking now at what your laning setup is. Are they going to just kind of sacrifice the Terrorblade in laning phase where level 1, level 2, you might be able to be a bit aggressive, but then eventually you might have to retreat to the jungle? If Era can pick up a Clockwork or one of these more tri-laney-esque heroes, then I think then this Terrorblade lane should dumpster a Bloodseeker in theory, because sure, you're going to tank a Blood Right, but just the over-aggression will just completely remove the Bloodseeker from the lane. So we might be seeing Saberlight sacrificed in the off lane just to make sure Charlie can get over that laning phase dominance that Bloodseekers can have, and then they'll have a very strong game because Bloodseeker could fall off.
And Bloodseeker as a concept right now, this hero, we're seeing it come back in, teams playing it pretty much exclusively on the off lane, right? Obviously in the past it used to be in other places. It is a different hero now though. Is there going to be any chance we ever see this hero tried out in a different role, or is it only playable in the off lane?
How can he answer? He didn't see any of core Bloodseekers right now.
Well, the answer would...
We don't know. How can I answer this?
No, please. No, it's fine. I was going to try and give a little cheeky...
Yeah, but I'm just trying to dodge all the BS because I know where we can go with this. Like, you can try the Bloodseeker. It's possible, I guess, but we haven't really seen it. Even in pubs, I haven't really tried it. I have seen it a lot on the offlane. In the core position, it doesn't really feel as strong because the nerfs that he got before just make him a worse core. With the buffs that he got, make him a better utility that buffs up that one single core. And when you're looking at these bans from NIP, they've banned out the Zeus, which is amazing with Bloodseeker. Arc Warden isn't shabby at all as well. And one hero that's left remaining for Khan that they can think about is Drow Ranger, right? That deals with the terror.
Oh yeah, Drow has been proven to be very strong. I just sort of across the board, and against the TB in particular.
Would be a very skirmishy lineup coming out from Khan, where for sure it's very scary if they can execute. But we saw in that game 1, they had the lead, they had the big kind of hold on that game, and then they somewhat threw it away. So I would be skeptical to see Khan go for more of a skirmishy lineup because it just puts even more pressure on their kind of decision making, which is clearly what is lacking in this series compared to Nip.
And as the panel said, didn't have a lot of tower push last game. I mean, if you can't, you're trying to make sure you got something that's going to help you with a bit of the early objective taking.
Yeah, it's the way they opened up with this draft as well. You're pretty much picking the heroes that are strong in the meta picks, but you're locking yourself with these 2 picks that they don't check way too many boxes when you think about Dota as a strategical game.
Sure, like you're seeing TB Venger, like, damn, that's a strong synergy, great opener, but Bloodseeker Ench is like, well, where are you going with this?
When you look at Venge and TB, you see a save, you see a stun, you see utility from the Vengeful, which opens up heroes such as Mirana as well. You see that wave of terror that opens up the possibility for Rosh. And then you see TB, that's your objective taking, right? Like, you see a bunch of these things. When you see Enchantress and Bloodseeker, you're like, Enchantress is good in lanes and Bloodseeker buffs people. You know?
The way that I see this, though, it's like, Khan realized that they did outplay Nip in that first 10-minute window, right? And if they can double down on that and have even better heroes to pressure the laning phase, they might give themselves like that extra 5k cushion. So if they do make that mistake going into that kind of those mid fights, it's not as if the game's already back in Nip's favor like we saw in that first game.
We had this discussion earlier, not on the panel, but in the green room, in which, like, what kind of a person are you? Are you the person that likes to excel at your strong parts, or do you want to be more well-rounded? Do you want to
do you want to be
any weak points?
Do you want to be the Toad, or do you want to be the Luigi?
Exactly, and I don't know if Khan necessarily are going to excel any further than that last game. I think that's the peak of winning your laning stage. That Storm was dominating every single lane. He was beyond godlike. It's difficult to even repeat that kind of a performance versus any team that's like NIP. They just fell from Immortal Division. These aren't your random stacks that will allow you to win the laning stage as convincingly twice in a row.
Nice. From what I mentioned about the Terrorblade, they pick up this Earthshaker Mirana combo. I'm expecting Mirana to be the offlane. They could easily put it mid potentially, but it's the fact that you have this offlane that can solo. Shaker naturally secures your offlane, which means he can then instantly go and help out this Terrorblade lane if needed. So I like how they've already had the idea about we can't just simply 2-1-2 this game because our Terrorblade won't like playing into Bloodseeker and Windrunner.
I like the Ember pick. Like, this is another hero. it was in the back of my mind. Wind Ranger kind of threw me off, but Ember is just one of those that deals with the TB. And we mentioned the Drow before. Drow is really good versus TB overall, but if you're afraid of going for that lineup that would, with that Drow, literally have 0 team fight, you can get something more teamfight oriented on position 1 and rely that this Ember will be the way to deal with the Terrorblade eventually.
Yeah, I mean, on top of the Wind Ranger comboing very nicely with the Bloodseeker, the playmaking and the way they're going to be able to run at this TB does look pretty ferocious. Like, what Blood Rage on the Ember, having that spell amp on, there's already incredible amount of magical damage at the 15-minute mark.
That Storm was just banned, right?
Storm was just banned.
After seeing Ember, they banned out the Storm.
It's because I'm looking at Khan's 4 heroes right now, and I'm seeing 2 side lanes that are so aggressive and should instantly win their lanes.
Oh, so you think this Ember's going to be in the side?
I would
side lane
expect so, because they don't have last pick.
Yeah.
So they can, of course, pick another 1-2 hero that can flex between the two of them. But I'm just seeing Ember Enchantress in lane against a Mirana Shaker. Shaker doesn't really provide anything to the lane other than equilibrium, making sure the creep wave's back at your tower. But if you have this constant pressure coming out, if whatever this offlaner will be it Mirana, whatever Nip last picks, it's not going to have that much fun of a time. So if I'm seeing right now 2 side lanes going really well, there's a lot of pressure on Supreme to have a good game. And we saw in that first game, didn't really have a good start to the game. And if Khan's mid laner can outplay again, then I'm potentially seeing 3 lanes on paper maybe going to Khan, unless this last pick is like big for
Because could you also go with the route of having these 4 heroes running around making the plays Ember mid, and you get something like the Spectres the last pick? You just ban the Vipers, so it could have opened up for
100%. Yeah, that could also be a thing where they just put the Ember mid as well and just go for a win condition.
It's also an option.
Yeah.
Keep in mind though that NIP is extremely versatile with Shaker and the Mirana, so they can round this draft up any way they want to, either by a support, mid laner or off laner. Most likely not support, but
I think the main thing here is Kana realizing that their best window to win these games is the first 25-30 minutes. And
but just after feeling how far ahead they were able to get in game
exactly,
one.
And for Nip, they know that they're the more experienced team. There's a Spectre. Oh, God. And this is where Nip just know that they will be able to play the later portion of the game. Their understanding of the bigger picture is much better than Khan's.
Because it does look good, right? The Spectre. You get a few items, and as the game goes on, Mirana, Ven, Shaker, they're not going to be hurting this Spectre, right? You're not blowing him up. You're only relying on sort of TB to hit in. And they, as we saw in that last one, taking the Vipers away as well, that just removes one of the biggest problems for a Spectre in the game.
Yeah, it's all about that pressure in this offlane. When you have this Shaker, it's a non-pressure offlaner, where if you have maybe like the Venomancer or something, you can argue maybe, but I'm not seeing...
If their last pick is mid, and you have Shaker and Mirana on the offlane, that lane can go well for the Shaker and Mirana. Shaker naturally does just sustain your lane.
But with the Ench though?
Even with the Ench, if you do it well enough, but I can see your point.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and then they go for the mid Invoker. So Invoker, naturally out of all the heroes, is one of the best as the anti-aggression with the Quaswex.
Yeah, the Quaswex is going to be really nice against this Ember Wind Ranger Bloodseeker running.
Very strong, very strong. And I think Nip, they realize that they can't win the early fights, but their scaling point will be extremely scary. I just think that the Spectre, like you mentioned, Owen, is very, very strong, and it pretty much negates 3 of the heroes on Nip's draft.
There's a lot of aggression coming from Khan, but you are playing into a Shaker, and you might reach that point in which you're just hitting the wall and he's breaking apart your fight, especially if he gets a decent timing on that Blink Dagger. But once again, same in the first game, the odds don't reflect that, because NIP is a bigger organization.
Yeah, the odds still favor the team.
They're the favorite team.
It did change a little bit after to that game 1, I think, reflecting at least the potential that we did see from Khan.
But I still like Khan's draft, and I like the way it's rounded up. They look very aggressive. This Wind Ranger, might throw you off a little bit, but it is a Wind Ranger plus Bloodseeker. That's Shackles into Bloodrite, which can be very deadly to any one of these heroes.
Yeah, I feel like it's just going to be a case of how well NIP can match the fast plays that Khan's doing, and at the same time slow down the Spectre, right?
No, exactly that. I like Khan's draft again. Second game in a row. My fear is just the execution, and I think Nip they just have that a little bit more dialed in. So if we see Khan take that early lead, maybe they can do it again, have a good chaotic game, but it's just the factor of the macro, the big picture gameplay, and Nip just feel a little bit more superior just because of the big mistakes Khan made in that first game.
Would you sort of agree, Liz? Do you think Nip here with the upper hand?
when I look at these drafts, I think they might even have a better shot than in that first match. Storm had a free lane in that first match. This might be a little bit more difficult for Emperor, but overall, I think that if they're as aggressive, they have this Spectre that eventually can win this game if they do not make as many mistakes.
Well, all right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We may just see just as close of a game as we did in Game 1, and maybe one that's going to go the whole way again with the two late game carries, Spectre and Terrorblade coming out in this one. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself ready for Game 2 of Khan versus NIP.
Thank you so much, Rap God. We are here again, Lacoste and Suraction Slangs for Game 2 in this series. Costi, what are you thinking about that draft?
Which one? The one with the Wind Ranger?
No, either one. Just interested.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger when paired up together in the laning stage. I think that's in a super aggressive lane that you can get so much out of it. And on the other side, you have TB as a late game carry. I just want to see what they're going to be putting their lanes at. Mid, Invoker, as expected. And the bottom is just going to be Earthshaker and Mirana. So nothing unordinary here.
Yep, truly nothing unordinary. The last elimination game for a team, everything on the line, and it's time to pick Wind Ranger. As we see, Khan one step behind. They have got to win this, and they will be stunned up on their Spectre. Stun into arrow, completely genius move trying to go get that first blood. They won't be able to move back, though, on that Spectre, hiding behind that tower. And yeah, let's talk about the lanes a little bit, my friend. You're up against the Ember as Invoker. You probably win that one, right?
Yes, you do, but, you know, it's hard to judge just by the heroes here, since this is a Dota.
What the heck? These guys are blocking the other guy's thing. That's incredible. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
Yes, I did. And, you know, these are two teams that we've seen in the previous game where there's going to be a lot more mistakes than what we usually see. So some of those mistakes are going to get punished. Naive does not have any region left. He ate a one shared tango, has a ring, farming underneath the tower. He got all 4 CS. I don't think you're getting much out of this lane.
No.
Like, you just secured Spectre 4 CS. The lane's going to push in.
I'm sorry, can we talk about top lane here? Wind Ranger has completely gotten this guy out of the lane, any experience. As you said, such a powerful lane with Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger. The Earthshaker's hiding under his tower at 57 seconds, Lacoste.
Yeah, now they're swapping the lanes. Spectre got the free last hits on the bottom. This is the skill build. You get Shackle on Wind Ranger. If they get him, ooh, it could have been pretty big. Now they're swapping the lanes once again.
Jesus, this is some musical chairs. Like another TP down at the bottom lane. This is all over the place. Another full lane swap with Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger now going bottom to put pressure on that Earthshaker. They just followed him up. They're not letting him go, Lacoste.
At one point, you have to stop. You know, having a Spectre on the top lane, eventually you need to swap the lane. You can't just be there. This could be a first blood. One more hit will do the trick.
And there you go. The Enchantress taken out. All that musical chairs, and somebody has to lose, as Enchantress will fall first. But the problem that we have seen from people that have not been able to execute this combo is transition from laning stage into mid and late game. Do you think that they have a chance of winning this one in the late game, Lacoste, with a Spectre versus a Terrorblade, despite having a level advantage out from Khan from this combo?
I mean, it's a TB with Venge, so there is one save there who's gonna have... They have a lot of disengaging spells. You have Fisher, you have EMP, Tornado. It's easy to set things up for them, you know, but still I would favor Spectre. You need to be careful about that Sunder, but there's also Bloodseeker controlling the team fight with the Blood Rage.
Yeah.
I don't think it's called Blood Rage. Well, what's the name of the spell?
Oh, the Bloodseeker spell, yes.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, the second spell.
Blood Right.
Blood Right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Thank you. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, now that our musical chairs are over, looks like these are some solid lanes here. Gonna try to put some damage onto this Venge, but it could go either way. Spectre deciding no Spectral Dagger here. Mid lane going as, not really as we predicted, 18 last hits for your Ember Spirit versus the 10 coming out from Invoker, almost double now. That's surprising.
as expected.
Oh.
Ember Spirit getting on top of him. I mean, Invoker, I did not see his starting item build, but you want to get as much damage as possible early on. Get 1 or 2 nullies.
Mm-hmm.
And in the previous game, he also struggled Supreme against Mio. Mio was godlike in the previous game on Storm Spirit against Doom. Just completely dumpstered the lane.
He truly was. And, you know, Ember is a hero that can transition into, like, this super crazy team fighty damage dude if he gets far enough. Storm, very great against those 1 targets, unless he gets an Agnum Scepter.
Right now, Khan is in a very bad spot. If Charlie can just keep denying, Spectre cannot get close. And that's the reason why she instantly TPs to the bottom lane.
Mm-hmm. Enchantress we're gonna get caught out again. Mirana landing all of those arrows. And Ench having a pretty rough time here. As we see, Khan is on the back foot. Not looking too hot. This Terrorblade gets too much farm. Not gonna look good. And it's something that we see a lot from these teams as well. The Terrorblade starts to get out of control. It's not like a Spectre quietly farming. Terrorblade will bring that out of control farm to you much earlier. As we see an arrow.
Almost hit DB.
Woo! His teammate nearly got him. As we see Bloodseeker now charging towards. Go, baby, go! And able to save his own life there. Woo! Barely.
They really needed that arrow to hit.
Yeah. Down the bottom lane. Nothing too of note. Gonna get that rune from NIP. Khan, Gilger, ya boy. Not able to do much. Oh boy, this is not looking great for our Khan friends. NIP seems to be doing pretty well. Even all that, you know, work to make sure that no farm went on the Earthshaker. He's doing just fine.
He's fine. Yeah, Ember Spirit has a ton of farm at the moment. 36 and 7.
That's
a
good.
lot of. Look at the denies. It's very surprising to see this huge amount of denies at this point of the game.
He hates them. Bottom lane.
Arrow connects.
There we go. Stun.
Fake
nothing.
arrow.
It's, yep. Looks like they're doing everything they can here. What's the item for Saberlight? Is he going straight into Ags? Does he get a blink?
Oh, Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
I was part of the Lizards game when he played Earthshaker mid, fed a couple of times, bought Aghanim Scepter, and he was playing against Dark Willow. So root mechanic, he got stopped once, sold it, got a Blink Dagger, did nothing, and we lost the game. I've not seen anything similar in 15 years of playing Dota, I have to be honest.
That's why I bring it up, of course, Earthshaker.
You heard the story?
I did. Poor Lizard. Yeah, those at home, do try to get a blink before the Ags on the Earthshaker. In pretty much every situation. As we see, I gotta admit though, does Ember really have the power to win this game single-handedly though? He's doing very well. 42 last hits. I don't know. And meanwhile, bottom lane, Earthshaker, taking some hits. Oh, if he was level 6, that would be
He is 6, but low on mana. Ooh.
10 mana short. Shame. Shame.
Yeah, you asked if Ember can solo win this game. I mean, it's his job to keep them busy until Naive comes online on Spectre.
The question is, will we get there? Invoker starting to get back up. Now the 3rd highest net worth, right under the Terrorblade. And we'll see the Ember now start to farm some very needed stacks to keep him in his position of number 1. Meanwhile, Bloodseeker running into the mid. Oh, nothing really too big happens. A little bit of AMP action. He's going to sit back there with no man and just stare at him. Pops that wand. Look at that. And they're defending the mid.
They have extremely good tools of just defending their towers with Bloodright, with the power shot. No one's on the top lane, so a lot of XP is just being jungle creeps at the moment.
There we go. A enchanted Hellbear Smasher slowly walks towards the Earthshaker. Oh, just canceling out those. I'm pretty sure if you just walked away, you would have left already. Meanwhile, Windranger attempting to deny Roshan, my boy, does not want to touch that, and he lets her die. Bottom lane, little aggression on your boy Earthshaker. He's out. And that Hellbear Smasher will die a horrific death after serving his purpose. Enchantress cares not for him any longer. Sad.
Invoker will have a good game. Quasvex Invoker against Bloodseeker, against Windranger, and Ember Spirit just dispelling things. Looking good. He only needs to get 1 kill so that he gets an earn charge, then other kills are gonna get there easier.
Lacoste, if you had a in real life Helm of the Dominator and you could just dominate an animal, like it does whatever you say at any point, but it is on a timer.
You can just get a dog if you want to do that.
I agree. I mean, maybe in the Old West that would be useful, but it is 2020. There's no need to take over a goose to have it go bite somebody and then, you know, expire in 3 minutes. It's not nice.
That sounds OP.
All right. Oh, Echo Slam. Why? He's dead, okay?
I mean, they kill you 2 or 3 times. You want to use your spell, maybe. Maybe you're angry, you know?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Nice
that's a good arrow.
Coming out on the Spectre, who is the real target that you're after there. Spectre getting brought down. Gonna be able to run, but not for long. Incoming on your Bloodseeker. Picking up a kill and going straight for Invoker.
They have a sentry. They
Beautiful
see him.
Stuff. Trying to make his way out. He didn't know where it was, and he pops out of Invis. Only in time to die. Will this be a dive? This is what Bloodseeker's so good at early game. Just going under your towers. Actually surprised they're going to let her live. Interesting.
They had 1 impetus. That's it. Bloodright was on cooldown. He's maxing out Bloodright, which is a correct thing to do. You just want to have a longer duration silence, lower the cooldown. DB has been silently farming. You know, we did not see too much out of Charlie. Just hitting some creeps, got a kill, and an assist on the top lane. He's extremely high level, level 8.
That's a double stack. Twice more than I've ever seen in one of my pub games. As we see this Terrorblade get some moolah. Ironwood Tree coming out. The Ironwood Tree. Powerful, very powerful. The birthplace.
Lore, please, yeah.
The Ironwood branch comes from the Ironwood Tree.
Who would have guessed?
That is the lore. They took time to write that into the Dota client. Interesting. There's that goddamn monkey courier
What's the
again.
description on a branch right now? Wearing one of those will ensure a good game, or good luck, or...
Yeah, something like that. Okay, Invoker trying to catch out of that Spectre yet again. Spectre got a lot of allies there, but a lot of stuns. Very low HP as the teams get ready. Where's Marana? What are you doing? Throw an arrow. Could it hit Mio? Dios Mio himself? No, don't even try the arrow. Very sad. Meanwhile, where the hell is Terrorblade? Is he just farming to his life's content in the triangle, completely unimpeded?
He already used the meta and will not be joining any team fights at all. Now they're pressuring the tower. Right now, Khan's lineup is extremely strong. Like, once Ember starts putting some skill points into chains, the setup is extremely good.
Yes.
Power shot, Bloodright.
Trick is, will he ever get there? Lacoste?
We're talking about Ember Spirit. I mean, this game's just not gonna end. Why are you being so negative towards a Windranger?
Will he ever get that next level to put points in chains? That is the question. Here's the lore, +6 attributes. Thank you for writing that. Thank you so much. Great lore. As our observer furiously goes over it again. Hands shaking with rage. Whoa. So, Lacoste, my friend, what will we do if Khan is no more? What will happen to us?
Khan definitely a team, you know, that surprised me how well they were playing. And especially in the last game, that was the most entertaining Dota I watched in the last 30 days, and I watched it every day.
Yes, I will miss them. It is bad when they pick Windranger, but we will see if they have the strength to continue. NIP, gonna get gone on here. Nice ultimate from the Bloodseeker on a great target. Does he miss that? Does he actually does? Here comes the Shackle landing on nothing. And now the turnaround. No Shackle, no problem. Earthshaker not able to use his ultimate, and on the back line, Ooh, Sunstrike!
What a
Sharing.
player. Gilger shares the Sunstrike damage with him. They were just holding the hands like the real bros.
Who this guy? What is this?
They can't
Shadow.
see him.
Oh my goodness gracious! The Shadow Amulet, incredible for the few seconds of his life until it was ripped away from him. And here we go.
The light from the Starstorm reveals him.
It does?
It is not.
Oh, okay. That was worse
That's
than
just
Dota than I
real
thought.
life.
It's just a metaphor. A grand metaphor.
Scanning.
Yeah, since we got some downtime here, Lacoste, what if you weren't doing esports? What would you be doing? What was the?
Probably working in pharmacy. You know, that's what I've been doing. Almost 10 years while still playing Dota.
If I got super sick, could you find the plants needed to save my life?
I don't think so.
Okay. Arrow on to that.
You know, shout out to those first people who actually, you know, tried out stuff for us. Oh,
yes.
Look at this plant. Let's test it out. Let's try to cook it. Let's try to dry it out, then cook it, or just eat it raw. See how it goes.
We went through a lot of them. Shout out to the early pharmacists who made medicine what it is. And coming on the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker gonna get hit a few times with a nice tornado. No hope of making it out of here alive. But we'll
What
pick
a
up something else.
shackle.
Wow, look at the power. Did you see that shackle shot? It shackled 2 people, followed by an incredible power shot, doing absolutely nothing. Incredible, incredible. Clip it. Let's see that shackle shot clipped, everyone.
I do not like the putting 1 point in Windranger ulti when you're playing this position 4. It's much better to just max out the shackle and power shot. You're not getting too much value out of that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're hitting with your 8 damage 100 times, but we'll see what happens. No big deal. As the teams get ready again. Now, NIP, they're doing literally, Terrorblade has not left the triangle in, I would say, 8 minutes.
He doesn't need to.
Yes.
Like, that's his job. Just hit the creeps.
It is definitely the job of Khan to stop this from happening, though, and they seem to be getting into that ever so easy to fall into complacency of just doing some fights, getting some kills, and then backing. That's not how you beat Terrorblade, boys. You've got to get in there. And now even Earthshaker is taking stacks.
He's
Pretty
going
massive.
Guardian Greaves. Okay. First time I see it. I love players who try to think differently. I mean, he's playing against the Spectre, so he might be afraid that he's not going to get the first jump, but eventually, as an Earthshaker, you need to have a mobility item. It's still better than what Lizard did on his Earthshaker.
Absolutely.
So.
I mean, bar none. Looks like they felt that smoke coming, or they had some vision on it. Not seeing any wards I could have given that. Oh, yeah, there might have been one right there up at the toppy top. So, looks like that invisible Piranha has been found. There are got some misconceptions about where Khan is right now, as Khan does a smoke of their own. Now on the hunt, the line is drawn. Will they be able to get the God game shackle that they need in order to make this thing happen? They do find somebody out on the back line there. Ultimate coming out. It is the Earthshaker, not the best target in the world. Gonna be hitting him up. Should be an easy kill. Beautiful shackle into Arrow, getting that kill. But Venge looking to do something of her own. Dice double warding there. Safe, efficient. And they will walk out with a free pickoff, Lacoste.
Yes, they will. They're making Saberlight's life miserable. Like, I don't feel the influence of this Earthshaker at all. Like, there's a huge difference between Bloodseeker and Earthshaker in this game. Like,
yeah.
Our Earthshaker's just gonna miss the timings.
But sometimes that doesn't really matter. Yet again, sorry to be a broken record, Terrorblade still unimpeded farm. I mean, I'll die 100 times on Earthshaker if I can make sure this happens. No big deal. I have done it before. Many times, in fact.
Without having a carry who free farms. Just died 100 times, that's it.
That's called space creation, my friend. Khan now, and you're looking at your net worth. Somehow, your Ember Spirit is able to stay on top. He is, however, spending most of his time with his team, killing people. Spectre, now, falling behind on this Terrorblade, who is just farming, farming, farming. Do they have the answers for this in any way?
I mean, Spectre's gonna get close to her Radiance in another minute. Still good timing considering how the laning stage went. Fele,
My big boy Fele!
Enchantress. I mean, you can give that to either your Bloodseeker or you give it to your Windranger. Like, she's not dealing any right-click damage, but your position 5 Ench is, so you do not want to have reduced damage on those Impeti.
has been killed.
Sorry. The cat has been slain. Not going to be able to find any other pick, however. They're sticking around, though, as your boy Ember going in from the back line. Nice dust there to try to get out. Don't want to get the Venge first. The least important Terrorblade is actually going to be here for this fight. Shackle and a swap coming out. Terrorblade now being a little afraid, but he sees his opportunity. Here comes the damage. The Metamorphosis is up and taking them down. They're going to be able to see him. Mirana ult to try to get them escape, but there are a lot of detections everywhere, buddy.
He needs to run.
Run away!
What a shackle!
The shackle! Very nice shackle as Terrorblade turns around and starts to annihilate the entire team. They will back out here.
That's
another.
a dieback from Saberlight.
Oh, Saberlight, what's going on, buddy? Oh.
He's not having a game. And
Link
with this,
dagger.
He's fallen behind Mirana, position 4 Windranger on the enemy team. Position 5 Enchantress at the moment has the same amount of farm.
Yep. Gonna be able to get a pick off on the Bloodseeker, which is great, but they did put a ton of pressure on the Earthshaker. You know, they originally were tri-laning against the poor guy, and then they've moved down, so it is good to see that paying off here. If Earthshaker does get what he needs, he really is the big old team fight that they desperately need in this game. But we'll see if it's worth it. Radiant's coming out 19 minutes and 55 seconds for your Spectre. Is that good, Lacoste?
It's decent, considering how the early game was going.
All right. Shackle up on your Marauder. She got plenty of leaps, though. She'll get out of there. Meanwhile, on the back end, looking for something else.
And Gilgir, he finds the best tier 1 item. I think he's just going to keep that item. You have Ironwood Tree, so you can easily land the Shackles. It's an item that also Timbersaw allows, so you can always use a Timber Chain.
Oh, I didn't think about that interaction. Perhaps you get an Aether Lens, so you can put the tree even further back. Think about it, Lacoste.
I'm thinking about it.
Don't spend too much
Surprised
time.
no one did it so far. Maybe it's just dumb.
Absolutely not, Lacoste.
I'm afraid, sorry Slacks,
No, please.
that NIP is not going to be able to scale. You have DB as your late game insurance, but if you compare Invoker and Ember Spirit, like Ember Spirit is going for the damage items. He has Maelstrom, almost full BKB, a net to keep people in place.
Looking pretty scary there.
And I'm not going to even mention Earthshaker. Like, he does not have a game.
He does not exist yet. But all it takes is one bad initiation, one bad grouping up, and Earthshaker can easily come back. Kinda. The battle of the two invisible animal ladies as
Dust
they
on dust
dust
action.
each other. Dust on dust action, what everybody wants to see. And, you know, your Enchantress dies yet again. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis coming out, hitting Spectre Illusions here, looking for the real one. He's going to focus on that Bloodseeker instead. Bloodseeker, massive damage coming out from that Terrorblade. And there's Windranger. She throws in a single power shot and then runs away. Meanwhile, Echo Slam on top of the Spectre does get a great shackle on the Invoker in the back line, but they're going everything on the Spectre. Spectre is out. BKBs are popped. Windranger is alive, but the BKB man himself, Terrorblade.
You know, he's going ham at the moment with the BKB SNY.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's thinking about going in.
Scary stuff.
And
though.
she's out.
Yeah, bye-bye. But hey, you pick up a Spectre, they get an Invoker. Not the worst trade in the world. Double damage coming out on the Spirit. With his double crowbars. The most terrifying ancient weapon, the two-handed crowbar. Very frightening. Imagine a crowbar coming at you and hitting your katana and snapping it in half. Did you know the trident has no style?
What do you mean, no style?
So like a katana, you go to school and you can learn the proper use to hold a katana, swipe a katana. None such exists for the trident. It is simply there to be wielded as you see fit.
Because no one even used that. Who used it? Poseidon?
Gladiators used it all the time.
Oh, you're correct, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, I find it fascinating.
If you're a gladiator, you see like bunch of weapons out there. Like, I don't think you're gonna go for that one.
The trident?
The trident, yeah.
It has 3 heads. Very powerful. A sword only has 1, a flail only has kind of 0, but a trident has 3 pointy heads. If you're going to eat food, would you pick a fork or a knife? Fork has
that's
more
a
utility.
good question. Depending if it's a butter knife, whatever. Butter fork. What is that?
They have those in Croatia, the butter forks? Please, pass me the butter fork.
Well, maybe we just invented something that has a lot of future and money coming to us. So Spectre gets the Aegis. A good shackle once again.
Wow, incredible. Look at that massive damage on Mirana. How could she possibly be still standing after that assault? And she will walk back.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And a pause. Don't. What does that say? What does that say? Sorry, lags. It's okay. Says Charlie.
Everyone's being more friendly in game number 2.
That is true. I mean, the Storm Spirit not tilted this time. Can't blame him, though. 15-2 and loses a game. I'd be pissed.
So Enchantress is holding on to the Philosopher's Stone. I mean, I'm fine with that if you're putting it in the backpack during the fight.
Interesting. Does it... All right, real dumb question here. Does it matter with her thingy?
You have a good point, Slacks. Maybe I'm just dumb.
No, I'm actually...
Now I don't know. Like, I'm not going to be one of those, analysts that say, yeah, if I remember correctly, last time I checked. No, you did not check anything. Stop lying. I really don't know the answer.
Yeah. Fogged would definitely say, well, I know in a last patch it didn't, but just not sure if it's been affected. I talked to my friend Puppy, and he said it's
yeah,
fine.
Puppy just sent me a message, saying...
He said it's fine.
I can't believe you just said that. Let me correct you real quick.
And then BSJ says, oh, I've won 10 pubs in a row using only Enchantress Philosopher's Stone, let me tell you. All right, here we go. Terribly pushing it on that bottom down. Boom, shakalaka. Who the hell was that? Was that a Spectre? Truly a ghost. Meanwhile, check out these guys running towards the battle at full speed. Spectre is taken out, as you would imagine. And here we go. BKB on the Ember. He's going to get out, and the rest of the team's showing up
does
late.
not connect.
Go, Wind Ranger, go. Oh, wait, she's instantly dead.
No, that's going to miss.
No, look at that. Oh, of course. Meanwhile, Bloodseeker. Oh, that was... What was Spectre doing down there with an Aegis? That's not how you play Spectre. Spectre comes in last, not first.
I mean, they had the tower. I don't see the reason why Noah TP'd. She also had ulti. I guess they just locked her down. I did not see because we were watching the rest of the con members approaching the team fight from the north.
I mean, it was kind of like an anime, right? When they knock out one of the main characters and then you see the supporting cast like, Goku, no! And then you go back and he's already on the ground. I would imagine. I don't watch garbage.
I was about to ask you that because on the morning panel, you went really ham on anime.
Yeah, we did.
Not we did. You and Rich did. I watched Castlevania, man.
Is that an anime?
It is.
I believe that's a video game. Great lore in that series as well. But
that one was awesome. Yeah, usually I don't watch them, but this one was pretty damn good. So back to the game.
Sure.
Even game in terms of net worth, but just watching the TB beat the shit out of Spectre. Full dataless on him.
Wow.
That's just straight up damage.
There's the GG tree, as we've been expecting. The powerful Wind Ranger item, only a 7-second setup time, and she will double shackle there on the Terrorblade. Meanwhile, on this fight, we're seeing quite the opposite. BKB's being popped and the rest of the team being gone on. NIP in big trouble. Nice Thunder coming out from Terrorblade. Double damage. Look at him. BKB slapping him down. Bye-bye Bloodseeker. No escape as TB tends to take it. Here we go. Another shackle.
Another shackle.
Beautiful job there as TB has already used his Sunder. And they're going to be looking for more. 2 supporty boys left. Woo!
From
nice
downtown.
Shot from downtown. Well done, Gilger. Looking for more here. Not going to be able to get it.
They're very limited on the lockdown. Like, if Earthshaker does not get a jump on Ember Spirit can always just get in and out of the team fights.
Yo, hold up. There's an Earthshaker in this game? Holy shit. Oh, no.
You got me there.
That's not good. But yes, if they don't use that Earthshaker stuff, it is not going to happen. And can we take a look at this Earthshaker's items and see how close we are to him being relevant?
2,000. He has a Guardian Greaves. I mean, I can understand that. Removing the chains, removing the silence from the Bloodseeker, keeping his teammates alive. But the problem is, like, Invoker is not going to scale with this item build. That's what I'm afraid of. But still, you know, you have Charlie on TB who's 5,000 gold ahead of the Spectre. Saberlight once again.
Well, a lot of pressure on this guy. He will tank that. He is ready to be murdered at any moment. Anybody? Oh, that's even more depressing. They didn't even think it was worth killing the man. Oh, my heart goes out to you, Saberlight. My heart really does. It's okay to be slain in battle, but they didn't even want him to go to Valhalla. That's not cool. Anywho, Charlie, farming away. Richer and richer. Got Satanic in the pocket. Looking to buy it. Somebody going shopping. Paladin sword coming out for your Bloodseeker. Not too shabby. And we'll see where this goes.
He needs to use Reflection whenever there's Spectre nearby, getting the Radiance effect on it, on the whole team.
Spider legs coming out on the old Spectre. Very frightening. Easy for her to get out. Another way for her to run. Very nice.
She's not keeping that item. There's
Spider leg?
Titan Sliver, so she's just gonna keep that one instead. Craggy Coat. I mean, that's an okay-ish item when you're playing against TB. Maybe give it to your Vendranger. She's not dealing any right-click damage. Could even get it on the Bloodseeker. I just feel like that's one of the worst tier 3 items and very situational.
The Crag?
The Craggy, yeah.
I love it. Slap a Craggy on an axe. Slap it on anybody. Spider legs going out to, Earthshaker. Finally, a little bit of mobility. That's good. Them spiders.
It's like having a broken Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it really is. Nerfed Blink. Who would have thought? Looks like a pick may be happening here. Nice initiation here by the Invoker, trying to pick off an arrow in the back. Misses everybody. Earthshaker able to stun. Stop the TP. Here we go. Windranger dies. 2 hits. Swap back. And the Enchantress falls as well. That is just NIP. If they can get on top of you, they can destroy you. It's all about that initiation. Luckily, though, not destroying the targets that they wanted to. Immediately going to smoke as I thought that they went back. No, Ember, it's a trick! He pops his BKB, gets swapped around.
That's 3 versus 5. What is Ember doing?
He's a big
He really
boy.
wants that Mirana.
I want you, Mirana! But he will actually get out of there. Nice remnant in the back. Made his way out. Spectre now taking over Terrorblade's job. As he free farmed before, she free farms now. Difference is, though, with Lacoste, she's farming lanes, not triangles. That's where the money is.
Yeah, that's why she died 4 times.
It's tough. Still, though, miles ahead on this Terrorblade. Oh, boy. Go get him, Spectre. You can do it. I trust you. You've got this. Wow, nice. Dust and Shackle coming out from Windranger with a fantastic blink. Invoker, dusted up.
NATO.
Putting it back, and surprisingly, despite that incredible initiation, incredible uses of skills, he walks away effortlessly. There's a scan. Yes, there they are, under the tower. But,
where could they possibly be? I don't know.
There they are! But no, they will back up.
Scan them real good. 2 more scans, and one of the players is going to disconnect.
I wish. What if there was a hero like that? If you scan people, it actually, kills them. But if they're in vision, it does 0 damage. Think about it. Not like an insta-kill.
I'm just glad that we have Ice Frog balancing Dota.
You know, you say that, but he steals ideas all the time from me. All the time, Lacoste. You're an old school Dota player. Did you ever say something to Ice Frog and then he implemented it?
Yeah.
You did?
I mean, it's not something that people know about, but, you know, sometimes I do say stuff.
Wow. Sorry to call you out like that. I was expecting a no. Incredible. Can you tell Ice Frog to release Treasure 3?
I don't think he's the guy who's in charge. He just loves the game.
He loves Treasure 3. Picking up on top of that Bloodseeker. The old combo, tornado into arrow, into stun, into literal just endless hitting. This is extremely concerning when you have one guy tied down, your entire team is hitting him, and it takes you 30 seconds to kill him. Maybe, maybe someone but terribly get some damage, please. That's not what you want to reveal to the enemy team.
TB with alacrity, full Satanic, level 20. I mean, they're just gonna go on the high ground.
Not a lot can save him here, my friend. Khan has the opportunity to turn around. They're gonna need Spectre to really do something.
Just kidding. There's one dagger, and they're like, fail.
Run!
I mean, they do not want to take a fight here. I can totally understand. You know, next Roche is respawning in 40 seconds. So if they lose that fight, they lose the Roche. So it's much better to just get the tier 2 tower on mid instead.
Look at that
They even
damage.
popped the glyph.
Yikerinos. Damage coming out so high from the Terrible. He doesn't even have meta up. This is just terrifying. Shackle up, misses.
Casually uses Satanic to keep himself on full HP.
Yeah, that's
We can
good.
see Gilger drawing on a minimap. They want to backstab.
Go, boys, go. The hunt. They think they're probably running to Roshan.
I believe so.
Okay.
But look at the positioning from NIP. They know they're just holding the high ground.
Checks out Roche. Arrow does reveal position. They will be able to find the Invoker. Gonna try to get that silence up. BKB makes sure that that Blood Right does nothing, and the battle is upon us. Terrorblade clicking, clicking, clicking. Actually swaps somebody with hardly any HP, but then he will be able to Satanic. There we go on the back end. Earthshaker with an Echo Slam, and yet not a lot of deaths here. NIP losing most of those deaths, in fact, as we see the turnaround. Here's Spectre. Double down. Oh my goodness gracious. Spectre is out of there. Nice arrow though. Terrorblade taken out. What do you know? The Shackle did it. Here comes the Spider going on that uphill. The rest of the bot back boys, though, they're going to go right on top of that Wind Ranger trying to take her out, and she will barely get away. Another fantastic Shackle onto those creep camps. Here we go, chasing the Venge, taking them out. Bing, bang, another incredible Shackle. Literally everyone died from a Shackle in that fight. And
Gilger, he dodges it. Even tips him. Okay.
Oh,
but this is a big team fight. I believe he used Sunder on Invoker to try to keep him alive and then try to use Satanic to get himself to full HP, but you're in no position to use Sunder to actually keep your teammates alive. You want to use it when you're low HP on Spectre, try to swap it, and that's pretty much it. You need to take care of yourself. We can see the replay here.
Yep, there it is.
There it is, looking very hot.
Yep. We got a new intern from 1997. So he makes those, he takes them with his phone and then puts Drowning Pool over them. You can see those on WePlay 5. Let those bodies hit the floor. As we now goes to see Mio. Dios Mio! He has found himself a Earthshaker. Earthshaker gonna use those ever so powerful spider legs to get out of there. And what do you know? NIP making some mistakes. Or is it mostly... Oh, there he is! Misha! That's the camera that Misha has given us. He is showing us his screen. Is Misha a bot? I do not know. No, that was a human hand. Incredible. Thank you, Misha, for that great camera.
There you have so many zoning spells. Like, look at Bloodseeker. This plus Veil plus Power Shot, amplifying the magical damage. It's insanely strong. He's the one who's actually keeping the cheese at the moment.
That's right.
Not sure he actually needs it. He's super tanky. He's sitting at 50 armor, if I saw that correctly. 50 plus. Okay.
6.
Craggy coat on him, that's why.
Craggy. The Craggers. It will do it. Craggle Rock. There it is. Monkey King Bar coming out on your Wind Ranger. Gonna be doing even more damage as we see Spectre's game really coming to a head. But it could go either way in a Terrorblade game, you know? Terrorblade on the back end, being able to hit people, could be anyone's game still, in my personal opinion, and not that I'm good at this. You know? What do you think, Lucas?
I think Khan is in full control of this game, even though if they, you know, make a mistake or two, they still have a much better late game. Spell Prism on your Ember Spirit. That's a good one.
Yeah,
great stats.
But show the win percentage, though. I mean, as you can see, it's hardly even 70%. Uh-oh. You can take that off now. Thank you. Don't let it continue to go up on
Full
screen.
damage build on TB. He needs something to pierce through evasion against the Radiance, against that Wind Run. He has no buyback. That's the only issue here.
Again, I mean, we're seeing this from teams where they'll pick up the Terrorblade, but not have that guy in the front. Earthshaker has had such a brutal game. He's not really going to be a frontline for more than half a second. So who's taking the focus in these fights? You can't lose Invoker. You can't lose... you could lose Venge, but she dies really quick. I mean, this guy needs somebody to take these shots for him.
Khan's lineup will just scale much, much better in the late game. You have Spectre, you have Vindranger, who has MKB, so your position 4 is doing so much damage. You have Bloodseeker building pure utility items, but wants to mess up with the build that you're going for, getting Heaven's Halberd, and Ember Spirit, man, he's insanely farmed.
Pretty big boy. Almost as much as Spectre, who has done literally nothing but farm and run for her entire life.
Spell Prism plus Arcane Rune.
Woo! Have to see something messed up here. Oh, that's the target that they want to swap back into the entire team, but he swaps him away from the Terrorblade for just a little bit. Terrorblade is able to pick up that kill, though. Incoming BKB. Oh my god, the damage from this guy with Alacrity. He is just melting this entire team. Picked off that Spectre in the right time, in the right place, and everything goes their way. Holy shit!
What just happened? I mean, TB, Daedalus, and MKB, they ran into them. Spectre did not even use ulti, so they had no vision.
Oh, man.
They're fighting under no vision. There's 2 Dire Observer Wards, 2 sentries down.
Not great, not great. That Spectre was in the middle of nowhere. It ran into the entire team. Look at that damage. That was super unfortunate. And that, nobody even has buyback. Is that game? Could it be? I mean, the damage
They have
from
40 seconds.
I mean,
He's going through backdoor.
Lucky that they don't have Metamorphosis going through backdoor. If he did have meta, this would very be close to game ending. However, no
I just don't feel that game was throwable. I feel they're in control of the game.
Well,
TB is massive, don't get me wrong, but they still should be able to control the rest and deal with TB later on. You can't just go and blast him from 100 to 0. You don't have the heroes. And he has Illusion Escape, nice one. I think he benefits so much from the item, and the Spectre is the one who benefits the most.
All right, gotta try to slow this guy down here. He's probably gonna be able to take this full lane on the Rax.
I think Khan is just asking themselves, what just happened? Like, we lost one fight, we lost 2 sets of barracks, and now they're in control of the game.
Oh, Spectre using an ult to try to get something out of here. We do see a Shackle go off on the Invoker. Not too sure. What is that creep doing there? What is that evil creep doing so far out of his camp to try to attempt to kill Invoker? Invoker is making his way out, however. Ember Spear trying to catch, but Invoker is ghost sprinting.
Let's see the Shackle.
What? Whoop, 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 whoop. Even Ice Frog, in his ability to try to get Windranger to cheat, is not able to allow that hero to be competent.
But we gotta give him credit for that. That was some
beautiful.
insane Shackle.
That was very, very good cheating, but you lose anyway. No, I'm just kidding, Con. Excellent attempt there. But, yeah, Magic Lamp coming out here, too. Not a bet. Hello? Genie en route. Genie on the ground. No one? Okay. Courier will get it. Well, Lacoste, that is a Aghanim Scepter. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not something we see very often.
What kind of horrible caster wouldn't know what that does? Can we hover over that real quick and a little reminder on that one?
Oh, the big Echo Slam.
On that. Oh, Spectre, what are you doing out there again? Naive, force-staffed out. Thank goodness for our friend Enchantress getting that Spectre out, and Enchantress probably going to have to pay with her life for that. Arrow not being used on that inch. We're just going to use meta on the backline. And now Terrorblade with the Alacrity, with the pain, backdooring that tower. This is looking bad. You have got to buy back on your Enchantress, and you've got to see what you can do. So here we go.
That's the fear duration you have. TB's just going ham.
Whew. Not too much that you can do to stop that from happening. your bot back, Windranger. Trying to get out of there. BKB popped on your Invoker, looking for his own pick. BKB expiration has happened, but he will be walking away. The team knows that meta's almost done. Time to maybe get the hell out of there. Metamorphosis is now down. And first hit bash on that, but here comes the Alacrity. Why need meta when you got Invoker? And the boys, nice shackle coming out. Swap though to get that Terrorblade out of there, and the Mirana. Another great shackle into this time the big ol' silence. Could they be turning it around on NIP? It looks like so. Earthshaker managing to stun 3 heroes during this chase, and they are going to go for the Invoker. Invoker is dead, trying to find somebody else. Mirana invisible, no detection, throw into the arrow. Terrorblade.
Where's the bash?
Try to be key.
They don't see him. They lost the vision.
Where are the wards? Where?
Next Roche is going to respawn in 40 seconds, so that's the third one, if I'm counting correctly.
I think so.
Cheese Aegis +1. This game could still go both ways. We've seen like the execution is not perfect, back and forth. It's very hard to, try to understand what the teams are going to do in terms of, let's just throw. We saw some of the throwing Chronospheres in game number 1. Oh, Dispersion. Spectre hit level 25, so she's going to be much harder to kill. And no one's building any kind of a break.
Nope. No brakes on this train, my friend. Must say, if you thought game 1 was exciting, get ready for game 2. I predict this one to be twice as long. Here we go. Look at Mio. Look at what he is doing. What is he doing? Look at him. There he goes. Very nice push on the creeps.
Meta is back up. That's almost a 4-second fear with the Aghanim Scepter in all directions.
44-minute Blade Mail coming out on the Spectre here.
I mean, he bought Mask of Madness as the 6th item in the previous game. I'm really not surprised.
Yes. Maybe he's Benjamin Button, and he's buying them backwards. Yeah. Go ahead and initiate onto that Earthshaker. Earthshaker so important in these fights. He's got to get back in there with an instant buyback. Terrorblade, BKB, hitting him up. All that damage. And look at him go. Look at the range.
Look at the range.
Woo! Spectre out yet again. This Enchantress just has to keep killing herself to save her teammates. Windranger running away on the back end. Terrorblade did have to use meta. Looking for that Roach. There's that hideous monkey. That demon monkey. Still in that pit. They see him doing it.
Seems like Spectre wants to go in.
Oh.
They're scouting things out with the monkey. They might steal an item.
Look out, monkey!
Sunstrike the monkey.
Okay, here we go. We have a snatch from the Spectre! Spectre snatching that Aegis, going in. She's got the Blade Mail. We don't have meta. The swap comes out. Terrorblade doing as much damage as he can, but he's being kept in control here for a little bit. Spectre now pops that Aegis, looking for more kills. Oh, that cold snap's going to be a real big deal. Pops that BKB, and Spectre is just caught out with an instant first hit bash. But Terrorblade, the dispersion, the damage, the pain. You thought Khan was out of this game, but Khan don't know how to give up. Khan, they survive. You stay Khan.
They stay calm, and Spectre goes in. Uses that neutral item, tier 4. Yes, that one. Havoc Hammer pushes them out and steals the Aegis. That was such a sick play.
Absolutely. Diving now, trying to get everything that they can. Windranger dies on the back line just from the hatred of the universe. And we will see us turn around here. I told you. These two teams don't give up.
They never do.
They never do.
This is such an entertaining Dota. Back and forth. One team's winning at the moment. Then a minute after, the other team just feels in full control of the game. Mio.
Uh-oh, Mio guesses, was the hunter become the hunted? Could it be? EMP? Down on the arrow? Mio, Dios,
That's a 5-second arrow.
Bye-bye. Holy woly, who would have thought that would happen? The Apex Predator turned into the opposite. I could feel the insanity coming back, Lacoste. I need your help. Give me the hand signals if it gets too crazy.
What is the opposite of Apex?
Apex. D's-pex. I'm so sorry, everyone. Dota Capitalists will be replacing me now.
I don't know, just read it backwards.
Huh? Zekpak?
Zeppa?
That's like what my cab driver screamed at me when I took too long to get in.
He said Zeppa.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Sounds legit. I don't know. Production, what does it mean?
Production just started playing a loud white noise sound. Okay, great. Fantastic. As we see this game start to even out, less than 1K net worth on Team NIP. They proved themselves in the last comeback. Will they do it again? Khan has everything that they need. Blade Mail, Dispersions, Spectres, also 4 other heroes. But will it be enough? Soon we will find out.
I see Aghanim Scepter queued up on Mirana. Not sure that's the item you want to go for.
Oh.
I mean, you have Timeless Relic, so more damage coming out from your spells.
Beautiful. Made the tips as well. Going out on that Earthshaker. Earthshaker, if you did forget, I believe bought back in that last fight to turn it around. Without him, that's a pretty big advantage.
Well, maybe if Mirana gets like Ags, they used Blood Rage on her, plus Veil, plus Timeless Relic. She one-shots the whole team.
Yeah, maybe. You know, the classic Mirana 50-minute Ags coming out here to compete with the 45-minute Blade Mail. Insanity. Just the kind I like. Smoke up in that bottom. Hunting for that Ember Spirit. Out of position yet again.
They have Hex, so he can initiate with it into Arrow. What did he try to do? Just Hex him.
Oh! Got greedy. I believe he alacritied himself, or he silenced him? What happened there? It was a good pick, NIP. Oh, no. That's a shame. I'm sure it's fine, though. No big deal, as they will have another chance. Both teams taking it very cautious, very slow. And Earthshaker, however, that advantage that they have is gone. Everybody's ults are up. Mirana using her ult soon as well. It has returned.
TB also popped the meta for that fight. I mean, there was no fight, but for that.
It was there. I mean, they saw a guy. Remember when that happened? Got excited. If I give you any life advice out there, guys, don't pop your meta too quick. And that is a metaphor for many things in life. Wait for the right moment, because you can't meta all the time.
Yeah, TB popped metaphor. Earthshaker is so underfarmed this game. Just a Blink Dagger and Guardian Greaves sitting on 2,000 gold on top of that. That's a core Earthshaker, remember, it is the offlane one.
Yo, hold up. There's an Earthshaker in the game? What? I'm sorry, I can't. It's not funny yet, I say it every time. There he is, level 20 though! It's a big deal.
You know, but for the viewers that are just tuning in.
Yeah, the same joke the 5th time. I mean, some of them might have missed it. Just joining us now. And looking for some more kills. Now on the aggression is Mr. Crowbars. Will he be able to find somebody? No. Oh. Hunter, hunted. Could it be? Dodging that. He's got a smoke. He's right out of range. Manages to see him, but it's a scary situation. Let's get out of here. This is my favorite part of the game.
When teams are doing nothing?
No, yes. When they are both so powerful, they must simply build it up. You know? You must simply wait. Everyone wants 25. Everyone wants 30. They know the next fight could be the end.
Ooh, this is a big one if they can get 25 on Bloodseeker. Reducing the cooldown on the Blood Rite.
That is big. AoE silences mean a lot against this team. Here we go. Trying to find what they can. Nice double shackle. They get the Terrorblade. He's the main target. They want everything to go on him. BKBs are popped, and they're going to swap him out for Spectre. Spectre swapped out onto the front line. BKB popped by that Terrorblade, and now he's going to go all in.
There's the fear.
Metamorphosis. Here comes the pain. Here comes the death. And he will easily take these boys out. It's all about timing with this guy. You can't commit if he still has meta and BKB. It will just mean disaster.
This Aghanim Scepter on TB is actually doing the work.
Yeah?
Like, this is the first time I see it in the professional game.
But what does it do?
I'm not saying that it did not happen. It's an AoE fear that lasts for 4 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
3.75. I just like to round the numbers up.
Don't worry, Observer. You shouldn't have to look that up for me. An AoE fear. That's very good. All right. Terrorblade moving in. Hitting towers.
Look at the range.
That is unbelievable. Spectre does have to buy back just to fight those illusions. They can't afford to lose that Rax there because they know that all their other lanes are open up as well. And this other Rax not getting healed up. So looks like this could be the free Roshan. Should it be there, which it is not for 30 more seconds.
Invisibility.
Important thing for NIP is that their cores are having buyback. All three of those, if we consider Earthshaker a core. I've said the joke again.
I won't do it. But yes, he is. Don't look at his items, please. Oh, will we see the anger come out? Lag, sorry. Coming out from the Venge. Everyone calm down. No need to take this into a whole nother place. Thank you, NIP, for putting on your cameras for us. We do appreciate getting a small window into your lives.
And this is it.
And this guy,
nice.
the dude,
with the thumbs up.
The thumbs up. He knows we're watching. Concerning. And yes, thank you. Not many teams are nice enough to give us their cameras. If you do appreciate NIP, make sure to go ahead and send them a message on their Twitters and say thank you for making our experience better. So rare in Dota. Does someone work to make the experience better instead of just stealing from it? But
They're
not a
very rare these days.
Very rare. And yes, we wait. 10K up, NIP waiting for their shot for glory. Surprised they didn't get more after that tremendous team wipe that they did.
So Charlie decided to go for Refresher, has that, and a buyback. So SNY is in the backpack. I still feel like you should put SNY in and Power Treads out. Yeah, that's what he just did. So having Refresher, you know, he can fear them for 375 times 2. That's almost 8 seconds. 7 point off.
That's would be weird if that happened, but very entertaining.
They can stack the fear if somehow they manage to kill another Roche and give Aghanim Scepter to Venge. He has the fear on swap. 2 charges.
What a way to go out in complete terror, I think they would call that. 2
Wave of terror.
Fear.
Terror Blade.
Terror Blade, Terror Wave, fear on both. I mean, clearly these two characters were made for each other.
Lore, please.
No.
Are they related in any way?
No. Not at all. Incoming BKB going out on your Vengeful Spirit, trying to get a nice swap there, swapping back yet again. Meanwhile, on the other side, nice Echo Slam onto nobody.
They got him.
They got him. One dude down, insta buyback, but this is a big deal. Meta is gone. We do have BKB though, Refresher. Wind Ranger not even near the fight, instantly dies as they try to go on somebody else. Arrow on top of your Spectre, big deal. Here comes the Sunstrike, force staff out by your Enchantress, doing everything that she can to keep her alive,
she
but
has
doesn't
no
happen.
buyback.
No Spectre, no Wind Ranger, no hope. Goodbye. Wrap it up. GG.
This might be the game. Roshan is up. They still have one more meta since he used the Refresher on TB.
Might be quite a generous thought there, Mr. Lacoste, as they start to dismantle these towers. Look at that carry shaker hitting it twice.
They're just going for tier 4s right now.
Screw it! They know they don't have buyback. If they did, they would have done it already. And here come the tier 4s.
Seems like he does not care too much about these blood rights.
It is now up to Wind Ranger. Alone. Buys back. All that farm. All that damage. Can she do it? Hits the TB. BKB. He's walking away on the back line. Ember Spirit. And that's your GG.
Man, what a game. What a series, actually. These two teams playing against each other. You know, there's a lot of mistakes happening in the game, but very entertaining Dota.
Absolutely.
And I need to say Charlie, he played one hell of a game, one hell of a series, actually. And his item build in the second game, I'd say single-handedly won them the game. It was pretty much a Charlie show.
It absolutely was. Can't disagree with you. And we have had such a blast watching these teams. I believe, should I be correct, that Khan is now no more?
I believe so. Yeah, that was the lower bracket match.
That was the lower bracket match. So, Khan, thank you so much for being part of WePlay. I hope that we got you a bunch of new fans and that we see you again. I'm sure we will. And that will end the journey of Twitch chat favorite Gilger as well. So, keep your heads up for you gave us an incredible series and it was an absolute honor to watch. NIP, still moving on.
This is why Omega League is such a great concept, because we have teams like Khan showing. I think a lot of the people watching the game are like, who's this team? They're playing some entertaining Dota. There's going to be a lot more mistakes than from tier 1 teams, but still, looking forward to see more from them for sure.
They never give up. Anyway, let's pass to our panel, who never give up as well, as they cling desperately for any hopes of being better than Lacoste. Let's go on over.
Great throw, Slacks.
Definitely wasn't lost there.
Khan is no longer going to be in the tournament, but I think that we can all say that we definitely do agree with the casters on at least one thing, and that is the fact that that was some entertaining Dota to watch, very back and forth. NIP, though, going to be able to take it down. Let's talk about how they were able to take this second game.
Like, there's a lot to it, You have this 50, 60-minute game, same as the first one. Tons of crazy stuff happening in the late game. I think it was kind of similar in the sense that NIP had this... The TBAgs, really made the late game easy for them. It's this massive fear, and he's got all of this damage. He went for a Daedalus third item, right? He didn't go for this, Scotty build. He went raw, pure damage after the BKB. He did get a Satanic, but he was actually able to kill the Spectre as long as everybody was feared during that haunt for 4 seconds. That's it to me. Literally, the TBAgs, I think, won them the game. I mean, obviously, before that, leading up to that point, there's a lot to it, but that item... Man.
There was sometimes where he could just pop it as soon as the Spectre pumps Haunt, and then you just fear everything. At that point in time, they're going to make their initiation, and it looks so strong. But I think that as a whole, Ninjas in the Pajamas, they played... I actually think they played a little bit better in this second game, where in that first game it felt like they gave up a little bit too much early on. This time it felt like they actually kept this game continually competitive. They didn't let Khan get that really, really big net worth lead that I felt like they had in game 1. There was still some problems when it came to just the laning phase itself, but ultimately Ninjas in the Pajamas, I think that their teamfight execution looks so good. I mean, how many combos were they able to pull off with that Mirana, right? There was so many 5-second arrows. I mean, Mio, I'm sure, is going to be kicking himself for a lot of that late game where he just kept on dying to arrows over
He
and
did
over
so
again.
well in the early game, too, man.
Yeah,
he was carrying hard.
He really did. And I'm looking forward to see Mio, his progression as
and
a
Gilder.
player, because obviously the individual skill is already there, that he's able to win up the laning phase and do so well in the early game. It's just some of the mid to late game decision making that perhaps needs a little bit of improving. But man, if you could take that kind of early game and do it every single time, you're giving yourself, you're giving your team an extra 10% chance to win, man.
100%. I really hope this team doesn't disband, man. Gilliger 2, we saw in another series, he was solo killing an anti-mage as Tiny. How does that even happen? I have no idea. I've literally never seen that before. He hit that amazing shackle shot mid. He ended up dying, but he does... this whole team, they do individually just beautiful, beautiful stuff. So, kudos to them for putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I also think that is one of those things as well when people were talking about Khan and talking about how long this team has been together. And a lot of people are still referring to them more on the side of a stack. Have they started to show that really isn't the case to you, Cap, even though they are going to be bowing out of the tournament now?
Yeah, when we talk about stack, we're talking about a European version of a stack, which is not a pub stack, but more a relatively new team that has been put together that is trying to transition from that tier 3 into the tier 2 scene. I think they absolutely did it here at Omega League. They had a really good showing in their group stage, but this lower bracket run, man, that was something special. And that also goes to show that they have they have what it takes to be able to compete. When you're in that lower bracket situation, you can't afford to get knocked down, to be able to win those first 2 series that they did, and then put up a really good fight against Ninjas in Pajamas. You change a few things, and they just as easily could have walked away with a 2-0 against NIP, which would have been such a massive upset.
Yeah. Man, NIP did play this really well, though. There were elements to their draft and to their gameplay that I really liked, going all the way back to the Loda tweet at the start, this idea of like pubs are so different from competitive. One big difference that you're never going to see in a pub with this NIP draft, for example, is this Alacrity Solar Crest TB. The fact that you win this Spectre matchup with TB because the Invoker kind of functions like a Slardar. Like that's something that I've been feeling like is a big thing for teams recently too. Is the Slardar, you pick it, you just win the carry matchup instantly because you have the minus armor. You've basically the steroid for the carry.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Invoker functioned in that way in this game, while also setting up for the other heroes and making the early game easy by running around and fighting. And once again, like, this is something that you won't see in pubs because you have to coordinate with multiple people. You have to have an idea of the entire strategy. They also spend a lot of time defending the tier 1 mid and protecting Charlie's triangle, which that's not going to happen in pubs either. You know, like, all of this lends itself to Charlie basically having this game where he looks like a complete god. But 100%, he had a great supporting cast. The entire game was about protecting Charlie, protecting his farm, and then buffing him in team fights and just disabling for him in team fights.
This is what Ninjas of Pajamas looks best at, when they give Charlie one of his like signature heroes and they play around that fact. I think that, like, on the con side of things, Naive even showing like him trying to pick up a blade mail, trying to find a solution to something that is happening in the middle of the game. Like, you see a problem, you can't just go for like this default build. It's something you're not expecting.
Right.
So you try and innovate on the spot to be able to find a way to do it. Unfortunately, the blade mail didn't work. A lot of it be just returning physical damage onto a hero that has.
Well, and luckily,
it sucks. But
yeah, we can actually ask them some questions about how they come up with some of these decisions right now. We have Saberlight on the line. Saberlight, first of all, do want to say congratulations on getting this victory, and just kind of want to jump in by asking you, how did it feel to actually play against Khan? It was a very interesting series to watch.
Hey, Rich. I mean, it felt nice. I think Khan is like a really fun team to play against. I mean, both these games were way closer than we intended them to be, but I mean, it was a ton of fun.
So you guys, like, official matches, you guys haven't actually played against Khan before, but have you guys scrimmed against them or something like that? Or is there some matches I don't know about?
I think we might have scrimmed them at some point, but
okay.
But you're right. I don't think we played them.
Okay, and what was your going?
Like official.
Right. Going into this series, did you have an idea of like what Khan was going to be about? Like, are you familiar with the players on their team, perhaps from pubs or anything like that?
Well, I personally, since I was watching some of the Omega League games, I saw that Gilger is like a big deal in Twitch chat, so I was looking forward to playing against him. And I mean, Misha like prepared draft against them. For example, the first game, I think, like we knew what they're gonna pick, and we had heroes prepared for that, and it worked out. So,
all right, I got some questions. These are less team related, more for you. So I know you spent some time playing in NA, and I'm wondering, what would you say the biggest difference is between NA and EU pubs? I know you're a big pub fan, so just want to know your opinion on that.
I get this question all the time from NA.
I know the answer. I just want to hear you say it.
I mean, it's crazy because I was in NA for one tournament only, so I played like 5 to 10 pubs, and I don't know. I think the biggest difference for me was that people don't speak English; they speak different language. I would assume it's Spanish,
Portuguese,
Spanish or Portuguese,
yeah, that's true.
So I mean, that was the main difference. But however, I did play some NA pubs like a few weeks ago, just because like it was late and I wanted to try them, and they were awful. Jesus Christ! I never want to play those again.
Oh, you know what? You probably queued during like the best possible time with the best NA has to offer too. It's so bad.
Yeah, that wasn't a small sample size problem.
No, that's how it is.
That's how it is all the time.
You've got it down. All right. Okay. So a couple of other pub questions. So I'm wondering if you have something in competitive that you consider as like there's a bad habit that you're doing. How do you go about like building your instincts to fix a bad habit? Like, do you have a strategy for that, or some like rules that you follow? Like, how do you do that?
I mean, this is a like really broad question. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it
like
is.
I would say that my main issue is that I feel like sometimes I perform extremely well and sometimes I underperform. For example, like the Surf Shaker game, it wasn't my best, and I think it's about like recognizing what factors like make you play the best and then trying to like strive for that. For example, like, sleeping enough, eating, for example, before playing, getting enough sugar, stuff like that.
That was my next question.
Was that list specifically oriented to you, or is there other things that like individually you found that you perform a bit better on?
I mean, these things for sure. I mean, sleep is, I would say, the biggest thing. Like, the fact that I don't have to go to school this year, it's amazing because I can sleep how much I want and I can play how much I want. But other than that, I would say like mental state. Actually, I would say the biggest factor for me actually is about if I enjoy playing the game. If like I enjoy playing Dota, because if I do, then I play way better than if I just do it, because I kind of have to. Or I'm bored of the game, but I mean, it never happened to me that I don't want to play officials. Like I always enjoy the competition and stuff, but sometimes I just don't enjoy, for example, playing pubs or like the game in general.
Have you kind of found a way to amp yourself up to play those unofficial games, or do you have like a method to get in that mind space, or is that still something that you're trying to figure out?
What works for me is like taking a break, like not forcing myself to play pubs when I don't feel like playing pubs. But like this is a double-edged sword in my opinion, because you need to make sure that you're like relaxing enough, but also that you don't just like postpone playing the pubs. Because I feel like when I'm taking the break, I'm not improving myself, but I just need to make sure that I enjoy playing again. But yeah. For example, like lately, I've been playing some other games, and I feel like it reflects in officials.
What have you been playing?
Risk of Rain 2.
Oh,
Pretty
it's
nice.
so good. Yeah, it's a good game.
Okay, one final question.
One final more. I saw him queued up for one more.
Feel free to just say, I'm done. I'm out of this.
Feel free. I totally understand. But listen, I got into an argument with some guy in a pub. He was one of those guys who's like,
still pub questions.
Because this guy's like, I don't care about pubs. Can you tell for all the aspiring pro players out there, are pubs important? Like, what do you consider important about pubs?
Yeah, I would say pubs are extremely important. Well, first of all, you gain all the important skills. Like, I would never go pro if I didn't play pubs, So like to build the skill, that's the first thing. Second thing is, I would say like getting noticed by other players. So just like having high enough MMR, it's gonna help you be pro, and just testing meta and stuff like that. Like I don't think there are many players who are able to compete in like tier 1 tournaments who aren't playing pubs. I feel like the only ones who are able to do that are the secret guys, but they're just like on another level, and also OG guys, I believe. But these two teams are extraordinary. But I mean, everyone else is pubbing as much as they can.
Thank you. Well, Chris Hemsworth 69, if you're out there, you heard the man. He's 10k MMR. He said pubs are important. Tier 1 player?
I was Chris Hemsworth 69.
That was you?
In all seriousness.
Oh my God.
Sarah Light, thank you so much for the time. We're wishing you all the luck in the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
That's why you were talking about the raccoons.
What? It just doesn't stop, right?
In the game.
The 4 inches?
With the raccoons.
And the 8 inches?
4 inches and 8 inches, and it's just, it's too much.
Okay,
it's like a fixation.
First of all, 4 inches was the only part that made it onto the broadcast.
I know, but
everybody else is going to be very confused. Everybody's going to be very
specific about
the 8 inches. And when we're talking about numbers and we're talking about confusion, the other thing that you might be confused about, if you just tuned in right now, is the results of the tournament. So let's take a look at how everything has been shaping up so far today. We're going to be having a little bit of a fulcrum shift. We just looked at Divine. Now it's time to take a look at Immortal. So right in front of you, we do have a look at that bracket, at everything that you have seen, so you can get caught up to speed, Cap.
Yeah, so right now, Ninjas in Pajamas there at the bottom. They just managed to take down Khan, so they're going to be moving on and facing up against the winner of Cyber Legacy and Na'Vi, which I think is a very exciting matchup because Cyber Legacy has proven to be one of the most promising teams in this Divine Division. You've seen them at other tournaments, and I think they're going to put up a really good fight against Na'Vi. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And then we've got the lower bracket matches of the Immortal League today. So we're going to be doing Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid next, which we already see some of the players putting out on social media. And Sani, in fact, tweeted a video with Mikke asking if they were going to win. Mikke said it was a 50-50 chance that you were going to win or lose.
That's how it goes. You either get it or you don't.
It's like you flip a coin, right?
Yeah, we're just going to flip a coin. That's what the analyst should do.
It's almost never gonna land on its.
Sometimes when I listen to you guys long enough, I'm pretty sure that's what you're doing.
Don't expose our secrets. What the hell?
Sit in the back. Or
you can't just come into Dota 2.
I mean, do you agree? You've seen us flipping the coin in the back. You've seen us flipping the literal coin. That's literally what we do.
The literal coin.
The coin on the broadcast.
The literal coin. But I do, while I have your great analytical coin flipping minds, I do want to ask really quickly. We do have 2 series coming up today, as you already mentioned. They are going to be elimination series as well on the lower side of the bracket. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top? Do you think it is 50-50?
I think this one is really tough. Virtus Pro has been looking better than they've looked in a long time, but Liquid seem to be picking up steam, man. Rough group stage for them, but like towards the end, they've gone 6-0, right? It's just been a clean run from them towards the end. Like once they were on the line of elimination, they just like picked it up, and I think that in a way, that pressure of like, they were in group stage going, we lose a series, we're eliminated. Well, they're now used to that at that point in time. So I think that I would give them a slight advantage just because of the momentum they have going in.
Yeah, they can honestly chalk all of their losses up to like, oh, well, we like learned some things, we fixed some things, and now we're really good now. Like psychologically, they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, where their starting point was taking a game off of Secret, right? And then they got better. So I think this team has the potential to be able to, but then again, they did. Who knows? Like you just never know where that inconsistency comes from and how it can come back potentially. So and Virtus Pro again has been looking quite good.
Yeah, they're looking really strong, but I think they're fairly consistently strong. So I would always favor the team with momentum. I mean, I love what Liquid's doing. I can't get over the double farming that they're doing in the offlane. That's something you would see in Herald pubs because people don't understand the difference between a core and a support. And it's actually happening in the highest possible level of Dota. Like you would never fathom this in Immortal pubs or anything.
Or maybe the Heralds just understand a little bit better than we know.
You know what?
It's too good for this world.
I legitimately think Heralds have good insight into the game.
Okay, so M. Night Shyamalan. Now, M. Night Shyamalan made nothing but bangers at first, right? Some of the best movies that you've ever seen. Then all of a sudden, he just falls apart. He starts making Avatar. Lady in the Water is the last one where maybe you can maybe
that.
After Lady in the Water, the fall off is super dramatic. Later in an interview, he basically said, he's like, one of the very interesting things about being young is you only go off of instinct. You haven't learned all of the form. You haven't solidified all of these things. So you'll do the wrong thing based off of instinct. With more time and more practice, you actually get better, and you rely on that form, you rely on that skill, and you don't take the stupid risks that you already know are wrong. You've seen them fail so many times before. So eventually, the world and reality causes you to be a worse version of yourself. He didn't say that, but that's pretty much the idea to it. Sometimes an idiot running around who goes, oh, those pixels look cool, and just runs with it, ends up making the right decision. If you throw enough idiots at a problem, you will get a creative solution.
Yeah, that's pretty much Rich's career in a nutshell right there. He's the one idiot who managed to, the one monkey who managed to type right out the Shakespeare novel.
We are legion.
One. I feel like there's a lot of us out there.
No, here's the thing. Where is one place where there are a bunch of people screaming 24/7? Twitch chat. Just read it. Just say the same thing. I am a copy pasta.
I was thinking like a zoo.
I am Luigi.
if you go to the zoo, if you go to the zoo and you go to the Gibbon section, the Gibbons make this.
What's that?
It's a fantastic great ape, And so the kids will imitate this vocal pattern that they do. And so there's a lot of screaming that happens there.
Could we hear the sound of the gibbon?
That's what they sound like. Seriously, look it up. I'm not joking. It's not funny. It's actually what they sound like. You're making. I mean, it's nature.
It's true.
It's funny about nature.
No. Actually, we should look to nature very frequently and try to mimic nature as much as possible. Right? It's really the only thing that humans are good at doing is understanding, classifying, and mimicking nature.
Tell me how does a molecule work? What? Think you're so smart and know about nature? Tell me how a molecule works, jackass.
I know how a molecule works.
This bullshit.
Dude, I know how a molecule works. It's just absolutely offensive. But hey, it's not your job to ask the question. It's my job to ask the questions. There's a pecking order here, much like there is in nature. Cap, do you understand how a molecule works?
Yeah, I absolutely understand how a molecule works. There you go.
What you got now, idiot?
I didn't think of a second question. This is a Table 8 interview all over again.
I'm genuinely, I feel like every single time I've gotten to do a Dota tournament, you get to meet like one new person, right? And it's been, I've gotten to meet more than one this time, which is awesome, but it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you. It really has been.
I appreciate that.
So much so that I need a break. Please get me away from Jenkins. We'll be back soon.
Oh, no. No.
If you cannot catch a fish, do not blame the sea. Blame the developer.
I'm also curious if the microphone is
trying to get rid of the coal. He'll do so. Arteezy turns with the BKB and Meta will kill off the Spirit Breaker. Now looking over towards Crystallize with the chaotic offering. It's dropped down. Arteezy is silenced and again this drought. Oh, he's false promise though. Mid-one will live. He's almost certainly going to die at the end of it all, but he may be able to bring some people down with him. Jumps over towards Yapso. No, could he even get Yapso? He can. They're going to get the swap in on the Ember. He's got the Aegis though, so they're only going to be able to take him down the ones. Can they do it a second time? They've lost RMN. ILTW's back.
Which is lucky.
You've not come into this world only to eat pool tangos and drink flasks. A hero always has a farm pattern ahead.
push me, and then just touch me, so I can get my nature's attendance. Nature's attendance.
So I think if there wasn't an online tournament, we would just still be trying to, get through the open and closed qualifiers for the minors and majors, and maybe I wouldn't even be here making the interview.
I've probably been traveling, playing Dota, same old shit. That would have been our prospects. LA Major would have happened. Everything would have been happening. I would be playing TI right now. What are you talking about?
I actually miss LANs because playing online is fun, but you kind of miss the stage. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't do a lot of shit that I did, but probably would have tried hard a lot for TI, because right now TI, it would be the time for TI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely try hard a lot more.
Didn't spend so much money because of coronavirus. I will say it Russian, Russian English way. If no coronavirus, I would just see people and talk to them.
Yeah, I actually like what happened, because I was stuck in one place for like half a year, which is like what never happened to me before, like in the last 8 years, because I was like traveling constantly, and that made me, I had a routine. Like I started going on a boxing lesson. I started visiting some of my favorite places around my neighborhood, which is like, it's super nice to be like in one place and create all this routine for yourself, where you can like go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, feel good about yourself, like meet some friends along the way. It's just amazing. I missed that part of my life.
Yeah.
Which is like 8 years before all of that.
I can't say it's the dumbest, maybe the funniest. My former teammate told me, why do you have a girlfriend if she doesn't cook?
There's no global warming from Mr. President.
Earth is flat.
I'm just gonna need like 20 more seconds.
You going on Twitter right now?
I'm going to Donald Trump's Twitter.
Hanskin's chewing gum, like during scrims, and just tell him that he needs to keep it down. But chewing gum, like just chewing in general, it's the most annoying thing.
Oh, I need to use a past teammate here if it's possible.
Sure.
Because it's the best one. Simon Hanskin. Mm-hmm. His habit of when it's getting stressful, it's getting down to the line. That is itching his his nose. That never changed. But I love the guy. Sorry, Simon, to hang you out on this one, but.
One person farts a lot in open space. That's all I have to say. If you can make your guesses yourself, I'm sure you guys can figure it out.
Some of the guys, they can. I don't know how it's called, but it's not a puke, but it's like when you're doing after you eat.
Yeah. Gagging.
Gagging, yeah. Some of them do this, and it's pretty annoying to me.
Why?
And they think it's normal.
I won't name any names, but like the practice room, you usually have a toilet, right?
Mm.
And it's just, you can't go there, right? You can do like the dangerous stuff, the bombs. You can't do them in the practice room, because then the whole practice room is gonna smell, right? But then, yeah, this kept happening for a while.
Well, Yazid doesn't shut up. That's annoying. He's like a radio. If he likes something, like let's say a video or something like that, you can Google this video, like let's say "Let Me Smash." He will watch that video, right? And that's the video. You're gonna hear that "Let Me Smash" for about 150 times a day. It just doesn't stop. He's like a broken record. He just keeps on going and going and going and going. That's like a dumbass habit. It's fun sometimes, but it's like fun like 15 out of 150 times.
Mm-hmm.
But only at 10%.
Tituan and his habit to just be so French, speak French, act French. Just talk about French things. Yeah. Being French.
Madness? No, this is Dota.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Welcome back indeed. The Omega League continues, and finally, after a little bit of a wait, finally, it is time to continue with the Immortal playoff brackets. We have got some elimination series coming your way this fine evening, and I'm here together with Fogged and Lizard. Gentlemen, elimination, that's what we want to see, right? It's exciting. It's going to be a step up from the Dota we've watched so far today. Although those brawls still pretty entertaining.
I keep on getting messages about this Tier 2 scene. People are just writing, thank you guys so much. Tier 2 scene has never been as interesting. We love these games. Like Slacks casting and then the brawls as well. It's just cool.
Yeah, that final series that we just watched. You only get that in Tier 2. You don't get that. So it's too clean. It's too clean in the Tier 1 teams.
Exactly. Like you never know which way it's gonna go. Like that last series in IP, you think that they're gonna win, but you never really know for sure. So it keeps things exciting.
Yeah, it's the best when you can. It's both games, right? Both games are just like shit. We don't know who's gonna win this one, and I don't know this series. I do think could definitely match that, and it's kind of. I don't want to say like sloppiness entirely, but I do think like these two teams. They've had some struggles in this tournament, but I think now they're starting to get to their more comfortable periods. But I do think that they show some of those fun moments, as we like to call
yes. Very diplomatic way of putting it.
Fun moments.
Fun moments.
They do
I put
it
the air
for us.
quotes. I did the air quotes.
They do it for us. They do it for the entertainment value, obviously.
And for your entertainment value, we do also have the full brackets for you for the Immortal League. So we have got double elimination brackets. We've obviously had the group stages, and we've seeded teams accordingly with the top 2 of each group going to the upper bracket, and the rest that also made it out of the play-ins into the lower bracket. And that creates the following 8-team double elim bracket with the lower bracket in round 1. That's the 2 series we're going to watch. So VP versus Liquid, followed by Viking versus Alliance. And I mean, VP versus Liquid, I feel like a lot of... Okay, there's a lot of teams that have stand-ins at the moment, right? And they use it as an excuse. It's not the real team. It's not... They're playing with... For example, in EG's case, they're playing with GPK, you know?
Sure.
It would have been different if Abed was there. These two teams don't have any excuses.
So Liquid, you can argue that they are here because of their bad performance in the group stages, right? The way they start the tournament, but that's something that's very, let's say, characteristic for them.
On brand.
Sure.
On brand.
Yeah, on brand.
Exactly.
Very
That's
nice.
what
We're
I was
so
searching.
diplomatic.
That's
you
what
know?
I was literally searching for that because whenever there's a shift in the meta, some small change, it takes them a little bit of time to adapt. And once they do, once everything clicks, it looks much better. And the last couple of times they have played, it looked way better than in those first days.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah. And on the side of VP, what would your arguments be for them being here? They're deep size coming.
But the thing is, like, I think it's just because all of us always hold VP at a very high regard.
Yeah.
Just because of the, I guess, also the brand, right? Like in the past, and I think, and similar players, right? They still have Solo as their captain. They still have their lead. They still have their dominant mid. And it's not like they picked up some like no-name players or anything like that. They have very known players with their offlane, with Rezo, with Zayat. You know, they've got all these guys they've proven themselves. So we just, we're always just like, they should be better than where they're at, but they're starting to fix their mistakes and be better in the game. Sure, the EG series was also a little bit back and forth and all that, but still, they're showing their unity.
This answer was much harder. I took Liquid first. I think it's way easier to explain why they're struggling. It's easier. It's more diplomatic. It's like you just hop out of that hole. But Virtus Pro, you're like looking at that. You're searching for a ladder, a way out. It's more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid has also been very open about why they have been struggling as well, right? Because they have taken that actual no Dota playing break, which is good for mentally, but it does hurt your skill a little bit. And they are doing a lot better. Virtus Pro, coming out of the roster shuffle, they had issues already then. Like, it already was a little bit of a struggle, and it never really felt like it all clicked together the way it should. I would say until like a week or so ago, some of the group stage moments were actually really good at Virtus Pro, and I remember saying like, that's the VP we want, that's the VP we're used to, but they are not yet having that stability that you would want to see, which I guess is the same thing for Liquid.
There was an interview with Solo that they did for the Ruha part of this event, and he actually said something along the lines, first and foremost, they didn't scrim a lot, and secondly, he doesn't feel that this online kind of Dota is really beneficial for his teammates and his team, or overall for Dots. Like, of course, some players like the LAN environment a little bit better.
I understand that, but I also know that VP traditionally wasn't the team that did the best under pressure of TI.
I was about to say, I'm not sure if it has to do something with the month.
Yeah.
August, September now we're already announced, so now that we've entered September, we didn't, but
they're on.
August for VP has always been even for like literally 3 years, right? They've just struggled during the month of August at TI. So besides that, though, for the most part, they are clutch at lands, right? Or they were clutch at lands for like all those majors and everything that they did win. But I don't know, maybe it is just, I don't know, the end of the summer, they're just like, I don't know.
To add to that point, it is a completely different roster now, right? Like, you have Solo, you have no one, but the 3 new players are quite new. I don't think anyone played besides Solo and no one. Did any one of them play in the last year? I didn't, right?
Did Rezo play it last year? I think he did. Did he not?
Did, right? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Rezo did.
You're right. So they were just switching Epileptic Kid and who else was there? Save, right?
Yes.
Yeah. ILTW.
And ILTW now, and they tried with Kuman for a little bit. Well, I say tried. They won a GPK and then, they couldn't because contracts, the thing, drama. It's great. But then they had Kuman for a little bit, and now they have ILTW, which I think it's a good fit. It seems to fit.
They have some of those strategies that reminisce you a little bit of OG's drafts, right? Like ILTW playing that Wisp mid. So perhaps him standing in or playing for OG for that small period of time last year can prove to be beneficial for Virtus Pro. I think that playstyle actually fits them quite a lot.
Both of these teams actually are teams that have pulled out the IO as a core. I don't think I've seen them win with it. I'm not sure. I mean, it's tough to say because the start of the game actually looked good for one of the games that Liquid played against 5men where they got like crashed on the server.
Yeah, Virtus.pro did win one, I think, with the Bristle mid, if you remember that. I think no one was playing Bristle and LTW. I believe that game was playing Wisp. I think there was a Wisp, but I'm not sure if it was core or not. Like,
I don't think I remember that. I don't remember.
So what are we thinking here? Both teams coming in with some shaky history this tournament, but both teams we've also seen what they can do. And I don't have a clear favorite coming into this personally, so I'm looking towards you to see if you guys do.
There's certain matchups that I'm looking forward to. I mean, like, you know, Koikver versus No One is going to be really interesting. ILTW versus Mikke, I think those are really cool. I think the one that I'm actually leaning where the big edges, I'm just looking at just roll to roll is
Boxy, right?
It's Boxy, and then honestly like Insania too. I think like Insania has been insane. No, he's been like super good on all of his 5 positions. I think he does a really good job leading the team, and whenever he is playing those heroes that kind of dictate not like the entirety of your draft, but like those big team fights, like when he's playing the Warlock.
Think about the meta, right? Think about the meta. The meta is amazing for Insania right now. This is the patch for our boy. Like all the heroes that are in the meta, the position 5 heroes, he really plays well. Like your Oracles, Phoenix maybe not as much on 5, but Phoenix, Warlock, whatever. Like all these heroes he loves to play.
He does. I'm actually surprised you're not mentioning Taiga, but because some of the success we've seen from Liquid has been on the back of Boxy and Taiga being a little bit more flexible in farm priority.
Yeah,
a little bit of a trend that we've seen.
I would actually say that I would prefer Zayats when it comes to this, but after seeing some of their last couple of games, don't want to throw any shade, but there were some questionable Earth Spirits.
Yeah, I do have to agree. I like Zayats, like, I don't know, when I look at Zayats as like his overall games, the guy usually like I feel like he's more of like a greedy kind of player, but then Taiga lately, especially in some of the games where he does stand out, you're just like, wow, like Taiga Shadow Demon, holy shit, like this guy put the game on his back and stuff like that. So I feel like Taiga lately for me has been impressive more than Zayats.
So you're both leaning a little bit towards Team Liquid at the moment.
Just a bit right now, at least for me. Just because I feel like
the offlane duo, right? Like,
yeah, the offlane duo, and I feel like when Liquid has more time to prepare, that's when they look real good. And they've had a couple days now knowing the matchup they're going into, so that's usually when I look at Insania, and that's where it's like the big brain kind of comes out. But VP kind of too, right? Solo is also one of those big planning guys, so I don't know. It should be a really interesting matchup.
I wonder how much the team name, weighs on our making our predictions maybe a little bit, because VP in the groups, they did really well. They came 3rd in their group. It was a tough group as well. 3rd in the group does put you in the lower bracket. Well, Liquid, they were on the verge of elimination. They almost got eliminated. They beat OG 2-0 in a match that was exceptionally well played by Team Liquid, but at the same time, for OG, that series did not matter, so we don't know how serious they would be taking that. It is, I don't know, if you looking at it just from perspective of how they did in the group stages, you should be favoring Virtus.pro. It's very simple, but we're not.
We just come back to that thing that Liquid, they're that kind of a team. Like if you looked at their last games and the first games on the first days of this tournament, the difference is just huge. It's night and day, exactly. So because of that, we're thinking, okay, Liquid, they're stepping it up, they're playing their normal game, they're playing like they are supposed to be playing, and because of that, they definitely can match Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think like when I say I'm leading Liquid, I'm not like saying like I lean Liquid like 70-30. I'm leaning like 55-45. I think this one's really going to come down to like the drafts and who's on their very comfortable stuff, because as we're saying, I mean, it feels like they're just very evenly matched.
And they have some very flexible picks, right? Your Puck and Sand King sharing the farm on offlane.
Yeah, we're going to find out if those will make an appearance in the upcoming first game of the series as well, because it is time for that first game of the series. Let's head over to the Draft Pantheon and get this Immortal playoff bracket on the way.
Join me, won't you, in this immortal pantheon as we finally return to the best of the best. We are here, Liquid versus Virtus Pro. Brian and Kyle, pleasure to have you both join me here for what should be one of the most even matchups we've seen in quite some time. These are both two teams that have had roughly similar performances in the group stage, roughly similar performances throughout each game. It wasn't really any blowouts. Liquid has been on the come up for sure after a very shaky start, and VP kind of finding their place after that EG series, unfortunately. Still dropped it, but we see the first phase emerging. Tiny, Warlock, and a Shadow Demon for VP. Kyle, give me some intel.
Well, first off, I'm just happy that we've got the tier 1 squads going back at it again. I have had, I still have Khan ringing in my ears thanks to Slacks. Really not shocked that Darkseer Doom Phoenix didn't make it out of the first phase. I like the move from Liquid here to first pick overall the Tiny. I think VP 100% would have swiped that had they left it. And with the heroes banned out first phase, I think this is highest priority for both teams. They just love these really aggro playmakers.
Yeah, I'm super hyped for this series because VP looked like the VP of old during that EG series. Not only did it feel like they took the series, but it felt like it wasn't off the back end of EG playing poorly. It was VP just stepping it up a notch, and they're known for that like first 10 to 15 minutes where they just outpace you, run over you, and by that point the game's the lead is insurmountable. So I'm really looking forward to the pace of the game that's going to be set in this one specifically.
I like the Warlock as an answer to Shadow Demon as well, because if you upheaval on top of the disruption, it functions as like a better disable on top because you'll have a couple ticks already built up, and it's really great against the TP as well, to be honest. BKB piercing disable and pre-Terrorblade BKB again can't function in upheaval, and Fatal Bonds pretty much clears illusions no problem.
Tell me about the TB, Brian, because I know you've been a strong advocate for Drow being the carry of the patch. Seems like TB's starting to take that mantle away from her. This hero is just looking unstoppable against any carry matchup. What is it that is making him emerge so, I don't know, prominently in this later stage of the tournament?
I've honestly been trying to figure that out myself. I think people are realizing that he's up in the category with Arc Warden, where if you just have this second pick of the first round and you get 3 bans to protect it, that the hero is just that much more potent, because there's just a few heroes in the game that make TB's life a living hell, Batrider being one of them. Morphling's not one of the best carry matchups, and it's just very notable to see that these heroes are more niche, but the niche is wide enough that you can just ban 3 heroes and make it feel good. So I like what people are doing with Terrorblade, but I'm still a bit skeptical about it being first rounded. So we've been seeing a bit of it in the Divine League. Curious to see how it plays out in the Immortal League.
When Brian plays Terrorblade in his pubs, it's a very different experience.
Exactly.
He really knows the ins and outs of this hero.
You can't go around banning 3 heroes just to protect your own.
Something about the pub system I wish resembled Pro Dota somehow. Like about the bans not all being at the beginning of the draft.
Sure.
That's way too complicated for the public, Brian.
I mean, I think pick phases were a good step in the right direction, right? Because it used to be everyone just
Dude, the
jumbled it up.
Whining for last pick. I mean, it still happens, but it was the worst when people would just tank the gold down all the way. But we're into the next phase. Sand King, we saw this the other day. Both from Liquid as the 4 position for Taiga. Somebody else ran it. Tier 2. I want to say it was Cyber Legacy or Siberian Seed, but it's coming back into favor. A lot of magic damage and ultimately just a nice roamer, assuming this is an SD5 and a SK4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a flex, right? It can be played as a 3 as well as a 4.
Yeah.
I like the versatility of the way he can play the game. I've seen 3 position Sand Kings build tankier aura items for the team into maybe a later blink, and then sometimes you just see straight blink, and that really makes it so whatever heroes can work with it are more variant, because that all it takes is all the heroes meshing together with their timings, and Sand King's really good at trading farm off with another hero. He needs that little bit of time to get some farm, and then he's active.
I like it a lot more as the 4 though, because I think ultimately Veil Blink is like your max efficiency in terms of gold spent. So I'd much rather have it on a lower priority position and give it 5,000 less gold, because in offlane Sand King, like, what's he gonna have?
The trade-off is the timings, I suppose. How urgently do you need the Veil, the Blink Dagger?
That's why Liquid uses it in such a really cool way, because they'll do it with like Boxy Puck and then Taiga on this 4 position Sand King. So they're both kind of 3.5, and the SK has priority, gets the key items, and now Boxy can start taking lanes, and Taiga's just running around the map trying to find kills. So
which is why this may just be a denial pick from VP to make sure that Liquid can't get their hands on it.
But Puck's also really nice against Sand King. The coil's super annoying for, like, Sand King, at least as a support, relies on mobility items to survive, really. And then I really like the Puck against the Shadow Demon. It's a follow-up to the Disruption, as you mentioned, similar to the Upheaval. It's also really nice against Terrorblade. AoE magic damage that Terrorblade, he doesn't really kill Puck, right? That's the beauty of Puck here. They do have the instant disable from Sand King, but if Puck just gets 1 or 2 survivability items, it's going to be quite a nuisance on the map and in teamfights. But they go for the Nature's Prophet. So far, none of the heroes really deal with this hero very well. I've been experimenting with Nature's Prophet myself because I've been seeing him broken for long enough. And his laning stage is just insane. He's got base damage in the 60s, his treants now. Like, they just don't feed any gold. Like, you can have terrible micro, and they just don't feed anything.
It is mind-boggling to me. Every single tournament, we see this hero unpicked at the start and then rise in the ranks all the way till its first 2. Meanwhile, check TI8, check TI9, OG effectively always will first 2 this one available because it's incredible as an offlaner and No Tail as a 5 Furion is just so value, right? He's TPing from base to refill bottles. He's stacking with treants. You always win your lane. You can buy whatever items you want. I just don't know how it just takes so long to catch on.
The nature of the hero.
Oh, the ult. The ult is like 400 magic damage. We've been memeing about that upstairs.
I mean,
plus Veil usually on your team, like the Sand King.
This is all coming from someone who I know is a very notorious advocate for stuns, though. And Nature's Prophet, that was his biggest shortcoming. Sure, he can stall out a game, he's very mobile, but at the end of the day, disables are still disables, and Sprout is not a disable.
But the trouble is, if you look at Liquid's lineup, let's assume this is a support Tiny. There's 0 armor on the hero. Warlock can't do a damn thing against summons. Tiny is not going to do a damn thing in lane. You actually just have to avoid the Furion. So, yeah, you don't have stuns, but you have a full creep wave at, what, 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game that you can teleport and create on demand, plus double Zeus ulti. Plus it's open. I love the Storm pick. This is one of the better heroes against, well, effectively the entire VP lineup.
Yeah.
You need some reach for this SD and Furion.
So far, I am favoring the Team Liquid draft. I think Virtus Pro's posing major threats in the late game with the Terrorblade, mid game with the Nature's Prophet, but I think they're being responded to really well by the
You've got to ban
heroes.
Drow though, right? If you're VP.
I hope so.
You cannot leave it in.
Who's a bigger issue, an Arc Warden or a Drow? For a
I think those might be the 2 bans, to be honest with you. They go Sven. I think that is more of a Liquid hero. I was considering Sven for them 4th pick, but I also didn't really like it that much against the Shadow Demon.
I think it's hit or miss. The thing is, you can naturally just deal with the Terrorblade and then the illusions from the SD. Ultimately, I think whatever carry Liquid pick is going to get purged. So,
yeah, just some heroes function better getting purged than others. Ranged heroes, for instance.
but does purge you buy Ags though?
On Sven, I guess it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's also very annoying against your Warcry too, though. Which he actually does rely on the Warcry at this game specifically, if it were to be picked, because he's against Terrorblade, Nature's Prophet, very heavy physical damage.
I am somewhat disappointed to see that IO ban, as we had glimpses of Mike IO in that 5-man Liquid series that never really came to fruition with multiple disconnects, but it seems like more they're just targeting Mike heavily with the Morphling IO and Sven, and now we will see the final most likely carry ban from VP.
I really like the Liquid bans. I think Virtus Pro's tempo of the game and early group up and push was a major issue for Liquid, especially when Warlock's ulti's on cooldown, so they ban out the Death Prophet and the Veno. Both heroes that work very well with that game plan. So I think Team Liquid just has to get past this first 15 minutes before they get overwhelmed with summons, illusions, shoving waves. Sand King shoves waves. Shadow Demon's not a terrible support for shoving waves. And as long as they can evade fights while their cooldowns are still coming up, Team Liquid, I really like what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it feels weird when you say you got to survive the early game against the Terrorblade. Void makes sense. Drow just it's not the same concept. In the past, if you saw a Storm and a Puck, you'd immediately think we've got to ban this hero. But Void makes a lot of sense. Mickey played it like a boss yesterday, and it just gives you reliable lockdown against the Terrorblade rather. Beastmaster I like from VP. They double down on the strength of their draft. They want to win a game quickly. They want to get ahead. They want to kill towers and abuse map control. Liquid are going to win in the late game, so you've got to take that away from them and take it in the mid.
I've been told that banishes are really effective against Chronosphere, though. So final pick Void into a Shadow Demon that was first phase. It seemed like they're able to answer some of the issues that VP are presenting with this Terrorblade, but I still see a couple of holes in Liquid's game plan here.
I didn't think they were going to go with Void personally because I was talking about their concern about what Virtus Pro is going to do. Coming into the series, we know how Virtus Pro plays. Super fast tempo, non-stop aggression. Like you'll see no one in all 3 lanes, it feels like, in the course of 30 seconds. And Void is the same thing as Warlock in terms of this part of the game. He's going to struggle to deal with this kind of thing when he doesn't have his Chronosphere. And Beastmaster, one of my favorite offlaners for punishing Faceless Void. I think Team Liquid really has to deter this early aggression, otherwise this game could get ugly real quick. I'm going to take the Virtus Pro lineup, though, because I think Void played into the hands of Virtus Pro's strategy, and I think Virtus Pro then doubled down on their strategy with the Beastmaster, so I think it's going to be a bit too fast for their heroes to keep up with.
Odds are looking extremely even between both teams, and I will say that, for what it's worth, both lineups look very fitting for their style and their teams, so let's see how it all pans out for game number 1.
Virtus Pro. Team Liquid. To the battlefield.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Immortal Division. We've got elimination for 4 different teams today on the line. Starting up, Virtus Pro versus Liquid, Jenkins, and we've already seen the draft. Feels like the analysts, they pointed out, I think, what was really nice, which is both teams drafted to what has been their strength so far here at Omega League.
Yeah, 100%. I think probably if you go late game and it's even, VP is a lot happier. It's a lot easier to execute. You have this TB hero. We've seen TB outcarry basically everything in this tournament so far. But I do think that this Liquid draft, that they can snowball really hard. Their team fight between the Warlock, Puck, Void, Storm, Big Zips, like that's a lot of damage. I think you just need a lead in order to make it work.
Yeah, it feels like as we've gone farther and farther through Omega League, we're just getting more and more like wombo combo out of it. Like as many big AoE team fight abilities as possible, even if it does come at a cost of having those longer cooldowns, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is something you actually pointed out in a previous series. The solution to that a lot of people seem to be picking is to just pick so much of it that you are very likely to have a cooldown up at a given point. You're not necessarily going to need to use Coil. You're not necessarily going to need to use the Chronosphere. You might be able to save a couple of these abilities, and we're actually seeing Faceless Voids do that often. Like they... Oh my goodness, I can't concentrate with this blocking.
Welcome to the casting zone, Jenkins.
Come on. At least do the Apex Mage version.
Oh, look at who defeated the Apex Mage. Wow. What is the line anyway? I don't even know.
It's actually less annoying than the Bok. So Liquid,
well, that's why they're keeping the Bok.
I think that was a huge oversight for Valve to make the final one not as annoying, because that's why people spam them, is to tilt people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to. So you're saying they should have just put like Slacks as the voice actor and just gotten him to like scream into the microphone? Is that what you're saying?
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
I think that would be. I mean, he loves this Aghanim's Labyrinth. I feel like he's part of the lore at this point, how much he's contributed.
He really is. Honestly, Valve need to write Slacks into the lore at this point in time, because he has done so much for the lore of Dota 2, where I think very, very few people actually care, because, you know, they're hardcore gamers. Don't give me stories. Me want action, you know? But, like, I think Slacks gets people interested in the lore because of who he is.
It's something, you know? It's a niche. The lore thing. It's one of those things that it's like there's stuff you can pull from for new heroes, you know, new games, but we don't talk about those.
Yes.
It's nice to have some depth, you know. It's some inspiration for new heroes.
All right, we're going to try again here in this opening game of Team Liquid and Virtus Pro. See Boxy having his, what is very rapidly becoming a more signature puck for him. Liquid have picked it up twice so far in Omega League, and just like recently, they've been doing this split that you have been absolutely in love with,
Big
Jenkins.
fan.
You have been in love with this newer idea that they seem to be bringing to the fore, which is basically splitting the farm between the 3 and 4 position.
It's just such a literal interpretation of what everybody has thought for a long time, which is that the position 4 is basically a...
Oh!
Oh.
That was sick.
Oh,
well played. Solo snuck in behind the tower. The board was giving him the vision. Look at him. He's even going to like try and body block a little bit. The board's going to join him. Mickey's going to take so much damage, and he's going to miss at least one full wave of experience. I'm surprised he didn't keep going. Maybe he was a little bit afraid of a support coming in, but look, here's Zayats. Now Zayats is going to be joining in the fray. Another time walk's coming up, so Mickey will finally get back to lane in a second here, but it certainly did cost him a hefty amount.
And Zayats gets the second wave as well. This is so well played from VP so far. I know it's only been literally 51 seconds of a game. Well, you know, there's some pre-horn game time there, but just wow. I mean, the cancel with the board chasing into the he gets the wave cut, right, and now he's gonna block the camp as well. So that stun isn't just a stun. Oh, I'm gonna bully Mickey. It's like that as well as this wave cut that he was already setting up for anyway.
Yep.
Right? So
and because the support is in a position where he's like, oh, my carry's not here, I have to focusing on the CS. It means he's not there to do something about Zayats pulling this wave, right? Normally you take a lot of damage from Warlock, who's, you know, got a great animation, who has this nice shadow word that does good damage. He just chase you the entire time.
Yeah, he'll chase you and he'll make it a pain in the ass. What this reminds me of, do you remember that clip of No Tail from, I believe it was TI9, where the title was something along the lines of like, I don't know, he did like 5 or 6 different like supporting things in a row, where like gets a kill, goes and like stacks something, kills a courier. Like it was just like a very beautiful combination of like so many things at once within a small window. Just such good efficiency that it just went viral based on the efficiency of what he was doing. That's what this reminds me of. Is just like a bunch of things happening at once where it's like that is the dream start for a game. Like that is, you've already contributed the maximum that most people will contribute as a support.
And even more impressive in a way than just because of the fact that it's multiple people pulling this off, right? It's not one person.
It's a combination,
who's
yeah, it's
right?
synergy.
It's the Beastmaster in the first place chasing him down with the board, then giving him the vision to be able to for Solo to use that positioning to stop the TP. Zayats cutting in, being able to grab this wave. Just goes to show that Virtus Pro, one of the things that we talked about just before this on the panel was that like this is a team that looks like they're in really good shape right now, like in better shape than we've seen from a Virtus Pro in a while.
Definitely.
They have been suffering ever since that big roster change up here.
For sure. And I don't want to sound like we're just hyping up because it's paused, but I mean, I've had this opinion for a while. I feel like this is not a very crazy opinion, but if you can, the amount of lanes that I've seen won before the horn, it's like, it's so many times you'll just take a bad trade and then you have to use a salve or a salve and like 2 tangos and you just lose the lane. That's like exactly what just happened. The lane is going to be quite hard for the Void to recover in most situations. Like people have recovered, but it's hard.
And that's more prevalent now, especially with the regen slowing down the courier, right?
Yes, exactly. It's such a... You need somebody to die. You need a support to run and die, but then you're feeding a kill in order to do that, which means you need to go for a kill, but you have less regen. It's, you know... It's a snowball effect. Obviously, it's 51 seconds into the game, so it's not the biggest thing ever, but the earlier in the game that you're doing these effective things, the more it snowballs.
Who's the second webcam on Virtus Pro? Because I couldn't really see, but I thought there was nobody in the chair.
It's just darkness. Darkness has enveloped one of VP's players.
Been taken over.
Yeah, they are.
One too many pubs, that's what happens to you.
It really is. Skewing on a Russia server.
Mid matchup, no one versus Koifa's Storm Spirit, Nature's Prophet, which we've been like talking about a whole lot in this event. This hero just feels kind of like it has this insane timing now at level 6. No one's having some issues. You could tell.
Wow, they're having some mega issues.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the lights were out, because the power went out and like the UPS was keeping the internet alive and the computers, but not the lights.
Is I guess all of Virtus Pro, or like most of them, all in the boot camp?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it.
That's interesting.
Sometimes it is weird. I've definitely had situations where
it's why you're the only one not DC'd.
So, that happens sometimes. I don't know what it is. Sometimes for some reason, some computers just don't go out, or they come back immediately. You don't get DC'd from Dota.
And you hear from Resolution, he's not at boot camp. Oh, he's with us.
He's with us.
Oh dear.
think Boxy meant to type that when they were all
Next thing you know, they pull down that green screen there. You see,
there they are.
It's in the background.
There's the guy that.
Oh
who had
my god!
The lights were off because there was a green screen between them and him.
Well, Liquid seems to be having a good amount of fun with this.
Yeah.
There they are in the Liquid boot camp, all in the same area.
It looks very. I gotta say, it looks very bland. Their background, but I imagine
it's intended to be a green screen.
Yeah, it's a green screen, so you can just put some.
Apparently, Insania, I don't know if it's better lighting or better webcam,
It's
but
great lighting for him.
yeah, look at him.
It could be the webcam. The webcam set.
Okay. You can see. Okay, notice something about Insania here.
Look at the glasses.
Clean shaven.
Sure.
Is what I was going to say. Freshly shaved this morning. He woke up, wanted to make sure he felt his best for this match against Virtus Pro.
There's some theory behind possibly just allowing yourself to be a complete degenerate.
Okay.
Let the facial hair grow. Don't shower. Let it all fester, and then, boom! All of a sudden, somebody has this crazy performance. How is it possible? It's because they emotionally uplifted themselves by making their physical entity at a higher level, and it brings up the play. You know, like I'm saying you could do this intentionally. Let yourself slip.
And would I happen to know the name of this person who came up with the theory?
I think it was Professor Sandbag, and it's called sandbagging.
I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm pretty sure you just wanted a reason to be a total degenerate. And you tried to make up some bullshit reason as to why you hadn't showered for 2 weeks.
No bullshit there. That's hard science. It's not soft science, it's hard science.
And then there's actually something in the Japanese culture, right? Where after a breakup, you cut your hair. Right? You just kind of like to get away from the sadness, you know?
I thought you were going to refer to the hikikimarus, which are like the Japanese version of neats. I think that's what hikikimaru is.
Uh-huh.
Hope that's not like something from hentai or something.
Oh my! All right, Black, calm down here. Still waiting to see that first blood as Boxy, who's, I might have already said this, but 2-0 so far in Omega League with his puck. And instead of the Sand King, which we've seen them run 4-position Sand King with this combo, instead it's going to be Taiga playing the Tiny, which I feel like is just as good, if not better, as a hero that has split some farm.
Yeah, man, that's interesting. It's always these blink heroes that want to get an early blink where... It's like it seems like honestly Taiga is just taking the farm priority. Even it's not even like if Boxy can't lane, Taiga will take it. He just takes it either way, which is very cool. Like Puck needs less, I suppose. You just need the levels, and then you can get the farm later. But Tiny can't. Like I would love to hear their reasoning on this.
You know, though, like the one thing I can think back of is that moment where I saw like Boxy when Liquid was ahead and Boxy was like really far out of position. You know, like maybe Boxy just isn't like, maybe he's not feeling himself, or maybe he just wants to play more aggressive, but doesn't want to have the net worth position that kind of, is Mickey actually going to die here? Good blocks there from Insania.
Big wave, man. You can just dive him here, I think.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going. Mickey, he does have a Fairy Fire and the Healing Word on him. They're going to try and turn around and kill some of the boars. Pops the Fairy Fire, kills one boar. That was a boar that was just about to die. Time Walk is up. Here comes the Furion. Looking to finish off Mickey. Quickly cuts through that trees and is getting out of here. He's not getting any of this CS, but hey, at least he's getting some of the experience and hasn't died yet. But boy, is his game being totally ruined, and he does not have a courier on the way. There's no regen that's about to show up. It's entirely whatever the Warlock provides. Oh, bottom lane, this is a big kill. They get it. First blood. So because Mickey and Insania managed to dodge that so well, they aren't the ones to give away first blood, and their allies get it instead.
Yeah, very nice. I think, you know, if you're Void, it sucks to not be getting that CS under tower, but that was a lot of wasted time. He even had no one who used his TP top, and then he had to walk back to mid, or he had to TP back to mid with the TP scroll. So that's a little bit of space for Koikva. I think this should be a fairly Nature's Prophet favored matchup otherwise. So much needed space for him in this lane.
Still though, Virtus Pro doing a very good job of keeping this Faceless Void under-farmed. As he is the bottom core, because we're not include Boxy in that list, because Taiga's the real
I don't even know who you include. It's like, this is not Dota. I hate to keep talking about it so much, but I find it so fascinating. it's just such a new idea. I actually hope they win just because I want to see what their explanation is for it. All right, unbiased caster here.
You really are. Don't worry.
Let's go VP.
Insania going for the TP out. Must have already used the Burrow Strike, I'm guessing, so he's good to go. Interesting that I thought he would have gotten for the second level of Shadow Word just because they've been so pressured. But still, 2 levels of the Fatal Bonds here.
Fatal Bonds, it doesn't scale that great, but you know, if you just feel like you want more damage, then and you don't want to get close. And
yeah, this is what he did last time, right? He went 2, was it like 2-2-4 or like 4-2-4?
I think it's 2-2-2, and then you go 4 in the Fatal Bonds for damage.
Long jump in from Koifa. He makes his first rotation, picking up that level 6. There goes the Furion ult. Everyone takes a bunch of damage, but nobody dies.
A nice haste rune rotation with Storm. I honestly feel like this Storm hero can't really rotate unless you get a rune. It just costs way too much mana, unless there's like crazy dives happening.
Insania, he was, I think he was trying to do something with that stack that was there. Koifa ran past it, and he needed to get to the mid lane, but he was pinging that hard camp a whole bunch. So I think Insania was trying to do something about that.
Come take the stack. They have a Sand King, please.
Mickey, level 5, so not too threatened by just a Sand King behind this tower, but no one, this is what all these Nature's Prophets do, man. These early rotations, they look to be able to take a fast, safe lane tower, and not much you can do to fight back when you aren't even level 6.
Man, this is so hard to stop when Nature's Prophet actually has levels. It's like he's a mid laner, he's the highest level in the game.
Yep.
Who has the levels to deal with this?
Yeah.
Nobody does enough spell damage to kill the treants. Like, it's just crazy pressure.
And he does it so quickly that there's very little downtime, right? It's not like, oh, why isn't the Storm Spirit threatening that mid tower? He would have gotten like 1 wave over the Nature's Prophet,
You just
right?
go back. Yeah, so you just TP back.
MP just, TP's up the top lane, takes the tower, uses the teleport scroll to go mid, and he's missed out on very little gold, very little experience.
And you know what's so strange to me? How when this Nature's Prophet hero got nerfed, I think it was the last major patch, like 7.27, maybe it was one of the latter patches, but it was a big patch. Like Nature's was in every single game. He was carry, he was offlane, he was mid, he was 5.
Yep.
Not 4, but every role, right? He was the best hero in Dota, unequivocally. And I think like his win rate went down to 41% or something on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. And I was like, how is this possible? It was just talent nerfs. It was like some talent nerfs, minor tweaks here or there, but it wasn't that big. And now it's back up again. It's like 52% or something. And I think part of the reason is it's the same thing that happened with Ember Spirit as well. When he got his series of nerfs when he was first added into the game, and basically every single patch with this hero, people get better at it. Like people know, okay, this hero has this strength where you can pressure before anybody else does. I'm literally going to sacrifice my game. I'm going to sacrifice going for an early Orchid to build these treads, to be tanky, to go and actually push these towers before any hero can deal with it. And then all of a sudden the win rate skyrockets because people are actually playing it right. And then it makes you think, what could this hero have been if people were playing it better when it was actually broken?
Yeah, for sure.
Like how ahead of the curve were these Nature's Prophet teams that were picking it and owning with it before?
Another question, though, would be is do you think the meta is any different from what he was doing very well before and what it's matched up against now? Like, for example, I feel like this patch right now is very much about this team fight.
Yes.
And then taking these objectives. And one of the things that really defeats team fights is just being one set of items ahead, right? And so if you are that faster pace hero like this Nature's Prophet who guarantees like, oh, the first Wrath of Nature, we're going to be able to win a side lane off of it, and we're going to take a tower, then all of a sudden you have that first round of items before the enemy.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I feel like that's something that a lot of our panels have said multiple times throughout this tournament is like the team that's ahead in the lane is going to crush. Like they're going to snowball. You have these draw lineups. You have these TB lineups. TB will beat any hero if he has an item advantage on them, no matter what the carry matchup is. Like this is a very common trend. So I think you're totally right that just happens to be how the heroes are currently played, and Nature's Prophet's really good at that. I also think that Nature's Prophet is a hero that lends himself really well to taking like small skirmishes and avoiding team fights, also forcing people to fight 4v5 because he has this split push power.
Yep.
And so you push somewhere, you threaten base, and then somebody TPs back. All of a sudden, you can smoke. You can take a really good fight. And in the previous patch, where Nature's Prophet was popular, there was a lot of these smaller engagements. It was persistent fighters. There was a lot of fighting, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't Warlocks. It wasn't Faceless Voids.
No,
It was,
no.
and if it was only one of them. You know, it wasn't every single hero having some sort of group fight.
Yeah.
Now we have these
Tyrion
crazy
felt so
group
good
fights.
because he just showed up to every fight that was there. All these persistent fights, Nature's Prophet was joining every single one of them, and he was popping a BKB and a
Right.
Solar Crest and right-clicking you.
But now you can take it the other direction where you can win the group fights because you can split the enemy team up. You can not group fight because you have this split push potential. You can avoid the enemy team. How many times have we seen games where it's like, oh, this team has this core farming, this team has this core farming, but also a Nature's Prophet. Like that's just a common thread throughout all of these games with Nature's Prophet is that there's a Morphling farming, there's a TB farming. Okay, 1v1 matchup, they're both doing okay. But the Nature's Prophet, he's getting huge as well. He's a carry. We see tons of people playing it as carry. There's very few heroes that can do that and scale like him as well. You can see like a Bat Rider doing that, right? With the travels. Does Bat scale like a Nature's Prophet can? Not really. Not in the same way. Not as a 1v5 right clicker who's going to get satanic and punch your carry in the face and win a man fight with your carry. Bat Rider can't do that. But you can do the split push farming thing, which is still good, but not as scaling.
Some very, very even odds in this matchup, as you would kind of expect. I think this is... People have been watching the Omega League. I think you look at this series and say it's pretty 50-50. You know, maybe we'll be surprised and one team is just going to dominate the other. But given their performances through this tournament, I feel like teams are on pretty equal footing here.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. It's looked fairly even so far. VP had the really nice like pre-game and level ones, but after that it's looked pretty 50-50. Boxy's mid.
Yeah, what is he doing here?
Look at this guy. He's stacking. He's doing the stacking again.
Okay.
Man.
But like, so he's doing that while he is potentially ganking mid, right? If they see an opportunity, then he's going to go for it. But during this downtime, he might as well be efficient.
Yeah, sure. And he's kind of like farming a little bit too. While Taiga, oh my God, what is this? What are you doing? You're a core, Boxy. I can't get over this. I think this is so cool, but I don't get it. I want to understand. I'm not smart enough to understand this. He's supporting. Bro, you're an offlaner. What the fuck are you doing?
Taiga says, look at me, bro. Look at me, Jenkins. I'm the carry now. I've almost got a Blink Dagger already.
I'm so impressed by this.
And part of the reason you're so enthralled by this is that there are very few original and really big new ideas that come into Dota, right?
It's like a 20-year-old game.
It's recycling some of the things that we've seen before with new little added-on twists.
He's jungling the easy camp. I did see Puppy doing this the other day. I saw Puppy doing this as a pause 4, but he wasn't a pause 3. But I saw it, like, Puppy will constantly do this, where he'll basically, if there's nothing he needs to do on the map, he just farms.
Yeah.
He'll just jungle, but he'll take enemy jungle.
Gonna be able to throw out the Primal Roar. Giants can follow this up, but that stun certainly wasn't gonna last long enough, and Mickey turns around and gets the 2-man Chronosphere here. They're not focusing on the same target. That is Koifa coming through to make sure to lend the helping hand. That'll kill Solo at least, but that was a heavy rotation, a Chronosphere used, all for a 5 position.
I think if you're Mickey, you're kind of cool with that just because his game has been pretty rough. So it's something. Like, that was supposed to be a gank that ended up killing him, and so he's like, all right, I got to kill. But all this time, TB, he's just hitting up that triangle. He's farming those Ancients. That's how this hero gets so huge. You just pop meta and take Ancients faster than any other hero.
Yeah.
This hero has been broken since they put the Ancients back in the triangle. That really made the hero good. Yeah. And then they, for some reason, made it so that his movement speed stays the same in meta. Thanks for that, Mr.
Yeah. So now
Ice Toad.
Just kind of runs you down. He's able to just play this very safe position up on the triangle. It's I imagine Boxy's going to be given back that bottom lane as soon as Taiga actually completes his Blink Dagger, which should be pretty soon here, especially the bounties coming in. Tranquil Boots complete on Zions. He uses his Burrow Strike to get down to the low ground, but he's going to stick around to try and take some of this experience, but they do know the ward was placed, so nicely done. Steals a level 5, but they still manage to get the ward. The initiation, there it is. Taiga with a Blink Dagger. Shows himself onto Solo. They get that kill. Resolution is around here. Zion's Burrow strikes through the Roshan pit to hit Mickey, but they still manage to catch up to Resolution here. They need a bash, though. They really need before the Primal Roar goes out. The Primal Roar, it finally goes down. Resolution trying to get out, but he's caught by Taiga. Once again, the Blink Dagger ensnares and gets another kill.
Did you see what Koikva did there with the illusion? He popped the illusion rune and then he microed one, making it look like it was the main hero. So he couldn't turn around and roar Koikva because he's like, I don't know which one of these storms is real.
Yeah.
That was super nice. And forces the roar into Mickey, which he doesn't care. He just, you know, presses his Q ability.
Right.
It's good. Very nice.
Did you say my how you've grown?
I think he does say that, yeah.
Why?
It sounds like he says that.
It must be a lore thing. Or slacks when you need it. They have the follow-up. Oh, they do. They have the Orchid already from no one, so this is a pretty easy kill.
Did they have a ward there, or is that just good? Oh, they just know he's there. Really good map awareness from VP, and nice Orchid timing from no one. He has been farming this entire time. Devastating Orchid game, too. Not a single one of these Liquid heroes wants to get Orchided. Maybe minus Taiga. Boxy needs to be careful, man.
He's been caught.
Look at the damage!
He has Fairy Fire and Wand charges, but none of that will be enough.
I thought that was a single right click, but I realized it was the SD thing. I was like, what?
That was the Soul Catcher.
Where did the damage come from? It's like pure damage Soul Catcher. That's what it was.
How does Soul Catcher work with Orchid? Does it? It can't possibly work as damage added to the Orchid.
Right? I think it does. I think it does.
Really?
Yeah, it's all damage that you've taken. I don't think it works like Maledict. I think it's literally just damage that you've taken after the Orchid.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. That's a good question, though. It's hard to find these Dota questions, you know? Once again, 20-year-old game. It's a lot of these mechanics we've talked about at some point. Not that
if
long.
somebody knows for sure, be sure to let us know. I don't want your guesses. I want 100%. I tested this in a lobby, and this is how it worked.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's a very specific thing.
Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. It's just whenever I throw these questions out there, people always give me these contradictory answers. They're like, yeah, I think so. I'm like, that doesn't help me. I've already got an analyst telling me what he thinks.
It does.
I need confirmation one way or another. Resolution, he'll be caught by the rotation here from Boxy, who really needed to be a part of this kill and almost died. If he got Primal Roared, certainly if he got Primal Roared, he would be dead right now. Jeez.
Careful that Necro book there, buddy.
Yeah.
You never know.
Oh,
gets to deny. Whoa, Resolution.
So I thought Boxy was like, okay, Taiga was going to take over and be like, I got you, bro. I'll start roaming around. You sit in the lane. But no, they're actually hunting together, and maybe that's how Boxy will kind of recover some of his game. He just went from 6 to 7 off of being a part of a Beastmaster kill that was level 9, so.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Puck can get some levels, you have the coil, you can toss to break the coil, and it's good setup for the Tiny. Good follow-up for the Tiny as well. I feel like you don't need to farm. We probably would see him farming if that's all they could do, but I feel like you can run around and fight, and that's going to get you more gold and XP anyway, so why not?
The only thing that slows down a Terrorblade's farm, mana. So that's all he needs.
Yeah,
just give him some clarities, so we can spam out even more illusions.
There's some carry players that spam ping their supports to give them clarities, such as Hector from Beast Coast.
Hector is the most efficient man at Dota 2.
I saw him spam ping an Undying who was across the map for a Clarity. I will purchase Clarity. He didn't even have one in his inventory. He was telling him to purchase one.
No.
Insanity.
He's done that to me. But, you know, I'm me and he's Hector, so I'm like, yes, sir. Right away. Hold on. I'll TP in and give you Clarity right away. Hold on. I mean, carry me, Hector.
If you're Undying, I feel like that's the only thing that you can do.
You don't have to stay in the game anymore. Taiga tries to jump in. It looks like Zion's got away with a Burrow Strike. Turns around, Disruption, Wrath of Nature with the extra damage coming in there. This Purge certainly isn't going to be enough, but with the Orchid and the Burrow Strike, Taiga will finally go down here, but Mickey's going to be set up for a nice Chronosphere right as Koifa jumped in. That's a little awkward. Mickey hoping for the bashes here to be able to finish off Zayat. They need a little bit more damage, and it'll come from Solo. as they did. Their fates were tied together thanks to the fatal bonds.
The unfortunate thing during all of this, though, is that you have the 3 cores of VP farming.
Yep.
You have Beastmaster pushing top. You have Nature's Prophet going wherever he wants because he literally has a button that he can click to teleport anywhere on the map, which is very convenient. And then you have TB, like the fastest farmer currently in the game. That's you don't really want to be duking it out with VP supports. I think you need to bring the game to the cores. Otherwise, you're just going to lose this in the late game. Okay, they're going to use meta to get the mid tower.
Yeah, Boxy's going to come up here and try and help out with this coil, but it means he's leaving this mid lane completely undefended. It does save him, though. Mickey stays alive because of that coil. Does mean they're going to try and rapidly rotate back to mid, but he's already taken so much damage. Toss back on ILTW. Zion's there to bail him out, but Koifa still wants the kill. He sees it. He's got the Orchid. He's got the opportunity to bring the big man down, and he'll zip over and get the double on his Zion's as well. Still has just enough mana to work with. He's not too scared of a Nature's Prophet.
Really great Orchid timing. I was, I literally think, I feel like the game snowballs from here for VP if he doesn't get that Orchid and kill TB right there. He needed that.
Nice avalanche. Good toss-up. That's going to be able to get the kill on solo as well. Virtus Pro, in perhaps their haste of trying to bring down that mid tower so early, gave away a number of kills.
Yeah, the Orchid reveal was a real problem there. I think that's a really good push from VP in the sense that, you're pushing on multiple fronts there with Nature's Prophet and Beastmaster and Terrorblade. Like, it's a lot to deal with, right? So Boxy TP's top, which means the mid push should be free. But there's an Orchid we didn't know about. So TB, he can die because he doesn't have his Mata style yet.
I have to say, I'm surprised we don't see more of this Beastmaster hero. He's gone over the last 2 weeks. He wasn't really contested too much. In about like 10-15% of games, he would be contested, picked, banned. Over the last 2 weeks, it's gone up to almost 50%. So the pickup has been more, but he's also at a 64% win rate.
That's insanely high.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he was looking pretty fine after the nerfs because like Necro does more damage to heroes now. It does less to creeps, but it does plenty of damage to heroes.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Beastmaster, like, yeah, sure, the farming was a nice part of him, but he, because of the Primal Roar, he likes the damage that comes out from the Necronomicon on heroes. Not necessarily about using it as a farming mechanism. Oh, poor Boxy, man. That is, he just gets like 4-shot by this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he's got to be so careful in this game. If he gets caught out, even remotely, he just dies instantly. I don't think he's going to get a Eul's. It's going to take him a long time. He'll probably go for a Blink first, I would imagine, after his... Oh, he is going for... Okay, he's just rushing the Eul's. This will keep him alive. It means that his pick-off potential is a lot less, but then again, he has a Storm and a Void, so I do think in retrospect this makes sense.
Nice Burrow Strike. Zayat's trying to stay ahead of this gank, and they lose the vision. Koifa has to jump away from Resolution. The Primal Roar is available. They're going to drop the golems here to try and save Taiga's life. Mickey, who still has that Chronosphere, is going to pop it right as he sees the epicenter coming out from Zayat. He's going to make sure that's not going to happen. But they are dying to this Nature's Prophet. Taiga gets finished up, I believe, by the Necronomicon, and then the Nature's Prophet killed the Storm, so there's nothing left. Mickey's left on his own. No one continues to go through these supports, as now he takes on Insania as well, and the hunt continues. They're going to use Out of Coil. Jump in. There's a combo up from Taiga that does manage to get the kill onto the Shadow Demon and protects Mickey's life. But this time around, it's certainly a team fight win for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, very nice from Zayat's like every single time, man. He's just getting the instant burrows when the Tiny is trying to initiate. Like, Taiga can't do anything in this game when he's standing in front like that. Really good start to each team fight just with the whiffed initiation there. And then Koik was zipping in. He's like, who do I go on? We don't have detection. Like, I don't want to go on the Beastmaster. He's got too high of HP. Okay, the Chrono comes out. We finally kill him. But we've committed everything for that. And on the back line, no one is just killing everybody with his Orchid.
So between having a Terrorblade and a Nature's Prophet, I think both cores you're kind of expecting to be ahead. TB because of how quickly he farms, and Nature's Prophet, that's just naturally how you're supposed to operate.
How quickly he farms as well.
Yeah, he's got Rapid Nature, he takes towers, so he should be ahead of the opposing core.
Yep.
Do you think 3,000 net worth, should they be farther ahead? Is this about what you expect?
I think this is, I think they could be farther ahead. I'll hold that thought.
Burrow Strike into the Orchid.
This
is a dieback for Taiga. It's a big opportunity for Virtus Pro, especially with the Beastmaster approaching this bottom side. They are certainly at least going to be able to get a tower, if not more kills. Pull on back, but I believe the Storm Spirit's just getting out of there and leaving Insania to die. The team quickly surrounds the Tier 1 tower.
So the reason that they don't have a massive gold lead right now, instead of like a 3-4K gold lead, is because they're committing to these pushes. And so they have this advantage when it comes to map control and ability to farm all of these areas because they have more towers, right? So that's the thing here, is that they're kind of sacrificing a little bit of their gold on VP.
Boxy. He ran into the Nature's Prophet because he was trying to contest the bounty rune. No one TP'd into that. Now he's going to jump right into the open arms of Resolution, who's silenced for the time being, but eventually will get out this Primal Roar. And, yep.
And this is exactly the problem. You go for towers. Okay, well, I think SD is fine because no one.
Yeah, he's actually fine. No one. Nice response.
There's so much fighting. I will never finish this point. There's so much fighting in this game.
You got it. I believe in you.
Basically, you have this eventual goal that you're going to get. You have this map control. You're going to get bounties. You're going to have more camps to farm where you feel safe. You can now take over the enemy triangle because you've taken the mid tower. You've taken the bot tower. So VP, now you can see the gold lead mounting. But in the time that they've been fighting, like they've also just been consuming the entire map and preventing Liquid from consuming any of their side of the map.
Yeah, Liquid hasn't really been hitting too many neutrals. They've mostly been just trying to get away from Virtus Pro.
Or getting bounties.
Don't have safe areas to be able to farm. Trying to get these bounties, in Boxy's case, failing and dying instead. And that map control may also lead to that big boy right there, Roshan. Is a possibility.
That's a big boy.
It seems the lag is getting passed around. First it was the VP bootcamp, now it's Zayats.
Yeah. Such as...
Fortunately being very mannered with each other right now.
Yeah, it's I mean, you know, at this point in the tournament, it's been a long time. I feel like these teams, casters, and that's a good one. I
well
like
done,
that.
Production.
Good stuff. I don't remember what I was saying. It's probably bullshit anyway.
Yeah, probably. I think there's at least a 30% chance it was bullshit.
Maybe a little bit higher, but that's pretty generous.
Yeah. You're baiting out Mickey. This is how you know a team is kind of in some trouble.
Everybody standing behind him.
Yeah, doesn't when they try and bait out a core. They're like, we're so far behind right now that they are just going to keep running at us. They're just going to keep hunting us, so let's try and lay a trap. And... because it's a risky move, right? If it pays off, it looks really cool. Oh, look at that. They baited out their carry and then struck, and looks like they will manage to get a kill on a solo. If it doesn't work, though, you're 4 people stacked on top of your carry, waiting for him to hit creeps.
Yeah, the gold lead is just mounting more and more for VP while they're doing this, because nobody's farming. That's the problem here.
Hey, now they've got a Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, there you go. That'll be great for the... Boxy puck, maybe. His right click's not very effective.
Yeah, I mean, are you still enthralled by this game plan of Team Liquid? Because this is what it looks like when it goes bad, right?
I mean, I still find it really. I mean, you know, they're playing against an extremely good team, so who's been playing exceptionally well. So I still find it incredibly fascinating, and cool. Okay, well that's a pickoff.
Yeah, it certainly is a very big pickoff. Zayats, yeah, he's taking too much damage. He'll get popped by the Orchid. Koifa is, I feel like he's the saving grace at this point. He's been doing a good job of, he's only died once, 7-1-3. Pretty respectable score for someone who's down 9,000 net worth.
Yeah, and we've seen today already what a Storm can do in terms of holding that high ground and potentially having a great comeback. So he is definitely looking like it could be one of those games. He's level 16, TB's level 16. I think no one is definitely a big issue. This is very similar to the NIP. You know, they had the TB and Visage, and you're thinking, okay, well, TB is going to be the biggest hero on the map, right? And then it turns out to be the mid that's just completely snowballing.
Yeah.
Like, no one has just been playing this game flawlessly. He has kept the pressure on for this entire game. He is giga-fat.
In trouble. He had already used his Manta, so Mickey, it's godlike spree being given to no one. No one is just coming into this game with some aggression, man.
He really is. He really is. And he has the items to match the aggression, too. Like, if he fed a couple of times, maybe he TPs into these fights and can potentially die, or there could be a turnaround. But he's basically taking this, like, massive net worth he has and pushing it to its absolute limits. And speaking of limits, they're actually going to go into Roshan with Void being dead, force the buyback.
For those of you guys who may have missed some of the matches of Virtus Pro, the reason we're talking about them being so good is they lost their first series against Alliance. The very first one they came into, they lost to Alliance, but they took a game off of Nigma and before losing that series, and then beat Evil Geniuses, Navi, and 5men. It's a pretty strong record. Boxy tries to go in. He actually gets the Roshan kill, so he gets something for his efforts here. Doesn't snatch the Aegis. That's picked up by ILTW.
He gets the XP, but, you know, that's...
Yeah. Hello? Furion, no one. Move the tree, and sir, we can't get past. We're stuck.
They're still pinging him. That's so funny. Kind of feels like the old playing with your food scenario here.
Yeah.
They're just enjoying a nice game of Dota on VP.
Yeah, it's that point where you're having the fun of being able to corral like out all the prey that's out there in the field still, just before they go to, okay, this is too hard to play. We just play on our high ground now, right?
Yep.
They haven't lost their tier 2s or anything like that, so they're still going to play outside of their base, but it's coming. Soon these tier 2s are going to be knocked down, and then it's going to be, okay, how do we break Liquid's high ground?
When you were in elementary school, did you ever do the thing where everybody would be, you'd have all the kids standing around in a circle, and then they would have like a, oh, never mind. This is a stupid analogy anyway.
Epicenter. I liked how they saved that Orchid for the last second, but he did still have the Manta. Mickey just getting the time dilation out there before he backs away. The Golem trying to lay some damage out onto Zayats. Koifa will pull him back in. Zayats is still pretty tanky, though. He's going to be Orchided up, but they're committing so much just to be able to kill the Sankey. He's going to be saved by the disruption. No Orchid damage is going to be placed onto him. The team was coiled up, but Zayats has already snuck on by. This is concerning, Jenkins, when you see a team just try and pummel down a 4 position, and they can't even do that. Taiga jumping in with the Fatal Bonds. They have the Chronosphere out. A good amount of damage being laid into this Beast Man. Is going to finish him off? No! Zayats survived earlier. Gets the stun onto Mickey. Saves Resolution's life and gets the kill on Mickey. As a result, they're looking to come in, still trying to finish off the Stand King. One more buyback from Taiga. Does manage to take away this Aegis. Mickey, this is all in at this point in time. Liquid, they need to be able to bring down Zayats. Finally, they do, but Boxy and the rest of the team, they're all falling apart. Mickey's getting some good damage in thanks to that upheaval, but he has to stay away from ILTW. That melee core with all of his illusions. Taiga clears him out real nice and quick. No one, he's the scary one, though, thanks to all that range for him. It's him and ILTW together against the world. And Mickey just time walked into it. Pops the Manta, trying to finish him off. He doesn't have the time walk to be able to get away. Toss up in the air from Taiga, a little bit more to finish off Noah, but he's surviving the BKB. Can he do it? The disruption. Solo will bail him out. Oh, gets him at the last second, but by God, it was worth it. No one may eventually die, but it cost Liquid so many buybacks here. Virtus Pro, they may not be able to approach that high ground, but they certainly devastated Team Liquid's economy.
I think they're happy with how that fight went. I really like the buyback there from Shadow Demon coming in at the end and just making it a little bit harder to kill no one, getting the kill on Boxy. All the buybacks from Liquid basically means on the next Lost fight, they're going to lose. I mean, it looked not bad from Liquid. I really like the initiation from Taiga there into Faceless Void Chrono with the upheaval as well. Like, the upheaval looked just absolutely insane. But ILTW with the Sunder onto the Beastmaster, making it just that much harder to kill him. In Zayats, man, how many times did you think in that fight, he's dead? Okay, he's fine. He's dead now. Okay, he's fine. He's dead now. Come on, like, how? Come on, man, just die, for God's sakes.
And that's the network advantage that we're talking about, right? Like, what does Zayats have that is making him so tanky? He's top of all of the supports. He's even ahead of Boxy, but
he's got friends. That's the thing. He's got the
friends. Yeah.
He's got the Nature's Prophet save, who is using the Sprout. He's got the disruption from SD.
I believe they have a pipe.
I believe there's a pipe on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, Beastmaster, right?
If he needed to be sundered, he could get sundered, but we saw that actually used on the Beastmaster in that fight. But there's so much just slow baiting that's happening from VP, and you'd think that that would favor this Liquid lineup because they have a Warlock, which is, you know, a lot of persistent damage. But then on the side of VP, you have 3 heroes that are basically right-clickers, Beast, TB, and Nature's Prophet. You have a Sand King who's going to be constantly doing damage, Shadow Demon who's going to be constantly pressing his low cooldown spells. So VP actually prefers to fight into these, you know, long engagements as opposed to these short ones.
And then another thing, he's just got levels, right? Because they're winning the game, he's a higher level than most, and that's what I love about those strength supports, man. You just get tankier. The enemy team has to spill more and more resources to be able to bring you down. And we're seeing that put to great effect. It is 20-19, but Virtus Pro, no doubt about it. They are absolutely destroying this game one with a 17,000 net worth lead. Liquid still has a chance. They haven't lost their high ground yet, and they still have very good team fight possibilities here. But it's looking very rough, especially considering that last team fight was not a win for them, and they had to throw bodies at Virtus Pro. They used multiple buybacks.
They did. And the thing is, I think they need to burst somebody. They need to kill one guy, and then the fight will be easier. But we saw what happened when they committed to killing one guy. It didn't go well.
Yeah.
I suppose the thing that they need to change is they need to not go for Zayats. They'd probably want to go for solo first. If they can get a core caught out of position, that would be fantastic, but that's not really how VP is playing in this game. They're not.
Yeah.
They're playing as a unit. They're putting the guys forward that need to go forward. Look at this Zayats again.
They're going to go for Zayats because he's the one that's forward here. He is going to be able to Yule Scepter off that Orchid, but he will be caught immediately as he comes down.
Okay, that's a start. That's a great start. I was thinking maybe SD was behind him or something, but I think with the bounty runes coming up, they were split to pick those up, and he was playing a little bit greedy.
Is it a good enough start to like smoke up, or do you want to focus on farming right now? What's the deal? What's the word?
I think if you're going to get anything from that, you have to smoke. You have to make a play right now. They just saw SD mid. He made some illusions.
Resolutions ahead of the other cores of Liquid.
Yeah.
And then there is a gigantic leap from Beastmaster to this Terrorblade and Nature's Prophet, who are about to both be over 20,000 net worth.
That's a blue Terrorblade. That is not the Arcana. That is just a double damage rune.
Yeah. He is sparkling with power.
Doesn't look like he's going to put it to any use, though.
Yeah. Liquid spotted.
This time.
Quickly get out. Yeah, I'm going to buy a smoke, though, from Taiga, so maybe Liquid is still looking to get aggressive and catch Virtus Pro at some point. I mean, there is this Roshan that's coming up in a minute time, so they are going to have to come outside of their base for that, no doubt.
Do you see Solo's build? He has a hood. And
is he really?
Bracer. He's brown
Taiga
bracer
with a nice Avalanche Fatal Bonds combination. Look at that Chronosphere! Oh my god, that's pretty! A beautiful combination of abilities. Tried to get the Sunder off the last second, but it seemed like that was no doubt. That's what we're talking about. Liquid still has the right execution. They can win any team fight, and that's what it looks like right there. Just 3 heroes clumped up. Shout out to Taiga for seeing that opportunity and seeing it through.
Okay, so the solution is not to kill one guy and then take a 4v5. It's to literally kill them all at once. That is a good solution. I mean, it's very hard to pull off. But, you know, if you can do that a second time, maybe a third.
Whose courier is in the Roche pit right now? Because I don't know how quickly Liquid's team can do it. That's the Terrorblade. So Liquid aren't going to know about Roshan right away, and they probably feel like they couldn't do it fast enough anyway.
It's a decently early spawn, you know, a minute from now. But unfortunately for the timing on that amazing, beautiful team fight from Liquid, everybody's going to respawn, and it's going to be a Roche fight again. The question is, like, will they have Chronosphere? It is in a minute, so they will have Chrono very quickly.
Yeah, will they be able to pull that off again? That is the question. 3 heroes on top of each other for a Chronosphere with the Fatal Bonds out on them as they take all that damage.
Shoutouts to that ward in the Liquid jungle there. That definitely sealed the deal. That's what made that pretty easy.
The old high ground ward.
The classic.
Nobody expects the most obvious ward of all.
No.
I mean, but that's why they were positioned right there, right? They had that ward up on the high ground. They wanted to be able to play around it.
Yeah. Somebody made the call to defend the ward, and that was possibly the best call ever. I mean, that's really good stuff for Liquid. If that turns around the game, if that happens to be the turnaround point, then whoever made that call is a genius.
4-man smoke up, the scan here on the high grounds, checking in, seeing if Liquid's perched up here near this Roshan pit. They don't see anybody, just the illusions. Resolution. It's approaching this ward, still smoked up, but it's going to wear out very soon. They're going to go back into the Roshan pit. Liquid, do they know? Are they going to move fast enough? Can they even get there in time? All questions that we will not have to wait very long to get the answer to, because Roshan is already dead.
What if TB's going to take the cheese or the Aegis? Okay, takes the Aegis. Or the Aegis. Just to be safe. No one takes the cheese. You could argue, like, you've seen teams not give TB the Aegis before because he dies and he doesn't have the meta when he respawns.
Yeah, transformation heroes, right? It's like these Lycans, Terrorblades, they're just not that useful with the second life.
But when that happens, I always feel like, I get the logic, but I just don't personally agree with it. I totally understand why you want to give the TB the Aegis just to be safe. It's like, this guy's going to be hitting the tower, right? You just hit without Metamorphosis. And if you die and you don't have meta, you just BKB and get out.
Yeah. Also, that like usually applies to Terrorblade, but now he's got a Scotty, right? So even in melee form, he is kind of
pretty
scary.
good. Yeah, he's pretty strong. Exactly.
After all, he's got 21,000 net worth. Ranged or melee, that is a quite.
That was a short zip.
Yeah.
He could have been punished for that.
I'm sure he was definitely clenching there.
There was some clenching going on for sure.
Hoping that Zayats wasn't about to blink on him.
Please, I hate Curry. Don't. Not gonna go there. All right, who's this in the jungle here? Mickey, just chilling, hitting some creeps. What has he got?
A bunch of illusions running at bottom right now.
Okay, he's got his MKB. I was going to say, he needs a damage for the TB.
Yeah.
MKB is so effective because TB has so much HP, or so much effective HP due to the agility, due to the armor, but MKB just pierces through that. Obviously, it's magic damage.
LTW, see, he's going to pop the meta. As they hit this tier 3, they want to rip through this repair kit as quick as possible. Glyph goes off last second. Trying to get a little bit more heal timing here, but I don't think Liquid, they're not going to be able to protect it. And they may not even be able to protect this bottom lane of Barracks if Virtus Pro doesn't set up some sort of opportunity. There goes the Chronosphere, does manage to launch down 2, doesn't grab no one, and now he's been bro struck up, and Mickey, he's going to die. He does have buyback, though. They're going to still try and fight this out. Last hold here, potentially for Liquid, as Boxy trying to jump into the back line. Yule Scepter up on him. Zions making sure that Boxy's chased away, but they don't want to play too far away from ILTWs. He's taken one lane of Barracks. Time to go for a second. After all, they have no meta. We've got Aegis. Blink away real quickly from Taiga. They just got to poke at Virtus Pro, wait for a better opportunity. They got to play off of the Storm Spirit, zipping in and out. Melee Barracks going down. Orchid, Glimmer Cape, and Mickey can back away, but soon it's going to come down to straight up Megas. ILTW now in melee form. See if he can fight this out. Taiga tries to make his initiation. They do manage to get this beautiful coil onto 3 in the back line. Quaver's trying to finish off. The Fatal Bond's doing a good amount of damage, but now the Orchid and Storm Spirit, he's stuck. No one beating into him, and he's down. He does have a buyback as well. Solo has already expended him, and he's on the way. Reinforcements on the way from Virtus Pro, but here comes the long zip in from Koifa off of his buyback. Tries to finish off Zions, but a self-Yule Scepter saves him, goes through the Lincolns, breaks it, and gets him open for the Orchid. That no one finishes off Koifa 2 times in a row. Insania with a desperation TP out, but he will not be making it home. Don't worry, you won't be there for long, as it's looking like Liquid is just going to be cleaned up here in a 3 versus 5. Gonna try and force out that GG call as Taiga not getting away from this. That's certainly the case, and looks like ILTW got beaten down by a melee form Terrorblade. 3 heroes, no buyback. Taiga's gonna go for it, but it's him and Boxy, and neither one has the farm to stop that 5-man from Virtus Pro, claiming the Ancients. So Liquid, no doubt, just talking about what happened in this game, what they can look forward to heading into Game 2.
I love that for the last, 5 minutes of that match, we basically just saw no one standing there with the Terrorblade, just right-clicking, literally, come at me, bro, come at me. He didn't move, he wasn't afraid, he just sat there and fought. Like, it was basically 2 Terrorblades. Both of them could just stand their ground. He had the Satanic, he had the Cheese. Terrorblade, same thing, defensive ways of keeping himself alive, even if he gets chronoed, even if all the spells are cast.
Yeah. And we saw this network change, like early on to the game, 3,000 network change, all of a sudden went up to 8K, but the building blocks were already there.
Yeah,
to make that kind of break into a huge net worth lead.
They took the towers. Like, they took the towers, which means if you're Boxy and you're going for a bounty run, you're going to feed. If VP is playing well, and they played really crisp.
Are you less in love with this split of farm? Because in some ways it did feel like they were not capable of team fighting as well, for whatever reason. I don't know what reason that is.
I'm gonna say no, because I've just seen it be so successful in so many games, and I think that VP just played amazing. I think they just played out of their mind. They gave absolutely no space to Liquid to get back into that game, other than that one team fight that we saw.
Very crisp and clean. Virtus.pro takes down Liquid in this elimination series, but are they able to finish him off? For that, we turn to our beautiful panel.
Well, Cap and Jenkins, they probably will be able to finish them off if Liquid does the same thing again, because that did not look too great coming from them. And to be honest, VP looked solid. It seemed like a smooth first game for them. I'm here with Lizard and Fogged, and we're going to break that first game down. Now, we said this was going to be one of the more even series, one of the more even matchups that we have, but to be honest, the way this ended up playing out, Lizard, did not feel that even.
If you look at the scoreboard at the end, it was actually 27-26. So
no,
that
very even.
That was very even, at least.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you look at the goal difference, net worth difference, they were 30k ahead at the end of the game. Let's begin at the laning stage. I think there's something that Virtus.pro, like you said, Solo is also a guy that thinks about the game and plans a lot. So they see this puck coming in from Liquid, but Sand King goes their way. They take the Sand King away. And they know that Liquid will try to share that gold on the lane, right? But it doesn't really feel the same if there's no Sand King there. It doesn't feel the same because you have a Tiny that needs way more to join these fights earlier and to make any sort of an impact and change in a game such as this one, in which Nature's Prophet is just jumping from one to another lane and taking your towers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just from every little planning thing, just like you said, from the beginning. They catch Mikke trying to do like the lane swap, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that actually hurts him a lot, because then it enables the Beastmaster, enables Rezo to have a much better game too, and then he can impact the game more heavily, because we have a Nature's Prophet and a Beastmaster duo, right? This is like the big thing around their core early game, is being able to take the towers. And when your Beastmaster gets enabled because the Void that he's supposed to be playing against gets slowed down, then you start to see the map getting constricted. And that's what I saw VP playing at their best. Sure, like you said, kills were even, but look at the map control and look at the map dominance. They had 60%, 70% control the entire game.
Yeah.
So they're just out farming, and it's like the moves are really forced onto Liquid's hand to make these aggressive moves and get punished, because they have all these big ultis, but it's spotted most of the time because VP's got a Hawk, they've already got Voids down, they have treants. Yeah.
This was the only great fight that we saw from Team Liquid coming out. This was the fight that they needed, but they needed to have this fight happen like at least a couple of times in a row.
It's just such a hard thing to ask from your players. It's literally 3-man chrono with the Shadow Demon at the same exact time being caught by Storm Spirit in the backlines. Like, that happens once in a game. So it's really hard. I think they were really on point when it comes to catching Void before he had that Manta, and even after he got that Manta, they managed to kill Mikke a couple of times, and his farm was suffering. And, like you put that very well. You had these 3 cores that were completely free to farm wherever they wanted on the map because they owned the map. Meanwhile, Void, he shows up at his tier 2, hits a couple of creeps, and then Void walks into the trees because he's afraid of any aggression.
Yeah, no one. I feel like no one played like an absolute monster this game. What was it? 10-minute Orchid.
Yep.
Treads Orchid.
Yeah.
Just straight treads into Orchid, then upgraded his wand afterwards. He was no funny business, not getting a null, not getting a magic wand. He got the basic stick, and then he went straight for treads and Orchid, and he was so impactful. Like, he took all 3 towers. He was getting kills on Mikke. He was slowing them down a lot. It was. I mean, that's the VP that we like to see. That's the group stage VP that we're like, damn, they're super dominant and they know exactly how to play, and they drafted themselves such a clean draft. Like, this last pick, Beastmaster, complemented their whole draft, as well as also hurt the Team Liquid draft a lot. I love their coverage, and I feel like Liquid kind of fell into a trap, right? Like, they picked this Void because Mikke loves playing it, but he's into some tough heroes. He's into Shadow Demon, which can make it hard. He's into Nature's Prophet that gets a fast Orchid.
But it was the last pick Void.
Yeah,
like they knew all that going in.
It's something that they did before as well, right? It's their comfort zone, and it doesn't matter if you're tier 1, 2, or 3. You always go back into your comfort zone if you feel that the hero is kinda alright. And in this sort of a game, you did have layers on layers of these teamfight spells. You had the Warlock, you had the Void. So because of that, it's good. But overall, it didn't work out well. Maybe if the laning stage, like you said, went better for him, maybe if he wasn't stuck running towards it for the full first wave.
It also was 9th pick Void, right, and 10th pick Beastmaster right afterwards. So I think that's also another thing. It's like Beast was left in the pool, and Beast pretty good hero versus the Void through the majority. It's like the lane can be a bit annoying, and then all throughout the game, it's just this obnoxious hero that you have to worry about. BKB piercing disable, a Hawk scouting when you're trying to jump, all these different little factors that come in, and a book. You know, that mana burn really does, you know, Void not really the greatest mana pool, a couple hits and...
Well, Lizard, you did mention the kill score being 27-26, and it was very even, and it makes me wonder that if there's just not something maybe that was lacking on the side of Team Liquid in terms of, okay, you get these kills, but can you have a different hero that allows you to get something off the back of that?
They can't versus the heroes that they're facing. That's the problem. It's always like that. It's not only about your draft, it's about what draft you're playing against. And when you look at it here, yeah, of course they will have kills because they have team fights that are... If you don't get kills with Warlock Golem, Fatal Bones, Chronosphere, I don't know with what you will, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is, what do you get afterwards? Because you blew your load, you took everything, you used everything that you got, and now what? Can you take Aegis? Can you kill Roshan? You can't because you don't have your spells. Can you fight for any objective, any towers? You can't because you don't have any spells. Meanwhile, there's a Beastmaster on the map, there's an Aegis Prophet on the map, constantly shoving out waves, farming, and also giving all the space to Terrorblade to grow.
Yeah, I feel like it's like, you look at their draft and it's like, how does Liquid actually take buildings, right? They don't really have...
Yeah.
They don't really have tower takers. The way they take towers is from winning team fights. And when they're at a deficit at the start, because of no one making all those really, really good moves, it gets really hard for them. They have to smash the fights and then like instantly go to those tower pushes, rather than it's like, you know, a Nature's Prophet naturally taking the tower, or Beastmaster naturally taking a tower.
Usually you hear us speaking about where teams pick fights, and it's so important for drafts such as Liquid's to take fights near the enemy objectives, near Roshan, because then if you use all your spells and you get a good trade, let's say 4-4-1 or something like that, then you can go into the pit and finish it off. But you can't because your lanes are constantly shoving illusions on one side, necros and summons from Beastmaster on the other, and Aegis Prophet on the third. It's
a lot of things to deal with.
A lot of things to deal with, yeah.
Yeah. It makes me wonder, though, because this is the first time that we see a team from Group A face a team from Group B, right?
Mm-hmm.
It felt like it wasn't just an outdraft, it was also a bit of outplay. It felt like one team just had a better understanding of the game, and it was simple as that. And it makes me a little bit curious. Like, is this something that we just analyzed wrong at the start? Like, we thought this was going to be an even match, but were we just, like, at the moment, we are just straight out wrong.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shovel us out. There were some things that we obviously misinterpreted, but overall, if the laning stage went differently, I think Liquid could have had a better shot. But as you said, two groups, and it looks like two groups had completely different ideas about how to approach the meta and how to play it. And there's something about this meta right now, and there are different teams approaching it differently. Liquid going for this giant team fighting sort of a style for the last couple of series. Meanwhile, some other teams, Viking and OG, they go for as fast-paced as possible. So it depends what suits you and what you want to play. Virtus.pro's draft definitely didn't suit Liquid in the game one.
I like the aggro play.
Yeah.
I don't like the... I mean, it's not that I don't like the big team fights. I don't like the... Not that I don't like the, you know, sit back, we're going to win the late game kind of style. But when a team plays these type of, like, timing lineups, when you can, like, be super strong at 20 to 30 minutes, and they play it crisp, it looks so nice.
Yeah.
Because just, like, well, the other team just looks bad. Like, what are they supposed to do to bail out of this?
But the wombo combo!
VP played so well that they make it look that much better. And it's like, you're on that timing, and you're just like, wow, there's no way coming back out of this when they played that well around the map.
So you feel like this was just VP playing their draft really well, and basically it's not a complete outclass in terms of team, because the next game you feel like Liquid can do the same?
I think with the thing is, like, I want to say like more comfortable draft, but it is their comfort style. I think it's just what they were against. Like, I think VP just, like we said, the planning and everything, I think VP planned this one out and kind of maybe predicted a little bit how the style that Liquid is going to do, because like you said, they did a very similar style in the majority of the last
Do you ever
games.
get a gut feeling? Like we finished the fluff panel, went back, and I was looking at the draft as the game started. Do you ever get that gut feeling? Like, it's just not going to go well. Like, you see Liquid's draft and it's finesse, right? And Virtus.pro is like this Russian tank, you know, that's just going to go over you. And that's literally how it felt in this game.
You can be as graceful as you want to be, but if there's a tank coming at you, it's still going to be a tough one to dodge. The question is, what do you learn from it, and how do you adapt going into a game? They have 15 minutes exact. That's the time it is between one game end and game start for the draft of game 2. And, you know, the game was over a little bit before the GG was called, so you use that time also. But what can you change Like, this was their comfort draft for Team Liquid. How can they adapt in 15 minutes from something that was their bread and butter, and now they got to figure something else out?
It's really hard to say. It's really difficult to say when you consider the fact that Liquid have been on a slump before the last couple of series, and they just rediscovered this different playstyle that fits them, that works for them. However, what I would like to see, at least, is this Sand King being banned or stolen away from Virtus Pro. I think it's something that we didn't even mention in the analysis so far, but it was one of the crucial things that they took away from Liquid and also used really well on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, definitely can agree with that one.
Sarge was a beast, but to be honest, I think Liquid didn't ban out the Sand King because they wanted it, as you mentioned earlier. So maybe they underestimated VP's preparation a little bit. Sometimes you can focus too hard on yourself and not focus enough on your other team. It's always a balance, right? You don't know what the enemy is going to do completely, but you got to anticipate a little bit. It's a tough balance to walk.
Yeah, the better you are, the more easier it is for you to just prepare for the enemy team, and also for yourself. You have a wider variety when it comes to the hero pools that your team can play, and not only hero pools, but strategies and the way the game works. Like Secret right now, give them any single strategy, it looks like they will play it well.
Yes.
Like, give them the Arc Warden strat in which they have to turtle for 13 minutes, they play it well.
Bloodseeker.
Give them okay, Bloodseeker.
I mean, they made it work against OG.
All right, give them the Bloodseeker as well. Why not? And be as aggressive as they want to be, and they make it work.
Yeah, I'm quite entertained that Bloodseeker that was Friday afternoon or Friday evening that we saw the Bloodseeker from Zai. We had a couple of Bloodseekers that Saturday. Everybody realized, wait a second, we can't play this. And then we just have basically a full stop on the Bloodseeker train.
Yeah, we had
For now.
No, we had some today as well.
Oh yeah, we did have
one
today.
today. Yeah. But it's typical. It's like we need to see Secret play it more often to know why it works exactly.
It looked good. They won with it, but not enough info, not enough data.
So I think the only thing you can do at this stage is go back to what you know is right and maybe try to disrupt your enemy team a little bit more. But what are you going to ban out? So far, Liquid banned out Darkseer, Oracle in the first two, and you kind of need to. Maybe if you have first pick, you can take the Oracle yourself, but they wanted to... Like, they first picked Tiny this time around.
Yeah. I feel for me, the biggest thing is set up Mickey for more success. Like, sure, they saved his for the 9th pick, but when I looked at the Void, it's like they already, like we mentioned, they're already picking it into Shadow Demon. They're picking it into Nature's Prophet, who can go quick Orchid. Sure, you can work around those type of things, but Mickey for me is they're like this guy's their win condition in majority of their games. You give him a good hero where he's gonna pop off on, and he will pop off on that hero. Set him up for success would probably be the biggest thing for me for Liquid. Like, use your bans really good to just make sure that he has that best game. Like these teams have been doing when they open up with this Terrorblade, right? We've seen this a lot of times now. Second pick, open Terrorblade, cover yourself with 3 bans immediately. I want that type of style from Liquid for Mickey.
I mean, that's a very clear way of saying it, because we have had a lot of cores that were picked in the first two, and you can do that if you know how to protect your hero properly.
Yeah. How do you feel, though? So I'm asking this even though I know the answer because we discussed the hero a lot, but is the most polarizing hero for us right now Storm? How do you feel about that? Because you can't really say that this was on Storm, that he made too many mistakes, right? But then again, the hero doesn't feel that strong.
He lost the game earlier today too, right?
Yes, and he did really good at the start.
He did super good. Mio was playing like an absolute beast. So I actually told Lacoste earlier, I think he even said the stat during the game, but I was looking through the last 20 games. Storm was at a 5 out of 20 game win rate.
Yeah, so but VPK played like 15.
Yeah, but now he's at a 5 out of 22 game win rate. And it's been worse and worse, I feel like, every single one of the games. Even when the hero pops off, something seems wrong about the hero into that late game. Something just doesn't feel like...
Is it the item build or the power spike? We're not sure, but it looks like even when you give him the easiest lane, like Storm versus Alchemist or Storm versus Doom, it doesn't feel as impactful as some other midders later on.
You kind of need... Maybe the bridge to level 25 is taking too long.
It's also very interesting because of Koikwa, right? Like one of the heroes for this team, X Alliance, now Liquid, was Storm. Like you give Mickey this win condition and you give Koikwa Storm, which he... It's very on brand for him to play it very fast, and he rotates more than any other Storms I've seen. Like, he makes a ton of space early on.
I think the one thing I've noticed is, I mean, everybody's been kind of mentioning it too, is like this is the carry meta
Yeah.
Right? So it's all about enabling your carry. But I feel like now, I mean, I don't want to like make any assumptions like quickly into it, but this is what it's starting to look like is Stormy's playing a carry from the mid lane, but then you also have a carry.
Yep.
Right? So it's like, I feel like there's some weird kind of complementing thing that it's
bit
not
too
mixing.
greedy.
Something like, because the thing is it's working in early game and then late game is when it starts
Yeah.
falling. So I'm not sure if it's like he's taking too much off the map from his carry. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but like there's something that seems to just be a little bit weirder when it's not just like, you know, Furion, sure, he can be like this carry mid laner, but he's also enabling your carry a lot because he's so active.
He's farming always in the worst positions possibly
Exactly.
because he can as well, and that's a big deal. Like it opens up the map for you.
It does.
Yeah.
Now, for the second game of VP Liquid, I mean, we talked about what Liquid should adapt and all that, and yeah, this was not their best showing. VP is going to look back at that game thinking, wait a second, this felt very easy. This is great.
Give me second pick again. You know, give me second pick. I'll take a Shadow Demon for solo again. We'll get a super carry for our boy for ILW. All's good in the world.
And we weren't talking about the Shadow Demon a whole lot too. Like he played a crucial part in their game when it comes to all these saves that he was able to accomplish, and also the item build, like the Bracer, the Hood. It just makes him a little bit tankier, so that that Storm can't jump on top of him throughout the game and just eliminate him alone.
But is there something that they will look back on that game and think, well, if we were to change one thing, it would be X? Or you
What,
kind
for
of feel,
VP?
yeah, for VP.
Oh, great. I mean,
'Cause this
everything was
looked like-
perfect.
Don't
you know,
disconnect
normally
as
you
much.
can harp a little bit on both
All
teams,
good.
but I kind of feel like it was almost a walk in the park for VP. I don't think, like, even with the great Chronosphere that we saw, I don't think VP was ever worried in this game. They were just farming.
It looks really solid for them, yeah.
I mean, I looked at it and I was like, this looks like such a nice game to play carry.
Peaceful Dota game.
You look and you're like, oh my god, playing TB in this game. Wow, you know, my Nature's Prophet's gonna be like making moves all around. Beastmaster started with a good start.
He's pushing all
This
the
is
time.
great.
I don't have to
so much
join.
space. Like, I can just farm wherever. I can show up whenever. We get all 3 tier 1s early. The dream.
Your point about really enabling your carry rings even more true after thinking about all the games that we have seen today with the Medusa picks, right? Like you pick this Medusa and suddenly you create a draft around her that she has a free game. Like there was a game with Phoenix, Puck, Dusa. You know that combo. It's just sick. When you draft things like that enable your position 1, it really looks like that's the way to go. That's just a true way to go for the win.
Yeah. So what do you think they're doing in the break if it's not talking about the game? Because they don't need to. Ordering food, chilling, probably having an unhealthy habit of going
If Roger
outside.
was there, he would be blowing on his shisha or something like that.
Are they, because VP, we saw them. Only Zayach is the one that's not on their boot camp.
I've gotten the chance to actually be inside of their room a few times. Like, this is actually quite a long time ago, but it was still around the core of Solo and No One. They're very critical, actually. Even when they win games, especially when they win games, they actually go back and look and point out and call each other out. This was with the old VP.
That doesn't sound like a very productive environment. I mean, it worked.
It was
for
pretty
them.
funny, actually, when I would get to... It was only a few times that I got to, like, chill with them a little bit and be like, yo, do you guys mind? And they're like, no one, and them, they're always very welcoming about that stuff. So they would flame each other pretty hard. Be like, who do you think played the worst? And when it was a win of their games, and they would ask, and I'd be like, well, you know, Lil was kind of sus this game, you know? But I feel like they're going to go back and try to make it perfect. Because there was probably some small mistakes that we're not pointing out.
That we didn't see, and they were like...
Mentality of the Slavs is a little bit different, though. We like it a bit more straightforward, open. So I think
Open / direct?
Direct, yeah. I think they're pretty used to that overall.
All right, well, let me be very direct as well. And let's head directly into the draft of Game 2.
Hello. Is it drafts that you're looking for? Because you've come to the right place. We are going to observe from our Pantheon the game number 2 between Virtus Pro and Liquid. Kyle, Brian, pleasure to have you both join me in the Pantheon as we try to pick up. No need to even guess. It is going to be a Shadow Demon first phase yet again from VP, though no hard carry quite yet. It will be paired with a Phoenix. Meanwhile, Liquid finally get their hands on an IO.
Yeah, I'm surprised that VP. Well, I guess they had to let it through if they were going to make sure Darkseer was removed. But still,
Lone Druid was. Oh,
Lone Druid bad.
Lone
These
Druid
are
bad.
okay. It was so Liquid got rid of both Darkseer and Doom. Those heroes are not going to make it into this series. Really impressive performance in the Fury by no one in that last game. Before we get into this draft, not quite there, but if you remember the game's Miracle back when they were still not this Liquid, but on Liquid, he had some mid-Furian matches and big tournaments that were very memorable. Heroes broken.
So that was the hero that was. It wasn't the Terrorblade. It was the Prophet.
The Prophet got him like 3 towers.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. But still, I'm not getting an answer to first place Terrorblade here, Brian.
I don't think it's the Terrorblade at all. I think it's the game plan that is represented in your heroes. I talked about it last draft. I'm going to reiterate it. If the enemy team's threatening a low cooldown push in their first 4 heroes, and you 9th pick Void, and they 10th pick Beastmaster, you're going to get low cooldown pushed, and they're going to take control of the map. They're going to take your early towers. They're going to have superior wave clear. You're not going to get the team fights you want. Even when you get the team fights you want, you're going to be so far behind, and the maps and all the lanes are going to be on your side of the map. You're not going to get any objectives.
Reminds me of a quote from one of the wisest men in Dota 2, Bolda. He said that a metric he always looks at when he evaluates a draft is how many fights does a team need to win the game. And ultimately, if you're a Beastmaster Terrorblade, you need that one fight outside of enemy base, and that's pretty much GG. You take 2 racks, you're going to win the game from there. Liquid, you might win a fight with Chrono as an example, but then what? If there was a buyback, you're not pushing. Like, you need so many fights and so many different conditions in order to actually go base that it just feels like VPF a much easier game to win.
I want people to think, like, if you're trying to push lanes outside of team fights in that game, if you're on the side of Team Liquid, your main source of pushing lanes, all of your heroes have to physically be on the lane, on the creep wave. While you have a Terrorblade sending illusions, you have a Nature's Prophet sending trees, you have a Beastmaster sending summons, and they have the Beastmaster plus Nature's Prophet with an Orchid globally, and a Sand King who's going to be playing off map, right? It's just so hard to ever have the lanes in your favor, and for me, that's one of the most deciding factors about answering Kyle's question. How many fights do we have to win? Because it's going to tell you a lot about where the lanes are going to be on the map, and the only way you get objectives is based on proximity of when you win the fight. So every fight that game was going to be on Liquid side of the map no matter what, and they were going to have to take it super late. And against Terrorblade, I don't think that's the game plan. I don't like that idea, because that hero is one of the most terrorizing blade carrying heroes in the game.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see whether Liquid run this Wisp as a core or not. I assume it'll be for Mickey. I think that's the best place for IO at the moment, but it's still obviously open. And VP, kind of a harken to the old days. They used to put a much higher value on Shadow Demon. Funny, because the remnants of the old DC, we saw 5 men do it the other day as well, and now Rezo's team in this tournament. That DC lineup back at TI6 they were both a part of would always first to SD if available.
Shadow Demon's kit is incredible. Like, the Purge, continuously one of the most unique abilities in the game to do that. The Shadow Demon Disruption is one of the most, is it dichotomy? The aggressive as well as defensive?
Sure.
Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I think that was right. I'm like, I'm going to sound really stupid if I use that
just,
word.
just lean into
the fact
it.
that it's such a powerful, aggressive, as well as defensive tools, it's just a unique hero. He offers something that no other hero offers, and Solo is one of the best Shadow Demon players in the world. And the cool thing about picking in first round is, just like kind of like Oracle, it synergizes with a lot of carries. There's a lot of heroes that are options for you.
It's a really nice hero to play as a captain too. You can push waves, you can save your allies, you have some really powerful kill threat, so you can always get something done on the map. It can be really difficult if you ever want something like an AA or a Warlock to find a place in the game, because there's like a free lane, but you can't push it. You just stand there. It feels real bad. Void Spirit from Liquid. Could be pretty much anybody still. Their draft's still very open. High reach spirit heroes, typically quite good against these backline supports like Phoenix Shadow Demon. You want to burst at the start of a fight.
VP's already I was going to correct you there. I don't think this Phoenix is a support.
Oh, that's a good point.
They've committed the 4-position Earth Spirit, assuming it's a 5 Shadow Demon. Rezo looking like he's going to be playing the Phoenix. Yeah. This hero is surprisingly so viable still as a core with all the nerfs to the laning stage, but they go for the Enigma Wombo combo.
I love
Spectre,
this.
right? Like, they just win the draft, Spectre? Am I wrong? They picked the exact same lineup like 4 days ago, and it's one of the best carries in the game versus Enigma?
You might
Am
be
I missing
right.
something?
They did. You know it's in their mind too. They did ban it last phase in the previous game, so they know Spectre and obviously place a value on it. I think it's really cool how VP sort of stick to their identity. If you remember back when they still had Posh on the squad, he had most played Phoenix, and they're one of the few teams to play it off lane. Obviously, Solo and the squad still value it in this role, and now Rezo's picked it up. And then Liquid, not to go back to Han again, but you know we certainly played a lot of Tempest, aka Enigma, back in the day.
Who's
and it's
we?
Huh?
Who's we?
Any Han player. And specifically Liquid. I know Insania would play it, Taiga would play it. Like, the entire Team Liquid lineup can play Enigma.
But
I think Enigma just doesn't fit the current pace of the game right now. He's like a Beastmaster that, obviously you take Black Hole instead of Roar, both BKB piercing, one's AoE, but you just don't push as early. Like, you're more of a passive, greedy pusher rather than
I think with the Eidolon change, like now that they actually have move speed, you can
Okay.
farm camps more efficiently and actually like, because the trouble was before they were so slow. If you ever started with Eidolons like more than 5-10 seconds away from the lane of your hero's speed,
Yeah.
you don't have the split to push. Whereas now you can actually farm hard camp and like get them into the lane. And yes, SD has this pretty unique mechanic with the ultimate, but Enigma has two different sources of AoE pure damage, which is really valuable. And also massive team fight combined with global mobility and high-paced movement from the Void Spirit and the Wisp.
Yeah, when I like to compare two heroes, I want to be very clear to people. I obviously don't think Enigma and Beastmaster are the same hero. I just think they're very similar for like the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then they scale very differently with, like you said, AoE pure damage from the Enigma as opposed to the aura building physical damage from Beastmaster. I just think right now there's a reason why we haven't seen too much Enigma, but they are thinking pretty hard. They go for the Faceless Void instead, so rather than the chaotic team fights...
Is that really what you want against Enigma is the question.
I'm not a huge fan, but it's not bad. Like, it goes better with your Phoenix than Spectre, I would say. But you're also against an Io, one of the overall better heroes against Faceless Void.
Yeah, definitely.
I like this pick more than the other game, though. Like, meaning when Liquid picked Faceless Void.
Yeah, no, to your point, I would have preferred a Spectre too. Especially because I just feel like it has better synergy with the Shadow Demon as well. This is also a little dangerous because the one thing I fear is a Enigma that can buy a BKB and have no interrupt. That is really scary.
Yeah,
and
Chronosphere and Egg.
Egg to an extent, but I'm more afraid of like an earlier BKB. If you get the Void in Black
Okay.
Hole right
Okay,
now,
that's fair. Yeah,
there
you
isn't
can
going to
commit
be
on
a
him.
stop for it.
You got Shadow Demon.
Defensively.
I'm saying, yeah, you can, like, if he only gets the Void. I feel like it's a pretty hard, like, you argue that, yes, once he gets BKB, he could Black Hole the Void, but they're also, I feel like they could Black Hole the Void, and if Egg's on the ground and Earth Spirit magnetizes rolling, and whatever hero no one picks, which is going to be some backline spellcaster, we see an Invoker already banned, that it may not even lead to a one fight. That's the thing for me, and if Void ever gets an Aegis this game, suddenly the win condition for the fight doesn't really exist, I think. Do you disagree?
Well, yeah,
or-
if everything went wrong, it could go wrong for Liquid.
But I'm saying
You're right.
Well, no, what I'm saying
You've
is like
got me.
you are implying that if he gets the Black Hole off on Void, they win the fight, and I'm saying that's not the case. So it makes it like I don't like that kind of game for Enigma. I like where if you do get that Black Hole on the crucial
Yeah.
target, fight is won.
Okay.
So
Things can still go wrong.
Why
was my
isn't
point.
Enigma particularly popular right now then? Because this hero has only been picked 6 times in this tournament. In the European division, it's been picked like twice. And overall, it seems like Beastmaster's just better in most circumstances.
Same like what Kyle mentioned about Nature's Prophet. You get like 3 tier 1s in the first 10-15 minutes because you have these fast tempo pushing heroes. Enigma's just 5 minutes slower than these guys.
Yeah,
The same thing.
I will say this is looking like a progressively harder game for an Enigma because you have all this high tempo that VP can play with. Earth Spirit, Void, Quap, like they just move around so quick. Enigma likes to be able to chill, you know, just kind of camp a lane. You won't play against heroes like Bristleback, you know, you see him TP and you're like, that's fine, it's chill, I'll just walk away real quick. But Quap off map is effectively always a threat, and when you have an Earth Spirit on top of that, you're just always going to be in danger, and typically you want to just kind of play in the off lane, push lanes by yourself, farm some jungle camps as well. You don't have that freedom, but ooh baby, the Lycan comes out, Liquid going for like the all-in push. A flip of the previous game in a way. One team more in on the late game, the other trying to end fast. Limited stuns on Liquid though.
The odds have now shifted after seeing that game 1. They were neck and neck before. It was still pretty close, 1.69 to 2.09, but Liquid seemed to be kind of up to no good here. This IO now confirmed to be a support most likely going to be laning with the Lycan and Enigma in the off lane, 4 position for the Tiny.
It could also be Tiny Enigma supports IO core.
What is the deal with Liquid's 3 and 4 right now? I don't understand. Who is the 3? Who is the 4? They keep getting different amounts of
Got
farm.
2 3.5s, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So then who's the one who's going to be sitting in the off lane?
Enigma always gets more farm no matter what position he plays. Like, if he's a 4, your 3 becomes a 4. If he's the 3, your
the way
4
that
gets
the
away.
Liquid's 3.5s are working is that someone takes over the mid lane.
Yeah.
So who do you think would be better taking over the mid lane? Would it be-
Enigma's going to stay bottom almost
Okay.
certainly. I think he operates best that way. He doesn't want to be defending his own tower. The mid tower is usually much more in a threat than your own offlane tower.
Right.
So you're gonna get dove. Enigma's the type of hero that just gets dove because he naturally pulls the lane back by converting his own creep. What I was just gonna say is I think Team Liquid's gonna suffer similar things that they did the first game. And if I looked at individual heroes on the side of VP, I feel like their roles are much more distinct in this game. Like who's doing what, how we cast our spells, all that kind of stuff on the map. And for me, it looks like a really hard lineup for Team Liquid to play.
Yeah,
Kyle,
it's
how many
tough.
fights? No, tell me how many fights. I want the Sam.
Liquid
so
need
sail.
2 fights.
The Liquid
They need a
2
good Roche
fights.
fight and a good fight outside enemy base. It's definitely a harder game. VP's draft's a lot easier to execute and find kills with. But if Liquid get momentum going, that snowball becomes an avalanche, and VP are just going to sit there like, oh shit, we have no ult. We're in trouble. And their base can just die. They've got to be really on point. If Liquid find their way onto the high ground with only 2 or 3 VP heroes in base, that's a dead tier 3 and a Rax threat.
First Lycan ulti is really important. Last note.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I needed to know then. Let's see which team may be able to dodge elimination as we move forward into game number 2 and send it over to our casters.
That's right. What happens when Liquid turns a snowball into an avalanche? Can a polar bear survive in that, Jenkins?
I think when Liquid turns into a snowball, it's ice.
That is a good point. And do you think a polar bear could survive through an avalanche of ice?
Boy, I think they'd be pretty used to that by now.
Could be, yeah. I guess we'll have to wait and find out. As Liquid do indeed, they've got a funky lineup. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't know quite how to feel about it. It's not. I don't feel very confident. It could be really good. It could be really bad.
A lot of pressure on this Enigma, I think, to win every single team fight, basically, against these VP heroes. I mean, it's hard. You have the egg, you have the Chronosphere. There's plenty of backline jump to stop his hole. But, you know, if this hero gets a lead and you can hit a good enough black hole, get enough heroes in it, you can win basically any fight. I mean, this is the only source of team fight that Liquid really have, is the Enigma.
Yeah, the rest of it is a lot of fast play, right? There's this, like, pushing power of the Lycan. Zayat's looking to be body blocked up a whole lot. They actually get the bounty rune as well. Zayat's is just out to try and survive, but he's not going to. Boxy picks up the first blood, and he's already set in a potentially better position than he was last game.
He starts with the boots. He's just straight roaming. Taiga's just off-lane Enigma this game. What did he start with? Basilius? Okay, that's interesting. You know, I've wondered what an Enigma in the current patch would go. You don't see this hero play too much as an offlaner or just in general, so it'll be cool to see what he theory crafts the build is. I was thinking maybe he'd build this into a Veil because it does work with that pure damage, but I think the Bassi is just like the most efficient mana of regen that you can get in Dota currently. You know, the Sage's Masks, they did get nerfed. Everybody was spamming those, having like 2 Sage's Masks casually, and they got nerfed, but the upgraded items still have the same mana regen that they had before. So if you upgrade, it's still good.
My question is, do you think that that Boxy is not going to be bottom? Do you think, like, are they going to be playing Taiga in the lane, or are they going to be playing Taiga where he's just, you know, taking away lane creep every single time, then going farming up the triangle, or the hard camp, I guess I should say?
I think you can do that. I think Boxy starting with these boots, like you could possibly put a little bit of pressure on this Phoenix, who is notoriously terrible
at
level 1, and just give Taiga like the solo XP bot because he's going to bring the lane back. But then Boxy with farm this game too would be really nice. I mean, this Void Spirit hero, he complements everything so well. If there's something going on, he will make it better because he just has disables, he has mobility, he has BKB piercing slows, BKB piercing damage. Like, this hero does literally everything. So if he can get some farm, and he's also like the best jump hero in the game. If he can get some farm, I think it's going to be really good in this game.
His if he could get all the way to an Aghanim Scepter, it's very impactful here against this VP lineup. But even just having the first item Mule Scepter, it would be really important for his own survival against a potential Orchid on the Queen of Pain. We have the time dilation of the Void.
Yeah, that's
There's a lot of big problems.
Yep, for sure. If he can jump one of these Phoenix, Void, whoever, one of these like big team fight heroes, I think that's how Liquid can win team fights, with having inferior team fight ability, basically.
Yeah.
Once again, if Taiga is hitting like really sick black holes, then it's very different. If he's got a big gold lead and he can, you know, play with the Blink Dagger and BKB, it's very different. But it's going to take a pretty good early game for him.
But on the Virtus Pro side, right? Like it just feels like their lineup naturally clicks. I mean, we've got all the team fight combinations that we've been talking about before, right? We were going to have the Phoenix Egg with the Chronosphere protecting it. We've got this very fast-paced, like tempo hero in the mid lane for no one, playing Queen of Pain rather than the Furion this time. Less pushing power, but it just is this natural build-up of team fight in late game.
Yeah, 100%. Just as fast as that hero. I love seeing him on heroes like this. Just take control of the entire game. That is exactly what he does best. Basically destroying the enemy team in terms of kills and pressure on the map, but also taking farm along the way. I think that's where he does the best. I don't like seeing him on, you know, some SF where he's just jungling and treads, drums. That's BKB, that sort of thing. Like, I love the Yule's Blink if he were to go for SF. Like, I'd love to see him doing this like high skill stuff.
Yeah.
This is where he does best, and no one is just one of the best laners in the game.
Yeah, like it complements each other, right? When you're a really flashy, aggressive player and you're really sick at laning, you get yourself the advantage off the laning phase, and then you just naturally snowball it with big moves.
Yeah, some players do sick laning, and then they just go jungle, and, you know, that can work as well if you have some other lanes that are, if you have some other cores that like to roam around and do things. But I think the mid lane right now, just the way it's played, really lends itself to doing both of those things, which I think is why we see VP doing so damn well. It's funny their webcams don't turn back on when they're reconnecting.
Yeah, might have been just so many times of, you know, maybe restarting the PC or restarting the router or figure something out that you forget about it.
This is cool. I think this is good. Playing with the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
And just doing this combo kind of like OG where they have the support and then the Wisp is a core, except you're just combining the two supports here and zoning out this level 1 Phoenix. So Zayats, he goes for the creep pull. This is what you have to do.
And see, even Mickey was thinking about making a move over, see if he try and help catch Zayats here. The Remnant does manage to pull him back in. Zayats, Insania trying to get in front of him a little bit. He's going to go for the kickback. He's only pulling half of the creep wave here, so this is not too bad. And it's for Liquid, it's going to be even better for Liquid if they can actually get this kill. It's going to be up to Boxy, though. Zayats, is he actually just suiciding right now? I thought he was maybe going to suicide to the tier 2. No, he's going to cut up, but that's where the Aether Remnant is going to catch him again. And this early tri-lane is beginning to pay off. It did give Resolution enough space to get level 2, though.
I feel like this is great for VP. This puts Resolution solo against a Mickey Tiny. Like, that, Phoenix is fine with that. You're just sitting there and getting XP against a tri-lane. That's not supposed to happen. But Liquid has to chase the Earth Spirit, otherwise he cuts that wave. I think that's an amazing play from VP there, just to do that and waste so much time. If he dies immediately, it's different, but...
Yeah, the way he pulled the creep wave, some of those creeps back now just means a big wave is going to be pushing into the Phoenix again, and they're just going to get some levels. And here's the smiley from Resolution.
And Phoenix got level 2 because he only pulled half. I was sitting there thinking, like, why the heck is he pulling half the wave? Because Phoenix probably got denied on the first wave because there's a tri-lane. If he has 2 creeps, he's level 2. Now all of a sudden it's way harder to tri-lane against him.
Yeah, I think he actually got 2 different creeps denied at least, because he barely had level 2 with a wave and another 2 creeps.
Oh, we can actually see. So six creeps from Mickey's. I would imagine that he probably got a deny or a couple denies on the first wave, considering it was way freer than these ones. Yeah, super well played by VP so far. They know their early game, man. Like, they really know how to get the most out of, like, the 1 to 2 minute mark. Which
and that was always Virtus Pro to a T, right? Snowball lanes win game.
Yeah, that is literally, that's what they did when they were in their prime with most of this same roster. You know,
yeah, so I have to wonder if that's something about the leadership of Solo, that he tries to really focus on those things, hammer them home, or if he's the one perhaps bringing them to light.
I mean, he is the only guy that's picking SD. Like, this hero's not really picked that much. It's just the occasional like A or B tier pick for teams.
Yeah, like, oh, Luna got picked up. I guess Shadow Demon's good here.
Terrorblade got picked up. I'm going to pick Shadow Demon. But he's just like, no, this is a good hero. And I think that hero lends itself to doing extremely well in the lanes. Like the Shadow Poison, extremely powerful against certain heroes. The Disruption, powerful against other heroes.
Pull back here on the Phoenix, and they do manage to burst him down before he could get the dive away. Very important kill, because as you said, he was getting those levels that he wanted to get. Taiga, he calls in some reinforcements from Boxy, so they get that one kill, say, okay, we're going to stop tri-laning here. We kind of did what we came to do, and Boxy will join Taiga in the duo once again.
Boxy's got the Orb of Venom, so he can slow him down. But
oh my god! What was that RNG? Like, you know, he might have died anyway, but seriously, what was that?
Level 2. Man, I don't know. Sometimes Void just looks like... Faces Void can look like a bullshit hero. Like, that makes him look... That makes the hero look like he's great at laning. He is really not the strongest laner.
Sorry, I just thought this was cool. So Lycan's like a Dragon Knight, right? If you're opposed against a hero that wants to move around the map, you're threatening his tower. So maybe this Quap won't want to move around so much, but Lycan's even cooler because he throws a wolf to each one of the power runes. Might be able to deny the rune as a result.
Yeah, very nice. Do similar thing on Broodmother, deny those runes.
Yeah. Taiga, quickly surrounded here, is going to get a decent amount of damage on ILTW. They eat the Remnant, it misses on both of them too, so they don't manage to get that counter kill. 2-3 now. And it's Virtus Pro. Picking up some kills in this bottom lane, have a nice little stack here.
Yeah, the SD is really nice setup for the Enigma. I mean, the hero literally just walks away from you, right? So getting the Void right on top of him and the illusions to body block, there's not really much Enigma can do. He can't just like leap away. He doesn't have a blink. Doesn't have an AoE disable, anything like that. You surround him by units like that, and there's not much he can do.
What I find a little bit awkward here is we're going to watch Boxy miss out on a bounty room because of that disruption. At least he got the one that he was on top of, but obviously the other one, Solo will collect. Damn, what was the point I was going to make? Oh, he kind of has to get BKB because of Earth Spirit, right? It's just such an easy way to, like, just throw the boulder down and silence him,
100%. Right? There's no other choice, really. Or, I mean, you can go for the Aura build. But then I feel like you might lack teamfight. You're really banking on snowballing the towers, which can happen. I mean, they do have a Lycan. They do have a Lycan with a tiny safe lane, so they can definitely snowball. But it takes
still gets him with the disruption. That's probably going to be a dead IO. Mickey will try and protect his support as best as possible with the Avalanche. It catches Resolution mid-flight there, so that was perfect. It actually does save him. If anything, they're going to get the kill onto Solo with that nice tossback. Insania helps him out with the damage, and they get the kill. Nice response from the Liquid duo here in the top lane. They can maybe get a second one here on Zayat as well, who doesn't have the roll up fast enough to get away. A second kill. Now toss forward. Resolution doesn't have the dive. They're going to try and put Boxy right on top with the Avalanche as well. What a big turnaround. That was supposed to be a simple kill onto the IO, and it turns against Virtus Pro. They lose 3.
Man, I mean, speaking of snowballing, this is exactly how they want to start out in this game with these two extremely fast cores in the Lycan and the Tiny. I mean, Enigma's really their late game hero in this game. So if you can snowball these two cores, make space for your Enigma, I think this game's looking great for them. Liquid's... They're looking good in this one. The odds were a bit different, by the way. They, a little bit more in favor of VP, but...
Yeah, people are... I saw that performance by Virtus Pro. It was very convincing.
After the start, though, I don't know if I would agree with those. He has the hole. I just have mana for it.
Yeah, just trying to get some damage in. May still be able to run him down thanks to the help of that wolf. He disruptions himself to try and buy a little bit of time, and the Chronosphere actually catches most of the Eidolons there and stops the damage that would have finished off Solo. It did cost them the Chronosphere, but if they can get the second kill, it'd be nice, but can't stick onto him.
If they give Enigma any sort of extra regen or base int, I think he's going to be a good hero. Like, this is Enigma's biggest problem, is you use one spell and you can't use Hole. You need mana boots. Yeah. Like, this hero does not function without mana boots. And that is a really scary requirement to have in your hero.
Here's what we were talking about. As soon as the Queen of Pain leaves lane, Koifa immediately threatening the tower with the early Necronomicon pickup because you can do that as a Lycan. Now he's going to try and kill Solo here. The disruption was used after all. This is a freebie, and you can go back to hitting that mid tower. They still have in the top lane this Queen of Pain trying to go for these kills. As he loses his mid tower, he has to get these kills. And he does manage to get Mickey at least. Insania, less important, but probably just as likely to go down here as he has no tether escapes really. Back in the lane he goes, but I'll just take out bottom lane. There's the black hole, and they do manage to get that Faceless Void. Boxy still trying to help him get out of this sticky situations. The Eidolons are taking up the towers. Here comes the Phoenix. He's TPing in. Can he get there in time? He's not actually going to go for the Enigma. I think maybe he could have dove. It would have been a close call, but he's not able to catch either one as a result. In fact, Boxy, he's going to turn around, see if he can kill Zayats. They're going to go for it. Dissimulate. It hits him. He reads it correctly. He reads where Zayats is going to be headed, hits him with a Dissimulate, finishes him off. He may die here as the Soul Catcher with the burn damage is coming in. Disruption, Boxy, can he help him out? Malphus, here comes the heals from Insania. The Soul Catcher's going to wear out. He gets a little bonus of HP, and now Boxy turns on a solo. Another TP coming in from Zayats. All of these, Boxy, he has Dissimulate. He goes down to low ground. Oh, he doesn't actually go down to the river. That's where no one was going to be, but he does head into Zayats, who stops that TP pretty quick.
Yeah, I get why he went that way. No one was coming in.
I think Taiga TP'd. Oh, he didn't TP.
He needs to TP. He needs to get out.
Okay, he's good.
Picked the right place to juke to. Boxy, unfortunately, didn't, just a bit of RNG there. Taiga gets out, and, really he's the core in this game. Anytime there's an Enigma in a game, he's the late game carry. This hero can 1v5 if he gets a good enough hole.
Yeah. You want another insane stat here, Janky?
Yeah, hit me with that stat.
The this Tiny contest rate 80% in this tournament. That's pretty insane, right?
I think that's fair. I mean,
so you would expect a hero that's so popular, picked and banned, right, that it would have a acceptable win rate.
You would think so.
You're gonna watch him dying to the Supernova. He's very, very dead. 62% win rate.
Yeah, that's quite high.
Yeah, that's very high.
That's very high. I thought it was going to go the other way.
No.
We could see here why he's got such a high win rate. Look at the damage this little guy does.
So what I was leading into is most of the time we've been seeing this as support. Sometimes we'll see mid or something.
That is correct. It's mostly 4.
What do you think about this safe lane, the Tiny IO combination? Like, do you think it's as potent as it used to be?
I think this works because you have a Lycan mid and you have an Enigma off lane. You have these two heroes that are... I mean, Lycan's a carry. Enigma is the carry.
Mm-hmm.
So you're basically playing like a mid or an off lane Tiny in this game. Even though
just with a little extra net worth, a little bit of a bonus.
A little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
And we can see that Liquid, they really like experimenting with these like net worth distribution ideas.
Yeah.
Which, once again, I find so interesting. There's not many teams that do this. Boxy basically playing 4 position. You have IO, who's always a 4.5. Lycan mid, this is a carry. Tiny, this is a mid hero.
Here comes the big smoke gank. They are bringing all their heroes here to this lane. Boxy's going to try and stop the TP in here for the Queen of Pain to do a lot, but with the Chronosphere, they're going to make sure Koifa does die. He quickly kills the courier here. Is he still going to get out, though, Boxy? Zayat's going to roll in. It's close, but he's just a little bit shy and a little bit too late.
That's a big kill for them to pick up, particularly because it defends this bottom tower. I mean, Mickey's still farming. This is not the old Tiny IO where he's going to carry in the late game by any means, but he's still going for an Echo Saber. He's still probably going to pick up an Aghanim Scepter. Right? He's still a core you have to worry about, at least to some degree, if you're letting him free farm. But with that being said, you defend that bot tower, and of course, you have free farming cores too. Spirit Vessel Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
It's been a while since I've seen this build. I used to love this build on offlane co-op.
Yeah.
The damage between the dagger and the vessel is enough to basically take any hero from full to 0 with 2 vessel charges. You just stay on them with your constant blinks, your constant daggers that have obviously a way lower cooldown than duration, and they die. No matter what, you'll kill somebody. You have enough damage.
Still has the dive up, so unless they can get this Tiny on top of him, which they do for a second. Avalanche, toss forward. Boxy's going to go in. He does manage to pop the Supernova, and they got one of the Fire Spirits out, so they're going to retreat. No one's going to try and punish them here. Insania is a little bit low. They do still have that Sonic Wave, so if no one positions himself accordingly. Toss back, though, into Taiga, into the black hole. There's Resolution trying to lay the damage out to get some sort of counter kill, but he has to skedaddle. He has to jump away. Insania does get burnt out, it looks like, from the dagger, and Boxy, he goes down to Zayat, so they actually get a decent response from Virtus.pro, even though we just watched the Queen of Pain die.
But if you're Liquid, you get the tower, so I think that's the more primary concern for them, is this frees up this bot area for Enigma to farm. And it's so annoying having a Summons hero down here. We saw this with Beastmaster in the last game.
Careful solo of all those Eidolons. They do a lot of damage. He's going to go for the TP out, and he will just make it. Solo, let's see if he survives through the Eidolons. He will not survive to Boxy. That is the real killer right there. Now they're going to relocate in. Resolution, he dove out, and he's got Tranquil Boots. That'll help him get some distance, but not far enough, it seems. Tossed up in the air, and another Ether Remnant for the catch. Boxy doing a really nice job on this 4 position. Back into the top lane they go, though. Insania pulled Mickey in here. They wanted to still be able to fight it out. Tossed up, ILTW quickly time walks off the damage. Mickey looks to be able to stick on top of him with the Avalanche. Now, the Chronosphere is coming up in a second, so Mickey, he's got to be careful, especially with no one closing in. The Lycan, he spotted all this with the Wolves, and he's going to pop his ultimate here. Zayat has committed his roll in, and immediately the rest of Virtus.pro's like, nope, that's a level 12 Lycan with the Necro 3, boys. It's time to leave. It's time to get out. It's time to TP away. No one. He makes it out. Time walk over to the other side of the cliff. Looks like ILTW. He knows the danger that is present when the big bad wolf is out.
Yeah, really all they have to deal with him is the Chronosphere, and if you're going to chrono a Lycan, you better be sure that you have some damage near you.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just chrono to save. If you chrono to save, then Liquid just takes a tower because you don't have Chronosphere. Because, once again, it's the only option versus the Lycan.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically kind of just have to sacrifice your supports there, or your support, and then have the Queen of Pain TP out. If there's any sort of disable, we have seen how quickly Lycan shreds a Queen of Pain, especially with these new Necro units doing hero damage.
Yeah.
So they do a lot more damage to heroes, but less to creeps and less to towers.
Feel like Lycan's another one of those heroes that doesn't care super much about that change, just because very likely he'll take that tower anyway, even with the loss of damage on buildings.
Yeah, I mean, he hits heroes with the creeps as well, so.
They're going to try and deal with this Supernova really quickly, turn around, kill it! The Sonic Wave goes out, it takes away Insania. Mickey is on the run here. He's got some heroes around him. Boxy's going to make his entrance. Does a decent amount of AoE damage with the buyback coming in from the IO to help bail out Mickey, but it's too much. The Chronosphere, he's beaten down before Insania can give him the helping hand in the heals. Insania, is this going to be a dieback? The roll in from the Earth Spirit. ILTW is able to stick on him. Double kill there from Zayat, but he will die underneath this tier 2 tower. The bigger thing is we had ILTW get out, TP back to mid, and continue to farm.
Yeah, ILTW has a lot of weight on his shoulders this game. He is the primary hero that is going to be dealing with this Enigma. He's the primary hero that can actually deal with the Lycan. You could argue even the IO. You do the Earth Spirit for the backline jump. You do the Queen of Pain Vessel. That is definitely an option. I really like how VP has itemized, but there's a lot of pressure on him given that he's the highest net worth too. It's like he's got to not die. If he dies one time, I think this is going to look... That's such a solo thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Solo is such a fun 5 position to watch. Remember when VP was super dominant, he was playing this Disruptor, and like a level 3 Disruptor would show up to the offlane ganking, and you're just like, what? What's happening?
He does not participate in what is like standard Dota. That guy does not play the same game that we all play.
LTW, they know he's here. They're going to be able to hit him with the Remnant. Nice position there from Boxy. Opens it up. It's the initiation that's required for the follow-up there. Taiga gets the black hole. Zayat looks like he didn't have a removal, and he kind of panicked there and decided, well, I'll roll into the black hole. That doesn't work, though. No one's going to be chased down by the Lycan. Zayat is still in trouble on the side. Tossed over to Solo, so they're just focusing on getting as many kills as possible. Nice shot by Zayat, though, as he does manage to kill Taiga. Still, though, it's a loss. Team fight for Virtus.pro. 4 dead, and they're going to be losing this tier 1 top.
This is kind of similar to what happened with VP in the last game, where there's just so much net worth and so many problems that they have in terms of the cores on the Liquid side that, sure, you can commit everything to kill Taiga on Enigma, but then there's a Lycan that's running rampant. There's a Lycan that's going to kill your Queen of Pain. There's still a Tiny with a Wisp behind him who's got an Echo Saber. It's
So
really,
you're referencing this is the same problem
It's
that
the flip.
Liquid had last game, where they were
exactly.
trying to target Zayats and he was too tanky for them.
Right. It's a mirror. And so maybe they go with the Liquid solution. They try to hit a big Chrono. Okay, misses the Ether Remnant.
Well, they won't have that Chrono for another 10 seconds.
Still playing very aggressive.
Just trying to get in there. Looks like they want to take this safe lane tower while there is big cooldowns, right? No relocate, no transformation, no black hole. And maybe a kill onto Boxy here, but it's a little hard to catch him with the Astral Step. And now Rezo, gets off the Supernova. Trusting his team to be able to protect him here, but they're not going to be able to. The Chronosphere, it comes too late. It was going to be so pretty. They're still managing to kill Insania, though, but it looks like Boxy's going to man up and see if he can kill Solo. Solo had tons of stacks on him, though. A bunch of magic wand charges, but Boxy's still going to be able to catch up to him, trying to jump away with the Dissimulate. Still has an Ether Remnant that manages to catch this Faceless Void, but he jumps right into Boxy here. No bashes just yet. Boxy, Astral Step. He's got another Ether Remnant. He's got his Yule Scepter. He can Yule Scepter the Void. Astral Step in another 2 seconds, and yeah, they're going to give up on this Jace. They can't catch him. Boxy. That was some big boy play right there. Nice juke.
Those were very nice jukes. Somebody should clip that. That was very nice.
I'm really impressed how he keeps on hitting these Ether Remnants right next to creeps.
Yeah, no, he's like, he's putting them at really interesting angles.
Yeah.
Like, he's clearly very practiced on this Void Spirit here. Like, Boxy's got to be a Void spammer. Which is funny, because you see him playing so much Puck. You'd think it's the only hero he can play, but he's destroying this game.
Mickey finds Solo here. And with that kind of pick off, they're going to feel good maybe about going for one of these tier 2s nice and early. Kill onto no one, and yeah, this is free whatever you want. You want to take the tier 2? You want to go for Roshan? The world is your oyster right now if you're Liquid. The 11,000 net worth lead as we hit the 20-minute marker.
And you know that this game, they have so much tower push. We've seen games where teams take this snowball advantage and then they don't have a way of actually taking advantage of it with towers, but...
You've got 3 pushing cores on the side of Liquid, so they certainly don't have that problem. They built up a net worth lead, and they're going to take a tier 3 super early. Pull back onto Solo, he's dead again. Boxy, he's just an executioner in the server right now. He gets in there, chops the heads off of any support he finds, and gets out nice and clean. Mickey, slowed down here. They managed to take down this melee barracks. They have to relocate up, so if he's really in trouble, Insania can bail him out. And Virtus Pro, they're going to have to watch as Liquid walk away with that. The remnants of the melee barracks still crumbled next to them.
Yeah, this was so nice.
Yeah, look at that.
That remnant alone, yeah, okay, that's... So we're just going to show the... I mean, the remnant alone is like an amazing play.
Yeah.
So many creeps chasing you, which arguably, like, you want that to be happening in that situation because it makes it hard to keep chasing because they get in your way. They body block you, right?
Yep.
So as long as he can hit that remnant and high skillet, the creeps, you'd prefer them to be there. If he didn't hit that remnant, the creeps get you killed.
Yeah. What a pick up here on the Queen of Pain. This early Yule Scepter from Boxy doing some work here. The Aghanim Scepter. Oh, it almost got him. The Wolves. The Wolves, they're going to track down no one. They managed to get the kill while the relocate happens around the Supernova. And Taiga, he sees his opportunity. He hits the 2-man black hole. They've caught the Void.
GG.
And now Virtus Pro, they're out. Jesus. That happened in a hurry. All of a sudden, Liquid have tied up this series. We started off this game too, Jenkins, asking ourselves if Virtus Pro were just going to continue the train that happened in game 1, but no. That train's going in the other direction now. Our series is all tied up, and we're going to have ourselves a game 3.
What a stomp. I got to say, I mean, this is Liquid, so I can't say that I didn't expect that they were able to pull out something that looked completely different, the polar opposite from the first game. I mean, what was that? We saw a tiny safe lane, an off-lane Enigma. Boxy was playing 4 Void Spirit. They started with the tri-lane, then they had a Lycan mid. Like, this is a weird draft and totally different from what we saw in the first game and from what we've seen in all of the games. for Liquid. So I'm really impressed that they were able to prepare something like that that's so different, and yet they were able to pull it off better than what we saw in the first game, which is what they've been playing for the entire tournament.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to just that individual Liquid flavor. We've been talking on and on about this 3-4 position swap that's happening here with Taiga and Boxy and how that's really interesting. But, I mean, the mid laner was a really big impact here, right? Being able to have a Lycan mid, which Koifa is so proficient on, is what allowed them to get so many openings in this game. And yeah, I mean, all around, Liquid striking back really hard in this game, too. And I am very excited to be able to see a Game 3, which is coming just ahead. But first, we got our panel. So let's go and talk to them, shall we? Hi, guys.
Let's do that. Hello and bye.
Hello.
See you again for the next game of this series, because there will be a Game 3. It is tied Team Liquid. You know what? This was such a joy to watch. It's so nice to see teams, I don't know, rediscovering their identity and just crushing with it. That was a treat, Lizard.
Yeah, I actually like the word that you use, rediscover your identity, because let's go back again into the days when this team just started playing together. Man, position 4 Enigma, which it wasn't in this case, but position 4 Enigma played by Taiga was one of their signature moves. It's what they used to draft all the time.
Yeah.
And now if you move it from position 4 and put it on the offlane, it's not really the biggest difference. Like, he's still going to be doing Enigma things. I'm not going to say that he is the biggest part of this victory, but he was one of...
It's a cornerstone.
Yeah, he was a cornerstone, and he was one of those things that make this whole draft work. What do you think about Lycan mid? That was sick.
I think lane setup for me was genius. Really, just you look and you're like, ooh, core Phoenix, or core Tiny into a Phoenix can sometimes be a little bit of a concern, but they were really just adamant about lanes in this game. And when they have this type of draft, that when you're successful in your lanes and you can easily take objectives, you can make all these moves around. Especially when Boxy's going crazy. Like, Boxy just played like one of the best Void Spirits I feel like I've seen. Yeah, and it was a 4-position Void Spirit, and he was doing so much work.
He was.
I don't even know how many kills in the early game. Made Zayatz's game really awkward, and he was just moving from lane to lane. He literally just made it look easy.
Yeah.
And once again, we see this Void play a game in which, if you're playing versus lower cooldowns, versus heroes that take objectives, it's just so difficult to play. Even when you get Midas, you don't get the next item fast enough. They're already threatening high ground. But Liquid, they rediscovered themselves in this draft. They went back to the old material that worked for them. They found some old notes and some old forgotten dusty notebooks. At the same time, Virtus Pro, they're picking some heroes that in the last couple of weeks at least aren't working for them. This Earth Spirit, he's had some problems. Zaz has had some problems. Like, I was checking, before the first time I saw him on the Earth Spirit in this tournament, I was checking his stats, and it's one of his most played heroes. It's also sitting on a pretty decent win rate, like 60-ish%.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't feel nearly as much impact from that Earth Spirit as in comparison to, let's say, his Treant Protector or anything else that he plays.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. He seems like he's been struggling on it for sure a bit. I just feel like it doesn't have the same impact in lanes as it used. It just doesn't have the same impact. I can say that it used to, but it just doesn't have that lane impact. It just doesn't as a hero.
Just compare him to what Boxy did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, which of the spirits would you rather have in your squad? Well, I will know that it's Boxy every time. It's also interesting, we talked to Boxy about, at some point after they won, we had a winner's interview with him, and he talked about him and Taiga and giving some space to Taiga. Like, this game was not just giving space. This was
take the
role swap. Yeah, you get the lane. I'm just chilling here with Insania at the start of the game.
Just to diverse back to the position 4 topic a little bit here. On one side, you have an Earth Spirit who has to be protecting his offlaner Phoenix. He has to be his babysitter, make his lane better, either by creep skipping and pulling or protecting him at all times. The other one is a little bit more free, because Enigma is one of those heroes that messes with the equilibrium on his own. As long as you block the hard camp, body block it or ward it, like, Taiga should have a really good laning stage there. So that's also perhaps a reason why Boxy had such a brilliant game, because he was more free.
He didn't need to be on that lane.
He could do whatever he wanted in this game.
Yeah, and they already have their, like you're mentioning, they already have their lanes kind of handled. So bottom, they did great. Lycan mid, Lycan is already handling mid. So I feel like for VP, Zayats was probably put in a position where he's like, I kind of have to fix all 3 lanes as an Earth Spirit when you're already having a tough start, because he died right off the bat. He died twice immediately off the game. So he put the lanes into a weird perspective, because I saw no one going for max dagger build, so I'm like, okay, maybe they're trying to actually kill this Lycan in mid with some Earth Spirit type of rotations. It never happened, because he was trying to salvage the top lane and salvage this other problem. Just felt like there's too many problems in laning phase for them to actually get the ball rolling, and they were just so far behind because they're playing into this natural pushing lineup afterwards.
It's so difficult to gank mid though, right? Especially
It is.
It's a like
Absolutely.
Like he's so tanky and next to a tower, so much armor. If you roll just a little bit wrong, you're under that tower. It's just a hard lane to gank. It was a hard game for the Earth Spirit.
I mean, it was an overall last pick Lycan.
Yeah.
You know, at least VP, they had the President of Mind to ban Brood. They knew something cheesy could be on the horizon. You get Lycaned. It feels like it's one of those last picks. It's like, what you gonna do?
And it ruins no one's game completely. Like he just can't even make the rotations around or anything.
No.
He had this weird build where he doesn't. Well, weird build, but he only has like 1 point in blink or 2 points in blink, and by that point the game's already almost over because Lycan has a book 3. Yeah. So you blink and you're like, oh my god, I have to TP because he's just chasing me and running me down. So I feel like the lane setups actually were so advantageous for Liquid that they could just snowballed out of control out of that one.
These post-game discussions in the team's rooms, by the way, are very different from the previous game. There must be such different discussions compared to that first game, considering how it went.
Yeah. Our style right now is whipping out the belt. He's not nearly as chill as after that first game, I'm sure. Overall, interesting thing about him, when they invited him, Solo said that they don't need any help when it comes to drafting. He actually, in this interview to Ruhab, as part of this event, he said that he thinks it's wrong if coaches give too much input to the draft. Like the players themselves and the captain should be able to figure out on their own what really fits them the most. Not some random guy that comes and tells you what to pick. But what's really important is to have one unifying voice. One guy that's going to decide who's right in all the squirrels and arguments, right, that you might have during the games.
Arthel's the referee of the team.
Yeah, he's literally what Fox was when they were inviting him into the room.
Hey, who played worse?
Hey, who was the worst
I
here?
think it's this guy. He thinks it's that guy. Who's right? That's an interesting way of looking at it, and it's a different style of coaching. I mean, I think we all know that there's a lot of different styles of coaches out there in Dota 2, and on the other side, of course, Team Liquid, they've got Blitz as a coach, and we've heard the players talk about how he's more of a mental coach, or at least make sure that you're in the right state of mind for playing the game and for having the attitude of winning.
I think it's also because of the history of their coaches. Like they had Arzik, who was literally drafting for them, and they had Bulk or someone, I think. Mm-hmm. But they were, if you remember, when Ramses was in the team, 1 week it's Ramses drafting, the other it's Arzik, the other it's Solo. I think they had problems when.
I mean, towards
many
the end,
voices.
there was definitely a problem. So I guess Solo has made up his mind as like, I'm the only voice that counts.
Yeah.
It didn't work this game though.
No.
No. Do we still like Faces Void?
I'm okay with Void. I think. I mean, it's this last pick again. This one just gotcha. Instead of it being like a matchup where Queen of Pain is at an advantage, Queen of Pain's at a disadvantage, and then she has to stay locked to her mid lane, and she just can't really do too much. She leaves the lane for like a second, tower gets taken.
Yeah. Both of these teams try to play Void, and both of these teams lost to a different kind of a strategy, right? Like in the second game, Void lost to this super fast-paced Lycan lineup that's everywhere constantly. In the first game, they still lost, but they lost because they couldn't find any farm on the map. That slow choke that they had with Nature's Prophet, with Beastmaster, and who else was there? Yeah, the illusions from Terrorblade.
Yep.
So if you're finding different ways to exploit the same hero, maybe he isn't as strong as we are giving him credit, right? But
I mean, he was forced to go for. Was he forced to go for Midas?
No,
like Midas on the Void.
No, maybe they were forcing him. Maybe Blitz was not Blitz. Sorry, maybe someone was forcing him behind our style, like we said before. But
I don't think he's in there during the game. Although, they're on boot camp.
Yeah. No, maybe behind him, like in the room.
I think they probably had like they probably looked at the game and they're like, all right, well, Void Phoenix, if we get to late game, we're going to be extremely strong. We're versus a Lycan who, this hero, you fall off. You do just start to fall off in the later stages, but they just didn't make it. It was kind of similar just because they got their map constricted. And, I mean, they lost immediately after the tier 1s all died because it was just such a net worth disparity. Everybody on Liquid was massive, so they could all make plays.
You could say even that they maybe called an early GG, or do you really feel like it was over when they called GG? It was over because no racks had died at that point. No tier 3 tower had died at that point.
I think it looked pretty grim, pretty rough. Yeah, they didn't really have damage. Their all lanes lost. Right, I think all 3 of their lanes had actually lost at that point. They lost everything.
Boxy was diving them under the throne. So if that's happening,
I mean that's fair. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. I really appreciate you guys breaking down the game, but I would also like someone else to break down the game. This other person is using sub technology that these guys just can't use. Let's hear it from T-Governor.
Hello guys, you see Roshan here? This isn't a game about Roshan, nor is it about a last pick Lycan. We gotta think about, how did Liquid enable their draft so beautifully? We have this Enigma offlane. It was uncontested. A Shadow Demon 5 can't really do much. It allowed Boxy to play top lane and secure this tri-lane, shutting down this offlane Phoenix. Moving into around about that 15-minute mark, we saw VP try and play aggressive, try and make a move in the game. This Phoenix didn't really have much. As they push on in, it didn't really amount to a great lead. We're going to push into the replay in a second, but it's just not about this early fight that really matters. It's about what can they do after the fight. Moving into the replay though, to make it a little bit easy for you guys, we're going to see how the buyback from IO prolongs the fight long enough that Liquid don't really have to use the resources needed to limit their ability to play post-fight. VP utilizing all their big spells. Sure, it looks pretty, right, guys? Like this, it looks nice on paper. Like, oh damn, they're using some big spells here. You use Sonic Wave, use Chrono, already egg. But it's the position of the fight, the post-fight bounce back that Liquid can really use with this push lineup that they have. See here, they get the die back on IO. It's pretty, right? But realistically, it didn't really give them the backing to get this game in the lead. Mainly because, like I said, this laning phase from Liquid was so good, so critical, that it gave VP the advantage. Moving on to the second highlight, this is the bounce back, right? This is where we see Liquid really utilize their heroes, swarming from mid lane to top, collapsing on this top tier 1 tower. As we see here, Void Spirit automatically gets a pick off on the Void, entering this key fight. But, once again, moving into the replay in a couple seconds time, we're gonna see how this swarm, sorry, as I misclick a button here, it's that swarming, it's the movement from across the map, moving towards this top tier 1 tower, swarming, owning this choke point. And because, again, this replay is only a couple minutes after that previous fight, VP isn't really in position to actually bounce back and really take a good, strong fight. Liquid are already like 8k ahead at this point. Once again, moving into that replay, we'll be able to show you how Liquid just capitalized on their early advantage, that laning phase, and the instant answer from VP's previous aggression. Void, like I said, picked off at the start of this fight. Enigma, instantly getting that quad pick off. And look, it's just so easy for Liquid. You have to give a lot of props to Liquid from being able to understand that early fights didn't really mean much to them because they were able to just really pressure. This Lycan gives them that tower taking potential and just constant aggression. So overall, it's a 21-minute victory for Liquid, but it's just a beautiful execution of laning phase and bouncing back and knowing that they don't have to respect any timing on VP because they're just infinitely stronger. So just props to Liquid for a very strong game and not feeling too under the pressure after that first game loss. But I'm going to throw it back. Right back to the main fluff panel because that was probably a lot more interesting than whatever Liquid can do in Game 3. Now, as of some flame. I just flamed Liquid! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to!
They won, T! They won! What more can you ask for? Team Liquid is victorious. We should be applauding them.
Nah, flame them, T. That's it. Go on.
No, I like how he mentioned a lot about this, like, they like sandwiched them almost in a way, and they felt like they kind of like VP. Sure, there was some nice spell usage, there was all that, but it was the location of where the fights were.
Yeah.
That was so detrimental to VP because then the bounce back when Liquid does respawn, they can take fights, and then there's no ultimates on the side of VP, and they have that big timing window with their heavy pushing and all.
Yeah,
that
everything he said was well rounded and supported by that great technology that he has going on
Insane.
over there. I like the fact that he mentioned that Phoenix got shut down, and the fact that even though you win these couple of fights, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, because once you get those big spells on cooldowns, it's Liquid's game. They just run you over.
And they can push so fast.
Yep.
Like the low cooldown or no cooldown things. You just have wolves. You can just push, take towers.
Necro 3.
And to be honest,
at like
yeah,
12, 13 minutes or whatever.
they didn't even need to take towers in the end because VP knew it was over at some point. So the question is, what's going to change for this third game? We've seen a super, super clean game from Virtus Pro, game number 1. This game number 2 from Liquid was almost like an entirely different Team Liquid that we just saw. So I think that also makes VP maybe a little bit hesitant. They don't know what to expect right now for this third game because this was something that we hadn't seen yet from Team Liquid. And it's good that they pulled it out because this is an elimination series, by the way. So loser goes home / stays home is out. So like what's going to happen in this third game?
I'm wondering if these more like aggressive kind of tower taking lineups are just going to become like just higher prioritized, especially in this next draft, right?
Yeah.
Like we just saw like this, the Lycan, the Enigma, and this Tiny plus Void Spirit take over because they can take these towers and just fight really early. Game before that, we see Beastmaster, we see Furion, heroes that collapse quickly and go for those quick tower pushes and all that objective taken. Maybe it's just going to rise in priority.
Does that kind of playstyle remind you of any TIs? Maybe some Chen here and there as well.
Was it the number 4?
I believe so.
I think Chen and I do think that those heroes are something that's still undervalued by teams. Like I think that if you have a player that understands the strength of that hero and he can just enable a lot of your team, it's always going to be incredibly powerful.
We stepped away from Chen though because of some other heroes as well that are in, right? Your Doom, your Enchantress that can mess with him a little bit in the laning stage.
Sure.
Still saw Secret play.
Yeah, it's still strong. I believe, yeah.
One of the games, actually, on the second day of the Immortal portion of the group stages, we saw Ninjas in Pajamas. One of the few games they won. They won a 20-minute game because Misha played Chen and just dominating with it, like there was nothing they could do. Maybe they had already preemptively figured it out.
Well, they unfigured it out.
They did.
They unfigured it out.
Hey, they're still in. They're still in Divine.
In Divinely, yeah, they're still in the playoffs. Yeah,
That's true.
Just in a different division.
Just seems like, I mean, the lanes lanes feel really important when you can do these quick little switch ups and really break drafts, and then you have these good objective takers. Just seems, at least in this one, very important. Especially if you can play it crisp. Like if you don't make these mistakes too much, and it looks that much smoother.
Do you feel like the second game was very crisp from the side of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, for Boxy, for sure. No, I think everybody pretty much owned in their lanes, right? Taiga, fantastic Enigma performance. Insania, he died a couple of times, but the deaths were fine because he had like the buyback, the clutch when they came out. The cores all had perfect games, same with Boxy.
When you're looking at your drafts, you want to have one lane go kind of even. You want to win one and lose one. That's what you're pretty much looking for a normal standard game of Dota that you can play after the laning stage. But when you win all 3 lanes, it's very easy to play after that. Like there aren't many drafts that lose if you really dominate all 3 lanes the way they did. Specifically, if you dominate them when your offlaner is alone, like he's winning his lane by himself. He's lonesome. Boxy is maybe getting bashed by Void somewhere in the river, but besides that, he's not really contributing way too much to that lane.
Do you guys feel like both of the games so far in the series have been draft wins from the teams then?
Did feel like it to me. Draft wins and just little like clever lane switches, right? Like at least for that one in particular.
Yeah, that seems like, I don't know, it's a difficult thing to try and fix going into it, right? And you'd think that Team Liquid, that has had a lot of experience drafting against 5-men earlier on in this week, you get to do over a couple times when server crashes, like they should be a little bit better versed on the drafts at the moment.
It's how they play. I know it's like we say it's the draft, but it's how they play the draft. Because let's say like Liquid didn't play as aggressively, as quick, and making sure that they press the issue like that in the early game. You could see what VP was preparing for. Like the Void's going for the Midas. They're going for this type of greedy style because they know if Liquid doesn't play the draft the way that they're supposed to, then they have a great way to come back in it with the Void and the Phoenix.
It's also very interesting because Virtus Pro was playing versus a Void. I think they played versus 5-man. And Ace was also playing Faceless Void, and he went for something like a Battle Fury early on, and he also lost in like 20 minutes. They also lost in 20 minutes. So Virtus.pro also understands this. They understand that if they do go for this Midas, that if they do go for this greedy item kind of a build, they might get pressured early on and just destroyed, which is what did happen.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen then in the third game of this series, because it is over, under, up, or over, whatever you call it. One team is out after this next game. Game 3 of Team Liquid versus Virtus.pro.
It is decider time, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game 3, which is fitting. This is what we all wanted. We wanted a competitive series. Game 2 did not appear very competitive, but that's Liquid in rare form, it seems. They were doing things that other teams have not been doing. They were proving to be very flexible in their lanes, and then they dominated in under 22 minutes. Something I was not expecting. Meanwhile, VP seemed to be going back to the same playbook. Shadow Demon, first phase, yet again, but a different partner this time. It was the Terrorblade in the first game, it was the Phoenix in the second game, now it's going to be the Darkseer.
Yeah, really interesting that this game we see the Oracle and the Darkseer both come through, and of course, first pick by each respective side. In the past, I would have said that the Oracle's heavily favored, but with the new Darkseer changes, I think that the laning phase isn't as important, it's more about how you execute in the mid game, and both teams have demonstrated prowess. I think that it's arguably the strongest offlaner for both sides. And I'm surprised that this is it. But this is how a series evolves, right? This is why Game 3s are so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I doubted a bit of Team Liquid's draft in the second game. Really, my main doubt was how hard I thought it was going to be to execute it, and they just played it flawlessly. So I'll give them much more credit going into this game. Not that I thought they were bad or anything. I just, after VP executed so solidly in Game 1, I thought Liquid was going to have to step it up Game 2, and they did just that. I'm super excited to see what plays out with this draft. Darkseer, he was my number 1 pick for out of all the heroes that got nerfed to not be nearly as popular, and shocker, I'm wrong. So here we see Darkseer first pick pretty much every game of VP series, at least. It's not always first pick, first ban material, but they really prioritize it.
Don't worry about that, Brian. Eventually you just get used to being wrong.
It just becomes part of your brand at a certain point, I've been told.
Yeah. Well, nobody's ever done that before.
No,
but,
unprecedented.
Yeah.
Original content's rare nowadays anyway.
Enigma's also very original. Team Liquid, once again, finding success with it in game number 2, and going back to it in game number 3.
It's a very purple draft.
It is a very purple draft with a lot of the same heroes. Does that mean that it's going to be in the same positions, or is there flex potential here? Are we going to see another boxy Void Spirit and a Taiga Enigma, or are they going to maybe mix things up?
I liked it. I'm a big fan of having these. My favorite combo was always Elder Titan and Enigma in your offlane, where we'd see Enigma typically as the offlane. But the idea being that if you have this melee hero that can kind of protect the Enigma, it's like what Brian was saying in the previous draft, you don't want to get dove. And that's the trouble you have as an Enigma. You deny the first couple of waves, then all of a sudden there's 2 full creep waves coming at you. You need something that can keep you alive under tower, and Void Spirit's very good at that. Plus, it's a level-reliant hero. So if you get level 3, level 4, you can suddenly be left alone, and the Enigma, if necessary, can just rotate to the jungle. So it's a really cool combo, and I really just like where Liquid's at. I think Enigma is super underrated. I know Brian's not a believer, but c'est la vie. This is one of those heroes that we're going to see more and more of, and they go Ember Spirit into the Oracle. And the Lone Druid from Liquid.
That is the hero that allowed them to defeat Team Secret, one of Liquid's very few initial group stage victories before they finally hit their stride later on. Very regularly banned out. Koikfa, an absolute maestro on the hero. And looking to set another breakneck pace. They had the Lycan for him in the previous game. Now it's a Lone Druid.
Seems like a small buff, but in the mid lane, this hero got, I'd say, rather significant, because his bare bonus damage that it gets every level now is base damage rather than plus damage. So if you get a double damage rune around the 5-6 minute mark, first or second rune, your bear suddenly hits for 80 to 100 damage, and that thing hits fast. So and usually the tower can even die to that kind of thing.
It's pretty solid against the Ember Spirit mid as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's ILTW Ember Spirit against Enigma. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're going to pick... The Death Prophet would have been good. I really like that ban ahead of time. They go for the No One Morphling, I'm pretty sure.
Why are you so confident that Ember will be safe lane and Morphling will be mid?
Because I would much rather play Ember versus Enigma, I think, in lane than Morphling.
You can just run at him, kill Eidolons, harass, and you also threaten kills. And I'm pretty sure you just get dumpstered by Lone Druid. Maybe not any Lone Druid, but Koifa's Lone Druid, I've talked with the Liquid enough. Like, they have so much faith in Koifa's abilities, and they feel like Max, in their own words, Max can beat literally anyone on anything with this hero in a 1v1. And I look forward to seeing how he performs. The Morph makes a lot of sense to hunt the Oracle, but it's traditionally been very bad against pressure lineups, specifically those that feature Enigma, because of the pure damage factor.
Yeah, it's just in lane specifically, Morphling super high armor against Lone Druid, who's all physical damage, while Ember Spirit's pretty low armor and mainly uses Flame Guard as a source of trading and survivability. That's why I think it's going to go that way for the lanes. The only concern I have is that they have this Darkseer, but I'm a bit nervous they kind of lose teamfights anyway. I thought with Darkseer, the goal is to have overwhelming teamfight. You don't necessarily have to have every hero be a teamfight, but you collide with 5, they get vacuum walled, and as of now, they have no combination. So I'm really hoping they seal that up with their last pick. Sand King would have been absolutely fine. Clockwork's the other ideal lane pair, but is there a hero left in the pool that... Is Earth Spirit the only option?
Is there any chance that it's a 4-position Ember Spirit? I know that fell off quite a bit, but it had a slight moment in the sun.
LTW is like level 24 Dota Plus or something.
Yeah.
I have to assume...
Okay.
Just based on the team itself, that's not an option. But
so some other 4-position... Zayat's hero is what they're looking for now.
Yeah. And in a game 3, I think you want to keep your best players in their comfort zones. Pretty standard. I like the Shaker and a Liquid Leshrac. You just don't see this very often.
They are not sweating at all. Instant pick that Lone Druid, instant pick a Leshrac. You like Leshrac quite a bit, don't you?
I mean, look, this is my favorite hero in Dota. It's not ideal at the moment because there's just no methods of self-sustain, but he has received a couple of buffs in terms of the damage output. The Nova is much easier to skill up the second and third points of ulti now. Odds are very even, but I'm loving Team Liquid. My entire concept of Dota and pressure and the way you want to win in mid game is Liquid's draft, and I think that if they can get tier 1s early, they can just run over this one.
My concern for Virtus Pro's last pick, I thought of Earthshaker as a potential combination, but it's just so slow. And they have a Morph mid, they have an Ember safe lane. Like, yeah, these heroes ramp up pretty quickly, but I honestly don't know if it's going to be in time for how quickly Team Liquid, Leshrac, Lone Druid duo core. I think this is Team Liquid in a nutshell. Like, this is their bread and butter, and I'm pretty confident they're going to take this one.
Me too.
I've got faith.
I'm a little concerned. It'll require some shenanigans in this top lane by the Shaker and the Darkseer.
Yes.
I think that you're going to need to see a lot of creeps being pulled. You cannot pressure lane against Oracle. You're just going to get your Ion Shells dispelled. So they're going to need to get creative. Ultimately, though, that means whoever's safe lane for Liquid's going to free farm.
It's going to be the Leshrac, I think.
Could also put the Leshrac mid against the Morph.
It's true. I think if Liquid loses momentum, though, for even like a second this game, I can't imagine them winning it. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think they're going to swap it. Leshrac can go mid. Lone Druid will legit get every last hit and deny against the Darkseer Shaker lane. So perhaps maybe they'll even look to tri-lane. This could get weird, but
kind of did last game, too, a bit. Like with the...
It's okay.
Rotations.
We will find out. I love the theory crafting, but I need to see. I'm a visual learner, okay? Not this tactile kinesthetic business. Let's find out which team will be able to proceed forward in this immortal bracket and which team will fall down in elimination as we find out in this game number 3.
Ah, you're a visual learner, huh? Well, you won't get much better visuals than this. Yeah, soak it in. We're about to head to game 3. Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid. And the panel said it's about to get weird. It's about to get funky, Jenkins.
Love the Leshrac.
Love the
Yes,
Leshrac. That's what
it's safe lane. It is safe lane.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that's what I said to you just before we went live on
Absolutely.
air? Okay.
Jenkins 100% was saying it's going to be safe lane. Safe lane Leshrac, mid Lone Druid, and then they're going to be doing that Boxy Taiga duo again at bottom. That's what he said.
So, okay, getting Boxy, the same hero, just put him on something he was very clearly comfortable with, something that I also think Void Spirit's going to do kind of fine in any game. I mean, I don't see, he just runs around, has got stuns, mobility, like, it's not really a hero that gets countered, even in a lane situation.
The battle begins.
Boxy missed the ward. He dropped a sentry, thought he was going to get the ward. That's why they're tipping him right now. No one saw it. He's like, I know you were going for my ward.
GG.
Not on that side, you fool. Okay. Stopped him from body blocking the mid wave. And that is something that is probably really important in this matchup, I would
gotta
imagine.
say, dude,
yeah?
that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty damn
Solo
cool.
God. Even Insania, he's like, I gotta take a moment to give props for that play.
Yeah, that's not... Oh, man. Both of these teams, they've just been innovating in this series.
Yeah.
It is so cool to see stuff like that. You do that in your pub, and you're gonna probably get reported.
Yeah.
Knowing
I'm
the
just
matchup.
blame you for having disruption level 1. Why is he in my mid lane?
Man, this is such a difficult lane for Darks here. You have the Oracle Purge and then a ranged hero who's good at clearing the wave. Oh
my
he misses
God,
it
he
again.
missed it again. Why?
The debate because the tree's
cut down.
So he thinks that it was there.
Oh.
With the Quelling Blade.
Dude,
of
I only
Darks
wish
here.
Virtus Pro knew that just happened.
That's a
Set it
lot
up.
of time.
Fisher, that's going to be able to block out the Oracle here. And Zayats will no doubt live, but he takes a lot of damage in the process as they try and stop all that pulling. Look, Boxy even going for the denies. Insania grabs it. They get the second one as well. Can they get the 3? Oh, missed it. Last one easily picked up by Resolution.
Boxy doesn't want to go for that one because it's right under the tower. There's potential to get fissured in. Very risky. Going for the cheeky place when he can. And all this time, Taiga's just free farming bot. I mean, Enigma doesn't really need help. You just pull the lane back and you do kind of fine no matter what. He's not going to own, but he'll do fine.
He'll do all right. Fisher lands on the two of them. Zayats was pretty low. Boxy is not going to do enough to finish them. They take a lot of tower shots trying to get that kill. That is the ever-coveted first blood. That's why they're willing to take those kind of risks to get it. The extra net worth is quite helpful. What about this mid lane matchup? I mean, this is classic Team Liquid. Yes, mid Koifa, important hero in the Lone Druid. But just because something is your wheelhouse, something that is unique, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win with it, right, Jenkins?
No, I honestly feel like you probably want to leave this lane at some point and go jungle or go push a side lane tower, maybe like at 5 minutes in, and let Boxy have the lane, because this is not a Lone Druid favored matchup. It is for the first couple of waves, but we saw the play that Solo made. That's why he made the play, making sure that he couldn't body block. It gave Morphling his level 2, level 3 on his hill, and now he just stat morphs and hits the bear.
Yeah.
The way you beat Lone Druid is not by hitting the hero, it's by hitting the bear, and Morphling is perfectly fine at doing that with the high base damage that he has.
Yeah, he is top CS, able to trade very efficiently when he does get hit because, oh, look at that, he's 400 health. Look how effective that tango is. It's a little silly. They do have the bottle on the Morphling as well, so he's going to make even more efficient usage out of that. Ooh, look at the hard camp farming there. It's a good thing that Boxy didn't run up there for Virtus Pro, otherwise they would have seen what was happening. Fisher, just to protect him, he does get chain stun. The Aether Remnant's going to be able to pull him back, and that will be a kill. First blood for Mikke.
And once again, Boxy with the really nice placement of these Aether Remnants. Like, he really uses these angles to his advantage. A lot of people just kind of throw it directly from them. They don't use, like, the vector targeting that well. But Boxy knows this hero.
Yeah, and I think the really nice thing there was that he made sure he got like max duration stun, right? He made sure not to combo it up too heavily or overlap stuns with the splitter.
Yeah, Darks here are very tanky, also can just surge himself out, so yeah, you definitely have to make that play on him like that.
4-minute power runes, all important because we talked about the Morphling's going to make good use of those charges. Well, if he doesn't get a refill on a bottle, Koifa has a better chance at being able to win this lane, though he is pretty far behind in CS right now, 18-0 to 28-7 on no one.
It's got to be pretty frustrating that a Morphling wins the matchup so hard that he can be at 20% HP and waveform on to the Lone Druid. Oh, they're not even going to go for him. They're just... It's crazy Taiga's just totally alone down here, but perfectly fine because, I mean, Ember, SD, they don't really put that much pressure on. They're just kind of like slow harass heroes. They're not kill heroes. And Enigma's like, okay, well, I'll just chill and pull the wave back and then farm under my tower.
It's double damage, Boxy. Hoping to do some work with it, but it's chased away by the two heroes. He's going to see this hard camp that was being farmed stacked up and then farmed with ion shells.
He tried to go for the steal there, leveling up the nuke on Void Spirit, but Zayats uses the...
Oh, he grabbed the bounty rune before Boxy was able to get the disable. Still, though, they're completely zoned down a lane, and they won't be able to get the other bounty run. Still, that will actually be 3, though.
Yeah, 3 for VP. I mean, you've only got one person down here. Taiga's not going to get it. He's so busy pulling the lane back, trying to get as much XP as he possibly can down here. You would expect to get that top one, the top 2.
Flame Guard doing some okay damage here. Taiga's still going to be able to walk away.
Foxy can sit down here and take this XP if Taiga wants to fill up, but he doesn't look interested. He's chilling.
Denied the siege wagon. Okay, Boxy, you don't have the health to really support doing this. Curious.
He looks
now
dead.
He's dead.
Okay, a little bit of a blunder.
Yeah. It's okay. He played so well in game 2, maybe we can forgive a blunder or 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's been owning so far, so.
Yeah.
But if you do another one, you're not forgiven.
Yeah, you only get 2 strikes here in Dota 2 casting.
Yes, that is indeed true.
No one. Seemingly this high ground ward is just really important because he just basically replaced it. I'm guessing because you operate on such low health all the time, it's important to see rotations?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. He's thinking about how much HP do I need to have against this hero to survive the damage that he does. And if there's an extra hero, he needs to morph to like a higher HP threshold. So if you can't see the heroes, you have to always set at high HP, which means low damage, and you're doing less good things against the lone druid bear.
That has long been the problem with some Morphling carries, right? Is that you want to play the lane to max efficiency, but you try and overplay it, and all of a sudden some unknown factor comes to play, a ganking hero or something like that, then all of a sudden you look like the fool. Doesn't look like a fool right now, though. He looks like the leader in the CS department. 51-11, though. 46-23. That's a lot of denies right there from the Leshrac, making sure that the Darkseer is deprived of experience, and he is deprived indeed.
One stark difference between this game and a lot of VP's games is the fact that we have ILTW on a more active hero, and then no one is on this hard farming hero mid. And, I mean, they're obviously great players, and they can definitely handle these particular roles, but we'll see against Liquid if they're just as comfortable doing this sort of style.
Yeah, I feel like so we're going to watch Boxy trying to simulate away here. ILTW will catch up to him, and Zayats is there on the other side to lay out a Fissure. Didn't have the angle quite, and Zayats just doesn't throw it out at all. ILTW found his Flame Guard burned away. What level is that? Yeah, it's only level 2. I was going to say, there's no way he took enough damage to have a level 3 Flame Guard taken out.
There's very little that will tip. Oh, okay.
Oh, they're going to go for him with the Black Hole with all these Eidolons. Taiga, did he make the correct call? He certainly did. A level 5 Ember Spirit has little chance to escape something like that.
But this is 2 games in a row that he kills ILTW like this.
Yeah.
Gets the hole, and then just the pure damage is too much. I mean, this was a solo kill, though. There's 2 heroes down here, and he's still getting this kill on the enemy carry.
Yeah, that was, again, level 5 Ember Spirit. Taiga's going to be level 8 by the time Ember Spirit comes back to lane.
Dude, think about this. He literally solo off-laned. He did not have Boxy with him.
Yep.
And he just solo killed the enemy carry.
Taiga's beast.
Taiga's actually a god. He might legitimately be the reincarnation of Jesus.
Wow, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Well, I don't want to go with
Jenkins.
I mean, soon we'll be talking about snakes and things. We know how that
Slax's territory.
Look at these stacks. Juicy stacks. That is basically the most.
Yeah. A lot of golems, though. Mickey will be annoyed at that, I'm sure. But at least the hard camp can't spawn golems, can it?
Man, I wish I could hear the cha-ching noises. That's got to be so satisfying. It's like, let me close my eyes and I imagine. Keep going.
Look at all the gold. Oh, so much gold.
No. Do the cha-chings. Yes. Yes!
13, 11, 13, 12, 9.
Yes! Yeah, so much gold! I would seriously scream that if I was in this game. And then half of my team would be like, what are you doing? This guy's getting kicked the moment.
Muted.
Can't mute your teammates. I'm talking competitive.
Oh, he would do that in a professional match.
Absolutely.
I forgot who I was talking to.
Yeah.
Big deal Jenkins here.
Exactly.
LTW didn't quite expect Koifa to be showing up, but Koifa's not even going to bother trying to go for a Ember Spirits who can jump away so quickly to have to bank on a really lucky root scenario. Instead, he just goes for solo, which is a much easier kill. Gets him eventually.
I like this from Koikva. It's not super beneficial to just sit there farming versus a Morphling. To even jungle on Lone Druid's not particularly fast with the nerfs to the root.
Yeah, but look what's happening in this mid lane. They know a support's going to be left here, and Zions is trying to like punish this.
Oh, Mickey wants to get the stun from trees because then they can maybe kill him.
Yule Scepter.
He has to time this perfectly.
It has to be perfect, otherwise he gets the Strength Morph off and he lives. And that's what happened.
I'm pretty sure you can literally just click Strength Morph. Wow.
Oh, it'll probably always go off, even if it is frame perfect.
I think so. I know that's how it works with BKB and Nightmare Arrow.
Yeah, I'm sure that is probably the case.
I get cues that
Assimilate to the other side of the trees. ILTW will not have the damage, but they will have the disable. Look how quickly Boxy reacted, though. Gets off the Aether Remnant, helps him survive a little bit longer. The range drop also assists in that, but eventually he will die.
As soon as he goes into the trees, it's like, not this again. But no, he's not.
Where's the roots? There it is. Disruption going down, trying to buy himself some time here. Fisher blocking the retreat here. Taiga, he tries to make his way around. Mickey to the rescue. Yule Scepter up. He's going to blow up this Earthshaker. Earthshaker tries to get the damage off beforehand, but he still gets stunned up. Hit by the Echo Slam, but Mickey keeps on trucking. He's going to try and run down this Morphling now. Can they actually bring down the Strength Morph? It's looking like they can. Virtus Pro trying to get in there to stop it, but no.
Your desolation and the world.
They are denied that opportunity, and now Solo. It started with running down Solo, and it seems like it'll end with trying to run him down, and instead turning around and going for the Tier 1 tower. Another lineup that Liquid has some very clear power to push towers.
A little bit aggressive here from Mickey, but they do have the Oracle save, so he should be fine.
Yeah. Man, I haven't actually seen that duo in a while, but man, I remember I loved having Oracle on Leshrac or vice versa.
Yeah, because the way you deal with Leshrac's insane damage is by just killing him when he runs in.
Yep.
Same with Death Prophet, same with Terrorblade. It's this Glass Cannon plus Oracle combo. It's very nice, especially when the Glass Cannon also happens to push towers. So if they don't fight you, you just take the towers in the exact same way.
And something that they will very likely try and employ to great effect as they saw in Game 2, right? Trying to take these early towers, these Tier 2s, see if they can take away that outpost. They didn't get it before 20 minutes last time, but I could very easily see a Lone Druid Leshrac pulling that off. You know?
I could see that happening. One fight in the enemy jungle, and you take the Tier 2 right now.
And what Virtus Pro needs to be able to stop that is that first round of very core items, right? The Earthshaker Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
that's so
biggest,
important.
that's the biggest.
Levels on Ember Spirit, just levels, just in general. Really important on him. If he can actually get a stat item, looks like he's going to be going drums, so it's not like we're going to be seeing a damage item anytime soon on him.
Not huge, but something that gives him the ability to just take, to chase and take these really long fights.
Yeah, he's saying, like, I know that we have this Morphling late game. I don't need to try and build up damage so much. I just need to build to fight.
Survive the fight, yeah, survive the early game. But with that being said, I feel like this is a way better Enigma game than the last one. You don't have the Chronosphere to stop it, you know? It's really Fissure? It's actually Fissure.
Yeah.
Fissure, Vacuum, like they
Disruption,
all
Vacuum.
Pseudo-disables, but
yeah, they all have some sort of range form of disable, but
nothing through BKB, though.
Nothing through BKB. So Taiga, he might make that a priority in this game.
He melts the Morphling, too, because it's percentage damage on the Midnight Pulse.
They see the bear here, but that's all they'll see. The big bear, the Papa Bear, he's already gone.
And he leaves the bear out like that, so if they come near, he can just fear them away.
Yeah, saw the odds at the start of this Game 3, and people, they've become believers in Liquid. The first time Liquid has been favored in this series.
I gotta say, man, like the last game, they looked like a totally different team. I think somebody said they like rediscovered.
Yeah, that was Shiver's opening. Shout out to that one. The analyst loved that one too. And he said it was very apt, and I can't.
What?
Oh,
that was not the right morph. That was the wrong morph, good sir.
That's the wrong button, sir.
It's like, bro, he's fine, right? He's got to be fine. He's going to press that red. That was the green one.
Red for danger. You got to remember that. Red for danger.
Yep.
Danger, Will Robinson. ILTW is going to be able to jump away.
Red is dead.
He's not going to make the same button. Well, that doesn't quite work.
Green
Red-
is dead. See, this is confusing. Though.
Yeah.
I understand why he did that.
That's why I did red with danger, you know, and green go. I'm trying to do the stoplight metaphor.
Yeah, but
here,
I'm going to go ahead and kill myself with pressing green.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Sure.
There's different ways you can interpret this is the problem.
And red is dead because I won't die.
Yes.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Oh wow, you should definitely stay away from trying to make rhymes about snakes. It'd be very confusing.
This is I don't want to go back to the snakes. There's been too many snakes today.
What is it? Red on yellow, you're a dead fellow? Something like that.
Something like
or
that.
actually, you know what? That is also confusing because I think it's red on black. You're dead, Jack.
Well, you could rhyme. I mean, that's cheating. Using a name.
Well, that's the thing. The rhyme is supposed to go. It includes fellow and Jack, but like you can fit. I'm gonna look this up. Mickey gonna be able to find the Yule Scepter and get the kill onto an Earthshaker who is so close to his Blink Dagger. Jenkins, why'd they bring him? He just needed an easy camp worth of farm to have his Blink.
Red on black. That was whack. Don't die before your Blink Dagger, dog. Get that Blink, farm it up, and hit up that team fight. Press Echo Slam. Are you looking it up? Are you serious?
No, I'm not looking it up. That would be unprofessional to broadcast.
I don't believe
very
you.
focused on this Dota 2 game, Jenkins. Jesus.
I see 6K gold
think
lead.
I'm an amateur.
You said you wanted to see a back and forth match. This is looking
This is not looking like
very
that.
Liquid favorite. Although with that being said, you know, it's still very interesting in the sense that it was a complete stomp for VP in the first game. So it makes it honestly more impressive for Liquid if they just continue to snowball this one, because they did a complete 180.
Yeah. Liquid, or excuse me, Virtus Pro still have plenty of options to be able to turn this game around. They do, after all, have the big late game hero in the Morphling. We have yet to see them fight with their team fight initiator in the Earthshaker, who should be getting his Blink Dagger now out of the jungle. You see him farming up a hard camp. So it's like we're judging this off of a Virtus Pro that hasn't really been able to fight back yet. We'll see what they can change here, but first it's going to be pick off here on a solo. It's Yule Scepter into a kill. Over and over again, this is going to be the play.
Literally everything in this game is now falling onto the shoulders of this Earthshaker. He has got to hit a great Echo Slam on the Oracle +1. Honestly, one of the nice things about having Earthshaker versus Oracle is that you don't even need to hit him with the Echo Slam. As long as you have Fissure, you can Echo 2 and then Fissure the backlines, and you can get the Oracle and then kill the 2 before Oracle can get the save off.
Red touching black, safe for Jack. Red touching yellow, kill a fellow. Just in case you find a red yellow. Oh, there's the Echo Slam initiation. Dodges on the 2, but the Oracle save. It bails out Mickey, and that means they still got all the damage in the tank here to pump out as ILTW tries to get the... Oh, he gets away! The Sleight of Fist into the Remnant, jump out, still gets hit by the Aether Remnant, but he almost died back there. ILTW with the quick fingers.
That would have been the game. Like, if he dies back there, I don't know how they recover. And man, that Oracle save too, not only did he get the ult off, he was able to put the Fate's Edict as well, preventing the Morphling Ethereal Blade damage completely. Like, he nullified this Morphling's entire item. All of the damage is on this Morphling. He's gotta hit somebody with this if they want to kill them. So, Fate's Edict, man, if you can get that on somebody and they...
Oh, Percy, just blow him up.
Yeah, there it is.
Oracle wasn't close enough or fast enough to get off the Fate's Edict. Deny that. Boxy, jump away there from the Enigma, but it looks like he turns into a Void Spirit to be able to get the Aether Remnant onto Boxy, so he can't re-Astral Step. The Bear's back out, though. It's got the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit needs some help here. If he gets rooted again, he's going to be in trouble. He's disarmed right now, finally. Hero gets a little bit close, but still not another root.
And Mech from the Darks here really helps out there. And the fact that he was able to Sleight of Fist to that camp.
We're going to watch that one again. The Echo Slam comes in off of the vacuum. It looks very beautiful, and it kills the Void Spirit.
Yeah, look
then
at that
there's the save from Mickey, though.
Beautiful, man. He saves 2 people from that Echo.
But then this Black Hole, man, it was straight up dieback that would have allowed Liquid to finish off Roshan, very likely.
Yeah. If ILTW doesn't clutch that, he loses the game. Like, he needed to clutch that, so good on him for buying back there and keeping himself in the game.
Yeah, and I don't want to put too much blame, but I'm sure Taiga's kicking himself going like, did I really need to Midnight Pulse?
True. Yeah, It's a tough hero because he can make that play.
Yeah.
It's a tough hero to catch.
Exactly.
But if you do catch him, he's dead 100% of the time. There are no items.
Oh, once again, Resolution sneaks away the bounty rune just before he's disabled.
Midas on Enigma. I think this is great. Midas, whenever it's popular, is always Enigma's like second or first choice. Blink Dagger because there's not much to cancel the hole, win these early team fights, and then Midas because this hero functions so well with levels, with the BKB, with an Octarine core, with that late game farm. Like, he is your carry, no matter what.
So with that in mind, like, I said big late game hero in the Morphling, but I didn't say they had a better late game because I wanted to get that answer from you, Jenkins. Do you think that Morphling can outcarry this lane? Because Liquid, they all scaled pretty well into the late game.
No.
They may not be a hard carry like Morphling, but...
Hard no. Hard no.
Hard no.
I think VP cannot beat Liquid in the late game unless they do some crazy snowballing stuff in the fights. Like, I really like how ILTW, despite buying back, in that mid-engagement that we saw, he goes super far forward. He still is playing extremely aggressive. So with that, if we were looking at VP and they're playing super scared, I'd say, okay, Liquid, 100%, they've got this. But VP, they're still playing really aggressive despite losing some fights, despite being at a gold disadvantage. They're still being aggressive. And I think that's exactly what they need to do. They need to get the pickoffs if they want to win this game.
Right, because they don't have the answer to the BKB Black Hole.
No,
that's the big
nothing.
late game threat that they're going to have to worry about. So they're going to have to be aggressive. And Virtus Pro, you're asking any team to do that against a Tier 1 team. Virtus Pro has proven time and time again they can pull that off.
Yeah, for sure. I would be concerned if they weren't being aggressive and still playing like they have an advantage. Like, it's really good to see that they're doing this. They know what the stakes are in this game. They know that they have to do this.
So what is the next timing, do you think, for Virtus Pro? Because, like, if we're saying, okay, there's this late game threat looming from Team Liquid, but we also have this Morphling who needs, you know, time to just be what Morphling is.
I honestly think you just go with every Echo Slime. That's all you need to do. Just go Echo Slime and try to get a pick off with it.
Okay.
Start with the pick off.
A fight every 2 minutes. I can be down with that. A potential dieback online here, but Solo gets the disruption. The Black Hole. It catches the 2 with the Ember Spirit on the side. Make it a 3. A trio of heroes trapped in the darkness in Virtus Pro. They have lost 4, and they're going to lose this Roshan unless no one can do something amazing here, which I don't even know if he's willing to try.
It's a throw if he goes for this.
Yeah.
It's a huge throw. And that's the Bloodstone, too, for Mickey. So he's got an Aegis. He's got an 18 charge Bloodstone. And by God, by the next time they fight, he might have a BKB. He is, you know, we talked about the Enigma. Like, Mickey's going to be a real problem, too, in this game.
Yeah, and it all starts with this Ember Spirit pickoff, but Zayat's on the front lines.
And Darkseer as well.
Yeah.
Like, those are the 2 heroes that you need to catch, right?
Uh-huh. And Daiga was like, okay.
I mean, I guess the problem is VP doesn't really have any frontliners.
Yeah. Like, I think in that situation, Darkseer has to be the frontliner, because he has to go for wall vacuum.
But Earthshaker and
Zayat
Ember
cannot get caught in that situation. He is both the Fisher is able to stop the Black Hole, and he's the big follow-up. Like, he can, before even the Black Hole happened, Koipa pinged him with the bear. So he already disabled the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that is exactly what you'd like to see if you have an Enigma on your team. The disruption honestly set up for the Ember to be caught.
Oh, nice kill. Nice kill. It's not like incredibly impactful, but at least you know he doesn't have Aegis to work with. He did have to blow their Echo Slam for that, but maybe they can still take some team fights without it. We'll have to see.
Unfortunately, Insania was not quite in position, I believe, to get the Oracle ulti off. Just a little bit out of range. I think he probably would have liked to save the Aegis, because Oracle ulti level 2, it's really not that long of a cooldown. Maybe it's level 1. I didn't see what level he was. Still, it's not a huge cooldown. Probability, yeah, I'd say that's about. I don't know. I feel like it's probably higher than that, honestly. This Enigma, like, I just don't see what the solution is. Look at the VP cores. Which one of these heroes can ever survive a Black Hole with any amount of items that they can get?
Right.
None of them can. If there was a Wraith King in the game, it would be different. We don't care about Black Hole.
Sure.
He needs a refresher. Boxy.
They're gonna run straight into him. Ash will step away, dissimulate. He's hiding in the trees, but they know he's there. They pull him back in with a vacuum. They hit him with the chain stun. And is he still going to get out? He didn't actually die to all that burst damage. Zayat, You see the dissimulate. They know where he landed. They landed over here. They're going to throw the wall directly on him. And he does not have dissimulate. He does not have astral step for 5 seconds.
They don't actually have vision of him in there.
And so he gets the astral step off. How did they lose the vision? I thought they had his illusion in there.
I think the illusions that spawned knocked him into a little tree line.
Yeah. He got knocked over to the side. Yeah, you're right.
How does this keep happening with Boxy?
I don't know, man.
He just survives these crazy ganks in the trees.
Hell, there it is.
Oh, yeah, that is...
Doomsday has a name, and it's Taiga. He's coming with the BKB. Mickey has his as well. Virtus Pro, we're going to need some fancy footwork and even better team fighting to be able to stop this one. But starting off with a pickoff on an Ember Spear, that's certainly not what Virtus Pro wants. Solo will exchange his life for ILTWs.
That is what you sound like.
I like that Taiga doesn't even commit the black hole there for the Ember, even though it would have been a very easy black hole setup with the Solo disrupting once again, because he knows that he can just hit a 3-man black hole in the fight. There's not much that they can do about it with their heroes. When he has the BKB, it's free, so he's not going to use it because he knows that as long as he has the black hole up, VP can't fight.
Now it's time to chomp on some towers.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2's dead. There is still this Earthshaker on the side lane, so he's not here, and then Liquid just jump right in. Jeez. Pull back in, trying to catch him with a Fissure. Didn't actually land, and the Astral steps back down to the low ground. Meanwhile, Mickey, self-Yule Scepter on accident, I assume.
You have to fight against these heroes, though. You have a Lone Druid into Leshrac.
No one gets hit by the stun. Zayat's gonna have to be very patient. You cannot just jump on the first hero you see. Bloodstone, so they will keep the Oracle ultimate intact for now. They don't want to have to blow it on just a bit of harassment, something that Virtus Pro, they haven't really truly committed just yet.
Yeah, he can always just heal him up. Fate's Edict, pop a couple of heals, not going to take any damage. He'll come back in, full HP.
Coming back out, ILTW investigates inside of the trees. They're still around here. They know it too because of the scan. Now they backed away.
And Liquid playing really disciplined here.
See the spread of Virtus Pro heroes. They've got to be very wary of that black hole that has lost them some team fights.
Taiga, he's doing a great job. Insania as well, playing the back line. They're not playing close to the front at all. McKay is just running in like a madman, and it is working wonders for their formation.
Boots of Travel being built by Mickey, so he's going to try and deal with what is probably the inevitable split push of Virtus Pro at this point.
It has to come in now. That's the only way that they stay in the game and delay to take a potential good team fight.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably strong enough to sit in these side lanes between Bloodstone and BKB. They're going to need to expend everything on him to kill him, so it feels like the right time to buy those travels.
Tier 3 items are available, so we're going to have to pick up some of those. Regen for ILTW. See if he's able to make much use of it, though, because most of the time he's just been getting killed 100-0 here. They're going to try and catch him with this Ether Remnant setup, and they do get him. He had a Spirit out, but he didn't get the chance to jump to it.
Another one of those things that you can actually use during the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, the purgeability of the Oracle.
Q, yeah. We saw that with Sven Stun earlier this week. It's convenient for setting up on these Ember Spirit heroes where I think it's borderline impossible to hit the...
That's so rough. He's dead for 20 seconds, but they just got the level 15 talent on the Darkseer. That extra health could be crucial. They're going to commit it. The BKB Black Hole initiation goes off on the Earthshaker, or the Morphlink, but they save him with the disruption. No one's going to be okay here as he backs up, morphed up to strength. He does have to head back to the fountain, but Liquid, they do not. They've only got a few seconds to work with. They say that's not enough to go for the melee barracks. So let's back it up, reset.
I think after that fight, if you're Liquid, you probably think, like, okay, the way we need to play this is somebody goes in first and starts the fight, and then Taiga counter-initiates. Because if they're just set up on VP, Solo can do that every single time, right? But the problem is when he's forced to use that first, because there's some other sort of initiation. And, you know, I'm interested, and I understand why they tried it, because it's like, all right, let's just use the hole on the Morphling. He's the only potential problem in this game. See what happens. But clearly that's not going to work. This is going to be a very repeatable thing that we just saw. And I think Solo's going to be in position.
Especially in team fights that are in Virtus.pro's base, right? It's very easy for Solo to have the positioning in that kind of fight. Maybe a fight that's outside of it, it'll be a little bit harder. But while the Black Hole's on cooldown, they're going to pump out. See if they can go for a kill here. Echo Slam, but the Bloodstone's already been committed, and there's the Oracle save. A nice Fissure into the backline. Some of these heroes do get stunned up. Mickey trying to pump out some damage, take a lot from this Morphling. He pops the Manta as he gets silenced. Silenced up again by this Void Spirit. Pulled back in by the Aether Remnant. Lead a little bit more, but it waveforms down to low ground. He's able to get out. ILTW is now tearing it up as he takes out 2 cores, looks for this support in Insania. He's certainly going to go down, and that's why the Ember Spear moves forward. He says, you guys clean up that guy. I'm going for the big boy. I'm going for Koifa. I'm going to try and catch him inside of his base. Koifa does not get caught, however, and Insania does actually manage to get out.
Great job by VP taking advantage of that missed hole. They're like, okay, if there's any opportunity for us to fight, it's this one. And I like the choice to just straight up use the Echo Slam on the Leshrac there and just try to burst him down, force out that Oracle ult, and with the physical right-click damage that the Morphling does now, you can actually kill him if you just beat the crap out of him during the ult, as long as the Oracle is zoned and not able to get heals.
Uh-oh. Zayats stuck around a little bit too much. He's like, they're all scared, they're all hiding in their base. Not Boxy. This man's fearless.
Yeah, that's a rough death right there, because I think VP, that's something they could have potentially snowballed and just kept Liquid bleeding, but now they're all alive and 30 seconds on the Earthshaker, and Roshan is up.
That's a very important pickup. The Scotty, huge amount of stats for the Morphling. Is slow, super effective. I'm going to keep harping on it, though. That changed the Scotty. The heal prevention that's going to be happening against an Oracle, against a Lone Druid.
And great against ranged heroes, too.
Yeah, great against ranged heroes. Good against the Bloodstone.
Mickey, Koifa, like these heroes have a lot of problems with Scotty.
Liquid, though, they have the Black Hole back up, so they're just going to man mode into the Roshan pit. Will this be a good idea? They find the initiation. Yule Scepter on the Ember Spirit, and look at Boxy. He's going straight to the back line. He says, no, you're not going to save him. I'm going to make sure we catch you, Solo, and catch them they do. But the Ember Spirit does manage to slide away. Boxy almost getting caught by the Aether Remnant as no one turns into a Void Spirit here. They're chained up. They're trapped a little bit. This Fissure, the pullback of the vacuum onto the wall, but it doesn't matter. Mickey pops the BKB, and the Bear managed to get the lockdown onto the Darkseer. Still, though, you want to play this cautiously. They've expended some of their things. They're not going to try and chase down the rest of these heroes from Virtus.pro. They have to be careful of that wall. They have to be careful of this Echo Slam.
Still Darkseer's dead for 33 seconds, so yeah, he buys a smoke on Insania. I think this is a good time to go for a kill, but man, that's a convenient double damage room for ILTW.
What an equalizer this could be.
This is definitely an equalizer. I think if he can, catch Insania with this off guard, he can possibly like 2-hit him. You can jump the backlines with this really easily. Be super careful if you're Enigma or Oracle against a DD Ember.
Yeah, it's funny how both teams have the same problem they have to deal with. Somebody's got to get to the back line and deal with this Oracle or this Shadow Demon who have the same mechanism. Boxy's going in there with his Aghanim Scepter and using that AoE disable to stop the disruption, and it's going to be up to ILTW to kill, just straight up go in and kill, slaughter him, take down Insania before he can get off his ultimate, or maybe force it on himself. I feel like a harder job for ILTW. Let's see if he can pull it off here. Once again, the Yule Scepter into the Aether Remnant. There is going to be the Fissure trying to delay this damage. He's veered up as well. Stunned. Disruption in. Can he get out? Taiga's going to throw in the Black Hole to ensure the Ember Spirit kill. But that's a BKB Black Hole, and he's going to buy back. ILTW, he brings his trap card. He says, I'm coming back, baby, and look at it. There it goes. The vacuum, the Echo Slam, and Liquid hit the dirt. Boxy's the only one who's going to get away, and ILTW says, I'm coming for you. I'm going to hunt you down. He doesn't have the disable, but it doesn't matter. He didn't even pop his double damage in that team fight. He held on to it. Liquid, they all end on that bait set up by the Ember Spirit, and Virtus.pro will take the Roshan.
What a vacuum Echo Slam, man. That was so patient. That is what they have been waiting for this entire time. As we can see here, there's the jump on the Ember Spirit, but he was just the bait, really. Like, every single time he's running it, I love that he's playing this aggressive. And then the vacuum comes in.
And this is where Liquid sees, oh no, we're gonna get caught. They try and save Taiga, and then Resolution comes in. A 4-man vacuum into an Echo.
Forcing that ulti on Taiga too, that's not who you want to ult. You want to put that on the Leshrac. This is the combo, you know? And man, VP forcing that out of Liquid is exactly the creative sort of thing you need to do to win this game. The way they're playing the team fight is so beautiful. Polar opposite of what we saw earlier too. They have really figured out Liquid in this game. Within the game.
And it's funny, winning that fight, getting Roshan, taking mid lane of Barracks. Liquid still up 6,000 net worth. It goes to show what kind of lead they had before utter devastation struck them around the Roshan pit. And now Virtus Pro, they're just going to continue this momentum.
And now there is so much pressure on Taiga where it's like, all right, dude, we're in the late game. We have a Leshrac. Sure, we have a Lone Druid, but I think the VP heroes are pretty good against Lone Druid. Morphling, we already talked about this hero. Ember doesn't really care that much about a Lone Druid. Darkseer doesn't like playing against Lone Druid, but now it's all on this Enigma to hit a big hole. You can't just go for the Morphling now. We've seen that. It didn't work. You can't just go for the Ember. We've seen that. It didn't work.
And you have to wonder what the communication is on like Liquid. This is moments where morale really comes to favor here is Taiga. He cannot afford another bad black hole. They quickly take down the Morphling though. This is big. Gravity set up off of it. They're going to go for it. Taiga throws out the black hole just on the Morphling, but there's the disruption save once again. They get a little bit more damage. He's still locked down and looks like he is dead. This time it was worth it. This time it works out. And Liquid, ILTW, look at him. He's jumping into the back line, but he's going to be safe. Oracle saves Taiga for the time being. Resolution, he's going to be caught in as Boxy heads in and catches Solo as well. A Malefist to make sure ILTW, a dying breath of Taiga says, no, ILTW, I will not let you get out of here. Pulled back into his tomb. That is now full dead on Virtus Pro.
Back the other way.
And around to go.
We're back.
Now the question is, Jenkins, how much can Liquid get to? Oh my God, how much can they get done with a double damage Lone Druid?
DD Bear. Okay, if this was in the last patch, this would be dog shit. But they changed the Lone Druid damage back to base damage. So it's still not that good, but it's way better than it was in the last patch.
Yeah. And he's got 35 seconds for the Morphling, 77 for the Ember Spear. And look at Zayats. He's looking to cut the creep. Oh, he's gonna slam it.
It's so good.
No.
It's so good.
You're not allowed to go into the base.
Dude, he's a genius.
What a god.
They tip him.
He takes no risks. He ensures that the push high ground will not happen right now. And the thing is, Liquid, you know what the best part is? I don't think they know that Morphling didn't have buyback. They know Ember Spirit does, right?
Yep.
But seeing that Echo Slam, seeing what Zayats just did.
We could have won!
It confirms it. It 100% confirms it. Why did he do that? Because the Morphling didn't have buyback. Because we could have ended the game right there.
I mean, it also confirms that ILTW probably doesn't have buyback as well, which means you have 35 seconds.
Well, they know that. It's 3.5 minutes still for his buyback, so Liquid still going to go in here with some confidence. See if they can take at least the mid lane of Barracks and even things up.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
But they do have to back away. The Ember Spirit's coming back soon.
So now, the ball is in VP's court. They need to do the same sort of team fight execution. I don't think that the bar is as high as it was before, where you need to hit that 4-man beautiful vacuum into Echo Slam, but they need to hit some important targets.
Jenkins.
I think 2 or 3, man.
Jenkins, what do you do now if you're Virtus Pro? Disruption will not save anybody now. There is a refresher on the Enigma. Disruption only saves you from one black hole. What do you do about the second one?
There is a window. There is a window between the holes.
Yeah.
It depends on who he gets.
Okay.
Stat Morph might come out, maybe.
Maybe that won't matter. Ooh, if he catches anybody here, but Boxy, no.
Both teams so disciplined right now. Like, no buybacks. Mostly no buybacks. We need to be careful, is what both teams are saying. We can't just... One person getting picked off right now is going to be insanely game-losing. And I think if I'm VP, I want my Darkseer to run in first.
Okay.
If I'm Liquid, I want my Void Spirit to run in first, because I think somebody needs to die.
Yeah.
I think the team that has somebody die and then buy back is going to win this fight, because this is a 40-minute fight with amazing team fight on both sides. I think that's how you bait the fight.
And this is where, again, it's going to all come down to Taiga, right? he had 2 kind of questionable single-man black holes, and then he had a really good single target black hole defending their base. He basically read, okay, we just need to be able to force out the disruption. We've got enough disables to kill that Morphling twice. Can he pull through with 2 black holes in one fight? Will he manage to win this for his team? And what's going to happen surrounding that team fight? Who's going to be forcing those actions to be made like you're talking about? Who's going to be throwing their life away to try and cause some chaos?
I think the target priority matters a lot. I think choosing to go on the Ember, that's the debate. That's what VP wants, right? This hero can get back into fights. Morphling does significantly more damage right now than an Ember Spirit does, especially with his farm. I think, yeah, I mean, look at this guy. He's almost to the point where he's not going to need boots. Look how many stats he has. He has so much agility. You have to kill this hero, and I think Enigma is the only hero that can really set up to kill him with the percentage damage. Unfortunately, it's not pure anymore, but it is a lot of percentage magic damage, and this hero has 56 armor. No smoke, just kind of chilling.
Intention is thick here, and they found an opening. Solo. Win for a D ward. Does have buyback.
Drops a gem.
Drops a gem, though. Even, that's still pretty costly, even if he does have that extra life.
Yeah, I mean, that's... his life is important because he's the save, but when you lose the gem like that, the cooldown really is what matters. It's not the gold, it's the fact that you can't get another one of these things.
They've got an Arcane Rune on Mickey, so they're feeling pretty good about their push to high ground here. See if they can force something. See if they can force that buyback and Abyssal Blade usage onto the Morphling. They're going to try and blow him up real quickly. Black hole number 1. There's the disruption save from Solo. Can they do it again? Taiga, he's going to go in, try and refresh, go in for another round, but oh no, he didn't have the mana. He didn't get the second black hole off, and no one takes him down instead, and now Mickey's in trouble. No one. He's going to be able to take down that extra kill. The Yule Scepter goes off, and it does allow him to kill the Earthshaker. ILTW is going to be taken out, but a buyback immediately used. He already had the Remnant out. He joins into the team fight. Morphling's going to be able to follow that, and finally take down that last Striker. Jump forward, trying to get in. Immediately jumps in and jumps out. That Ember Spirit did not overcommit himself. He's stuck on a Fissure onto the stairwell. But Virtus Pro have seen all the buybacks coming out from Liquid. They know there's a black hole still in reserve. They know there is the potential for an end game here, and they do not want to stumble into disaster.
Cap, that was 7 buybacks. 7 buybacks. I don't think I've ever seen that many buybacks in a Dota game. But both sides are so afraid of each other. You know, it's like if we buy back, they cannot fight us. They were not willing to run up that hill into the Enigma. Who bought
no
back.
Echo Slam, no wall, but there is a black hole, and that black hole we've seen constantly countered by the disruption. So Taiga's left back into that situation where you don't have that forgiveness. You need to get maybe multiple heroes, or somebody's got to stop this Shadow Demon.
I think that's Boxy's job. He's got it going on the back line. He's got the Minotaur Horn now, so I think he's fairly well equipped to do it. You know, the Shadow Demon doesn't have his buyback now, so if you pick him off at the start like they did in that fight, or I should say before that fight, then I think you probably win the game just off of Taiga's single black hole. But this is Solo. I don't know if he's going to just get caught out of position like that. He died because he knew he had buyback there.
Lotus Orb on the Darkseer.
And look how close those odds are. That just represents like how close this game has been. Back and forth. It's been stomp in one direction and then in the other. It's been crazy. It's been a roller coaster, but it has been back and forth.
So Taiga, I believe he didn't have mana. I think that's why he didn't get that second black hole off. That had to be reason why.
Yes.
He has in total, right now I'm looking at his stats, if he casts nothing else, he does have the mana for it, right? 1375 out of 1500. That's what it's going to cost you.
It's a real problem. Usually you'll go for this refresher after an Octarine, and that's why, because you don't actually have mana to cast all of these spells. It's a fairly recent change to the Enigma. The mana cost on Black Hole got increased significantly.
Yeah.
It was already pretty high. So I think, I don't know if he had the Ether, the Eon Disc, I should say, before, but that'll definitely help out, giving him a little bit of an increased mana pool.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just calculus gone wrong, you know, where he just realized he didn't, like, even at full mana, didn't have enough before. But
I think that would have been it if he had the mana.
Yeah.
Even so low, it was really just the Morphling that was doing the damage to him. So if he could have hold him,
He would have been stuck there for the full duration. 5-man smoke up from Liquid. Taiga maybe closing in. They're going to just double jump in. Boxy immediately trying to find whoever he can here, activating the Minotaur Horn. He is going to be slowed down by the Purge. They're going to go for it. Black Hole number 1. Solo. He can't actually save him right now. He's stuck on the outside with the BKB activated by no one. He's going to turn and fight back. The Aeontis goes out. Double waveform. Back and forth. Taiga waiting for his opportunity for that second Black Hole. He goes in for it, but there's the vacuum. It stops the Black Hole. No one turning into Leshrac, but he's been out. No, there's the disruption from Solo. He bails him out. Can they get him out of here? Is no one? Is Morphling? Is he finally going to go down? He does. No buyback for him. ILTW struggling to get out, struggling to stay alive because it is a 3 versus 4. There's no buyback on the Enigma either. There is still a small chance that Virtus Pro can hold this out.
25 Leshrac though. He's got that talent that it increases the damage of his W. You got the Lone Druid, Desolator on the Bear. This Roche falls too fast.
Look at them. They're pushing out. They say, like, we have to buy 69 seconds here. So they have to push in the waves. Because Liquid could end it by just going Throne. But if they go over to the side lanes, there's still a tier 2 up at top.
Yeah, I mean, Leshrac plus Lone Druid. Like, talk about killing Roche. This will melt your base in a matter of seconds. So the waves... This is the wave game. We've already seen the Echo Slam on the wave. It's a very similar situation. I mean, 45 seconds, this is a lot less dire than the situation before.
Yeah.
But you can see that that's only because they focused on it while the Roche was happening.
And it's looking like Liquid aren't just going to go for it. They're going to chill. They're going to rely on Taiga coming back in. They're saying... Guys, we have this big late game mechanism. Let's not try and end it without that. Even if it does sound appealing, Aegis, Refresher Shard, all that, just run down mid, see if we can blitz the throne before the Morphling's back. But that is the way of fearless and possibly stupidity. So instead, they're going to play cautious and smart here.
It really does feel like it's really hard to lose the game with an Enigma who has double BKB, double Hole. I think in the last fight, Taiga's probably bonking himself on the head because he didn't press the BKB the second time. You know, this.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of mechanical issues that have happened, but obviously a player that's more than capable of just going the very next fight and just doing the perfect thing. Like this just happens in a Dota game sometimes, especially on Enigma. Like, there's so much weight on your shoulders to hit a big hole. It's easy to, when everybody's focused on preventing you from doing that, especially a team like VP, it's easy to mess that up.
31,000 net worth lead is Liquid marching down bottom, looking for that second lane of barracks and potentially the end of the game. But if they overstep themselves, if they lose this fight to Virtus Pro, they could just as easily lose this game 3 and be eliminated from the Omega League. Boxy, he's going to strike first. He's the only one with buyback in this game right now. Activates the Minotaur Horn, dodges the Fissure. Meanwhile, the False Promise used on the Bear here to try and take down the barracks, but it will be killed.
Unfortunately, Boxy Yulesed himself because he was trying to go for the Yules play without having vision. He was just going for the blind jump, and it's pretty easy to misclick that. I mean, that's life.
I'm not sure if I don't think they can ever go high ground again like that when they don't have that extra bear in reserve.
Yeah, they need the bear resummon. That's the problem. I mean, this is one issue with Lone Druid late game is the bear doesn't scale like heroes do. It scales up until level 4, and then with items, doesn't have any extra stats, extra HP, nothing like that.
Yeah, nobody stands like Leshrac can't stand up to this Morphling, and the bear gets ripped apart by this Morphling. So
absolutely,
it is very much a rock paper scissors situation where this Morphling is countered by the Enigma.
Yeah,
but
it's just
if he gets free, then he destroys everything of Liquid.
Yep, absolutely. It's quite the stalemate between these two, and this is exactly why we saw Liquid waiting for Taiga to respawn. They realized that if no one is alive and Taiga isn't alive, you have some serious problems on Liquid.
Yeah. Mickey leading the charge here, getting the stun out. There's a disruption save. A disruption being blown here, but man, ILTW jumping into that back lines. I think he was trying to stop Taiga from following up on that defensive disruption, but Taiga was very, very far behind was not hit by a sleight of fist at all because he wasn't even in blink range.
That's the thing. Really great play, like heads-up play from ILTW, trying to block that out. But Taiga legitimately was just in the jungle. Like, he just wasn't there yet. Liquid were just kind of bluffing with Mickey.
Going again. Mickey with those diabolic ED explosions. Boxy looking to be able to catch the Shadow Demon. This is such an important pickup. If they can actually get him, he will have buyback. So if they can actually kill him here, force that buyback, it'll be nice. But it looks like a force stab might just get him away. Boxy wants that kill and he'll have it. Inside of the fountain, they pick it up. Now Boxy just needs to be able to retreat, but he's been chained up, activates the Minotaur Horn, and starts backing away. Meanwhile, the lane of barracks is gone. Liquid cannot go for Megas just yet. They're going to have to wrap around. Looks like the tier 2 did die at top.
A giant creep wave killed the tier 2. That was just terrible timing, terrible luck for VP. I mean, I'm sure Liquid pushed it earlier, but it's always unfortunate when that happens. You're forced to defend this bot lane of Rax, and then a creep wave that has like 6 range creeps just tears through your tier 2 tower, which would have been a really nice bastion of defense for VP in this game that they can't get megas, but now that is open.
Liquid will no doubt know the timing. I mean, if their buybacks are up, like, they've all been expended at the same time, right? And so that is something that this next push, you may have watched that last one, been like, oh, Virtus Pro, they just kind of got rolled over. This next one is a lot harder, right? Because it is inherently to the defender's advantage when buybacks are a thing, right?
Absolutely. Not everybody has boots of travel at this point. Maybe soon, but not yet. So, yeah, we only have one pair. So really, it's Mickey that can die here and then buy back and come in, which I think is probably why he's frontlining. And they're looking.
And they saw some sort of animation there. Look at this. Virtus Pro wrapping around on the side. They're not going to let Liquid get set up here. They're going to go in. They're going to go for Taiga. Taiga activates its BKB. The Echo Slam goes out for the black hole. It locks down the 2. Catching the Morphling as well. A refresh. Another one. Is Taiga going to go for it onto the Morphling? He will. The Soul Morphling. That's going to lock him down. The buybacks are flowing in now. No one still survived through it all, though. Managed to get back. And now ILTW. He strikes on his life. He's going to be able to run down Taiga, who buys back now. But Kappa the Eul Scepter into the Aether, and then again, he does have buyback as well. But the
going for throne.
Taiga, Koifa, they're going for the throne, but the bear's dead, and the Eidolons won't do the damage. Liquid, they tried to make the next level play and go while VP was distracted, but the buybacks, they defend, they hold the throne, they barely keep it alive just in time. And ILTW, he knows it's time to strike, it's time to catch somebody. Kappa the Eul Scepter in the remnant combination, though. A TP out from the Leshrac. He goes back, he goes for the fountain, he's going for the throne, he's trying with the diabolic edict, but it's being soaked up. The false promise will end soon, and Mickey will die. The throne is still intact.
He's gonna buy back.
He's gonna buy back. Can he get there fast enough, though?
If they can get the bear or Mickey, they both do so much damage.
The bear does so much, and the bear! It just takes down ILTW. That's a dieback.
Does he have a rapier?
He has to go for the bear. No one. He has to kill this bear right now. The false promise is going to be used. The bear stunning above no one right now. They don't really have a whole lot of control for him, but the BKB is going to wear out soon. He has to start backing away. He has to get back to the mountain, but he has turned in. He's being pulled back in by the Emperor, and then he's dead. Meanwhile, the throne, he's going for it. Eidolon, Taiga.
It's dead!
With the Eidolons, we'll finish it up. Taiga comes through in the clutch and closes out Game 3.
Gabe N. That was quite the game.
Dota 2 is a beautiful game, and that was the first round of the lower bracket playoffs for the Immortal League here at Omega League. Liquid, they take the victory in some butt-clenching fashion, but boy did they do it. They barely managed to pull it off, but they take Game 3. They bring down Virtus Pro, who we will now say goodbye to in these playoffs, but shout out to them. I mean, shout out to both these teams for putting on such an epic series back and forth. I mean, Game 1, a little one-sided, but still fun. Game 2, a little one-sided, still fun. Game 3 was exactly
Game
what
3
we
was
wanted.
insane. That is exactly what you hope for. I honestly think it's better than a back-and-forth game to have this crazy roller coaster of throws and crazy team fights. Like, man, the Echo Slams, the 5 4-man Echo Slams, the holes, that is why you play Dota. Yeah. Games like that are like, this is why this is the best game literally ever.
Couldn't say it better myself. Let's go to the panel so they can break down one of the best games ever.
One of the best games of this tournament. People wonder, why do you have a group stage of 3 weeks? It's so long. This is why. This game, this third game of the series, that's why. That's what I like to see. I mean, you want to start at the ladies stage to break it down? No.
Nah.
That game was awesome.
It was just enjoyable to watch. That's like they said it perfectly. What? You don't want to analyze that. That's art.
That was it was
beautiful.
glorious.
And you know what's actually so amazing about this league that we're doing? Every other series, I hear casters say the same thing. This is the most enjoyable game yet. This is the craziest game yet. But this right here is probably the mix of brawls, sick team fights, crazy strategies, all coming together. It was just sick.
It was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, we all had fun just listening to Cap screaming his head off and everything upstairs too. It was super enjoyable game. I mean, Taiga is just a treat to watch on Enigma, really.
Yeah.
He had like one or two small little slip-ups. We didn't click BKB at the end on his second holes, but the ones that he caught in the early game is what led them to have that huge lead. I think he just played... Yeah, he played like a beast.
The way the game ended as well, like it's really on point because he's the one that takes the throne. He gets those eidolons on top of it. He pretty much solo ends the game. So well deserved by him.
Absolutely, I think this whole game, Liquid winning at the end was the right ending to the game.
Yeah.
Because they were ahead most of the game. They did really well. Lone Druid on Koifa, of course, in the mid lane, always good to watch. And I mean, these team fights are just glorious from both sides. The black holes, the vacuum, and the echoes.
Vacuum into the 4-man echo, black holes, refreshed black holes. Morphling as well playing really goddamn well.
Yeah. That black hole we're seeing right now, that was the one that kind of made me feel like, damn, Liquid's probably gonna take this game.
Yeah.
Just Taiga always finding the right opportunities and then building this humongous lead. You know, VP was fighting and taking fights with a 30k deficit.
And they could fight with a 30. That's credit to their heroes as well, of course. It's about to happen.
This is it. Boom.
That is why they can fight back.
They found the right recipe with comfort zone plus the heroes that fit the meta.
Yeah.
And they're a little bit on different lanes. Taiga isn't playing position 4 Enigma. He's actually on the off lane.
Yeah.
But it's working out well for them. And as this league progresses, I honestly love this, to see a long tournament on the same being played on the same patch, because you have this huge data from which you can learn and deduct your own conclusions, like which hero is really good where, and suddenly this Enigma that wasn't played on offlane at all in the tournament is a top pick, it looks like, for Liquid.
And you can make your lineup like kind of revolve around it, right? Because they snap picked that Leshrac. It didn't matter what they were playing against. They picked it immediately without even seeing the hero VP pretty much. They had their plan set. And this one did look like, it seems like they're finding their style of like these objective takers, the pushers, right? This is 3 games in a row now. The team that had the better ways of taking buildings, better ways of taking those objectives in fights, won the game because they get that big lead in the mid game. So, I mean, that was a treat to watch because it's their style. You know, Lone Druid, Enigma, heroes that aren't played. It's cool.
It definitely is. I also want to give I mean, Virtus.pro played this really well as well. Obviously, they could the fact that they could drag this game out for as long as it did while being behind 30k for a large portion of the game. And I think a lot of that credit goes to Solo. The Shadow Demon is positioning. Same thing goes for Insania on the Oracle. The positioning of these saving supports has been phenomenal to watch as well. It's just everything in one. Big difference between the Violent games and Immortal games if you see a game like that. I'm not gonna lie. This was a breath of fresh air for me.
Yeah, work of art in some of these team fights. Just you look at it and you're like, okay, there you know the possibilities. You don't always expect them to happen, but they do happen, even when you don't. Like that Darkseer, you see him on the cliff there waiting, but you're thinking, okay, if it's Tier 2, Tier 3, maybe a Midnight Pulse hits him, maybe something stops that blink, but no, not here.
How do you decide when to go in and when not to go in with those big team fight ultimates? I think we will ask the expert of that because we have none other than Taiga join us at the moment. Hey, congratulations, Taiga.
Oh, thank you. Hello, guys.
So I want to know about that. Well, the Enigmas, first of all, like how do you know when to go in and when to not go in? Because there feels like there's so much pressure on in this case, the black holes hitting properly.
That's a really good question. So in a team fight, when I don't want to really go in, I know that my team like calls my name. I'm like hesitating. I'm not so sure if I should go in or not because I myself don't want to go in yet. But when I go in, most of the time it was bad. But when I decide for myself that like, I know best because I play the hero the most, right? So I know best. One is the perfect time to go in. So if I trust myself more, this game was over 20 minutes earlier.
It's all.
I just have to wait. I just have to wait out. Basically, wait out for them to like make a mistake because they can't over commit into our lineup. If they commit, they die.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be the team fight winner.
Yeah. What do you think about Enigma overall? We were discussing this, me and Fog, like in the green room. Overall, the hero seems a little bit stronger, right? The buffs to Eidolons, the buffs to the black hole damage. It looks like you actually have solo kill potential once you get that level 6. You definitely did prove that point.
Well, I think Enigma in this meta is pretty difficult to play. Like, I think you should still new to the hero and like you just play like let's say you have like 50 games on that hero and you just want to play on this patch. It's gonna be very difficult. I've played Enigma for a long time and I like been spamming that hero for a lot. I didn't really play it for the last month, but like we decided to pick it because I was like, okay, Boxy, I'm playing offlane. You don't play Enigma right now. I don't think you're ready. I'm playing the offlane. So I'm playing the Enigma offlane and then somehow we clutch it out.
I mean, talk to us about that Enigma, or just not specifically Enigma, but about playing the offline. Because is this a role swap that we should expect more from you guys, or is it flexible? What's the deal with that?
The deal with that was in the group stage after we lost in NIP, I got a bit frustrated. Not like frustrated, but I was like, okay, Boxy, guys, I think I have a pretty good idea on how to play this patch. So I don't want to be stuck on only playing 4 because I feel so confident I can play any role in this pack except for position 5. We just decided to like play me in the offlane, play in random positions, and then it worked out. So
yeah, it seems to fit Boxy as well. On that Void Spirit, he went off as well. So it's coming together really nicely for you guys at the moment.
That was my question. And Rob, and I got nothing else. I'll be totally honest. That was the question I was going to ask you. But it was great to see you playing that that 3 position that you owned. So
yeah. Do you have any other words for I don't know, for people watching you guys play? Obviously, you have a lot of fans. You and your squad, and it's been a rocky road a little bit. So you have any words for your fans?
Guys, thank you for supporting us. I hope you guys are doing well during this COVID-19. It sucks. Wish we could have had lands and could have like meet fans. It would have been great. But hope you guys are all doing well. And thanks for supporting us so far. We had a rocky start indeed, but we managing to come back. Hopefully, we could progress further ahead.
Yeah, you just take over the Liquid legacy of being the lower bracket runners, right?
Yep, definitely.
All right, I'm looking forward to see you guys play because it was an absolute treat this series. So thank you for taking the time to talk to us and for playing phenomenal as well. And have a great Wednesday evening.
Thank you, Shiva, and everyone.
Thank you, Taiga.
Thank you,
Liquid. I just want to see more games like that.
Yeah.
I feel like I have now got these high expectations of these Immortal playoff series. I don't know, I'm ready for it, but can Viking and can Alliance impress us the same way? We're going to find out after the break.
If you cannot catch a fish, do not blame the sea. Blame the developer.
It's in the bag.
so well, at least he gets out of there. And he had this scouting arrow, hits him again!
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
Happiness resides not in artifacts and not in gold. Happiness dwells in the soul.
When something like after a loss in a tournament, it's like, why did you lose?
Anything about my hair, it kind of like slightly triggers me.
How are you feeling? That one I don't like. After a loss or after a win. Are you happy right now? Those kind of questions that require just an obvious answer.
How do you feel after losing TI? That's the most annoying one, I guess.
Going from Alliance to Liquid or like something like Alliance Liquid related.
I guess going to an interview in China at some point, they asked us like to rate your teammates, and that's just very awkward to rate your teammates in front of them. It's like, or to rate them ever. It's that's I guess just very weird.
What are your expectations for the games? You always expect to win. You're playing to f***ing win. What else do you expect?
I don't know. There's like 99% of them.
I would tell myself to not stray from the path and believe in myself.
80-year-old me? Keep playing baseball and have at it, have fun.
I shouldn't go into conflicts that easily. Like, I should be more patient. I think that's the most important advice I would give myself, probably.
Hakuna Matata.
Even more time playing Dota and even less time doing school.
Play more games and less school. Probably to be nicer to my family. I think I was a little shit kid. I think, no.
Don't play Dota? Nah, that's a bad advice.
Listen more to elders than I did back then. I didn't listen back then, but now I realize that it's important.
Just keep playing. That's all.
Cringe to me, I means when people talk in Twitch emotes in real life.
When all these like 40-year-olds jump onto this internet trend like way too late and do some like cringy music cover.
I mean, my coach is Boulder, you know that.
Probably Gabe coming up with his sandals on for TI, like when I was in place, you know.
I've seen some cringe moments even on tournaments. You can look at Slacks. He's there all the time. Just kidding, I love Slacks.
Really like cringe. So cringe is part of Scandinavian humor. We have this show in Denmark that is all about the mega cringe. Some of the first times I talked to a girl or something, like in 3rd or 4th grade, you still wake up at night. You're like, fuck, did I actually do that? Did I act like that?
One time I was maybe 7 years old. I had my birthday party, and people wanted to eat cake and not open the presents for me, and I wanted to open them right away. So what I did, I took the presents and I locked one door and went to open them by myself while the others were eating the cake at my birthday party.
I don't know. I tend to delete these memories when they happen.
Depends on the cringe, because there is a good cringe that's just like uncomfortable bad humor, which can be good in some occasions, and there are just things that are eating me up, you know. That's the bad cringe. For example, like watching TikTok.
Your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
These next two teams have some very big shoes to fill. We got ourselves Viking and Alliance, and they're going to fill the shoes of Liquid and Virtus Pro, who just had a magnificent Game 3. If you missed it, that's really bad. But at least there will be another series coming your way. I'm excited. It's Elimination Online. We got Kyle, we got BSJ. We don't have a lot of time to cover this series, so please, Kyle, what have you got to say, please?
About the previous or the now?
This one.
This one, really cool. Viking, pretty much the only new team like in this tournament. You look at the other members of the top 8, those that made it this far, it's all the same squads. We saw them at the major. We saw it at the major before that. This team came through the qualifiers. Some argue they should have gotten an invite. Who knows? But they qualified. They made it through groups. Now they're here to try and take out Alliance, who have looked a little shaky. It is for elimination. I don't know who to pull for, but one of these Nordic teams will win.
Yeah, both these teams are really up all over the place, I'll say,
Yes.
in their results. Sometimes they look really good, sometimes they look really bad. In this series, I'm going to be looking for to see if they can bring out the best, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's also one extra detail of information that just came out today. FNG has been released from his roster for Gambit, and he is now a free agent on the market.
Yep.
So we'll see if Alliance will actually pick him up permanently at this
I'm
point.
sure they do. I hope he asks for a very large payday because the man deserves it. The squad has looked reignited since he came on board. A big fan of his. I respect him as both a leader and a player, and I think that the squad is in good hands with him, especially when you have S4 on the off lane as well, providing some sort of guiding insight.
Yeah, I think S4 could use like another voice on the team. He needs another leading
Yeah.
like role in the game, even if it's a support role. I think that's
It's
super
really
important.
hard to just captain and shot call specifically from the offlane or core role in general. Some gay heroes, if you're playing Furion, you just don't have the ability to micromanage your team and your minions and your hero.
This is true. I mean, will we see Furion today? I don't know, but we're gonna find out right now because we're in the draft. Bye.
It was a hell of a match that we just had. Now let's see if we can keep that momentum going. Viking GG versus Alliance. As Kyle suspected, a Nordic team will probably come out on top, but which one remains to be determined. As we jump into the draft of game number 1, T-Governor, Jenkins. I'm just as inquisitive as you two are.
We've been put in the bin. Oh no. It's like little, no beard, barely beard, beard.
Wait, what do you
Big
mean, no
thinking
beard?
emojis all over here.
I don't know. I have a beard. What are you talking about?
I see the peach fuzz.
Thank you. I appreciate
We're
that.
getting up there.
Oh, quite the draft we got going here.
It's
Oh, there we
tiny.
go.
give me
Surprise.
some first impressions on these two teams. It's not quite the Liquid VP. We were seeing both of those previous teams kind of accelerating throughout the group stage and maybe hitting their stride a little bit. Alliance and Viking GG have remained consistent, but not necessarily any blowout results quite yet. And so you'd think head to head they might be evenly matched. What are your first impressions, T-Gov, on these two teams?
I think out of both teams, I think Alliance will probably be kicking themselves a little bit more because they have higher expectations for the team. I think Viking are always coming into these series as like the underdog who are trying to prove themselves, and then they can sometimes convert the win, but you know, we're not always expecting to go far. And I think their placement right now in terms of their group stage coming into this lower bracket, it's what we were expecting to see. So I think Viking surely going to have a big pip in their step and trying to prove to everyone, every tournament, that they can actually make a good run.
To me, Viking is just an innovative team, and I think you're right. I think it's because they feel like they're the underdogs, so they want to come in with some things that other people aren't picking and just play their own meta, because maybe they think if we play, you know, the other team's meta, we're not going to be able to do that, so let's just set the meta ourselves. They picked the Alchemist, they picked the Medusa before any other teams were picking Medusa. And so I would imagine Alliance, having seen those games, is probably going to respect that.
They've also played 9 Spirit Breaker games.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that here. Yeah,
I mean a hefty amount of Spirit Breaker.
And Aramis doesn't even like playing it. He said
Which is delusional because it's an absolutely amazing hero, to be clear. It is such a, like, people think it's a low skill hero, right? But you phrased it really beautifully the other day, which gave praise to the true Spirit Breaker players out there, and you know who you are. Do you remember exactly what you said?
I don't remember phrasing Spirit Breaker
Oh
players.
no, Jenkins!
What did I say?
You paraphrase for me.
It was like the skill cap to the hero is low, but really pushing it to its like greatest potential, actually changing.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I feel like the way that the way that this hero is viable right now is if you're doing basically the most aggressive, ridiculous shit possible.
Yeah,
like
you have to have a humongous brain.
You have to run in. I don't know about humongous brain. Maybe something else that's humongous for that sort of sort of hero. Because you're running behind towers. You're one person defending a tower, just running the wave away, going through trees, juking, making space. Like, it's all about using the fact that you have the status resistance, you have this ability to charge out, and the fact that you're insanely tanky to just make a ton of space in the game. I don't think it's that worth picking if you don't do that, but
yeah, exactly.
It's something you can do on the hero pretty, I don't want to say easily, but consistently if you're a good player.
In regards to Viking, opening up the draft, they got Phoenix and Doom banned against them. Opening up the Tiny, we've seen it played in position 4 on Aramis and also on mid. I think the fact that Viking get to open up the Tiny, it's a very strong start for them. Being able to flex it into that role like later into the draft, I think both of these players have had standout games on this hero. So surprising that Alliance actually favoured more of the team fight bans, just letting away the pick-off skirmishy heroes.
I don't want to skip over the Alliance players too much, just talking a lot about Viking.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Limp...
Yeah, please extol the virtues of...
Let me praise Alliance for a bit here.
Yeah.
Limp is one of the single most high-skill mid laners mechanically in the game, period. The guy has been rank 1 on like 3 different servers, 3 different times. He's insanely good. Where he can have some issues is the mid game. He can make some mistakes there. You see the same thing with his brother as well. But the potential for Limp is so damn high. And then Nico Baby, I actually want to call this guy like, I don't know, possibly top 3 carries in the world. Like, this guy is so good at carrying when he's given his hero, when he's given a game. It seems like he always has this chance to carry Alliance on his back if possible. Like, I see Arteezy on EG the same way, where like these players, you can never count them out. Other carry players, sure, it's like, well, they're not that good at this hero. Maybe they're gonna, throw the game in the late game, or they're not gonna be able to carry. Like Nico Baby, like, you always have to be. If this guy's farming, you have to be scared. Like, you have to shut him down.
Yeah, and you see that in the way that Alliance are drafting. The fact that they value getting S4's hero earlier in the draft. Sure, Sveno could be flexed down to a 5, but realistically, it's most likely that 3 position. But it's the fact that S4 is that sacrificial player within this team, because you have that such a strong laning mid, like that mid laner, and then the fact that your carry is phenomenal, right? So they sacrifice S4 so that they can greater enable their 1 and 2 position.
And I feel like that's a good play style for S4. Like, this guy guy can play anything. Like, going back to his experience as a player for so long, like, the guy has played in so many metas that he's mained basically every single hero and most roles as well in competitive. Like, in some sort of competitive environment, whether it's like super high level pubs, when he's just chilling on some team somewhere, maybe at a TI, whatever. Like, I feel like first picking his hero is perfectly fine. S4 is always going to have a game, even if you counter him.
We are extremely PMA tonight, actually.
Well, I just,
given a lot of praise to both teams.
I just, well, we're in the playoffs at this point, so it's
all the bad teams are getting eliminated. Like, Virtus Pro, it's not like they gave us an amazing series.
Losers.
I don't want to sound dishonest here. I'm not being disingenuous. Like, I really think these teams, I mean, maybe Alliance shits the bed. Maybe they're terrible. Maybe they have some internal psychological issues. Maybe Loda is standing behind them with the machete, and they're terrified of him. Maybe that's very possible. But it's looked good from all of these teams. I mean, this is why they're in the upper bracket. This is why they're in the Immortal League, right?
Immortal League, but we're in the lower bracket.
This is why they're in the playoffs of the Immortal League.
Exactly.
So Alliance going for that Jakiro, obviously now pushing that Venom into that 3 role that we expected, and it's all about just securing your lane. I think.
Well, I think Limp was one of the few.
No! Don't say no!
Just you know, for historical context.
That never
that's the
happened,
only reason.
Tsunami. Oh, God.
He's 50-50 with it, though. I think he's either 50-50 or
Yeah, but when was the other
You
game?
got a coin
When was
anywhere?
the other game?
or he's -1 maybe. I think he might be -1.
I feel like after that last game, it's just minus
I'll crunch the
1,000.
numbers.
You'll
We'll
crunch.
find out.
We don't want to know this stat. This
I
stat
think-
is just bad.
I'm sorry, you have to know.
I would definitely bet body parts that this team took the earliest tier 2 tower in the tournament.
Okay.
I would bet 1 or 2 appendages.
Your hair? Can we shave off your body part?
That's not an appendage.
No,
I would not.
so, yeah,
I'd rather lose an arm
damn.
than the hair.
Yeah, that's true.
So
yeah, I like-
and this is a reason why. Like, they pick these push heroes. They pick the Jakiro, they'll put it mid. They pick the Death Prophet for Limp constantly. This is one of his heroes.
But the nice thing about this DP pick in this position is even if they pick a counter in the lane, the side lanes for Alliance are set up to be aggressive, which locks in the supports from Viking. They can't freely make these moves into this mid to pressure DP, even if it's in a non-DP matchup. If Alliance went for more like save-orientated heroes and more passive heroes, then we would expect this DP to be under a lot of pressure, rebuttaling that early push. But the Jakiro, the Veno, these are heroes that basically lock in Vikings' lineup to go, okay, we have to play on the side lanes till minute 10, and then at that point, DP's already got what she needs to be a little bit more pressured.
Right, and they have such a good death ball too.
Yeah.
With the DP and the Veno, I think you have to ban anti-mage here if you're Viking. I think Alliance is just going to insta-pick anti-mage. They could also all in on the push. They could go for some sort of like Lycan maybe. But man, Nico Baby anti-mage is just so good.
It is. Nico Baby in general, come on.
Yeah, true. They banned the Spectre, okay. I mean, better against the Drow, I would say, in terms of it's more of a reliable hero at countering the Drow. But the anti-mage, we've seen anti-mage versus Drow where AM has like a slight lead. It makes the Drow look like a complete trash hero.
Anti-mage still available, Sven still available, Viking GG. Most likely, what are they looking for here? What do you think this Tiny and Enchantress are doing? You thinking a 3 Tiny? Are you thinking...
No, this is very much a mid-Tiny now with the 4 Rubik and 5 Enchantress, where Drow will be the carry, and they're looking for their offlaner. Potentially, we have seen the Tiny be put into the offlane role by, I believe, Hellraisers. Didn't really work out, so that's why I'm expecting it just to be the Boom Tiny on mid lane.
And you're okay with that matchup versus the Death Prophet?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. You get the Siphon onto you, can always just toss them away. You'll farm early. It's about your supports, and can they actually leave side lanes to defend that early DP push? If you, like, think about it like this. Tiny leaves lane to go gank with a rune, DP can pressure your tower.
Yeah.
If Tiny just stays static in the lane and DP plays with one support coming in, Tiny might lose his tower. So it's all about how are they enabling the Tiny at the critical points. Can Tiny gank? Can Tiny defend? That's how I see this matchup.
Right, I agree. You'd think it's like some melee strength hero against the Siphon that you're going to just destroy it as Death Prophet, which is possible. Like, I think Limp is a high enough skill mid laner that he could just totally steamroll this. But with that being said, Tiny also has Burst, and Burst counters Death Prophet. Like, that's, you know, so if you can get a good support rotation, you can definitely kill the DP here.
Yeah.
What's that ban? Weaver ban. That's the really old Weaver model.
I won't lie, I couldn't even see it, so I was like...
Yeah, it's like
looking from below.
From below.
Oh, yeah.
Which is weird.
I showed you my Shikuchi, please respond.
Beastmaster, there's the offlane. So yeah, locking in that Tiny mid.
A lot of push.
So I think Sven, I think you're totally right with the Sven. I feel like it's like Sven or Gyro, something to take space.
You don't like the anti-mage anymore because why?
The Beastmaster, tons of physical damage.
Too much
versus
pressure
the
as well. Their early timing, even if lanes go bad, they're just going to be able to go. Like we saw that in that Liquid game with that Lycan. It's the same principle of even after a bad fight, their post-fight is going to be so strong that Viking can just roll over this Alliance lineup.
Then again, you do have a Jakiro, though, against the Beastmaster. Like, that destroys the board, right? So if you really think the aim is just great for the game, you could go for it.
You
but,
could.
The Sven is... It's physical resistance. It's a cleave hero that's going to be able to take the space that an anti-mage would be taking with the exact same mechanic with the Battle Fury, so
my
feels
fears
better.
For Viking they are the ones that are somewhat on the timer because their construct to a fight isn't as simple as like we park one guy in front. They have a lot of like reinitiators and also a lot of delicate heroes. So when Alliance want to play out an objective, they're going to have the Plague Wards around the objective. DP's already pressuring the tower. Sven with his Ags rolling in. Like, I don't see Viking able to take a true team fight if they're not the ones making the first move. And if they're ever under pressure, it's way too hard to get a good formation to defend themselves. But again, their lanes are pretty interesting. They're strong. And if they can get the ball rolling, I can see them non-stop aggression, take fights on their opponent's half. They die, they reset, they go again. They punish the timings. And then I can see them winning this game. But Viking have to play so damn well to not run into that wall and making the mistakes that we've seen a lot of teams make before.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the laning phase too. Like when you think, okay, Sven versus Beastmaster, it's the last pick Sven, so obviously that's going to be a counter. You can cleave the boar. Jakiro versus Beastmaster, you just breathe fire on the boar and the hero. That's a one lane. You have Venomancer, which normally would lose to a Drow and an Enchantress, a double range, but then you have the Earth Spirit who can kick the Drow in. You can kill the Drow.
Grab creep waves as well. Like
a lot of moving pieces here, Jenkins.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna say I feel like Alliance has like a 50-50 against the Drow lane. I'm still going on about this. I think Alliance wins their lanes.
Perfect.
There we go. Let's go.
It's just that simple. Speaking of which, in the coin regards, they have lost nearly every single Jakiro game.
As expected,
so,
Jakiro mid is not...
this thing's not looking great. Thankfully, it's not a core Jakiro. It is a support Jakiro, but still, you know, will Alliance have their work cut out for them. This may be the last time that you might see odds this one-sided, though, as we are moving forward in the Immortal playoffs. Teams are very, very even. Let's see how even this game one is as we pass it on to our casters.
Viking GG. Alliance. Let the battle begin.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to Alliance versus Viking GG. I'm ODPixel here with Fog for this best of 3. Fog, we're seeing the lineup, so what do you reckon? We're getting the Drow come out from Viking. It's going to be answered with that final pick of the big old Sven coming out from Alliance. And overall a draft where according to the panel seems like Alliance are going to have the edge in the lanes.
Yeah, it does look like a really good Alliance draft, not only just in lanes, but throughout the majority of the game, too. I think that it is definitely a bit of a timer here on Viking. It looks like a little bit of a scary lineup, too, when you're playing with this Drow, that there are heroes that can just push you into the fights, right? So it does look like it can be scary for her, but if I've ever seen any team play fast, it is Viking. They like to play with these type of styles, with that tiny mid, with that Beastmaster, that Drow to pressure, take objectives. So, hey, should be a pretty interesting one.
Well, let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. As we get ourselves into the action, and the action kicking off already as Celery. Well, he's dead. This is going to be first blood for Alliance. Who are they going to give it to? They're going to give it to... they're going to try and give it to Limp.
You're burning.
I mean, dude, he can't control
Well, he shouldn't have casted it.
What do you mean he shouldn't have casted it? Oh, there we go. They did try and give it to Limp. Wasn't going to be the case. FNG the one to take it. But still, Alliance as a whole getting that first blood.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the Orb of Venom start here for Hanskin, so he's going to be wanting to play very aggressive. As they said on the panel, he can make some pretty cool moves here, right? Like if he's going to get on top of the Drow, he can push the Drow out of position onto the Venom and stuff like that. He's got a lot of different cool moves. I'm looking forward to see some better Earth Spirit play in general, because I think I've just been seeing a lot of these guys, they've been suffering a lot. Most of these Earth Spirits, they've been, you know, the games haven't been so clean.
Flaming all the Earth Spirit players of today, eh?
Well, Zayat's in particular has been having some tough ones.
Is Zayat you're flaming, or it was Gilga you're flaming? Oh, we'll see what's going to be done here in this game, Viking versus Alliance. I mean, for you coming into this one, from what we've seen from the two teams, it's just a general summary. I mean, what's sort of been your sort of feedback on how they've been playing? Like coming into this, are you expecting like Alliance to have an edge, or have Viking actually been showing some good stuff that you think they can't be written off here?
I mean, I think Alliance should have a little bit of an edge, but I think Viking is just one of those kind of like, I don't want to say like undervalued because like an underdog thing, but they're just this X factor, right? They're just, you're not too sure, because sometimes they just look so explosive, other times they just fall flat on their faces. So, but this is their style, you know. They have Boom, he's playing his tiny, he's very comfortable on that hero, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do when he's laning versus a pretty tough lane, in my opinion.
Looking at the lane setup, so this top lane, FNG on the Jakiro, going to do his best to push back this lane, make sure space is secured for the Sven in the safe lane. I mean, all in all, it just is a strong lane for Alliance, right? Toby's got to be careful with the boars, very easy to feed them away against the FNG dual breath, and eventually Nico Baby with that cleave.
Yeah. Can be an annoying lane for sure for that Beastmaster. I'm already seeing though, like Viking, they kind of covered their base a little bit. They blocked the pull camp, so they're going to make sure that they keep that lane, you know, equilibrium there, so they're just playing a straight up lane. While at the same time too, we see Alliance, they blocked the hard camp. So both teams kind of wanting to just like duke it out in lane, it feels like. Wonder if we see Aramis kind of change the style and start pulling waves.
Hang on,
Does seem like it's a tough lane.
It's going to be okay. The ball coming in to stop FNG from chasing. And then down bottom, some sweet little micro here, actually. That's going to set up for a bit of a play on the S4. He's got the Fairy Fire popped, roll forward from Hansken. Stops the chase from Celery.
This is going to be a hard lane. They didn't block that hard camp there, and it looks like it's going to be respawning in a second. Yes, so they're going to have to deal with Celery grabbing those creeps every single time. because they did not go for that block here. I guess they wanted to try to get the pulls off, but I mean, there's an Enchantress there. If you pull it, he's just going to take the creep.
Celery's just going to stop it every time.
Yeah.
And what are we seeing here in terms of CS down bottom? Shad, it's got 7 and 7.
Nice.
And a lot more than S4. S4 struggling to get the CS right now.
Nice how they...
4 and 3. It's okay, right?
He'll catch back up in a bit.
Yeah.
I like how they made that pressure move, though, when Hanskin was kind of trying to pull the side, so they forced the enchant to be casted. So then he has to wait 20 seconds to be able to take a creep. Mid, first few levels, we're seeing the Tiny does do pretty well. I think it's as those levels start to progress on DP, the harassment starts to come out. But
sure, yeah, Limp's going to be a little heavier with the nukes here. He's going to have that siphon to just out-sustain the damage Tiny's kicking out.
Yeah, and we'll see the big, rune rotation. Who's going to be able to get and fill up their bottle in particular? Is that Tiny going to be able to fill up his bottle? Because he's going to always be the one a bit lower on health because of the pressure from the Death Prophet.
Yeah, we'll see in a minute as well. Who's going to be heading over to secure that power room for Boom. So imagine he's not going to be able to just get it on his own. Up top, Aramis is going to continue to be chased here. Does have a wind lace though.
FNG's just not letting him pull the wave back.
Yeah,
not letting him pull the wave away, at least. Not letting him do any type of shenanigans there. We also see FNG, I think he dewarded the pull camp too, so he got that little bit of extra golden experience for himself. And they just want to fight this lane. But I do think that Toby's done a pretty damn good job. 15-4 on the Beastmaster versus Svenji's hero.
Yeah, I thought it would be tougher for the Beastmaster, but yeah, Toby's showing us up here.
Yep. And Nico Baby's already expended his stuns multiple times. He's out of mana on the Sven, so yeah, I'd say that top lane is what I would think as a win. Sure, they're not winning in last hits, but the fact that they're versus a Jakiro with the Beastmaster, I think they should be very happy that they're at this point here with this beast.
This is though in the mid lane we've had Boom. It was about 20 seconds before the rune spawn. He just didn't feel like he could stay in the lane, so he's having to head back to base. Means that he misses out on the 4-minute rune, and Limp gets the chance to have a couple of waves to himself without any interference from the Tiny.
Pretty huge. I think that's his boots already coming out too, so he's going to have a big advantage over this Tiny in the next few moments. And we see, that level 4 kind of hits, and Death Prophet really starts to command lead.
I mean, could Viking have afforded to get one of their supports heading over to mid? Like you look at the options they have available with the Rubik and Enchantress. Can you try and do something against the DP on the early levels with a Tiny in mid, or is it just a little too hard to dive a hero that has this Siphon?
I think the Siphon versus Tiny in particular just makes it really difficult, and it's going to be an obvious move, right? Like FNG's been tracking that Rubik like a hawk, so as soon as he moves from top, FNG's going to call it, and FNG's actually getting ran down top.
They're going in on him here. FNG's able to get back underneath the tower. Nico Baby helping him out with the war cry.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to put a stop to it. Toby's still able to grab the creep wave.
Yep.
This is going to be very nice for him as he's able to control that, take it right round, and continue to pretty much free farm on the Beastmaster back over mid. Things are not getting any better for Boom, as Boom, he needs help. He needs it now. It's unbound. He'll start to bottle up. And that TP over will at least stop Limp from going any more aggressive. He's getting this rune. It's lane in the mid lane. Only getting better and better for the DP. 26-12 against the 18-1. Now he's going to look towards Aramis as Aramis has stepped over Limp. He's going to chase this. Aramis may have just given up his life. Limp, does he want to continue? No. Boom has got the mana, so he doesn't want to move forward there, worried about getting caught out by the Tiny combo. But still, we're starting to see that Limp, he just owns this mid lane. This area of the map, very scary for Boom or anyone else that tries to come over and help.
I think it's really important, though, for Viking that they haven't been pressured on their Drow or their Beastmaster, and their lineup is really about this big-time push.
Yeah, sure.
These are the two that need to be enabled for this push to really go and work, and it's going perfect here. Shad's almost level 6 here on this Drow.
And does this sort of surprise you, because you look at what they were actually laning against from Alliance, and you feel that Alliance with these dual lanes could have actually done better?
Rotation S4, he does go down. That's the one thing about the Earth Spirit. That's why I was saying I wanted to see what this Earth Spirit could make happen, but this is what I've kind of been seeing happen over and over again. He can't contribute too much to lane, so it's really just S4 mostly there by himself dealing with an Enchantress and this creep. And look at the Enchantress. She's farming as well. 20 last hits.
Okay.
Like, if this Drow has 33, Enchantress has 20 from farming neutrals and stuff like that. So it's...
I guess a few of them are probably the Plague Wars, right?
Absolutely.
She's clearing out the Plague Wars bottom, but still, it's still money. Mid lane, Limp at the moment, he's keeping the game in control here for Alliance. 6 minutes in, taking away the tier 1 tower mid. Like, for sort of the fact that the side lanes aren't maybe going as well as Alliance would have hoped, they are going to have this DP that's going to be able to sweep up now that Limp's taken that mid tower, come up with the next ult to one of these side lanes and just start getting things going in favor of Alliance with the pushes.
Alright, Limp playing it perfectly. As soon as Tiny leaves lane, takes tower. Drow, like we said though, Drow and Beastmaster are very enabled right now. So they will be strong whenever they do want to join up into those fights. And Sven, he is choosing to lane still at the moment. So he is, I think it's a bit of a scary position for Nico Baby to actually be up here when he's playing versus this Beastmaster that's soon going to be 6.
Hanskin, he's going to try and dive in on this.
Okay.
Rolling in onto Aramis, FNG stepping forward. So Hanskin, he's going to start taking hits from the tower. Hanskin goes down, Limps in with the wraparound. Extra TP's coming in from Viking as Boom heads over with the avalanche on towards Limp into the toss. Do they have enough damage for Limp though? That's the question. He's going to turn with the Siphon, but he's taking tower hits, Limp. The Siphons are keeping him healed up, will allow him to finish off Toby, but a Fade Bolt into the tree comes into the face of Limp. As Limp goes down, FNG's got to run. Boom and Aramis, they're trying to chase. Boom should have avalanche back up in a second. He does. He's up to the high ground, nearly has enough mana for the toss. Might not even need it, just punches down the Dragon. And Alliance just a little too forceful there with that dive around the tier 1 top. Hanskin rolling in, felt confident because he had the backup from Limp, but underneath the tower, Viking were able to easily turn and hold them off.
That's why I was surprised kind of the way that Nico Baby was positioning himself so far up as this Sven. It's because Limp was rotating in, but it's an easy rotation. That's where Boom thrives. Because he's behind as this Tiny, he's like, oh my god, they're diving tower, thank god. Like, this is my position to finally get something rolling for myself as this Tiny. So it gets a good positioning there, and they have the slow constantly being applied to Limp.
Oh, nice, and the sort of the dream item for the mid Tiny as well. Boom, he's going to get the faded brooch.
Yup, I think they both sides got the faded brooch,
They
so I
did,
think Limp
honestly.
will also have it.
Again, that thing, the deep conspiracy.
We know.
Oh, you do? Okay.
We know the
The
conspiracy.
timings, when you hit the neutral at the same time on both sides, you'll get the same item. That's how the maths works. It's all in the system. Now we just need someone to crack the code so they work out which second gets which neutral item.
They don't even have to roar this. An
code is there.
easy kill.
I mean, this is what you're on about, right? Viking, if they get good lanes, they start to make these moves pretty quickly.
Yup, and this is a lineup.
This is where they look good.
And this is a lineup, like you're playing versus Sven. Sven, this hero takes time to get online. You want to be backing up, you want to be able to hit jungle. Viking GG, their draft is not about waiting on anything. They're about just going. And Drow soon is going to start joining this once she feels, comfortable to do so. But their lineup can really get the ball rolling. I think it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Limp to make that space for Nico Baby to really farm up that jungle, because I think Viking's really going to start collapsing and looking for all these towers very quick.
Yeah, I don't know if he's changed it, but you can sort of see the pressure on Nico Baby with his build. He's going for the Mask of Madness. I feel like we've seen a lot of Svens nowadays. If the game's going to how you hope it to be, you're getting the Midas. But Nico Baby realizing he's going to need something much sooner to actually help him in these fights that Viking GG are absolutely going to bring, with Toby getting that Necro book out. As you say, the Drow just having a solid opening to this game. Viking GG are going to come in with the pushes, and Alliance, they've got to be ready to fight them.
And they're going to have to be fighting mostly man down, right? Because Nico Baby's just not going to be there. Surprising that they have 0 stacks for him, actually, though.
Just this little ancient one he's done himself.
Yeah, I think maybe they could have utilized a little bit more time, maybe from Hanskin, a little bit of movement for him to get a couple of those stacks going on, because they didn't do much on the bottom lane, right? So
I mean, it's definitely true. You could look at the first 10 minutes of this game, and you could certainly say, what has the Earth Spirit done? He's not been able to get lots done in this opening Hanskin today.
He's protected S4 in some situations. Like S4 would have definitely died more if he wasn't lingering on the side there, but maybe he could have found a moment or two to have backed it up. And I think, like we said, I think this is Vikings' timing to really kind of press that issue forward, but at least Alliance, they've taken mid tower and bottom tower, which is going to give them a lot of information on the map with these wards that they can place.
I mean, Nico Baby would definitely be on the same line of thinking as you, though. He'd be like, guys, we could have done with some more stacks here. Come on.
At least one, come on.
I mean, Viking, they don't even have a team that really can contest the stacks either, so all the more reason to get them going.
And here we go. They're ready to go. Everyone's got their level 6, or the important ones at least.
Let's see what they can find down here. It is S4 pushing out alone.
Do they have the toss
he's
into a
running.
lift?
He senses something's up, but they found him. In they go. S4 dropping the Poison Nova. Just trying to be annoying, at least kick some damage back out on the way out. Verifier won't save him.
Oh, a nice contribution there by Celery. The one attack from the Centaur getting the last
Top
hit.
lane, what's happening here?
There's a
Silence
roar
comes down to Toby, but he's still going to be able to find the roar onto Hanskin. Limp's got to run. They're going to drop the Macropie down. Limp's going to pop the Ghost, but the multi-shots hit from Chad, slowing them into the Avalanche. FNG and Limp, they're getting so low. They've got to run. The impetus is out. FNG goes down. Limp, he's going to die, or maybe not. The Siphon, the Suck, it's saving him for now, but Viking, they've got 4 heroes. Boom just tears through the trees, takes him out. That was the exorcism, and he only ended up exorcising himself from the game. He's dead.
And this is big timing. They're going to just show up and bring that action to you. Death Prophet no real save behind her this time around, and there's a lot of burst damage she has to worry about, a lot of kiting as well. See that Boar Slow really coming into play. Same thing with the enchant coming from the Enchantress. A very nice fight.
That's going to hurt, though, if you're losing these exorcism opportunities.
It's go time, right? Viking, they don't have to wait on anything. Like, Roar is down, but who cares? Their lineup is all about putting that pressure on, applying it, and making sure that Sven doesn't get space to farm. They're off to a great start. 92. And continuing to apply pressure up top with this Beast, who's going to have a very good timing on his book. He's actually going to have it
done.
almost
pretty
done.
Much done.
Versus a Jakiro lane. That's very surprising.
Honestly, I can't believe Toby did that well in that top lane. That was very, very well done. Yeah, Jakiro and Sven, I mean, maybe you put it down to the Beastmaster, maybe you put it down to the Rubik. Obviously, nicely played there in terms of pressure.
Aramis.
Aramis, what's he going to do down here? He's level 7. What spells he got stolen at the moment? Just the Plague Wards. Wants to
trying
keep
to block him. Oop, does slight block him.
Trying his best with the Jukes. I mean, he's making Limp work for this.
Oh, round 2 to try to block.
Juking, but the Siphon will finish the job off. Limp able to find Aramis. Trying to get his Jewel Scepter done. First time here this game, of course, against the... Mainly really against the Silence and the combo of the Tiny, trying to break it up. Give Limp the chance to live through the heals that he's supplying himself with the Siphons. And what we got from Boom. 1400 towards the Blink Dagger after the phase. So it's going to be making good timing on that. You can see there as well some great involvement from Boom on the Tiny. 106. Been involved in 7 of the 9 kills, which is exactly what you want to see from your Tiny here at 13 minutes.
Yeah, they're making sure they don't really rush anything though, right? Like, it feels like maybe they could pressure a little bit more, but they want to be a little patient for these next few items to get picked up. That Necro book is now done. Blink is very soon on the Tiny. I didn't see what the Drow was actually building, but she's probably getting close to another item. Books are popped, FNG.
Let's have a look. FNG trying to make a move there with Hanskin. Did just finish up the Veil.
Ooh, cash money for Nico.
Some good dollar here for Nico, baby. He needs it. He's got to stay at the top. There's the other 2 cores falling a little bit behind. Pressure on Nico, baby, to carry, and something that he doesn't mind. He does not mind at all the pressure being upon him.
That's a big counter there from Alliance though. That was the first book 3 usage, so it's going to be down for like 60 seconds or so until it does come back up. And it is Nico Baby who farms them, and he's back up to full health because he has that Mask of Madness. So it was nothing lost for Alliance, and a bit of momentum slowed down there for Viking.
Still, Shad able to farm away nice and safely.
Yep.
Alliance have just not really been able to invade Vikings half of the map. Just no sort of attempts to hunt down and find the Drow. It does really feel that they've been so far more preoccupied just with this pressure from Toby and Celery up on the top lane. This is where they're sort of making moves towards. They're doing it again, Alliance. You see 4 of them coming through their jungle just to try and keep this top area secure. But it's just given so much space. It's given the opportunity for Boom to finish off his Blink and Shad to just continue to farm away quietly and peacefully on his half of the map. And there it is. So Blink Dagger done on Boom. Viking's going to be ready to come in with a big hit. You've got the Blink Tiny. You've got the Roar ready to go.
Yeah, I think Alliance is probably sitting back and just being like, you know, you're kind of forced the issue to make the moves on us because we have a Sven just jungling faster than your Drow is going to jungle. So I think this is kind of how Alliance wants to have it set up, right? Like S4, he's just parked in front of a tower. He's chilling. So he's fine with all that. But now, like we said, this is Viking's big move here. If they can wrap and just pop a hero with this Blink Dagger.
FNG, oh, he's going to get caught out. Boom's in with the combo. FNG goes down. Limp still walking into this. Aramis is going to turn with the Stolen Dual Breath. Hanskin comes in with the roll, gets the silence down to the 2 of them. Boom's getting low on the Tiny. Boom trying to step back. Toby comes out with the roll onto Hanskin. Hanskin getting killed off by the Stolen Siphon of Aramis. Nico Baby and S4 trying to charge down opportunities. They find Aramis with the God Strength. They take him out in a couple of hits. Nico Baby seeing if he can find Boom as well, but the Blink Dagger is back and available. Boom will be able to make it away into the shadow, so he's out of there.
And all of Alliance in position ready for that move. They didn't even have to waste the Exorcism in that fight. And Shad, he was just farming during the majority of it. He didn't have a way to actually get in toward his team. Alliance with a great response.
I mean, if the game does sort of play at this passive pace for the most part, you would side with the Sven over the Drow as sort of the game scales on?
Because they have a lot of ways to get on top of her, I feel like I would, yeah. And the Warcry is just a straight up kind of counter in the way to the ultimate of that Drow, since it's plus armor instead of just that main armor, and it enables all the team to collapse on top of her quicker. And they do have the Earth Spirit always to get on her. But it is going to be a lot about those initiations, because that's the one thing that Viking, I feel like, always should have going for themselves in this game, right? They have Beastmaster, they have Tiny with Blink, and they are always going to have this vision. So that can always change things, because if they just pop a hero, bam, then that's ideal.
Are scanning.
Yeah, when it comes down to the 5-on-5, it's just going to be a case of can Viking keep Alliance off the Drow. Boom. In with the jump on Hanskin, the silence comes out in response. Nico Baby's going to throw out the stun onto the tiny Aramis, caught in the Macropire, he'll burn down. They can turn for Moira Alliance, Yule set up onto Boom. Boom held in the river, Shad's trying to turn. Boom will almost certainly fall, he's going to try and turn to side, but now the other Gust actually comes out. That's going to push Alliance back, Boom will be saved. As Alliance will have to back off from that.
No Earth Spirit, they don't have a great way of initiation to get into that backline. These high grounds are very scary from both sides, especially these like kind of very narrow portions here with like Jakiro on one side, you have Drow with the Gust on the other. Definitely some scary moments, and you have to be very careful as FNG in this game because giving up Ice Bath can maybe lose you a lot of team fights. So he has to be very careful how he covers himself with his dual breast versus this Rubik.
I was saying these fights, Nico Baby continues to survive. 3 farms there. He's got half the Aghanims. And obviously when that is done, then the big worry comes out. If Viking aren't able to catch this Sven with the Gust, with the silence, he is just going to be straight in the face of Shad Drow.
Yep. Gonna have to find a lot of different ways to bail out that Drow. They definitely want to be at a bit of a further, they want to be in a lead here on the side of Viking GG and Alliance. They're really like splitting up their resources very well here.
On top.
Hanskin, though.
I would say the free kill as Toby drops the Raw.
When they're this split up, getting that increased resources, this is bound to happen when you're playing versus just greater initiation, greater ways to catch people on the sides there, especially with the Beastmaster. Nicely done there by Viking. Very close game so far. 13-6, only 1k for Alliance here.
But it is starting to shift their way, as you said, in terms of farm, that the Sven is... Oh, that was weird.
That scared me for a second there.
I
was like,
oh no!
Oh god, not again.
We're all good. Nobody's disconnected. Everything's fine.
The fact that they haven't killed Nico Baby is massive, right? Run03 is having flawless movement around the map. He's able to farm even some... Oh, not a stack that FNG tried. But he's enabled. And by the time he shows up to that real big first fight, he's going to have this Aghanims. It's going to change a lot. Because it's going to help them get that initiation factor, and it's going to help Hanskin actually go for proper targets.
I mean, and in that sense
look at
as
Limp's,
well. Oh,
Limp's going for the blink, so really trying to get on top of targets.
Oh.
Okay. So he wants to follow up with the Sven, right? Then you can actually stick next to him the whole time.
And the thing is, this Sven will literally kill everybody. You don't need to worry about rushing the Ag yourself or buffing up your damage output. As you say, as long as Limp can find the positioning to hit these multi-man silencers, to survive whilst the exorcism of the siphons are kicking off, that's his job done. Yeah. That is his job done.
Hanskin again. He's going to go down. Constantly finding this Earth Spirit. I said we wanted to see some more from the Earth Spirit, but I guess we're starting to see the same of the Earth Spirit.
This is the role that he's playing, right?
Yeah,
this game, Hanskin. He's the man that's drawn the short straw. He's getting sent up to that top lane to pick up the XP and to feed his life away each and every time. That's all part of the game plan.
I think they've realized he's kind of this 5 position Earth Spirit
just
now at this point.
Just let him die on the top lane. That's the strat right now. And you could say, here we go.
Oh, we get the ball.
Well, I'm confused. I feel like we've just jumped to a different dimension. Where am I? Well, there we go. That was a replay with a very subtle high-level skill being performed, and if you didn't see it, then you're just not very good at the game.
I didn't see it.
No. Here we go. Here we go.
We get to see him get annihilated.
Wait,
did Aramis kick his stone back at him? Did I see that? That actually looked kind of cool.
He probably did. Aramis pressed all the buttons.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, that's scary.
Alliance online.
Ready to go. I mean, Shad, he's still hitting creeps.
He's still very farmed.
If you're Viking GG, okay, I guess the BKB, when he gets this BKB right, he's got to start making moves with the team. Like, what are Viking GG waiting for in terms of this Drow's farm? Like, do you feel they're sort of sitting back a little too much with the Drow rather than being a bit more proactive?
I think they're just scared running into Death Prophet Jakiro. It's a very scary draft to run into. Like Vano, Jakiro, they just cast all these spells and you're in the midst of it all. It's gonna all connect on you if you are trying to chase down this Sven, chase down this Death Prophet. So I think they're just scared because of the positioning a lot of the times in the fights. Like Shad shows himself and immediately he's getting pinged. Like,
I gotta run.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
They just have to get these favorable kind of initiations for them. But Alliance right now, they just have the better form. with this Sven Ags. It's just a lot more threatening than a Tiny blinking in, because if Tiny blinks in, it's a death sentence for him. If Sven Ags jumps in, it's more than likely not a death sentence. So Toby, it looks like he's actually going to go for a Lotus Orb here. Okay. So they're itemizing to deal with that Ags Sven, right? Throw everything onto the Drow and try to protect her as best as possible.
How much does Lotus Orb really save you, right?
If he doesn't have BKB...
He stuns himself for a little bit, and then he's like... And then he kills you anyway.
Well, it allows you to get something off, right? If he has a Hurricane Pike, if he has a Gust, he can push him away. It's one of the few counters, right? It's like the Lotus or the Blink, or you go for... Yeah, that's kind of...
I think the Blink is definitely the best itemization in terms of a counter against Sven Ags.
Yeah.
Can't be dispelled by the talent. You're able to disjoint it. I mean, Sven Ags is that ridiculously powerful that any other sort of standard item that you would buy to help you from this sort of initiation just doesn't work because the level is the level 15 talent, right?
Yeah, he's got the BK, or he's got the DD rune.
Oh, nice Glimmer Cape. Would be a shame if someone was to dispel it.
They had the sentries anyway. Come on, FNG's always prepared for
I mean, sure, yeah, but that was placed down as he died as an offering, as a little little memento of the area where Celery's Enchantress passed away.
Yeah. It's scary. It is scary for Viking just to walk into all this team fight. That's really what it's feeling like. They're chilling back. They're farming these next few items. They probably still feel a bit strong to fight just because of how big the Drow is, but Tiny's really starting to fall off when he's not starting to get these like ramped up.
Yeah, had a really good start, really, Boom, but it's just slowed down. I mean, he's 3-0-8. That's not bad.
He's still strong.
It just needs to have kept going. You know, any sort of moment where this game passes in minutes, that the Sven's just exceeding at a race. He's just so far ahead.
Yep.
The race is on and he's winning. He's winning by 2k right now at the top. This is going to happen. Nico Baby is a little too strong.
And S4.
You got to run. You got to hide. You can't hide. There's an item called Dust. They see you. Celery. He's going to die. They cannot save him. The
Exorcism stolen.
Oh, okay. Let's see what Aramis can do. Can he do something cool with it? We're seeing the rest of the team just die, though, as Nico Baby dives again on towards Toby. The multi-shot nearly gets Hanskin. Won't be enough, though. Hanskin's going to live. The Exorcism pounding into the Tier 2 tower. Nico Baby's going to turn his attention over towards it as well with the God Strength. This Tier 2 is falling. They got a massive Sven problem.
Yeah.
Sven is kind of looking like he's going to walk away with the game right now, Nico Baby.
He just gets handed... He just finished his axe pretty much, and he's handed a whole nother item. He has the BKB finished almost, so Lotus Orb going to be countered because of that BKB almost entirely, all the way up to level 20. Really feeling like Viking is lost that timing that they kind of had. I mean, they didn't really have it going for them either, though. That's the problem. They didn't force the issue hard enough, and now Alliance has such a comfortable position to always initiate and steamroll. Yeah, that's exactly what we saw there. They just steamrolled through everything that Viking had.
This is how are they going to get this Sven? I feel like Shad needs to, at this stage, get the Hurricane Pike done and then have a damage item on top of it. At the moment, Sven's not going to care. By the time you're able to do any sort of damage pierce through the war cry, Sven's going to have killed half your team, if not more.
They're trying to take advantage of timings here now, though. BKB finished on Drow, about to, almost level 18 as well.
Okay.
And Exorcism is down, so is God Strength. So they feel like they do have a bit of a timing window here to get something done.
Oh, but the BKB, Nico Baby.
Can they catch anyone?
He's going to try and separate S4 from the rest of the team, but S4's able to get the poison over out. Hanscam rolls in onto Boom. They do kill off the Veno, but S4's already kind of done his job. Nico Baby not ready to dive in yet. 10 seconds until God Strength, so ideally for Alliance, they will hold off until that's up. They're able to do so, only casualty being the Veno, and at this stage when the game is that much focused around just Nico Baby leading the way, you're probably not too fussed about losing the occasional S4 Olymp at this point.
Yeah, as long as you don't lose something like this, right? Which I don't think that they can actually commit forward into here.
It's just a little too slow and spooky from Viking. They know that the God Strength is up. It doesn't matter that they're up 5v4. Sven is going to continue to just run into the pit regardless of the fact that he's without an offlaner. And he's going to charge in and kill everybody.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling pretty concerned for them because their lineup is really about getting that lead and going for these constant pickoffs, right? When you just look at it, they don't really have those big team fighters. You look at Sun Alliance, they just have a lot, like everyone is a big team fighter in a way, or can contribute. Definitely. And this is a massive Sven that they don't have great tools to deal with him.
No,
they have the
it's
roar,
just so
but
hard.
It's hard. Yeah, it's very tough for
They've
Toby.
got to find some way to kite him. But Nico Baby level 20 with the BKB and the Ags. This is kind of what makes the hero unkiteable.
Look at that. Nice little talent, of course.
Yeah. He's jumping all over the place.
And they're all playing around each other. Now they've even got their Ags finished up on Death Prophet, so all ultis are available. Viking, they weren't able to find anything big while they were down. Now it does feel like Alliance, they're going to steamroll and look for a fight. Maybe even just, you know, smoke, try to catch a fight around the Roche pit, and then just go Roche.
Sure.
They have a very strong lineup to do so.
I think just in general, they're feeling pretty relaxed right now. Alliance, it may just only be a 3k lead. I mean, if anything, you look at the score, Viking, they do have the greater amount of kills, but Viking themselves are surely going to just know, looking at this Fen, that Nico Baby does seriously lead the way this game.
Yeah.
He is the problem. If they can get rid of the Sven, they'll have a pretty good chance at just sort of overrunning the rest of the fight, but they've got to kill the Sven whilst keeping Shad alive and in action.
Definitely looks like it's going to be really tough for them. Alliance just, they're in full fighting form at any time here. When they've got all these ultis. Especially when Viking does leave, go outside the base at all. If S4 gets a good scout, S4.
I'm going to get the toss back onto S4. He's got the spider legs though. He's out of the side. They've used the raw onto him a limp. He's coming in with a blink on the backlines. Gets the silence onto Aramis. Nico Baby popping the BKB and the Godstrike turns over towards Celery as he chases down the Ench. Shad's trying to hit back at him, but they cannot help the Enchantress. A double buyback coming out from Viking GG. They have to help Shad. Shad puts the BKB, turns with the 3-man gust. The multi-shot, boom, he's in with the Avalanche. The BKB is worn out for Nico Baby. He's in trouble. They've managed to catch him out here with the buybacks. They'll hit back hard. Clutch buybacks here from Viking allow them to secure themselves the win in this team fight. That's Limp and Nico Baby dead for a minute. Roshan is available. Viking could do it pretty quick with the Drow. We'll see what they want to go for. For now, they're pinging out the tier 1 mid.
For it. I think they should take tier 1 and then just go straight into
You
the
want to
mid.
get this Drow.
Godstrike was used. Exorcism was used. Yeah. You should definitely take advantage of that in a big way here.
You've got to get something big. I mean, Shad's starting to move towards it. You've got to get the Necro book over. Beastmaster, what are you doing?
Get in. I mean, get in there. Look, he's like, team, come on.
Come on. You got to take this rush. Here we go.
Toby was looking for wards. Okay. That's the first thing he was doing with Necrobook. I like that play too.
That's smart. Make sure they can't sneak in on you from the high ground. But this is a great opportunity. No Limp, no Nico Baby. And I guess that is the way that they can play around the Sven. Buybacks coming into play, being able to just draw the fight out long enough that the BKB and the God's Strength start to come to an end. And Viking GG, they're in a position where now they are the ones with the Aegis. Still, they've definitely got to try and get a lot done with this Aegis, as the game is it's going, but it's not necessarily in an easy position for Viking GG. They've got to get something done with this.
Yeah, Shad's still very strong, and I'm very glad he didn't go for something very greedy. Like that BKB saved his life, right? If he didn't have BKB there, he was going to get stunned. He was going to get immediately killed because of that Yules from Limp there. So this is a great purchase for him and allowed them, with those buybacks, to turn that fight there. Down to 1k lead. Very nice execution there with those buybacks. Staying on the area.
Hello.
Spotted.
Hello. Yeah, Alliance definitely giving some respect here as they know with the Aegis. A little bit hard to fight a Paladin sword. That would be a nice one for Drow. Also the Orb of Destruction. I don't know why Nico Baby's not got that. I imagine he's getting it out. I feel that...
I think he wants any form of plus armor he can versus Drow.
That is true. I guess the plus armor is a solid counter to Drow.
Dragon Scale is one of the better ones versus Drow that you can actually pick up.
Someone wants to have that orb. I feel like Orb of Destruction is so nice. Maybe just give it to Hanskin.
Yeah, try to run around and hit people.
Yeah, just go in, get the hit on someone, you die, but you got that little bit of slow and armor reduction. This is very nice.
Ulti's at the ready. Alliance. Can they get on top of this? Shad very confidently standing at the tower here. He's got the backup.
Yes, he's got a second life. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to kill me? I'm just going to come back to life. I'm ready to reincarnate.
Yeah, and I see him queuing up that Scotty. Nice game for it, right? Versus the Sven to kite the BKB, versus the Death Prophet to kite her as well as reduce that HP regeneration. So if she's able to get that, she's going to be tanky, but they're doing a great job of just bodyguarding her.
Yeah, they were hoping for a little bit of a bait with the Drow. Alliance aren't falling for it, though. They are out of here. So the smoke from Viking GG, unlike these to catch them off guard. Will allow Viking GG to push on this bottom lane and try and take away this tier 1 down bottom. I see Nico Baby showing top. How's he doing towards that AC? Still a bit of gold to go. Of course, once he has the AC, that with the Dragon Scale and with the War Cry will certainly allow him to withstand a huge amount of the damage coming out from Shad.
Yeah, and help protect his Death Prophet, because Limp is extremely fragile this game still, because he went for the Blink Yules.
Armor? Oh, he's got the plate mail now.
Okay, he does just get it. Okay, so he's got plate mail, but still, like, pretty squishy still, in fact.
Oh yeah, I mean, those last few fights without it, he dies as soon as he falls to the ground out of the Yule Scepter.
Super close game.
Yeah.
Alliance feeling a bit of a power spike here. They don't have the AC, but they're all
Still not
sticking
quite got
together.
it. 1400 on towards it. I mean, I think there's definitely still going to be the temptation. Oh, that'll help.
Ooh, money.
That will certainly help. Thank you for the free money. So Nico, baby.
Will it time out? I did. Didn't get the gold. Be able to farm some ancients though. Getting closer and closer. They're staying around the Sven. They're just like, all right, let him finish the AC.
Yeah.
So that we can fight around that one. While Viking, they're also finishing a couple items here. BKB gonna be done on Boom. Great BKB game, so he can prevent those annoying siphons from going onto him. That's allowing Limp to really dive forward super aggressively. And same thing with that Lotus Orb too. Like, it was a Lotus Orb to protect versus the Sven, but also does multiple different things. So.
You're right, it is definitely nice against the siphons. Just counteracting the... What is it exactly doing for Limp? So yeah, there it is, the BKB. Whoa, okay. Ooh, he's going for it.
He's just going for it.
He's just walking up.
One.
He's going for it.
With the boar, can he get the vision?
FNG's out. He's out and away. But I mean, Shad, he wants to get something done with this Aegis, just running up to the high ground there.
They saw Nico Baby bottom, so he saw a window where he could actually play pretty aggressive. He was showing in the creep wave for a moment.
Well, I got 250 gold. Nico Baby will have the AC.
Trying to take advantage of their, still having this Aegis. Trying to force Alliance's hand here.
Radiant are scared.
They're feeling a bit strong themselves.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Here we have it. Fortification out, and Alliance are prepared to fight. Watching the expiration of the Aegis could set up for a good timing to jump. Won't be before the tier 2's down. Tier 2 falls. AC done on Nico Baby. So Alliance, as I say, as soon as that Aegis is gone, they will be very ready to pounce.
They have to be careful of their positioning here on Alliance. This high ground is claimed here by Viking. FNG is thinking about it. S4 is going to be the one to get the vision at top, and the book will expire.
Aegis is gone.
The Aegis does.
So I think Alliance can afford to kind of go for it a bit more. I mean, is there still that much to be scared of? I mean, this Sven, Nico Baby's still very, very big right now.
Just feels they're afraid to go into these fights. Neither team really wanting to force the issue, but Viking, they're getting a lot of space to get out on the map here and take these tier 2s. The second one brought down.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Like we said, this one, it really does feel like a lot of this is going to be initiation. As, sure, your Sven is really, really farming, but that Death Prophet, she's not farming as well, so she's going to be pretty squishy if Drow's ever able to actually focus onto her. So, Nico Baby gonna have to divert a lot of that attention to himself.
Yeah.
And they're just all about just sticking as a team. They know, Vikings lineup, like we said, it's very good at picking people off if they're split up at all, so they're making sure they don't split. And that's a full Scotty now for the Drow. So no buyback on her, but a very strong peak timing here.
Well, Hunter, Hansken, he's going to find a catch here with the setup onto Toby. Toby able to remove the slow with the Yules going straight for the TP out. Any cancel around in time?
It is.
They're in. They've got him. The TP put to an end. As Toby goes down 90 seconds and he himself without buyback for that duration. So a big window for Alliance to push in and play on. Actually, we'll have in 20 seconds.
Yes.
So he will have the availability for the buyback.
They're cutting mid-wave, though. Look at this. Both the, I believe, an enchanted creep plus a boar or something. They're slowing down the waves.
It's still going to come in, though.
Yeah.
So only able to do so much with that. But as you said, it's poor time that even if the push does come in from Alliance, Toby is going to have buyback available.
Alliance were trying to capitalize on something here with these aggressive wards placed down, but unable to do so. Viking, they've got their own defensive ward to watch the movements. Another blink now, S4. He also wants them to be able to jump into the fights.
Yeah, just get on that Drow.
Just
get
collapse,
in,
yeah.
Drop the ult to Gale. Also having that Halberd, just able to mess with Shad for as much as you can.
Silence being stolen. That can be a pretty big one. Nice little 9-second silence on the enemy team, that could be pretty good if he's able to ever get a connection. But let's see, Alliance.
Oh, boom. Gonna start things off, getting in onto S4, tossed up into the base, Hansken rolls in, so does Nico Baby. Nico Baby charges forward, the BKB comes out from the Sven.
He's gonna
respect the buyback, they've got the roar, have they got the damage? Shad just focusing down Nico Baby, the ice part from FNG holds the Drow back. Nico Baby's gonna get the room to step back. Again, Viking GG holding with the buybacks and still chasing. See if they can catch anything more here. The multi-shot reach not quite touching upon FNG.
They're trying to re-go it.
I mean, Nico
here.
Baby, they're thinking about returning. They have got Limp and the Ghost. So there's John. Nico Baby's in with the stun. Catches the two of them. Boom and Celery are found. Celery will buy back. Boom. He's out. Also has buyback available. Use it immediately. Limp staying on top of Toby, pushing back the Beastmaster. Toby's out. That's a dieback from the Beastmaster. Shad's in trouble. He pops the BKB, tries to turn it on. The multi-shot will kill off the Sven. Hanscom rolls in. Can Viking hold this? The stolen Siphons. Aramis, he's stealing the Beauforts, but FNG and Limp are stuck down low by the Rubik. The Siphon again, killing off Limp. Aramis holds his ground. Alliance are pushed back. And again, another move where Viking, they know how to use these buybacks very, very nicely. They'll hold the fort.
Was that a triple buyback for Viking to hold that fight? Looked like it. Yeah, 3 buybacks as soon as they were coming back up, it feels like, for at least the Beastmaster as well as that Tiny. They got on top of Shad, but it took them a while to bring her down. She was still able to have that long duration BKB. They kited the Sven. Pretty good hold there by Viking. It's expensive.
It is expensive.
But it's necessary.
But it is a hold. And throughout each of these fights, the BKB for the Sven is going to get lower and lower. Something that I think is a little more crucial for the Sven in this game, right, compared to the Drow. Because at least with the Drow, you're ranged, right? You have more options to be playing at a distance. Sven, you're in there on the front, so that each and every second that you lose with each use, you're certainly going to feel it when you're trying to jump around the battlefield.
Yeah, and we were mentioning how like Aramis can change the tides of these fights. He has so many good
nice
spells to
Aramis.
steal. He's now level 21 on this Rubik. He jumped up from like level 17 in that fight, all the way up there. Has a Solar Crest too to buff up his Drow. And this is a sneaky Roche.
This is another Roche. I mean,
sneaky.
This is.
I have not seen Svens go for that talent almost ever.
I don't even know what the talent is.
+1 stun talent instead of 50% God strength.
Oh.
I swear I've seen every Sven
I mean,
go for the other one.
is that did he mean to go for that? I mean, the stats would say he didn't, in terms of what we've seen from the Svens being played at the top.
And now they just get the Aegis and Cheese as well because of those buybacks, because of that one fight. That's huge for Viking.
I think it's going to hurt that he didn't. We'll see if this extra stun duration is going to do much, but you just missed out on, I think, arguably what a lot of the Sven players will tell you is one of the reasons why Sven is so darn good in the late game.
Yeah, that humongous damage you get. You don't even need to build damage items. That ulti plus that talent makes
and he hasn't, right? You don't have a Daedalus. This is the standard Sven build, and if anything, because he gets enabled by that 25 talent.
Yeah, interesting to see.
Interesting.
Chad. He turns. He's feeling confident. FNG, he's just dead.
See? Nico Baby trying to commit onto Celery. Celery, he's actually going to live for now. Toby's able to turn with the Roar. That's going to waste timing of the BKB for Nico Baby. They'll still be able to charge over towards Toby, and with the Siphon, they'll slow him down. They'll get the kill. FNG buys back. They know they've got a window with Toby out of the game. A minute, no buyback.
Trying to get more out of this here. Unable to get anything else there, but they were able to at least get something, but not what I feel like they wanted to get out of a God Strength and an Exorcism, right? You only get the one kill, and you have to kind of back up pretty afraid. This is crazy.
I think if he had that other talent, that's why he would have killed Celery. He would have had enough damage with the hits, but it wasn't the case. I mean, if it was a misclick, maybe Nico Baby's saying, lads, I'm going to need to farm level 30. Can we just hold the game?
Don't click on me. Yeah, definitely could definitely be a problem.
No,
sticking on targets and getting those extra big hits is really everything, but maybe we'll get to ask them about that one.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I've seen every other
It's just one of those, exactly, it's one of those things you want to ask just to see if it was...
Yep.
I mean, is there any reason why the stun duration would be more favorable when you're looking at these heroes? Anything that's sort of...
No one's building status resist, I guess, but like even then, it's like that's not your Sven's job, right? Your Sven's job is not to increase his stun by anything, but whatever. We'll not harp on that too much.
No, because I mean, I've taken that talent before, but
oh god, never mind. Let's harp on it.
But when I'm doing my magic build, Sven, with the Octarine, very good.
Cooldown reduction talent. You've seen this one. That is the normal talent. You do see for your BKB, for your Manta, for all your activatables. You also have multiple different abilities. Ninja Gear, okay.
That's a nice one.
I believe that's for the Drow.
Oh, actually for the Drow, so
that's
yeah,
for
20 Agi, right?
He can swap those in between, right? I think he can shift which item he wants.
I guess, you keep the Paladin for resetting your HP. Yeah. You need to heal up after a bit of a brawler of a fight, ready for a high ground push. Let's go for the Butterfly next.
It's feeling like they've got a great control now of the map. With this Aegis and this Cheese, they get the Hawk out, they get some aggressive wards too, they push their lanes out. Alliance definitely feeling a bit scared here. Not wanting to get caught. These big tossbacks, it's a problem. Boom. He's able to find a lot of these targets, so they have to be very careful on those front lines. And they're all getting pretty big. Even Boom, look at this. He's almost got an E-Blade, almost 25 too.
E-Blade's going to be pretty solid. I mean, sure, you know, you can look at, oh, well, Sven's done, he's got a Dispel, but then, you know, there's also a fair few seconds after the stun's hit that you can still save somebody.
Yep.
So if you can save that E-Blade and pop it out onto Shad after a stun connects, then boom. He's going to be able to save his draft.
Boom indeed.
Boom indeed.
Getting good rune control coverage here because they got this map control, so he's got the Arcane running with a haste. They're going to smoke. They want to use this Aegis. They've got about a minute and a half left on it. They're feeling strong. And they should feel strong. He is very powerful here on this draw. He does have 5k gold in the bank.
He's got 5k gold in the bank. Yeah, that's a lot of money in the bank.
Look at this sneak, though. He might be able to find back heroes.
Dude, Shad just goes in.
I love this.
He's everything. He's the initiator, the damage, the carry. He's the man leading the charge.
He's giving all this information. They've got this ward down, too, so they're watching all of Alliance up on this high ground. They're trying to get a wrap around here. Looks like, at least. Celery maybe trying to get a secondary ward or something. They spot him, it looks like, for a second. Looks like S4 maybe got a glimpse of that Enchantress for a moment. And he does get another ward down. Shad.
Oh, what we got here? BKB from Boom, he's a little spooked.
Exorcism used Shad in the front line.
I mean, Shad, he's in the front lines all the time. He just wants to go. Nico Baby's going to turn with the BKB and the Godstroke. Glimmer's out. Do they have detection? They do. Limp will now pop the dust. They'll continue to try and commit onto the Drow. Shad trying to step away, turns around with a multi-shot. They'll take him down the once. As the Aegis can, they do it a second time. Shad, he's going to need help. He needs assistance. Has the BKB. He's going for the BKB TP out and he'll make it away. Nothing to stop it through the BKB. He's out of there. Does mean the rest of Viking are going to have to bail as they've lost their carry. Nico Baby jumps over the stun towards Boom, takes out the Tiny. Toby to go down as well.
Great. Oh, Hanskin played that so well. When the Aegis was respawning, he does not put any attention on that. He jumps to the back line to make sure the Drow can't get assisted. Perfect play there by the Earth Spirit, zoning the whole team away. That was an ideal fight for Alliance, and it's the one that Viking picked themselves. They'll be able to get Celery here. It's going to take him maybe a moment, but he does not have TP available. He is tanky, so they'll have to work for it a bit.
Where are you going?
You know, he'll slowly die. Maybe he won't.
Maybe they just
leave
ignore
him.
him. Yeah,
All right, whatever. You can live. We don't want to waste our time with you. Your TP is on cooldown, so you're literally stuck on this side of the map for a full minute. Have fun.
Viking unable to get to their Drow Ranger to help her out.
I mean,
losing those two.
It's some wild moves from Shad. You know, he just wanted to fight. He was just charging into the jungle. Sure, he had the Aegis. I mean, he was fine himself. He was like, it's fine. I'm going to be able to BKB TP out. Just the rest of his team was like, dude, come on.
We can't get to you.
We can't help. And now we're dead. As Boom, he's out of the game for a minute. Toby's going to be back up in 10 seconds, but Alliance, they're already poking at the base.
Shad did spend his gold now, though. He did have time to back up, build that full butterfly, so he's very strong right now. And there is no MKB on the side of the Sven for a long time either, so this Drow definitely going to pack a punch and not going to be taking that much damage. Let's see, though, Beastmaster's up. How much she really hurts when she starts to get targeted.
There we go, look at the damage here. Shad's got to be careful. Toby leading forward. He's trying to find the raw target. He isn't going to get it. The turnaround there. It's FNG. Pops the ice bomb. Hanskin is in. Toby's in trouble. He's falling low.
Lips in the front.
He gets the raw out onto the Sven. Boom's able to jump in with a combo. That's going to be Nico Baby down. Shad's able to sit back and kick out the damages. He takes down a second. Double kill for Shad. FNG and S4 having to run. They've found another. Very nicely done there from Toby in his last moments, getting that raw on the Sven. Meant that it was all about to fall apart for Alliance as Viking, again, another hold. They don't even lose the tier 3 tower. They're able to keep it alive. And despite the lead that Alliance have, Viking have done this multiple times now. Their defenses are just incredibly clutch.
They can't break the high ground. This Drow just gets to sit in the back. He has so many different tools to just throw people in or just get these great initiations. Limp, he walked up so aggressively. Nico Baby also was very far up and gets caught by the roar.
They're going to have to come out with some buybacks.
I mean, Viking is incredibly good with their buybacks. Speaking of those,
honestly, the way they do it. The way they do it, Alliance, it's just... I guess it's just so tough. You've not only got to think about fighting the 5 heroes in front of you, you got to think about the 5 heroes that are going to be coming back with the second light.
I got to be honest, I'm looking at this Drow Ranger's armor. And I'm feeling like this God Strength Sven is not going to really hit her very hard anymore in this game. 68 armor with the Solar Crest.
68 armor.
Like, what do you, like, even if the Sven connects on you, even if the, like, Exorcism and the Death Prophet's on you.
How much physical damage resistance there? That's got to be up in the high 70s, right?
Yeah, like 80, maybe even like 82% or something like that. That's insane how high his armor is.
I mean, no wonder he's been running in on the front. He feels like he's literally unkillable. Yes, 78%.
The Solar Crest far off. Let's see, what do I think it was a little bit
With the
higher.
Solar Crest, it's probably 79. I don't think it would make that much of a difference exponentially at those high levels of armor, right? I think if you're pushing into 80s, like you have to have like either way, it's a lot of physical damage resistance.
And they've gotten just, I mean, these tossbacks and these high ground holds, these buybacks, Viking, they're setting themselves up for such success. Now a 2 racks lead.
Yeah, they're just playing very, very nicely. This has been a great game from both sides. Alliance, they have the strength of the Sven, but Viking, they're dealing with it very, very well. And
Limp is just, he's just looking fragile in all the fights. Like, he walks in and I'm just like, oh my god, he's getting shredded.
I mean, what do you even buy? You just get like a second plate mail? I don't
think he knows. He's not buying himself. I think he's in a position where he doesn't really,
what does he buy?
Not certain of what to get. He also wants the buyback, so.
I mean, maybe do you just get yourself a Ghost Scepter? I mean, what's gonna stop you from dying to this drought? Do you just get the Eon Disc? That's one of the more common things, right, on a DP that's dying quickly.
Not sure. It's seeming very difficult for them to take any of these fights and getting on this drought. Like, even with this, you know, we said initiation was going to be a big one in this game, and like Viking, every single time they're finding a little bit better ones, especially when it's on, you know, near their high ground. Alliance, they don't have this form initiate. The Sven, at this point, I feel like he's kind of scared to ag stun into this lineup. Ooh, a DD bottom. Shad, I think he's going to want that one.
Oh.
Toby?
Watch out here.
Oh, he's got a gem.
He's going to have the Yule set up.
He's trying to bail. He will be able to.
He's good. He's got the BKB and TP anyway.
Their base is getting threatened.
They've got to get back.
Up. Another 6,000 gold for Shad.
How does he even spend his money? I mean, he's got the E-Blade queued up. He's running out of slots.
He can get rid of his boots because he has ninja gear. Just kidding. He's going to upgrade them to bots so he can be all over the place. Okay, so he can split push and then just force reactions back and join his team when they do see a good fight. I like this too. He's got a couple options for himself.
He knows that when he does go in and try and play like that, he's always going to be able to BKB TP, right? You look at that armor. If this drought is popping BKB and a TP, even if there's the whole team of Alliance, are they actually killing him before the TP's done?
No.
No. He's always going to be able to BKB TP out of this lineup, and nobody's building anything to go through it because you just generally don't.
Yeah.
Do not get an Abyssal on the Sven, and apart from in some unique cases. So yeah, he can play the split push style Shad.
And it's not like, when you look at it, what else does he need? He's doing the damage. He's surviving the fight, so all he really needs to do is be able to split the game up.
Yeah, just get something done with his farm, just enable his farm.
Yeah, and looking at the map, they have all the lanes going to be constantly pushing in, so he's going to be playing bottom a lot on this drought because he also has the cooldown reduction talent. So with bots, with cooldown reduction, with Manta, with BKB, he has so much liberty to play around this type of build.
You're basically a tinker with passive re-up.
Yep.
You know, you're moving around the map that quick.
It's beautiful. Yeah, they know, like look at this, like the lanes are going to constantly be pushing in, so they're going to be able to take a fight on their own accord whenever Alliance does split up too much here. So Alliance has to be very careful of these next few movements, especially as Roche, I believe, has just spawned a few moments ago. See what they're able to happen. 50 minutes.
Oh, S4. He's trying to find something here, Hansken. He's got the Yule set up. Gonna try and go for Toby. He'll turn with the Roar. Shad gonna stick around. Will now start to back away. Toby looks like he's going to be in trouble here. The BKB is popped. Charge over towards Celery. Nico Baby jumps over for another. Toby's still going to still live. He should still fall, though. Will do so. They've lost the Beastmaster. S4 caught in the toss from Nico. Nico Baby, his BKB's worn out. The multi-shot's coming out. S4, he's getting low. He's disarming the Enchantress. They've got FNG's combo out onto Shad. Shad, he's up to the high ground. Is able to slide over the force. He is falling low, but he's out. He's living. He's gonna survive. Only just hit him 1 HP, but there's no fatal damage upon him. It was only the Nova. So Shad will live.
Oh, they glyph? I mean, their towers are fine, but I guess they're glyphing all the waves. They're pushing in more. Maybe they can catch here.
Well, they might be able to do so. They found Limp.
No damage.
Yeah, couldn't quite get a hit on him during that telekinesis, so Limp will save himself. He's out and away. Roshan is up, though, so Viking, they're going to come in with this quick smoke. Well, we'll see what they can find. Sure, they haven't got the Beastmaster, but they know that Alliance, they don't have the ults. God Strength, Poison Nova, Exorcism, it's not there. This is a window for Viking to either look for a fight or just look for the roast themselves.
Oh, the refresher. This could maybe this is a play here where Alliance can catch them off guard if they do refresh
quick,
that Exorcism.
They've got to be so quick though. This roast is falling very, very fast.
FNG's got to just go here.
Oh,
he's gonna get caught though.
He's gonna go straight to the grave.
Oh, 80 seconds, and that's one of their big team fight controls. Uh-oh. Are they gonna commit for it anyway? It might feel like they have to.
I mean, he's popped the refresher. He's going to go for a limb. He's in with a blink. Can they take it away? Radiant get the kill on Roshan. Aegis is on the ground. Who's going to be able to pick it up? It's going to be denied. Shad takes it away in time as he's outside of it all. Boom goes for the BKB TP out. He's made it out of there. Alliance are going to roll forward, see if they can try and chase any of these kills. Aramis turns with the telekinesis. Stolen stun thrown back into the face of Hansken. They get out. So Shad there, denying the Aegis because he was outside of the pit, wanted to make sure that Nico Baby wasn't able to pick it up because Nico Baby was literally straight on top of the Aegis. Viking GG got the kill. What happened with the other stuff?
So we got Aegis on, or Cheese on Drow. What happened to the rest?
Axe and Refresher Shard, where did it go? We don't know. There it is.
Rubik's got one.
Rubik's got the Axe.
Okay.
No, that was it, right?
So they got the, they got what they came for.
They got what they came for.
Dude, what a sick deny on the Aegis too. And then boom, heads up. There's no BKB piercing disables. He BKBs in the midst of them after Havoc hammering them to almost killing them. They reset, and that was the refresher shown.
It was a good try from Limb, right? Like he had to go for that sort of play. It didn't pay off though.
Oh, if they don't commit there, then you're playing into a Drow with Aegis, and you gotta
take
the game's gonna be so
risk.
hard. You have to take that risk for sure.
I mean,
but now no Exorcism.
Yeah, now you're straight in.
Cheese is on Boom. Yep, as we said before. Yeah, 30 seconds. S4.
Oh.
Trying to just push him away here.
Nico Baby.
Nico Baby.
He's popped the God Strength. He's killing the creeps, but can he actually get on anyone? I mean, he's trying. He's going to jump forward onto Celery. Enchantress is almost certainly dead, or maybe
Toby's
not. Falls to the side. Celery's still alive for now. The Nature's Intent is healing him up. Toby's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll come crashing through with one more stun. Nico Baby will be able to finish Celery. Can they chase anything else, though? Doesn't look like it. Again, Viking GG able to get back and get away. Only Celery to fall. Again, God Strength having to be used for that, so the likelihood is the Viking GG are going to be more than ready to fight by the time that the God Strength's back up again.
Yep. Great disengages. They're even trying to like bail people out because they know like as soon as they do bail people out, if they have BKBs available, BKB TP, and they just have to watch them. See Nico Baby, he's starting to feel the struggle of just not having the damage, not ever being able to, I mean, he can't even hit the Drow in most situations. He has to get an MKB. But this positioning here, Shad, he's got this ninja gear.
Shad. He wants to fight. S4's going to pop the ult, but Shad puts the BKB, turns over towards the Jakira. FNG's out with the Yules, buys time for himself. Coming in from the side, Nico Baby slides in. Gets the kill on
Shad's in trouble.
Now turns over towards Shad. Shad needs help, and he needs it now. Buybacks are coming out. They're trying to get over to him, but they can't do so in time. Shad's going to fall. As Shad goes down, Boom in trouble as well. They've just got to bail on him, let Boom die. As Boom and Toby go down this time round, Viking GG couldn't make it back in time with the buybacks that came out. Alliance clean up. The buybacks for the cause are still available for Viking GG, and they're going to need it. As Limp heading to the high ground, Refresher orb ready to go, they can definitely force these buybacks
immediately
out.
uses it. He's just committing forward here. Buyback is forced on 4 heroes. Still going to be poking here. Rubik did steal the Exorcism.
Okay. And he has got that axe, which doesn't mean anything for that. But I thought I pointed out
has it anyway.
He's got the axe.
Trying to slow down the push however they can. Trying to buy time. They don't want to have Toby buy back until it's a great position for him to actually take the fight.
Oh,
it's back.
Oh, it's a deep toss. That's a very deep toss, but he's got the BKB. Turns over towards Boom. Boom needs help. S4's going to go over the ult. Gets on Celery. Shad. He's been hexed. They're under the towers, though. Aramis turns with the telekinesis. The toss up on a Hansken. Hansken saves himself with the ghost step to the E-blade. Comes out.
Nico Baby getting kited.
Rolls out. Charges over towards Celery, but Nico Baby, he's trying to heal up with the Satanic, but he's got to run. He's got to be careful. Shad beating into it. The BKB's popped. Shad shooting down the Sven. Nico Baby's out. Alliance, they've got to retreat. They've got to get away. They've lost their carry. They've lost their front man. Everyone else will escape, but again, Viking hold does cost them further buybacks. Of course, Boom's and Toby's coming out.
It's 5.
Also, Shad's, everybody's buybacks on cooldown. They've got to go for something big. They've got to at least get the buyback out of Sven.
They have to take advantage of the fact that the exorcisms are down. The fact that the spell prism plus this refresher in combination for Limp is it's just big problems for them. He's able to just always run down. He's always able to have one ultimate in the fights, it seems. So they do need to just try to force the issue. They can maybe go for these megas because of these ultimates are down right now.
Look at this guy.
I think that's the big goal.
Like
Look at the boxes.
He's playing Snake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Collects them. Maybe can get a jump here. He's got the smoke still for a second.
Oh, is he going to be able to do something?
Might be able to get
this.
Hanskin. It's not the Ghost Scepter. He'll be okay.
We'll keep him fine. I mean, what do you try and poke for? It's 40 seconds, no Sven.
Your bottom lane is forced really far
Yeah.
at the moment here. They're pinging it. They're like, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem here.
Well,
that Sven is going to start respawning. Exorcism's going to start coming back online. And it's a scary point for Viking. No buybacks available.
None
and 4
at all.
available for Alliance.
This is where you
More
sort
lines.
of, if you're Viking, you just hope that Alliance get seduced by the idea of the 60-minute items. Yep. You're like, Alliance, just slow it down a bit. We can have some fun. Get to 60 minutes. You're going to get to play with the awesome items.
We've had some long games today.
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess it's expected, as the league goes on, we're getting to the point where teams at the top and all over the board, it's just leveling out. Teams are really getting into the flow of Dota 2. Once again, as this league's kicked off and we're a good few weeks into it.
I love these type of games though, where it's like one team has this huge gold, like not huge, but a pretty big gold lead, but they're the ones that are kind of on the like a weird back foot. It seems like because their base has been pressured, but they can still win the fights. It's just it's.
But they do
exciting.
have to still be very careful how they press the base, because what's the status? They haven't actually taken any racks away, right? No, they've
just the
only
tower.
got a tier 3 tower off the map from Viking GG.
And Nico Baby's not getting that much stronger, right? Like his damage isn't really there. It's mostly provided by.
But when he gets
by
to
the
level
Death
30, it's going to be a pretty significant boost, because he will finally have that level 25 talent. The level 30, he's going to pop off.
That is very true.
And he might just get that. They're going to try for a smoke.
They've got everything. They've got the refresher, I believe, up with the Exorcism too.
Yeah. And as you say, if they win a fight, if they get one of these cores in the next 4 minutes, they will win the game. And the game will be over.
And Olymp can even run in and kind of feed, buy back, bots in, pop the second Exorcism and go for it. I think they have a couple
you
of
want to
different
go
things
in
they can
as
play
Limp,
around.
and you want to be the one that's getting tossed back towards the fountain. You don't want that to be Nico Baby, because Nico Baby's not got an easy way of getting back over it. And you say Limp has. Limp should try and feed right now.
Yeah, they have those buybacks available for themselves if they do want to be very aggressive here. Viking, you can see how careful they're playing this time around. They're trying to catch someone out of position.
They might just have to let all their racks go. This is one wrong move here from Viking, and it's game over.
Getting the ward set up for the vision outside, seeing that back line. They're trying to slow this down here. They just can't find the option to get a toss back here. Alliance, they'll be satisfied just getting that. And their base is getting pressured by these creeps, so they are going to address that. Viking can't actually get outside to go for any kills as soon as Nico Baby does port back, which would be the ideal for them.
What we got here? We nearly got the Octarine on Boom.
He's got it. Okay.
He's got it. He has got it. So a lot of tosses.
Yeah, frequency of tosses for sure. Good control whenever those BKBs do start to go down. Also ways to save your teammates too in some bunch of different ways.
Got the bots as well on Nico Baby. Very important for the same reasons as it is on Limp. If they're trying to make these all-out pushes whilst the buybacks are unavailable for Viking GG, make sure that they can use their own buybacks themselves to be aggressive. 25 seconds though, the items are going to be up. So definitely probably going to be the temptation from Alliance to just keep Viking GG pushed into the base and get these items.
See, the question is, do you smoke and camp near one of the camps that's outside of Viking? Because Viking's gonna be tempted to go for those 60 minuters,
but
you know?
I don't think they would fall for that. I don't think Viking would fall for that. I think they would know. They can't leave the base to farm these 60-minute runes.
You said, look at Shad. You're saying that, but
Yeah,
look
sure.
at
On this, but as you said, when you're setting up around like those
Yeah.
camps close to the mid lane where they come
Okay.
out.
Ooh, Viking,
Whoa,
they get the
what have
book.
we got?
The Book of the Dead. Uh-oh, not the best one. Deso, though, Stygian for Alliance, as well as I believe it was the Woodland Striders. So Sven, speedier.
Yeah. I mean, get rid of those bots, right? What's he doing with the bots? You don't need those in the slot no more if you got the Striders.
He wants to be able to buy back and jump back in the fight.
I mean, sure, but yeah, spend some money. Spend some money, buy a crit or something. Have that efficiency. You don't need double boots.
The ballista for Shad.
GG.
Oh, he's online.
And GG is called by Gaben. Ballista Drowner.
Book of the Dead for the Beastmaster too. Look, Shad was farming in the cheeky triangle of the enemy side.
He's got the ballista.
All right,
look at that. When he pops
Can they push?
When you use multi-shot,
It gets the bonus.
It hits people in game 2.
And look at the distance all the way in the back. I think it actually clipped the Jakiro back there for a moment.
Oh, here we go. I mean, you screw the Daedalus just by Rapier. Just sit in the fountain, multi-shotting waves with the Rapier.
Alliance is trying to force it.
Radiant structures are
Glyph is out.
There we go, another multi-shot. Oh, Espo's in. Oh, he's gone in.
He's gonna get pushed away. The ballista.
He's dead. S4's gonna die. Okay, but he's made the space for the Rex to go down. He's made the space for the Rex to go down. That'll be